On the White Tower floating land of the Golden Shark Star region in the Morning Star Principality, a spectacular scene is unfolding at the ultra-long-range Star-C launch platform on the outskirts of Jiangyuan City. Accompanied by a 1,000-meter light beam shooting into the sky, 100 Xinhua spacecraft that were neatly arranged on the platform suddenly vanished, dispatched to an unknown, distant starry space. 1,000 miles away, in Jiangyuan City, one of the 5 major cities on the White Tower floating land, Song Qi removed his virtual helmet and logged out of the White Tower network. He had just finished watching the live broadcast of the Xinhua Academy graduate Star-C launch in Jiangyuan City, and his face showed signs of nervousness. As a Sunto graduate of Jiangyuan's premier Xinhua Academy, he knew that he would soon experience such a scene firsthand. The terms ultra-long-range Star-C launch and exploring the unknown Star-C stirred waves of emotion within him, filled with both anxiety and anticipation, for it was also a rare opportunity, one that promised the chance to soar if seized. This is the era of the Star-C, a time when the fragmentation of the multiverse millions of years ago scattered countless fragments of universal essence into the void of the Star-C. These floating lands in the Star-C are rich with innumerable rare resources, sparking fierce competition among various civilizations. Over millions of years, civilizations have fallen across the Star-C, while new ones have emerged like bamboo shoots after rain, with the Xinhua human civilization being one of them. Within the realm of the Xinhua civilization, every citizen is granted the opportunity for ultra-long-range interstellar deployment via a Xinhua spacecraft upon reaching the age of 30, embarking on a journey of Star-C exploration. Thanks to advances in genetic technology, the average lifespan of a Xinhua citizen has reached 140 years, making 30 the equivalent of just reaching adulthood. Since the Xinhua source seed was ignited over 300,000 years ago, this rule has been a shared commitment across the entire civilization. Awakening the Xinhua seed and mastering a Xinhua spacecraft are the most significant opportunities in a citizen's life within the Xinhua civilization. A successful awakening can immediately elevate one to the upper echelon of society. If one can enhance their Xinhua spacecraft to a higher level, they may have the chance to claim territories and become a star region lord, entering the ranks of nobility. Suppressing the emotional turbulence within, Song Qi assumed the standard posture for the guiding technique and began his practice. This technique, developed over tens of thousands of years by the Xinhua civilization, not only strengthens the body and promotes life level elevation, but also effectively increases the chance of awakening the Xinhua seed. The higher one's proficiency in the guiding technique before the age of 30, the greater the likelihood of a successful awakening. After 3 hours of practice, he stopped. 20 years of relentless effort had brought his guiding technique to the 4th level, with little room for further immediate improvement. As night fell, he washed up and went to bed, conserving his energy for the Xinhua awakening the next day. The following day, the awakening ceremony was already underway on the field of Jiangyuan's premier Xinhua Academy. Announcements resonated one after another. Zhang Lili awakened successfully but with colorless quality. Zhou Pengfei failed, while Zhao Yunfeng succeeded with colorless quality. The hundreds of students present reacted differently, with sighs and envy filling the air. Historically, a 40 awakening rate was considered quite favorable. Soon it was the turn of Song Qi's class, 10-year class 5. When his friend Sun Hao awakened with the rare white quality, the crowd erupted in excitement. Such quality typically appears in only 1 out of dozens, surpassing the ordinary colorless quality. Instantly, many classmates flocked to befriend this promising talent. Finally, it was Song Qi's turn. Standing before the Xinhua source seed, which resembled black flames, he felt a warm embrace enveloping his right palm, a sensation that seemed to last an instant yet span millennia. It wasn't until a sharp, needle-like pain pricked his palm that he opened his eyes and heard the announcement of his successful awakening, albeit with colorless quality. As he stepped down from the awakening platform, feeling a mix of emotions, the Star-C market token on his chest suddenly emitted an unprecedented heat. As the golden token that had brought him to this world, it was the first time in 30 years that it had shown any anomaly, filling him with curiosity. However, to others, he appeared to be merely disappointed with the awakening result. In the end, out of over 600 students, fewer than 200 succeeded in awakening. Cries, laughter, exclamations, and wails echoed, as some rejoiced while others despaired. From this point forward, the life paths of these two groups would diverge dramatically. Attention everyone, those who have successfully awakened, please proceed to the Xinhua building with your class advisors. Those who haven't, please leave the school within an hour. A deep voice resonated from the teacher's office building on the side, shattering the tranquility of the campus. The students turned their heads towards the sound, only to see a figure rise into the air from the rooftop of the office building. A dark, ghostly energy erupted around him, enveloping him like a thick fog. In the next moment, a ring of black flames burst from beneath his feet, and he vanished, reappearing above all the students, standing midair. This was none other than Zhu Yaokue, the esteemed principal of Jiangyuan's first Xinhua Academy. It is said that he not only commands a high-grade Xinhua battleship, but has also advanced his life level to the 3rd tier. Having served as the principal for 150 years, he is held in high regard. Song Qi looked up at Zhu Yaokue, feeling a subtle pressure descending from above. Although it wasn't much to someone like him who had trained his guidance technique to level 4, he knew this was the result of the principal deliberately restraining his aura. If Zhu Yaokue were to unleash the full presence of a 3rd-tier life form, all the students present would likely collapse instantly, possibly suffering broken bones. Despite his heavy breathing, Song Qi showed no sign of discomfort. Instead, a fiery gleam appeared in his eyes. To ride the wind and walk on air was once a supernatural ability imagined by the people of Blue Star in his previous life, now vividly real before him. Even after witnessing it multiple times, Song Qi's heart remained restless. Under the principal's personal supervision, the students and teachers moved with remarkable efficiency. Nearly 200 people quickly made their way to the Xinhua building. As Song Qi glanced around, he noticed that only 16 students from Class 5 had successfully awakened the Xinhua seed. Among them, only 2 had the white Xinhua seed, Sun Hao and Wang Yuan, while the remaining 14 possessed the colorless Xinhua seed. On the 2nd floor of the Xinhua building, in room 5, the ether modification chamber, under the guidance of their class advisor Yang Minghui, the 16 students of Class 5 lay down one by one in their individual ether modification pods. Once everyone was in place, Yang Minghui pressed the start button. The pods gradually closed, sealing completely, as a dark energy quickly filled the space within. Song Qi was not nervous. He was already familiar with these procedures. This was the essential ether modification process following the awakening of the Xinhua seed. Upon awakening, the Xinhua seed grants the awakened and their bonded Xinhua battleship the ability to control ether energy. Known for its powerful adaptability, ether energy can transform most known energies into its own form. This unique trait allows the Xinhua humans to rapidly strengthen themselves and expand their territories. However, initially, the Awakeners' bodies are not yet adapted to this new energy, which can result in rejection reactions. Only through prolonged exposure to ether energy, transforming the body into an ether body, can this issue be resolved. The ether modification pods are designed to accelerate this transformation. Song Qi closed his eyes, focused, and with palms open, began circulating the guidance technique he had mastered. After some time, he felt a swelling sensation in his brow. This was a good sign, indicating that the ether modification was nearing completion. Only when the body is fully transformed into an ether body can the Xinhua ancestral aperture be formed in the Broa sanctuary for the Xinhua seed within, and the future resting place for the Xinhua battleship. Minutes later, all 16 students of Class 5 had completed their ether modification, successfully establishing their Xinhua ancestral apertures. Alright, follow me. There's one last step, merging with the battleship, Yang Minghui announced. Only by successfully merging the Xinhua seed with a standard battleship, transforming it into a Xinhua battleship, can one become a true Xinhua inheritor. Behind the Xinhua building lay a vast base for standard battleships. All students in Jiangyuan City's advanced Xinhua Academy who had successfully awakened their Xinhua seed needed to merge with their initial Xinhua battleship here. In front of the Scout-type Starsea shuttle hangar, nearly 200 people orderly began the Xinhua fusion process. There was no choice in this step. All Xinhua seeds could only merge with the same model of battleship, the Scout-type Starsea shuttle. Song Qi. Upon hearing his name, Song Qi stepped forward. Standing before a standard Scout-class shuttle, Song Qi awkwardly channeled the ether flowing within him, directing it to converge at his brow. Soon, a beam of ethereal light shot from his brow, directly entering the shuttle ahead. The next moment, a strong pull emanated from his brow's Xinhua ancestral aperture. Under this force, the shuttle began to shrink, eventually becoming the size of a fingernail, and entered Song Qi's Xinhua ancestral aperture. Song Qi quickly closed his eyes, beginning to sense the state of his Xinhua ancestral aperture. After the integration phase ended, the classes began to gather separately. At the meeting point for Class 5, Yang Minghui gazed at the 16 familiar faces in front of him. These students had been under his guidance for several years. His eyes sparkled with emotion, as if he had 1,000 words to say, but he ultimately condensed them into 2 stern reminders. Gather at the Academy Square at 8 a.m. tomorrow. Make sure you prepare thoroughly tonight. Even though it's a welfare exploration, there are casualties every year. Don't take it lightly. Understood. The students replied in unison. After parting ways with Sun Hao, Song Qi caught a kinetic taxi by the roadside. His home was in the city center, not far from the academy. In less than 20 minutes, the taxi stopped at the entrance of the Dongjiang community. 10 universal credit points deducted. Account balance 2,413,543 points. As soon as he exited the taxi, Song Qi's smart wristwatch notified him of the deduction. Looking at the account balance, Song Qi's expression remained unchanged, but if anyone else saw it, they would surely be astonished. In the Morningstar Principality, credit points are the universal currency, with significant purchasing power. The average person's monthly salary is around 3,000 credit points, and after daily expenses, they might save up to 2,000 points a month. At that rate, it would take at least 100 years to accumulate 2.4 million credit points. Yet, Song Chi, a student who hasn't even graduated, possessed such an astonishing amount. This money didn't come from his parents, but was earned by Song Chi himself over the past 3 decades. As an experienced writer from his previous life, he had a knack for novel writing. Over the past 20 years, he had written several works, the most famous being Ship Breaking the Sky and Dolua Floating Land. Unfortunately, in the tens of thousands of years of human civilization development, online literature was no longer uncharted territory. These works only achieved moderate success, and the royalties accumulated to the current amount over the years. Song Chi arrived at apartment 403 in Building 5 of the Dongjiang community. As soon as he walked in, his parents, Song Chao and Chun Lixia, both looked up at him. "You're back, my boy. Come, I made your favorite braised deep-sea mackerel," Chun Lixia warmly greeted. Song Chi's eyes lit up, and he quickly put down his backpack and headed to the dining table. As he drank a bowl of fish soup, he felt a warm sensation spreading from his stomach throughout his body, showing genuine contentment on his face. Deep-sea mackerel isn't particularly tasty. Some might even find it unpleasant. It's often the top pick in the picky eater's menu. However, Song Chi persisted in eating it for over 20 years. What attracted him was the rich blood energy contained in the fish, which significantly boosted his cultivation of the guidance technique. Thanks to this diet, he managed to reach level 4 in just over 20 years, far surpassing his peers. Song Chi spread his hands, and the guidance technique within him began to operate, quickly absorbing the blood energy from the fish soup. Now, it should be called the spectral energy guidance technique. After completing the spectral energy transformation, his body became a spectral energy form, automatically advancing the guidance technique to the spectral energy guidance technique, which allowed for faster cultivation. Seeing the strands of black spectral energy appearing around Song Chi, the worried expressions on Song Chao and Chun Lixia's faces quickly eased. As fellow awakeners of the Seed of Ember, they were familiar with spectral energy. Seeing their son able to harness spectral energy, they immediately understood that Song Chi had successfully awakened. "I've awakened the colorless Seed of Ember, and the spectral energy shuttle has been integrated. Tomorrow at 8 a.m., I'll conduct my first exploration of the alien river domain," Song Chi explained briefly while absorbing and converting the blood energy within him. Song Dad and Song Mom nodded slightly, showing no disappointment. Both of them had the colorless Seed of Ember, with inherent limitations in their bloodline. As long as their son successfully awakened the Seed of Ember, they were satisfied. They never had high hopes for awakening a white or higher quality fire seed, as the chances were exceedingly slim. After lunch, Song Chao immediately called Song Chi into the study. With a solemn expression, he gave detailed instructions, then a glimmer of spectral energy flashed between his brows, and 2 light clusters emerged from his Seed of Ember, hovering in front of Song Chi. "These are the starter resources from your mom and me," Song Chao said, 1,000 strands of 0-level floating land essence, and a white special component for the Ember spaceship, the Fire Laurel Soldier Tree. A glimmer of joy flickered in Song Chi's eyes. Although the resources weren't vast, they were enough to significantly upgrade his initial Ember energy shuttle. In his mind, he was already sketching out the blueprint of enhanced performance for the shuttle. The improvements in combat and survival capabilities would give him a head start over most of his peers. Song Chi understood well that this seemingly small advantage could be the key to soaring to great heights in the future. However, more enticing to Song Chi than the 1,000 strands of 0-level floating land essence was the special component of the white-quality Fire Kuei Soldier Tree. His gaze lingered on this item for a long time, rapidly recalling his knowledge about Starsea Wonders. Any colored Ember spacecraft component originates from Starsea Wonders, and the term Starsea Wonders itself signifies a skyrocketing value, even for the most basic white-grade wonder. Song Chi gently ran his fingers over the surface of the Fire Kuei Soldier Tree component, contemplating its potential uses. Soldier components hold a crucial position among spacecraft parts, capable of summoning soldier puppets on demand. Whether used as guards, combat assistants, or simply as cannon fodder, they can significantly enhance the captain's survival rate. Song Chi could almost envision the frenzy this component would cause on the market. "Thank you, Dad, Mom," Song Chi said sincerely, as he channeled the energy within him to absorb the 2 light clusters into his Ember ancestral aperture. After receiving repeated reminders from his parents, he went upstairs to his bedroom. Once back in his room, Song Chi didn't immediately check the detailed attributes of the Ember energy shuttle. Instead, he eagerly took off the copper token hanging around his neck. This item, which had caused his transmigration, had always been kept close to him. The token wasn't large, about half the size of a lighter, with the words Starsea Bazaar engraved on the front, which is why he referred to it as the Starsea Bazaar token. Song Chi examined the Starsea Bazaar token closely and soon noticed something unusual. For the past 30 years, The copper token had been unresponsive, but now, a faint, dark glow covered its surface. It was so subtle that it might have gone unnoticed if he hadn't been observing it so intently. Is this ember energy? Song Chi's gaze sharpened. At that moment, the token changed again. Perhaps due to his prolonged attention, an attribute panel suddenly popped out from the side of the token. Category: Growth Type Wonder. Quality: Level: LV0. Trait: Controls and connects to a specific Starsea bazaar. Trait 2: Can autonomously upgrade upon meeting certain conditions. Note: A rare wonder with limitless potential. Song Chi's eyes were fixed on this unexpected information, his heartbeat involuntarily quickening. Attributes? Dark energy? Song Chi was filled with confusion. Could it be that after awakening the Ember Seed, he had gained control over dark energy, causing this anomaly? His gaze fell on the Starsea market token in his hand, and he was surprised to discover it was a growth-type Starsea artifact he had never heard of. Although its name sounded impressive, its true function remained a mystery. Suddenly, a flash of insight struck Song Chi's mind. He took a deep breath, focused his mind, and gathered the small amount of dark energy within him, channeling it into the palm of his right hand and slowly injecting it into the copper token. At that moment, a sudden change occurred. A strong force enveloped his entire body, and Song Chi immediately sensed something was wrong. However, before he could stop the flow of dark energy, a wave of dizziness overwhelmed him. Fighting the urge to vomit, he quickly opened his eyes and scanned his surroundings warily. Once he confirmed there was no immediate danger around him, Song Chi relaxed slightly but remained on high alert. He was now certain he was in an entirely unfamiliar environment, not his bedroom. As the discomfort subsided, Song Chi began to carefully observe his surroundings. At this moment, the Starsea market token in his hand emitted a warm sensation. Just as he lowered his head to examine it, a stream of information inexplicably flooded into his mind. Name: Wu Market. Owner: Song Chi. Level: LV0. Dimensions: 100m x 100m. Basic configuration: 10 vacant shops. 1 area for stalls measuring 10m x 10m. 1 inn with a capacity for 10 people. LV0 All Attribute Training Room doubles efficiency for dark energy training. LV0 Dark Energy Protective Array. LV0 Long Range Space Gate Random Deployment Platform. Additional configuration: None 02. Trait: Danger Evasion, can freely move within the void, avoiding natural disasters. Upgrade requirements: 10 strands of zero-grade floating land essence. Market transaction volume of 100 strands of zero-grade floating land essence. Note: An inconspicuous small market located on the dark side of the shattered Starsea, seemingly only allowing entry to beings below the first tier, yet it holds considerable potential. After a few minutes, Song Chi sorted through the information in his mind, his eyes gleaming with barely contained excitement. He turned and gazed through the semicircular dark energy protective shield behind him, into the pitch-black void outside. In the distance, terrifying void storms howled past, leaving behind dense spatial rifts. The sight made Song Chi's scalp tingle. He knew that only flame ships of extremely high enhancement levels could tear through space. Yet here, such void storms were commonplace. Soon, Song Chi recalled something, and the fear in his eyes gradually faded. According to the information, he was now in a special secret realm space, floating within the void rifts on the dark side of the shattered Starsea. This space was said to be a product of an ancient civilization known as the Immortal Domain, used as a trading hub connecting distant regions due to its rare long-range space gate random deployment platform. More importantly, this space possessed the Danger Evasion trait, allowing it to autonomously avoid void storms within the spatial rifts. This explained why it could wander the void for countless millennia without destruction. With this realization, Song Chi felt completely at ease. Surveying his surroundings, Song Chi began to examine the entire market carefully. Possibly due to long-term energy consumption without replenishment in the void, this once thriving market secret realm had now shrunk to its limit, with dimensions barely reaching 100 meters in length, width, and height. Along a narrow street, 10 shops, an inn, and stall spaces were evenly distributed. Song Chi's gaze landed on 2 special buildings, the All-Attribute Training Room and the Long-Range Space Gate Random Deployment Platform. He quickly obtained their detailed attributes. All-Attribute Training Room. Level: LV0. Effect: Training speed increased by 200, dark energy training speed increased by 400. Specification: Single-person training room. Note: Crafted by a powerful figure from the Starsea Immortal Domain civilization, modified with dark energy for additional enhancement in dark energy training. Upgrade requirements: Market level LV1, 10 strands of zero-grade floating land essence. Long-range space gate random deployment platform. Level: LV0. Effect: Randomly deploys 10 space gates for entry and exit from the market in the shattered Starsea, lasting 24 hours with a buffer of 720 hours. Limitation: Due to market tier restrictions, life forms of the first tier and above in the star sea cannot pass through the space gates. Note: crafted by a powerful figure from the star sea immortal domain civilization, its function is extraordinary. Upgrade requirements. Market level LV1, 10 strands of zero-grade floating land essence. After reviewing the attributes, Song-Chi was eager to test the effects of the long-range space gate random deployment platform. As the new owner of the market, he was virtually invincible here, as long as no life forms exceeding the market's tier entered. He was eager to experience the core function of the market, connecting different star regions of the shattered star sea and engaging in exchanges and trade with various star sea alien civilizations. Moreover, upgrading the market required a specific transaction volume as a condition. Unless he was content with the small 100M x 100M size and only trading with zero-tier star sea aliens, the Space Gate deployment platform was a facility that needed to be used frequently. However, after some careful consideration, Song-Chi ultimately suppressed his urge. Song-Chi stood at the entrance of the marketplace, frowning slightly. With less than 20 hours until the meeting time tomorrow morning, and knowing the space portal would remain active for 24 hours once initiated, he was weighing the decision to open the marketplace, aware that the timing conflict might affect the exploration of the alien star domain scheduled for tomorrow. As the master of the marketplace, Song-Chi had absolute control, but only if he was present. A thought crossed his mind. If he left midway, the entire marketplace space could descend into chaos. Moreover, with the first exploration of the alien star sea imminent, he had a lot of preparations to make. Song-Chi decided to test some ideas about the marketplace. He picked up the marketplace token and repeatedly entered and exited the marketplace space, each time carrying different items: a water bottle, a backpack, a chair. After 10 minutes, he reached his first conclusion. Any item he could personally carry could be brought into the marketplace space. Having verified this point, Song-Chi quickly moved to one of the few vacant areas in the marketplace. Although it measured only 10 by 10 meters, it was more than enough for the under 7-meter-long energy shuttle. He closed his eyes and concentrated intently, directing the energy within him to converge at his brow. Suddenly, Song-Chi felt a strange sensation from his brow, and was thrilled he had successfully opened the Xinhua ancestral aperture. A beam of light shot from his brow, and the energy shuttle instantly appeared out of thin air on the empty ground before him. I can summon the energy shuttle even within the marketplace. Song-Chi could hardly contain his excitement. This discovery not only provided an emergency escape option, but also opened up new possibilities for many of his prior plans. Song-Chi's mind raced as he recalled the most challenging issue with the Xinhua spacecraft during alien star domain explorations: the limitation of storage space. The spacecraft's volume was limited, and so was the amount of items it could carry. This forced every captain to meticulously calculate and maximize the use of cabin space before and after explorations. Large equipment, such as the Rage Tiger Type 1 floating land mining vehicle, the Bumblebee-class combat drones, and the Land Battle Type 4 exploration robots, often couldn't be carried due to space constraints. Even if they were taken along, any successful gathering of resources on the return trip would present a dilemma. Should they bring back these expensive pieces of equipment or discard them to make room for resources? For this reason, spaceship components that could fold or expand space remained highly priced, with even white-quality space components often fetching prices equivalent to blue or even purple components. On his way home, Song-Chi had been racking his brains on how to make the most of the limited space in the energy shuttle. Now, this problem seemed to be solved. The marketplace space, where the Xinhua spacecraft could be freely summoned, was undoubtedly a perfect oversized backup storage space. Although the marketplace had restrictions on the items that could be carried, the fact that the Xinhua spacecraft could be stored in the Xinhua ancestral aperture opened up vast operational possibilities for Song-Chi. It was entirely feasible to first store the large machinery in the Xinhua starship, then place the starship within the Xinhua ancestral aperture. Once he entered the market himself, he could summon the Xinhua starship. Song-Chi's mind raced with this clever strategy, which would not only bypass the restriction on carrying items alone, but also significantly enhance the yield from future explorations of alien star domains. He could almost see himself piloting the starship, loaded with exotic resources, triumphantly returning home. However, a crucial prerequisite suddenly struck him: it all depended on his ability to freely access and enter the market after being deployed to the alien star domain. If he couldn't, all these brilliant plans would be for naught. As Song-Chi was immersed in these thoughts, an abrupt notification pulled him back to reality. Please name the market promptly. This reminder jolted Song-Chi, making him realize that not only the market beneath his feet, but also the energy shuttle in front of him were yet unnamed. He shook his head, trying to suppress his chaotic thoughts, and focused on the task at hand. After pondering for about 10 seconds, the phrase Zhutian suddenly leapt into his mind. Recalling the many fantasy novels he had read in his past life, the name Zhutian Market seemed perfect, as this market could randomly connect with various star domains of the shattered star sea. The system quickly confirmed. Zhutian Market, naming successful. Next was naming the energy shuttle, which proved to be a bit more challenging for Song Chi. He tried names like Starsea, Voyager, and Galaxy, but all were rejected as they had already been registered. The vast number of starships within the Xinhua human civilization meant that many common names were already taken. Shenzhou. Sorry, this name already exists. Please choose another. Sky. Sky is available. Would you like to name it Sky? Kunlun. The system's response surprised Song Chi for a moment, and he quickly clicked confirm. Finally, having completed the naming process, Song Chi breathed a sigh of relief and turned his attention to the specific attributes of the energy shuttle. Previously interrupted by his teacher Yang Minghui, he hadn't yet had a chance to examine them in detail. The shuttle's attribute panel slowly unfolded. Name Sky. Level. LV0. Basic components. Colorless Xinhua hull LV0. Energy main cannon LV0. Energy secondary cannon LV0. Hull armor LV0. Energy engine LV0. Energy shield LV0. Aerial radar LV0. Energy cultivation room LV088. Special components. None 02. Song Chi carefully analyzed this data, contemplating how to enhance the ship's performance to prepare for the upcoming alien explorations. Song Chi's gaze remained fixed on the section of basic components. The dark energy shuttle before him seemed like a blank canvas, waiting for his touch. The other sections were equally unremarkable, especially the special components category. The newly fused Hearthfire starship initially had only 2 special component slots, and this number would only increase as the dark energy shuttle upgraded. Song Chi calculated silently in his mind. The quality of the Hearthfire seed directly determined the number of slot increases. The higher the quality, the more slots available. This is another crucial reason why the Hearthfire human civilization places such importance on the quality of the Hearthfire seed. It not only determines the enhancement limit of the Hearthfire starship, but also influences the power gap between starships of the same level. He couldn't help but imagine 2 Hearthfire starships both at level 10. One with a white flame seed might have 10 special component slots, while one with a colorless flame seed might have only 6. This nearly twofold difference could create a significant disparity in combat power. Song Chi focused intently, and the detailed attributes of each module appeared before him. Dark Energy Main Cannon, Level 0 Quality, Colorless, consumes 10 points of dark energy per shot, Power 11, Charge Time 5 seconds, Cooldown 10 seconds. Upgrade requires 1 strand of 0-level floating land essence, and 100 points of dark energy. Dark Energy Secondary Cannon, Level 0 Quality, Colorless, consumes 1 point of dark energy per shot, Power 1.1, no charge or cooldown needed. Upgrade requires 100 points of dark energy. Hull Armor, Level 0 Quality, Colorless, consumes 1 point of dark energy per second, protection value 11. Upgrade requires 1 strand of 0-level floating land essence, 100 points of dark energy, and 1 ton of refined iron. Dark Energy Engine, Level 0 Quality, Colorless, consumes 1 point of dark energy per second, supplies 10 points per second, cooldown 30 minutes after overload. Dark Energy Pool Capacity 1000 points. Upgrade requires 1 strand of 0-level floating land essence, 100 points of dark energy, and 5 0-level life cores. Dark Energy Shield, Level 0 Quality, Colorless, consumes 3 points of dark energy per second, protection value 11, shield value 110110, charge time 30 seconds, cooldown 1 hour after overload. Upgrade requires 1 strand of 0-level floating land essence, 100 points of dark energy, and 5 0-level life cores. Sky Radar, Level 0 Quality, Colorless, consumes 1 point of dark energy per second, detection range 1 light second, accuracy 10. Upgrade requires 1 strand of 0-level floating land essence, and 100 points of dark energy. Dark Energy Training Platform, Level 0 Quality, Colorless, consumes 2 points of dark energy per second, training boost 2x 200, effective only for 0-level life forms. Upgrade requires 5 strands of 0-level floating land essence, and 10 0-level life cores. After reviewing these basic data, Song Chi didn't linger. This information was already familiar to him from his previous studies. The only thing that caught his attention was the last item, the Dark Energy Training Platform. As one of the core components of the Hearthfire starship, it is the fundamental reason why every person in the Hearthfire human civilization desires to own their own Hearthfire starship. Song Chi fell into deep thought. What was the purpose of exploring the vast and boundless alien star seas, risking one's life? Simply enjoying exotic landscapes was clearly not the whole story. What supported the exploration spirit of Hearthfire citizens were the rare and peculiar resources in alien domains. Then, what was the ultimate purpose of plundering and collecting these resources? Was it merely to enhance the Hearthfire starship? Song Chi shook his head. Enhancing the starship was just the surface. What every Hearthfire starship captain truly pursued was the ascension of their own life level. In simple terms, it was for longevity, to live longer. It is well known that reaching a high level in the guiding art can cause a transformation in life level. Each life transformation significantly extends the practitioner's lifespan. However, the higher the level of the guiding art, the more daunting the difficulty of cultivation becomes. Even triggering the first life level transformation is as hard as reaching the heavens, let alone subsequent multiple life ascensions. This problem, however, can be perfectly solved by the dark energy training platform bound to every Hearthfire starship. The platform greatly accelerates the cultivation of dark energy guiding techniques, allowing all Hearthfire starship captains to enhance their guiding art levels at double, triple, or even higher multiples of speed, thereby repeatedly triggering transformations in their life levels. The higher the enhancement level of the Hearthfire starship, the better the effect of its bound dark energy training platform. So, fundamentally, what Hearthfire captains truly care about is not the enhancement of the starship itself, but the dark energy training platform it carries. Song-Chi gazed at the training platform on the dark energy shuttle and suddenly recalled the all-attribute training room in the market. There, the training boost for dark energy reached 400, twice that of the training platform before him. This thought flashed through his mind, planting a seed for his future explorations. Song-Chi finally shifted his focus away from the long-range Spatial Gates random deployment platform, recalling his recent discovery with renewed excitement. The existence of this market meant a great deal to him. The speed at which he could practice the art of psionic energy guidance would far surpass that of captains of the same rank on the Emberfire ship. His chances of advancing his life level and gaining more longevity would significantly increase. Even if the quality of the Emberfire ship's core couldn't be improved, it wouldn't hinder his personal cultivation journey. Despite these prospects, Song-Chi had no intention of abandoning his Emberfire ship. He understood that the subsequent enhancement and introduction of goods to the market required substantial resources, and monthly transactions alone would not suffice. More critically, the market lacked strong firepower support. Once the Emberfire ship was fully strengthened, it could easily dominate the entire Starsea floating land. After weighing the pros and cons, Song-Chi quickly devised an initial development plan. Prioritize the market while using the Emberfire ship as a complementary force. The market would accelerate the transformation of his life level, while the ship would offer future firepower support, allowing both to progress hand in hand and complement each other. Having clarified his priorities, Song-Chi turned his attention to enhancing his psionic shuttle. Tomorrow marked his first interstellar exploration, and although it was just a welfare exploration, necessary enhancements could not be overlooked. He adhered to the principle of better safe than sorry, deciding to prepare in advance. A flash of light appeared at his brow as Song-Chi retrieved a special component belonging to the Fire Kuei soldier figurine tree from his Emberfire ship's core. He installed it in one of the two special component slots on his psionic shuttle, and its attributes quickly surfaced. Fire Kuei soldier figurine tree. Level: LV0. Quality: white. Consumption: 50 psionic points per unit. Effect: summons 10 LV0 Fire Kuei soldier figurines. The figurines are undying and can remain indefinitely. If destroyed, they can be summoned again after 24 hours. Upgrade requirements: 5 strands of floating land essence 0 tier, 500 psionic points. Song-Chi withdrew his gaze and began to tally his funds. Besides the 1,000 strands of 0-grade floating land essence provided by his parents, his account held 2.4 million credit points. According to the official exchange rate of the Morning Star Principality, 10,000 credit points could be exchanged for 1 strand of 0-grade floating land essence, which meant he had a total of 1,240 strands at his disposal. He quickly calculated in his mind. He needed to set aside at least 500 strands for essential purchases like medical supplies, nanobot repair kits, a Fury Tiger-type floating land mining vehicle, and a specialized exploration instrument. This left him with roughly 700 strands to enhance his psionic shuttle. Without hesitation, Song-Chi decided to first enhance the psionic shield. This is the primary defense mechanism of the Emberlight starship. Once activated, it forms an energy shield over the surface of the shuttle. For someone like him, who possesses the celestial market, following the cultivation process could continually enhance his life level. Therefore, survival was his foremost priority when exploring unknown star domains. Enhancing the psionic shield required not just floating land essence and psionic points, but also life cores. These special items were not uncommon in the vast shattered star sea. Most stellar life forms leave behind a crystal after death, containing the essence of energy they absorbed throughout their life. Life cores are considered a universal resource and are part of the currency systems in many stellar civilizations, including the Emberlight human civilization. After a brief farewell to his parents, Song-Chi headed to the Emberlight Mall near Dongjiang community. Although not large in scale, it was adequate for a newly awakened Emberlight captain. He spent about 10 minutes comparing prices at different stores and successfully acquired the necessary life cores. Not in a rush to return home, Song-Chi summoned his psionic shuttle in the mall's Emberlight Starship Enhancement Zone and began his first enhancement. System prompts appeared one after another. Do you want to spend 1 strand of 0-grade floating land essence 100 psionic points 5 life cores to upgrade the psionic shield component from LV0 to LV1? Confirm. Do you want to spend 3 strands of zero-grade floating land essence, 200 psionic points, 6 life cores to upgrade the psionic shield component from LV1 to LV2? After 4 consecutive enhancements, the psionic shield reached LV4. At this point, the 1,000 psionic points in the psionic pool, provided by the psionic engine, were depleted and needed time to recharge. Fortunately, the recharge rate was fast. With only the psionic engine activated, it could store 9 points per second, filling up in less than 2 minutes. 2 minutes later, Song-Chi continued the enhancements, eventually upgrading the psionic shield to LV7. In total, he spent 59 strands of zero-grade floating land essence, 10 of which were used to purchase 100 zero-grade life cores, 56 zero-grade life cores, and 2,800 psionic points. The enhanced psionic shield's attributes significantly improved. Psionic shield LV7. Quality: colorless. Consumption: 10 psionic points. Defense: 18 shield value. Charge: 180,180. Overload buffer: 23s. Upgrade requirements: 15 strands of zero-grade floating land essence, 800 psionic points, 12 zero-grade life cores. Despite these enhancements, Song-Chi still felt uneasy. As a transmigrator, the belief that survival is paramount was deeply ingrained in him. He immediately began strengthening the ship's armor, the second most crucial defense component after the psionic shield. A few minutes later, the ship's armor was also enhanced to LV7. Each upgrade required the consumption of refined iron, totaling 28 tons, with each ton costing 1 strand of zero-grade floating land essence. Thus, enhancing the ship's armor consumed 77 strands of floating land essence. The attributes of the LV7 ship armor were as follows. Quality: colorless. Consumption: 3 psionic points. Defense: 18. Upgrade requirements: 15 strands of zero-grade floating land essence, 800 psionic points, 8 tons of refined iron. With both the psionic shield and ship armor upgraded to LV7, their activated energy consumption greatly exceeded the normal supply from the psionic engine. To ensure the psionic shield could remain active in unknown star regions, enhancing the engine became necessary. Without hesitation, Song-Chi proceeded to enhance the psionic engine. The system prompt sounded again. Do you want to spend 1 strand of zero-grade floating land essence, 100 psionic points, 5 life cores to upgrade the psionic engine component from LV0 to LV1? Confirm. After 4 enhancements, only 9 zero-grade life cores remained, insufficient for a 5th enhancement. Song-Chi spent another 20 strands of zero-grade floating land essence to purchase 200 life cores, finally upgrading the psionic engine to LV7. The resources required for enhancing the psionic engine were identical to those for the psionic shield, with the remaining 188 zero-grade life cores stored in the shuttle for future use. The attributes of the LV7 psionic engine showed a marked improvement. Quality: colorless. Consumption: 4 psionic points. Output: 24 psionic points. Overload buffer: 23 minutes. Psionic pool can store 1,700 psionic points. Upgrade requirements: 15 strands of zero-grade floating land essence, 800 psionic points, 12 zero-grade life cores. Next, Song-Chi turned his attention to the psionic main cannon. Though it was a welfare distribution, starsea alien creatures were everywhere, and enhancing firepower was always beneficial. The psionic main cannon's enhancement didn't require life cores, and he upgraded it to LV5, spending a total of 25 strands of zero-grade floating land essence and 1,500 psionic points. The LV5 psionic main cannon's attributes were as follows. Quality: colorless. Consumption: 20 psionic points shot. Power: 16. Charge time: 4s. Buffer: 8s. Upgrade requirements: 11 strands of zero-grade floating land essence, 600 psionic points. The enhanced psionic main cannon not only gained significant power, but its charge and buffer times were also reduced, making for a substantial overall improvement. The last upgrade was the surveillance radar. Song-Chi understood that in the vastness of the cosmic sea, a powerful radar is crucial for interstellar exploration. Without hesitation, he upgraded the radar to level 9, spending 81 strands of zero-level floating land essence and 4,500 energy points. This upgrade not only significantly enhanced the detection range and accuracy, but also laid the groundwork for future resource searches. Although Song-Chi could have upgraded the radar to level 19, he wisely opted for a moderate enhancement. This decision was partly based on the possibility of acquiring a higher quality radar in the future, and partly due to limited resources. At this point, he had only about 700 strands of floating land essence remaining, which needed to be reserved for other essential components. Next, Song-Chi turned his attention to a special component of white quality, the fire Kuei soldier tree. Despite the high cost of enhancing this component, it served as his primary means of protection for the foreseeable future. Resolutely, Song-Chi upgraded it to level 10, almost exhausting his remaining floating land essence, leaving only 104 strands for emergencies. The enhanced fire Kuei soldier tree proved to be highly effective. It could summon 10-level 10 fire Kuei soldiers, which would exist indefinitely unless destroyed. This meant that Song Chi could always maintain a loyal and reliable guard, significantly bolstering his security. After completing this round of enhancements, Song Chi began purchasing large mechanical items. He chose the Morning Star Principality's Eagle Machinery Store, a shop renowned for quality and backed by the Eagle Marquee. With his adept negotiation skills and substantial purchase volume, Song Chi successfully secured a 5 discount. With these preparations, Song Chi was ready for his upcoming exploration of the alien domain. He decided to postpone the enhancement of the celestial market and the flame seed in the ancestral fire node, focusing instead on ensuring absolute safety for this exploration. After all, who knows what surprises this journey might bring. The total cost for the beginner interstellar universal medical kit is 500,000 credits. The basic nanobot repair pack is 1 million credits. The Fury Tiger type floating land mining vehicle is 3 million credits. The specialized mining vehicle exploration instrument is 500,000 credits, and the basic civilian exoskeleton of the Principality is 200,000 credits, amounting to 5.2 million Principality credits. With a 5 discount, the total is 4.94 million. Would you like to pay with credits or floating land essence? The sweet voice of the shop assistant echoed in Song Chi's ears as he took a deep breath and first swiped 2.4 million credits. Then, he closed his eyes and slowly drew out 254 strands of zero-level floating land essence from the ancestral fire aperture within him. Each strand lost was a sharp pain in his heart, but to complete the transaction, he had no choice but to make the sacrifice. Under the shop assistant's gleaming gaze, Song Chi completed the final payment. As he stepped out of the mall, he silently took stock and found he had only 110 strands of floating land essence left for emergencies. This number filled him with the urge to complain. These shops selling large mechanical products are practically robbing people. Song Chi raged internally. He recalled the basic nanobot repair pack he had just purchased, which was mediocre and couldn't even fix minor damage to the fire ship. Yet, this mass-produced item was priced at 1 million credits. Even more infuriating, it had a usage limit of only 3 times before it became useless, blatantly ripping people off. The beginner interstellar universal medical kit wasn't much better, with weak treatment effects and the same 3-time usage limit. As for the Fury Tiger type floating land mining vehicle, Song Chi felt like he had been thoroughly fleeced. The manual version was just 1 million credits, but adding an automatic driving system tripled the price, which was outrageous. If it weren't for his inherently cautious nature, he wouldn't have bought such a thing. With a head full of grievances, Song Chi returned home. Though displeased, he didn't waste the remaining time. That afternoon, he made a special trip to the all-purpose training room in the Heavenly Market to continue practicing his psionic guidance technique. However, perhaps because his technique had already reached level 4, while the training room was still at level 0, or maybe because the difficulty of improving a level 4 technique was inherently high, several hours of hard practice yielded no noticeable progress. Time flowed by like water, and soon it was the next morning. After breakfast, Song Chi headed to the academy to meet up with his classmates. Subsequently, all the awakened students from Jiang Yuan's first ancestral fire academy set out together to the outskirts of the city. Clearly, Song Chi's parents were still worried and, along with many other parents, followed closely behind the main group. Along the way, Song Chi and his peers encountered many awakened students from other ancestral fire academies. The entire procession was grand, brimming with youthful vigor and anticipation for the future. Though everyone inevitably felt some nerves, there was more excitement and eagerness for the new life about to begin. As one of the 5 major cities on the Bida floating continent, Jiangyuan City has a population exceeding 20 million, with each cohort of students numbering over 100,000. This vast scale means that besides the premier Xinghe Academy, there are numerous other institutions dedicated to training awakened students. Even though the first Xinghe Academy attracts the city's elite students, it cannot accommodate all the awakened individuals. Traditionally, the number of successfully awakened students each year is around 1,000. Half an hour later, the area around the long-range Starsea launch platform on the outskirts of Jiangyuan City was bustling with people. As one of the city's annual highlights, the off-world domain launch ceremony drew over 5,000 citizens to witness the event. As students, teachers, and parents continued to arrive, the number of attendees quickly surpassed 5 figures. Another 20 minutes passed before the district head of the Bida Xinghe Bureau confirmed that all current-year awakened students from Jiangyuan City were present, officially announcing the start of the off-world domain launch. Unexpectedly, students from Jiang Yuan's first Xinghe Academy were not the first to take the stage. Instead, they were scheduled to appear last. Every 20 minutes, a massive pillar of light would shoot skyward, visible even from the center of Jiangyuan City. Each beam represented 100 newly awakened students from the city being launched into the distant, unknown Starsea. Song Chi and Sun Hao were assigned to the same group. They ascended the platform together, swiftly summoning their respective psionic shuttles. Once 100 shuttles were neatly aligned, an officer from the Xinghe Bureau gave the command, and a kilometer-wide beam of light pierced the sky. As the shuttles vanished, the surrounding parents did not leave. Instead, they set up tents, prepared to wait overnight. They knew the initial exploration of the off-world domain would last 24 hours, during which their children could choose to return in case of emergencies, so no one wanted to miss the chance of a possible reunion. Song-Chi felt a strong sensation of weightlessness wash over him, instinctively closing his eyes. The intense vibrations made the shuttle creak, and if not for being securely strapped in, the consequences could have been dire. As the weightlessness and dizziness gradually subsided, he fought through the discomfort, quickly opening his eyes to activate the psionic shield components of his shuttle. Song-Chi thoughtfully recalled his teacher's advice. The alien races of the Starsea won't wait for you to recover. You must always be one step ahead, whether it's taking action or making an escape. His level 7 psionic shield required 23 seconds to charge. Once the black shield fully enveloped the shuttle, Song-Chi sighed in relief, adjusting his state and surveying his surroundings. Why not activate the shield before launch? This relates to a fundamental knowledge of Xing-Ho human civilization. During long-range launches, the ship endures immense spatial pressure. Activating the energy shield prematurely would cause it to overload under spatial forces, requiring at least half an hour to an hour to restart, during which the ship's defense would be reduced by more than 70, posing extreme danger. Therefore, activating the shield before launch is a major taboo for all Xing-Ho captains. Song-Chi stared at the display screen, his brow furrowed. The screen was pitch black, indicating no star-like bodies or floating continents nearby. Radar results similarly showed no large celestial bodies or floating continents in range, not even small debris belts. This unusual situation left him uneasy, but he didn't dwell on it, instead focusing on another important task. After repeatedly confirming there was no danger around, Song-Chi took out the Starsea market token from his chest, quickly channeling his internal psionic energy into the token. After all, the Nuhu-type Starsea floating continent mining vehicle and specialized exploration instruments were still stored in the market, urgently needing retrieval. Song-Chi was filled with intense anticipation, fully aware that his ability to open the celestial market in the alien star domain would determine the upper limits of his future achievements. As he continued to infuse the Starsea market token with energy, it remained unresponsive, causing his heart to sink. Just as he was about to give up, a familiar pull suddenly took hold of his body. A surge of joy filled his heart, and a radiant smile spread across his face. In the next moment, his form vanished from the energy shuttle and reappeared within the celestial market. After confirming his success, he quickly exited the market and returned to the control console of the shuttle. Having resolved this crucial issue, Song-Chi could finally devote himself entirely to the mission of exploring this unknown star domain. He was acutely aware that the Ember Fire starship had only 24 hours to remain in the alien star domain, making every moment incredibly precious. Though the fragmented Starsea was rich in resources, they were not readily available everywhere. To make any significant discoveries, he needed to locate resource-dense areas such as asteroid belts, small fragmented zones, or floating starlands. However, in the vast expanse of the Starsea, the Ember Fire starship was as small as a speck of dust, and finding these resource points within a single day was a daunting challenge. This is precisely why the Ember Fire civilization repeatedly emphasized that a good space patrol radar is worth more than anything. Song-Chi activated the level 7 energy engine, and the celestial Voyager began cruising at conventional light speed. His eyes were fixed on the space patrol radar, not missing any potential clues, with a hopeful gleam in his eyes. In this unexplored star domain, every scan could bring surprises, and every moment was filled with opportunities and challenges. Song-Chi knew that the next 24 hours would be a race against time, and he was ready to face whatever came his way. More than half an hour flew by in a flash, and the light in Song-Chi's eyes gradually dimmed, his complexion turning a shade of blue. He couldn't help but wonder if he was really this unlucky, finding himself in a void zone on his very first starfield exploration. Millions of years ago, the catastrophic shattering of the multiverse left countless cosmic fragments in its wake. Yet, the sheer vastness of the broken Starsea exceeds imagination, making it hard to measure even in light years. Consequently, the scattered fragments of celestial land couldn't entirely cover this immense space. Under such circumstances, the so-called void zone emerged. According to the common definition of Starsea civilizations, a region with a diameter exceeding 10,000 light-years, devoid of celestial structures like floating lands, asteroid belts, or debris fields, is known as a void zone. Such places are typically extremely resource-poor and are considered forbidden areas by all Starsea civilizations. Song-Chi silently prayed that he hadn't been placed in such a barren land. Fortunately, things weren't as dire as they seemed. Over an hour into lightspeed cruising, the radar of the Song-Chiong finally detected a substantial debris field. Upon locating his target, Song-Chi immediately adjusted his shuttle's course and headed straight for the debris field. Despite being the least valuable among resource points, far inferior to floating lands or even asteroid belts. Song-Chi was thrilled at this moment. According to data from the Xinhua human civilization, first-time explorers of alien starfields in Xinhua starships have a mortality rate of only 5, but over 70 of the 95 who return do so empty-handed. This stark statistic made Song-Chi acutely aware of the value of the debris field before him. Although Song-Chi was well aware that starsea floating lands likely existed nearby, he didn't consider searching for them. Instead, his goal was clear head straight for the debris field. As a newly upgraded Xinhua starship, even with enhancements supported by his parents, his capabilities were still insignificant in the vast starsea measured in light years. Song-Chi understood that the so-called not far away mentioned in textbooks could actually be hopelessly distant. With his current ghost energy shuttle, it was highly likely he wouldn't be able to pinpoint the exact coordinates of a floating land within the 24-hour exploration limit. Even if he managed to reach it, there would be little time left to gather resources. In contrast, the debris field before him, though not as resource-rich as a planetary belt or floating land, was something he could realistically claim. Moreover, the market offered new mining vehicles, which, though individually less valuable, could make up for it in quantity. Before long, the Song-Chiong reached the outskirts of the debris field. Confirming it was indeed the small debris field described in his textbooks, Song-Chi suppressed his inner urgency. He first retrieved and donned a basic civilian exoskeleton from the shuttle storage, then activated the Song-Chiong's sole special component, the Fire Kuei Soldier Tree. After consuming a full 1,000 points from the Ghost Energy Pool, 10 over 12 turtle, fiery red Fire Kuei soldiers were summoned. As he gazed at the neatly arrayed soldiers exuding a fierce aura, satisfaction flickered in Song-Chi's eyes. These 10 first-tier Fire Kuei soldiers would be his assurance while exploring the small debris field. Though only at the entry level of the first tier, they were sufficient to ensure that Song-Chiong's safety against up to 5 first-tier alien creatures. Song-Chi quietly noted the attributes of the Fire Kuei soldiers. Name: Fire Kuei Soldier. Quality: white. Tier: first tier, maximum second tier. Level: LV10. Active ability: none. Passive ability: fiery intensity. As fire tribute soldiers, their attacks carry additional burn damage. Description: a relic of a forgotten civilization with rather average quality. He ordered the 10 Fire Kuei soldiers to evenly distribute around him. Then, with a flash of ghostly light from his brow, that Song-Chiong beneath him vanished, absorbed into the Xinhua ancestral aperture in his brow. In the next moment, Song-Chi and the 10 Fire Kuei soldiers were exposed to the outer space. A powerful wave of discomfort swept over him, and Song-Chi instinctively held his breath. As a starsea human with a guidance technique level of only LV4 and a life level still at 0 tier, he couldn't adapt to the unique environment of space. Only those with a life level exceeding the first tier could remain in space for extended periods. Fortunately, the absence of gravity in the starry sky, along with prior scans indicating no presence of unusual spores or airborne viruses, allowed 11 figures to float silently. Song-Chi commanded the Huakue soldier figurines to stand by and then quietly vanished. 2 minutes later, he reappeared, with the Song-Chiong appearing before him. The hatch opened, revealing several newly installed large pieces of equipment. Song-Chi, along with 2 Huakue soldier figurines, efficiently mounted a specialized mining vehicle exploration device onto the Furious Tiger Type 1 floating land mining vehicle. Once preparations were complete, he carefully piloted the Song-Chiong into the extensive debris field stretching thousands of kilometers ahead. Within the debris field, celestial fragments of varying sizes were interspersed, posing a collision risk with the slightest miscalculation. Song-Chi meticulously maneuvered the ship, abandoning the previous light-speed cruising mode. The onboard intelligence of the Furious Tiger mining vehicle activated automatically, scanning a 10-kilometer radius for fragments and continuously alerting any detected special mineral resources. As the Song-Chiong advanced slowly, the onboard system provided constant updates. Detected black copper radiation at coordinates XXXXX on the left, estimated at about 100 kilograms. Detected iron radiation on a medium-sized fragment at coordinates XXXXX ahead, estimated at about 50 kilograms. Detected gold radiation at coordinates XXXXX on the left, estimated at about 200 kilograms. Despite the frequent alerts, Song-Chi did not halt the Song-Chiong. These were ordinary resources, and their quantities were insignificant. Not only were they far from ton-level reserves, but they didn't even exceed 300 kilograms, making them unworthy of extraction. Song-Chi understood well that each time the Furious Tiger mining vehicle was deployed for extraction, it would take at least half an hour, possibly exceeding an hour. Spending such a considerable amount of time extracting a mere 100 or 200 kilograms of common mineral resources, which were not even worth a trace of zero-grade floating land essence, was simply not cost-effective. As for towing back the fragments along with the ore, Song-Chi shook his head, as that capability was reserved for Yunnan flyships and higher-tier Xingho flyships. He silently recalled the hierarchy of ship classifications. Yuneng fly shuttle, Yuneng airship, Yuneng warship. The gap between each level was immense. About half an hour later, the silence in the cockpit was broken by the alert sound from the onboard AI of the Angry Tiger mining vehicle. Song Chi, who had been lost in thought, immediately focused his attention on the display screen. A radiation reaction of mithril ore has been detected on the fragment at coordinates XXXXX on the left side, with an estimated quantity exceeding 10 tons, the mechanical voice announced. Song Chi instinctively wanted to dismiss it, but his mind quickly processed the information. Mithril? And 10 tons? He murmured, a hint of excitement in his eyes. Memories of mithril's value surfaced rapidly. It was a resource more precious than adamantite. The average price of adamantine was around 1 clue per ton in the zero-tier floating land market, whereas mithril was priced at 5 clues per ton. 10 tons of mithril meant a potential profit of 50 clues in the zero-tier floating land market. Song Chi's heart raced. This was a significant opportunity for someone just starting out. He recalled his initial capital of 1,000 clues, a gift from his parents, both captains of the Starfire fleet. In comparison, a typical rookie's yield from an interstellar exploration would usually be around 100 clues, making this 50 clues almost half of that. Without further hesitation, Song Chi decisively maneuvered the Celestial toward the left, cautiously heading for the fragment where mithril was suspected. Meanwhile, his eyes scanned the radar, watchful for any potential dangers. With his mastery of the guidance technique at level 4, Song Chi not only had enhanced physical strength but also a stronger mind. Multitasking was now second nature to him, and it was said that higher levels of the guidance technique could allow for 10 tasks at once. Although the standard aerial radar couldn't detect life forms, it could still capture the rapid movements of high-level starsea creatures or alien civilization warships. However, Song Chi knew that the odds of encountering such high-level threats during the first welfare allocation period were minimal. Soon, the Celestial arrived at the target fragment, a massive piece extending tens of meters, far larger than the spaceship. Song Chi didn't rush into action but instead piloted the ship around the fragment for a careful survey, ensuring there were no hidden threats. Once safety was confirmed, Song Chi docked the Celestial on the fragment surface. The Angry Tiger Type 1 floating land mining vehicle then automatically exited the cabin, precisely locating the area with the strongest radiation to commence mining operations. Sitting in the cockpit, Song Chi appeared calm, but his heart was filled with anticipation. He was quite satisfied with the expensive mining vehicle, which could complete a task in at most 40 minutes, compared to the manual efforts of other rookie captains that took over 5 hours. Sure enough, just 35 minutes later, the mining vehicle returned to the cabin with 10 tons of mithril. Song Chi immediately piloted the Celestial to the void market, stored the mithril in the designated area, and continued his exploration. 2 hours later, the Celestial was still navigating through the debris field. Although he encountered some mineral deposits, they were either too low in value or quantity to bother with. Song Chi was contemplating whether to mine the previously found 8 tons of raw adamantine ore, as it could fetch around 5 to 6 clues in the zero-tier floating land market. At that moment, the mining vehicle's AI issued another alert. Moderate copper radiation area detected, with an estimated reserve of over 500 tons. Fragment coordinates, XXXXX. Song Chi raised an eyebrow, quickly snapping out of his indecision. Information about copper flashed through his mind. It was a low-grade metallic resource, typically priced at 1 clue per 5 tons in the zero-tier floating land market, not particularly valuable. However, a reserve exceeding 500 tons represented at least 100 clues in revenue. For other low-tier Starfire ships, this might not be worth the effort, as both mining and transportation posed significant challenges. But for Song Chi, with access to the void market and the Angry Tiger mining vehicle, this batch of copper was an easily obtainable fortune. With his mind made up, Song Chi swiftly piloted the Celestial to the target fragment. Upon arrival, he maintained his caution, circling the fragment to ensure its safety before deploying the mining vehicle to commence automated mining operations. Hundreds of tons of purple copper ore lay quietly, waiting to be mined. Song Chi knew well that this was not a task that could be completed in a short time. To make the most of this period, he decisively unloaded the specialized exploration instrument from the mining vehicle. The device flickered faintly in his hand, as if anticipating the new mission ahead. Song Chi's plan was straightforward. While the mining vehicle was busy extracting purple copper, he would pilot the Tianqiong around the area for exploration. This way, once the Nuhu mining vehicle finished the current batch of copper extraction, they could immediately proceed to the next task seamlessly, maximizing efficiency. He understood clearly that removing the exploration instrument would somewhat slow down the Nuhu mining vehicle's operations. However, after weighing the pros and cons, Song Chi concluded that operating them separately for a while offered better value. After all, time is money, especially in this uncharted star region. Before setting off, Song Chi glanced over the desolate debris field, feeling a bit uneasy. To be safe, he summoned 3 Huakue soldiers, whose metallic bodies gleamed coldly under the starlight. He ordered them to guard the debris field, ready to ward off any uninvited guests attracted by the noise of the mining vehicle. Hours later, the Tianqiong navigated to a location several hundred kilometers from the new Hu mining vehicle. Suddenly, the ship's speed slightly faltered, and the exploration instrument emitted a new alert. Without the automated reminders from the onboard AI, Song-Chi had to leave the cockpit to personally check the exploration results. Mercury crystal, 10 kilograms, Song-Chi muttered, a hint of regret in his eyes. Although this rare mineral's value surpassed that of mithril, its quantity was too small, making the extraction costs exceed its worth. Just as he was about to return to the cockpit, a shrill alarm erupted from the control panel behind him. Song-Chi reacted faster than his mind, instantly returning to the cockpit. His eyes darted between the radar and projection screens, quickly analyzing the sudden situation. He quickly identified the source of the alarm. In a debris field thousands of kilometers away, hundreds of previously stationary fragments had almost simultaneously shifted noticeably. Such an abnormal phenomenon was clearly not naturally occurring. Otherwise, the aerial radar wouldn't have issued such an intense warning. Song-Chi frowned, his expression grave. He knew full well that causing such a large-scale movement of debris could not be achieved by zero-level energy fluctuations. This indicated that some powerful and unknown entity lurked in this seemingly barren star region. With this realization, Song-Chi instinctively shrank back, a chill running up his spine. He decided to remain still and not meddle in what could potentially bring disaster. In this unknown universe, caution is always the wisest choice. Song-Chi, who controlled the heavenly market, was expected to focus on steady growth and had no interest in taking risks. However, when he detected an energy fluctuation that surpassed level 0 but fell short of level 2, his thoughts began to stir. After all, this exploration promised rewards and shouldn't pose a threat to the skyscape. He glanced at the 7 Fire Kuei soldier figurines standing rigidly beside him, calculating his chances of a safe retreat. Ultimately, Song-Chi decisively changed the shuttle's course and headed toward the area of disturbance. An hour later, the skyscape quietly docked behind a massive fragment over 20 meters in size, its engine shut down, perfectly concealing its presence. On the other side of the fragment lay a vacuum area with a diameter of merely 10,000 meters, at the center of which floated a flat fragment nearly a kilometer wide. Song-Chi speculated that the anomaly detected by the radar earlier originated from here. A massive burst of energy had emanated from the fragment, pushing surrounding debris several kilometers away. What was even more striking was that in just a few short minutes, 3 waves of alien creatures with peculiar wings had swarmed onto the fragment, immediately engaging in fierce combat upon landing. This scene convinced Song-Chi that the fragment must harbor extremely rare resources. Yet, faced with hundreds of alien creatures, including over a dozen first-level beings, Song-Chi refrained from acting rashly. He patiently awaited the analysis results from the ship's intelligent brain. A few minutes later, the virtual screen displayed the comparison results. These were void creatures known as the White-Winged Tribe. They were agile and swift but had weak attack power, making it difficult for them to breach the energy shields of a same-level Xinhua starship. This information sparked an idea in Song-Chi. He quickly assessed his available resources: 110 strands of zero-level floating land essence, and nearly 200 zero-level life nuclei. Strengthening the psionic shield to level 1 would require 82 strands of floating land essence and 65 life nuclei, which was entirely within his means. A level 1 psionic shield could provide 1,000 shield points, enough to withstand the combined attack of over 100 white-winged creatures. Coupled with the protection of the level 1 Fire Kuei soldier figurines, this venture appeared promising. Song-Chi's eyes gleamed with excitement as he began to finalize preparations for the upcoming operation. After a moment of hesitation, Song-Chi made a decisive choice. With danger lurking everywhere, wasn't it the perfect time to utilize emergency resources? He swiftly tapped multiple times, upgrading the psionic shield component from level 7 all the way to level 10. Consequently, the resources of the Sky Song were significantly depleted, leaving only 28 strands of zero-grade floating land essence and barely over 100 life cores. Fortunately, the level 10 psionic shield boasted impressive attributes. Psionic shield LV10 colorless quality. Consumption: 20 psionic points per second. Protection: 99 shield value. Charge: 990,990. Overload buffer: 20 seconds. Upgrade cooldown: 40 minutes. Upgrade requirements: 100 strands of zero-grade floating land essence, 1,600 psionic points, 50 zero-grade life cores. As a standard component of colorless quality, once the psionic shield is enhanced to the first tier, subsequent upgrades only require zero-grade materials, making it far more convenient than white or higher-grade items. However, the Sky Song's resources were nearly exhausted, leaving no capacity for further enhancement. Song-Chi did not act immediately. Simply upgrading the shield was insufficient for peace of mind. He first deactivated the shield, waiting for the psionic pool to refill, then piloted the Skysong back along its original route. He understood that the skirmish among the White-Wing tribe would not cease quickly, so he decided to first recover the Fury Tiger mining vehicle and extract resources from previously marked points. He planned to make a move when the 24-hour exploration limit was nearing its end. This strategy ensured that he could gather resources while allowing for a safe retreat if the situation turned unfavorable. If by then the battle had ended and the items on the fragment were taken, it simply wasn't meant to be, and Song-Chi would not force the issue. Over 10 hours later, Song-Chi returned to the vicinity of the small hollow. Only half an hour remained until the 24-hour limit for the alien realm deployment. Looking again at the large fragment, there were still over 200 surviving members of the White-Wing tribe, clearly indicating that new groups had joined after he left. To Song-Chi's displeasure, the number of first-tier White-Wing members had increased instead of decreased, now nearing 20. Despite the overwhelming number of first-tier Bai-Chi clan members, Song-Chi hesitated only for a moment. In the next second, the hull of the Selim was enveloped by a dark shield and shot out from the debris field, heading straight for a large fragment in the void ahead. The engine roared at full capacity, and the light-speed shuttle reached its destination in an instant. Song-Chi's choice of landing spot was carefully considered. Nearly 20 first-tier Bai-Chi clan members were strategically positioned around the center of the fragment, hinting that there might be high-tier resources or cosmic treasures present. Ignoring the Bai-Chi clan members who hadn't reacted yet, he quickly scanned the shuttle's projection screen and listened intently for alerts from the mining vehicle's onboard AI. Warning, intense radiation source detected. Radiation level is strong first tier, the AI's voice announced. Estimation results are as follows. 32 probability of a third-tier or higher life core, 48 probability of a remnant nuclear fusion core from a cosmic civilization, 95 probability of a primary fusion body of a level 1 floating land core. Song-Chi swiftly dismissed the first two low-probability results, focusing on the third, and couldn't help but gasp in excitement. He never expected that this large fragment would harbor such a precious treasure. The level 1 floating land core's primary fusion body, also known as the primordial form of the core, is the initial stage of a floating land core and the source from which more cores will eventually emerge. Every graded cosmic floating land contains one core. Without Song-Chi and the Bai-Chi clan's accidental discovery, this core would continue to evolve, eventually forming a complete cosmic floating land. Song-Chi understood the immense value of this low-tier level 1 floating land core. It not only enhances the evolutionary level of specific life forms, but is also a mid to high-tier cosmic treasure, perfect for crafting advanced energy cores. For a mechanized civilization, it's priceless, allowing an ordinary mechanical being to leap several tiers, providing nearly inexhaustible energy. Though the core could only elevate a mechanical life form to the third tier at most, its value was unimaginable for Song-Chi, a newly awakened captain still at the Zeroth tier. A thought flashed in his mind. Encountering such a rare event meant he had to take the chance. From the Selim's sudden appearance to Song-Chi processing all the information, it seemed long but took only 10 seconds. By then, hundreds of Bai-Chi clan members had reacted, raising their weapons and launching a full-scale attack on the Selim. Once at odds with each other, they now stood united against a common enemy. Song-Chi reacted swiftly, skillfully maneuvering the controls to dodge most of the incoming projectiles. Then, the Selim tilted and dove towards a crack over 10 meters wide, disappearing from the Bai-Chi clan sight. Inside the fissure of the large fragment, the Selim descended rapidly. Song-Chi carefully observed his surroundings and concluded that the fissure was newly formed, likely due to a recent intense energy burst. Such bursts were probably caused by the evolving level 1 floating land core's primary fusion body. The energy within an incomplete floating land core is unstable, and occasional bursts are normal. Suddenly, the Selim's dark energy shield began to ripple as the pursuing Bai-Chi clan members launched their attacks. Despite Song-Chi's exceptional piloting skills, the Selim's agility was no match for the winged Bai-Chi clan in such a narrow environment. 918-990, 850-990, 766,990. The shield's energy level dropped visibly. Song-Chi's heart raced, his previous calmness now entirely replaced by urgency. A few minutes later, Song-Chi discovered some good news. As the Sangqiang continued its descent, the number of Bai-Chi pursuing from behind began to noticeably decrease. He kept his eyes glued to the radar screen, watching the dots representing the enemies gradually disappear until only 18 blinking red dots remained, representing the 18 first-tier Bai-Chi still in pursuit. Song-Chi had just breathed a sigh of relief when he suddenly noticed an anomaly in the energy shield's readings. Despite not being attacked by the Bai-Chi from behind, the shield's value was steadily decreasing. He quickly realized the cause, and cold sweat broke out on his forehead. Clearly, as the ship drew closer to the core fusion body of the floating island at the bottom of the rift, the external energy pressure was intensifying. The only reason he hadn't felt it was due to the shielding provided by the energy shield. On the control panel, The shield value plummeted from 990 to 499, teetering on the brink of dropping below 500. Gritting his teeth, Song-Chi pressed down hard on the control stick with his right hand. But Song-Chiong accelerated instantly, diving downward at a speed far exceeding before. Time was of the essence, and Song-Chi was acutely aware of this. He had to reach the location of the floating island's core fusion body as quickly as possible. Otherwise, even if he found the target, there wouldn't be enough time to retrieve it. Without the protection of the first-tier energy shield, facing an energy impact nearing second-tier strength with his current level 4 guiding technique would be tantamount to a death wish. I must capture the core of the floating island within the Song-Chiong before the energy shield component overloads. This thought consumed Song-Chi's mind. He disregarded other risks, paying no heed to potential collisions with the rift walls or the occasional attacks launched by the first-tier by Chi from behind. The descent speed of the Song-Chiong nearly doubled again, and correspondingly, the rate of energy shield consumption on the hull surface increased rapidly. Song-Chi watched the path ahead with tension, his back drenched with sweat. Seconds later, the level 1 floating island's core fusion body finally appeared at the end of the Song-Chiong's field of vision. Song-Chi held his breath and instinctively pushed the throttle forward even more. To an outside observer, the Song-Chiong seemed to transform into a streak of light, flashing towards the core fusion body in the blink of an eye. Above the terrifyingly hot core of the floating land, the hatch of the celestial shuttle slowly opened. A dazzling tractor beam shot out from the shuttle, targeting the core fusion. As soon as the beam touched its target, Song-Chi felt a strong repulsive force, a natural resistance from the core fusion against this unfamiliar restraint. This resistance significantly slowed the progress of the tractor beam. Song-Chi kept a close eye on the energy shield's readings, his expression grim. The shield's value had dropped below 200, with only a little over 100 points remaining, and it was depleting at an alarming rate of nearly 10 points per second. Song-Chi was well aware that the celestial shuttle was merely a basic-level energy shuttle, now attempting to pull an object equivalent to a peak first-level entity, like a pony pulling a cart. Neither the energy shield nor the fire ash soldier puppets could directly enhance the tractor beam's effectiveness. If he weren't certain that this was an incompletely formed core of the floating land, and if the Ember Fire ship couldn't convert any level of cosmic artifacts into harmless components, Song-Chi would never have taken such a risk. 10 seconds later, under the continuous influence of the tractor beam, the core fusion was nearing the shuttle's hatch. Just as success seemed imminent, a series of whistling sounds came from behind. Dozens of heavy-footed first-level White-Wing tribe members were once again in pursuit. This time, they were smarter, no longer futilely attacking the celestial shuttle. Instead, they targeted the tractor beam, intending to interrupt the process. Song-Chi's eyes turned cold. He would not allow this effort to go to waste. Block those attacks, Song-Chi commanded. 10 fiery figures instantly leaped out of the shuttle's hatch. They wielded tungsten shields in their left hands and tungsten spears in their right, forming a fiery wall as they charged to intercept the attacks, executing Song-Chi's orders to perfection. Clang, clang, clank sound of metal clashing was incessant. The 10 fire ash soldier puppets formed an impenetrable defense, preventing any attack from breaking through. Song-Chi exhaled deeply, his heart easing slightly from its tight grip. He then issued the command for free attack. The fire ash soldier puppets stepped forward in unison, their fiery glow complementing their weapons, creating a visually striking scene. However, Song-Chi knew this was merely surface-level bravado. While the puppets could temporarily withstand the pressure and heat of the core fusion, they would soon be at a disadvantage against nearly double the number of White-Wing tribe members. After all, they were merely level 10 at the initial stage of the first level, and their tungsten weapons, though decently hard, were not particularly powerful. But as long as they could hold out for more than 5 seconds, it would be enough. Song-Chi never expected to defeat or even kill these White-Wing tribe members. Time seemed to stretch, with each second becoming excruciatingly long. The energy shield's value continued to plummet. 56,990. 47,990. 37,990. Just as the shield was about to hit zero, the first-level core fusion was finally fully pulled into the shuttle's hatch. Song-Chi entered a state of intense concentration, multitasking, shutting the hatch, turning the shuttle, and initiating the energy engine's overload operation. He didn't even have time to check the attributes of the core fusion, now converted into a ship component. With the engine roaring, the celestial shuttle turned into a blur, shooting towards the rift's sky. At this moment, Song-Chi couldn't care less about the fire ash soldier puppets. His only thought was to escape this perilous rift space as quickly as possible. With the energy wave of the core fusion gone, hundreds of White-Wing tribe members were no longer restrained. The energy shield was on the brink of collapse, making this the celestial shuttle's most vulnerable moment. Even a few attacks from zero-level White-Wing tribe members could spell disaster. Thankfully, the 10 fire ash soldier puppets held off most of the first-level White-Wing tribe members. Otherwise, Song-Chi might have considered retreating into the celestial market. However, unless absolutely necessary, he would never take that step. Hiding in the market could certainly ensure safety, but Song-Chi felt a twinge of anxiety. He kept his eyes glued to the control panel of the shuttle, with one critical question flashing through his mind. Would the return function of the Xinhua spacecraft be triggered within the market? The cabin was filled with incessant alarm sounds, reminding him of his perilous situation. Song-Chi quickly reviewed the results of multiple tests conducted over the past few hours, sweat beading on his forehead. The facts were clear. Entering and exiting the interdimensional market was based on his own coordinates. This meant that he could only return to the location from which he had entered. The shuttle shook violently as Song-Chi gripped the control stick tightly, his gaze darting between the rearview screen and the flight path ahead. Missing the automatic return of the Xinhua spacecraft would mean being trapped forever between this unfamiliar star region and the interdimensional market. Even though monthly market trades could secure resources, without the backing of a powerful civilization, surviving alone in this treacherous star sea was fraught with danger. Clenching his teeth, Song-Chi pushed the speed of the Tsangqiang to its limit. However, the attacks from the Baichi tribe rained down like a storm on the shuttle. Boom, boom, boom. Amidst the deafening explosions, both the main and secondary cannons of the Tsangqiang fired relentlessly, targeting the pursuers directly and blasting the rock walls on either side in an attempt to block the enemy with debris. Yet these efforts were like a drop in the bucket. Song-Chi watched helplessly as the energy level of the psionic shield plummeted and ultimately collapsed. Enemy attacks began to strike directly on the hull of the Tsangqiang, producing a teeth-gritting metallic clang. In this critical moment, Song-Chi was grateful that he had not only reinforced the psionic shield the day before, but had also upgraded the ship's armor to level 7. Although this level of armor was far inferior to a first-tier psionic shield, as long as it wasn't a first-tier Baichi attacking, it should hold up for a while. Song-Chi gripped the control stick tightly, his eyes sharp and determined, resolved to find a way to survive this life-and-death chase. Just as Song-Chi felt relieved that no first-tier Baichi clan members had caught up, the tail of the Tsangqiang suddenly shuddered violently. A first-tier Baichi clan member was pursuing from behind, and its launched attack hit the tail of the shuttle with precision. Warning, hull armor damage 34, hull damage 13, please repair immediately. The voice of the intelligent system echoed in the cockpit. Song-Chi was taken aback. The Baichi clan's attack capabilities were generally weak. The previous attacks from numerous zero-tier Baichi clan members had only caused less than 6 damage to the hull armor. However, the power of an attack from a higher tier was astonishing. A single strike from a first-tier Baichi member had damaged a quarter of the hull armor. This meant that 2 to 3 more attacks could cause irreversible damage to the Tsangqiang. Activate the basic nanobot repair kit, Song-Chi hurriedly commanded while maneuvering the Tsangqiang to speed upwards. His plan was simple. Once they escaped the rift, he could activate lightspeed cruise without hesitation. No matter how fast a first-tier Baichi member was, it couldn't reach lightspeed. The warnings kept blaring as the damage level continued to rise. Although the nanobots had initiated some repairs, they couldn't keep up with the rate of damage. Amidst the constant sounds of damage and repair, time seemed to blur until the Tsangqiang shuddered violently once again. Hull severely damaged, current armor damage 80, hull damage 62. If hull damage exceeds 80, the shuttle will lose operational capability. Please repair immediately, the intelligent system warned urgently. The second attack from the first-tier Baichi clan member caused the damage level of the Tsangqiang to soar past halfway. Yet, in this critical moment, a surge of joy flashed in Song-Chi's eyes that Tsangqiang had finally exited the rift space, returning to the skies above the fragments. Without hesitation, Song-Chi pushed the engines to overdrive. Below, the pursuing 100 Baichi clan members let out strange screeches, including the sole first-tier member, as they launched their attacks. However, just as the barrage of attacks was about to hit, the Tsangqiang vanished into a blur, reappearing at the edge of a distant hollow area. It wasn't until they re-entered the fragment belt that Song-Chi, highly focused, let out a long sigh of relief. Suddenly, a wave of intense fatigue washed over him. He realized that during the rift escape, his intense concentration had pushed him past his usual limits. Though brief, this state of heightened awareness exhilarated him. Typically, a zero-tier Xinhua captain, even with a guiding technique level of LV9, could only manage dual focus. Triple focus required a guiding technique level of LV10 or higher, with a transcended life level. Song-Chi's guiding technique was only LV4, and entering a triple focus state temporarily was a result of mental overexertion. This breakthrough state required specific circumstances and unique talent, with very few able to master it. Song-Chi was thrilled. Although this breakthrough was accidental, he was confident that with consistent practice, he could eventually master this skill. After navigating through the fragment belt for a few more minutes, ensuring the Baichi clan couldn't catch up anytime soon, Song-Chi landed the Tsangqiang on a small fragment. With only a few minutes left before an automatic return, He turned to look at the shuttle's only special component, the Hua Kuei soldier figurine tree. As expected, at this moment, 7 out of the 10 light points on the white component had already dimmed. Song-Chi gazed at the remaining 3 faint lights, fully aware that this meant 7 of the 10 Hua Kuei soldier figurines had fallen at the bottom of the rift, leaving only 3 struggling to hold on. However, a pleasant surprise came along with this. Song-Chi noticed that 2 strands of zero-level floating land essence had appeared on the Tsangqiang. This indicated that before their demise, the 7 Hua Kuei soldier figurines had successfully taken down 2 first-level Baichi tribe members. He silently calculated that 1 first-level Baichi could provide 1 strand of zero-level floating land essence, whereas it would take defeating 10,000 zero-level foreign tribes to gain the same benefit. Before Song-Chi could delve deeper into his thoughts, the remaining 3 light points quickly dimmed as well. All 10 Hua Kuei soldier figurines were lost, but he didn't feel particularly sorrowful. After all, these figurines were not gone forever. He only needed to wait for a 24-hour cooldown to summon them again. After checking the condition of the Hua Kuei soldier figurine tree component, Song-Chi turned his gaze to the cabin. The spaceship component transformed from the level 1 floating land essence core, which had cost him much effort to obtain, piqued his curiosity. The moment Song-Chi stepped into the cabin, his eyes lit up. What caught his attention was not the palm-sized spaceship component near the cabin door itself, but the dazzling purple light it emitted. Clearly, this component, transformed from the level 1 floating land essence core fusion, was a precious purple quality part. Atomic Fusion Nuclear Engine LV0 quality, purple. Song-Chi had just begun to read the component information when a weak yet intensifying sense of weightlessness suddenly hit him. Realizing the situation was unfavorable, he immediately withdrew his gaze and returned to the pilot's seat as quickly as possible. As soon as the seatbelt was fastened, a wave of weightlessness washed over like a tide, followed by a dizzying spin. On the outskirts of Jiangyuan City, at the long-range Star Sea launch platform, the number of citizens gathered today was significantly less than yesterday, yet nearly 3,000 people remained. The air was thick with anxiety and anticipation, with over 2,000 parents' faces etched with worry for their children. Awakening the spark seed and mastering the spark ship is undoubtedly a shortcut to extraordinary social status. However, this path is fraught with thorns, as each exploration of alien realms is akin to a gamble with life and death. The parents present understood this well, yet they had no choice but to pin their hopes on it, as it was one of the few opportunities for the ordinary to change their fate. If just one descendant achieved something notable in the field of spark ships, the entire family would benefit immensely, possibly even joining the ranks of emerging spark families, with a legacy that could last hundreds or thousands of years. This pursuit is nearly universal among ordinary citizens within the realm of spark human civilization. Suddenly, a loud buzzing noise pierced the silence, and the long-awaited pillar of light shot up into the sky once again. As the light faded, nearly 100 energy shuttles stood on the previously empty launch platform. These were the first batch of shuttles deployed yesterday, but judging by the numbers, only 94 individuals returned safely. All cadets, listen up. Depart the launch platform immediately. The command from the Spark Bureau agents echoed around the platform. One by one, the energy shuttles took off, making room for the returning shuttles. Nearly 2 hours later, all the cadets of this awakening session from Jiangyuan City had returned. Statistics from the Jiangyuan Spark Bureau showed that 1,032 individuals successfully awakened, with 1,032 dispatched on welfare missions, and 980 successfully returned. This meant that 52 cadets were lost due to death or unknown reasons in the alien realms. Although this number was not unexpected, the atmosphere remained heavy, as each number represented a vibrant life. However, this somber mood did not linger long in the minds of the cadets. Once aboard the hovercraft back to school, the students of the first Spark Academy began to chat excitedly. The group chat of the 255th cohort of awakening students was buzzing with activity. In the chat, students eagerly shared their gains. Someone had mined 30 tons of uranium from an asteroid belt, while another found only 60 tons of refined iron, sparking envy and banter among them. Song-Chi glanced at the chat history and turned to ask Sun Hao beside him, How did you fare this time? Sun Hao, typing on his communication wristband, responded in a low voice, 50 tons of gas ore. Hearing gas ore, Song-Chi raised an eyebrow and couldn't help but comment, gas ore is a high-grade resource. 1 ton can sell for 10 strands of zero-level floating land essence. That's 500 strands, and you're envious of others? Sun Hao chuckled, his muscular left arm draped over Song-Chi's shoulder. Chi, you know me. Showing off is pointless. Keeping a low profile is my life motto. Song-Chi glanced at Sun Hao's arm, thicker than his own thigh, and couldn't see how this nearly 2-meter tall, 150-kilogram giant embodied low profile. Sun Hao quickly asked back, How about you, Chi? 10 tons of mithril, Song-Chi replied casually, not mentioning the over 600 tons of purple copper. He was well aware that exposing his golden finger, the celestial market, would bring endless trouble. As for the purple component of the atomic fusion nuclear engine, he also planned to keep it under wraps for now, given its considerable value and potential to attract unwanted attention. Just then, a striking message appeared in the group chat. Deng Chang from Class 1 posted an attribute image of a blue-grade main cannon superconducting laser cannon, expressing interest in selling it. This message immediately caused a stir in the chat, even attracting the attention of academy teachers eager to negotiate. Though Song Chi was tempted, he didn't show it. Sun Hao couldn't help but remark, "Is he crazy? Why not keep a blue-grade main cannon for himself?" Song Chi gently shook his head, not agreeing with this view. He thought to himself that everyone has their plans. While a blue-grade main cannon is powerful, without sufficient resources for enhancement, it might not even last through the next exploration. In contrast, selling it now at a high price could provide resources for comprehensive upgrades to the energy shuttle, improving survival chances in future alien realm explorations. It's a trade-off, and as long as the person involved believes it's worth it, that's enough. Clap, clap, clap. Applause suddenly erupted from the back of the classroom, interrupting Song Chi just as he finished speaking. Before Sun Hao could respond, both of them turned to see who it was. The person clapping was none other than Wang Yuan, the other student in Class 5, besides Sun Hao, who had awakened the white flame seed. Wang Yuan stood up from his seat in the back row, smiling as he walked over. "Well said. Gains and losses, this viewpoint aligns perfectly with mine." He squeezed in next to Song Chi and Sun Hao, chatting away like an old friend. "Sun Hao, Song Chi, hello. We haven't interacted much over the past 10 years, but things are different now. Only 16 of us in our class have successfully awakened, and after this exploration benefit, only 15 remain." Song Chi listened quietly to these rather superficial remarks, subtly making room and changing seats. As someone with 2 lifetimes of experience, he easily saw through Wang Yuan's intention. She simply wanted to rally the class together to boost his own status and influence, thereby gaining more resources and benefits. Song Chi wasn't particularly interested in this, but he didn't oppose it either. After all, without strength and background, seeking progress through unity seemed quite reasonable. The scene shifted to the auditorium of Jiangyuan First Flame Academy. Nearly 200 students sat below the stage, where the head instructor passionately delivered a speech. This was the last academy gathering for the current students before they officially graduated and went their separate ways. Some might perish in future explorations of alien realms, while others might choose to stop exploring, opting instead to slowly accumulate through the psionic training platform on the shuttle, eventually reaching the first tier and enjoying a lifespan of 200 years. Of course, some might soar to great heights, with limitless potential. However, none of them could return to this moment in time. Song Chi listened absent-mindedly, and as soon as the gathering ended, he politely declined invitations from Sun Hao, Wang Yuan, and others, rushing back home. Once he entered his bedroom, he immediately went into the celestial market. The market stall area was already piled with various ores, not only mithril and purple copper but also adamantine, cold iron, and more. Although the quantities were small, mostly under 10 tons, there was slightly more adamantine, about 30 tons. Overall, including the initially mined mithril and purple copper, the value was roughly 350 strands of zero-level floating land essence. This number might not seem high, but it's important to note that the average yield for a flame civilization shuttle's exploration of alien realms is only around 100 strands, and this doesn't even include the piece of purple atomic fusion reactor engine component. Thinking of the atomic fusion reactor engine, Song Chi immediately summoned the skyship. Since returning, he hadn't had the chance to examine the specific properties of this purple component, which left him eager with anticipation. Atomic fusion reactor engine LV0. Quality: purple. Feature: additional 20 energy supply efficiency. Consumption: 5s. Energy supply: 30 SIXS. Overload buffer: 30 minutes. Energy pool: 5,000 points. Can store 5,000 energy points. Convertible: Level 1 floating land core fusion body. Upgrade requirements: 5 strands of zero-level floating land essence, 500 energy points, 5 zero-level life cores. Seeing the engine's attributes, Song Chi's eyes lit up. As expected of a purple-grade component, even without enhancement, its attributes already surpassed those of a level 7 psionic engine. Especially noteworthy was the unique high-quality component featuring additional 20 energy supply efficiency, which would surely become more significant as the component's enhancement level increased. After a brief moment of excitement, Song Chi's attention turned to the convertible section. This attribute represented the component's original form as a miraculous item. Every colored ship component was inevitably transformed from a cosmic miraculous item. When the level 1 floating land core fusion body is absorbed into the flame warship, it transforms into a ship component. Similarly, when removed from the warship, it can revert to its original miraculous item form. After reviewing the attributes, Song Chi didn't rush to replace the standard psionic engine with this purple engine component. Although it appeared to be a nuclear energy engine unrelated to psionics, once integrated into the warship slot, the flame seed could immediately convert its energy output into psionic energy. The reason Song-Chi didn't replace it immediately was because he had a clear plan in mind. Standing in the control room of the Zhangqiang, he gazed through the holographic screen at the alien domain they had just finished exploring. With a light touch on the screen, he brought up the countdown for their next exploration mission exactly 1 month away. No rush, he murmured to himself. The current dark energy engine can hold on a bit longer. He glanced around the ship's cabin to ensure no high-energy components were running. A slight smile played on his lips as a bold plan began to form in his mind. Perhaps, he said softly, I can find a good buyer for this Tier 1 floating land core fusion at the All Heavens Bazaar. He knew the chances were slim, but what harm was there in trying? Song-Chi sat down at the console, meticulously planning the preparations needed before the All Heavens Bazaar opened. The uncertainty of the long-range space gate's random deployment left him no choice but to be prepared. He pulled up a list and began to itemize the supplies he needed to procure. 1. Tungsten steel shields and spears highly praised within the Ember human civilization for their durability and affordability. 2. Gene optimization serums widely popular and cost-effective. 3. Life primordial sand essential resource throughout the shattered star sea. A shrewd glint flashed in Song-Chi's eyes. This isn't charity, he muttered to himself. 3 times, no, 5 times the price. That's the essence of interstellar trade. After spending an entire hour finalizing every detail, he confidently confirmed his plans. Zhangqiang, set sail, he called out softly. With a deep hum, the massive Zhangqiang materialized before him. He immediately began transferring the ores stored in the bazaar. Glancing at the few remaining strands of Tier 0 floating land core, Song-Chi calculated silently, funds are tight. These ores were meant to be sold anyway, so they might as well serve their purpose now. The only real headache was dealing with over 600 tons of purple copper. Song-Chi frowned in thought. Such a massive quantity would require multiple trips to transport. What was more challenging was how to sell it without leaving any trace. He was aware that selling through regular channels might not attract immediate attention, but if investigated later, it would undoubtedly raise significant suspicion. After all, how could a student who awakened just 2 days ago return from his first alien domain exploration with over 600 tons of purple copper? This far exceeded the maximum capacity of about 100 tons for a single energy shuttle. To avoid exposing the celestial market, Song-Chi had to devise a foolproof plan. He decided to first attempt selling a portion through legitimate channels. He went to the Eagle Machinery shop on the top floor of the Dongjiang Spark Mall, not far from the Dongjiang community. The shop assistant greeted him with a polite smile and quickly quoted the purchase prices. 10 tons of mithril, 34 tons of refined gold, 11 tons of cold iron, 15 tons of mercury crystal, 45 tons of purple copper, calculated at 70 of the market price, totaling 177.8 strands of zero-level floating land source, rounded up to 178 strands. Song-Chi immediately argued, Miss, 70 is really too low. Most other shops are buying at 80. The assistant maintained her smile but didn't respond further, clearly indicating that if he didn't accept, he should look elsewhere. Seeing this, Song-Chi offered a compromise. How about this? You buy at 80, and I'll spend the entire amount of floating land source in your store? After some negotiation, Eagle Machinery Shop agreed to this proposal. Song-Chi spent the entire 203 strands of floating land source as agreed, purchasing 1,000 tungsten battle shields, 1,000 tungsten spears, 1 Starsea universal translator, and 100 basic gene optimization liquids. He also paid an additional 17 strands of zero-level floating land source. Having dealt with this portion, Song-Chi turned to more discreet channels. He drove to Dongshan Forest Park in the southern suburbs of Jiangyuan City. Behind this famous park lay the city's largest black market. Though the authorities were tacitly aware of its existence, such a market was deemed necessary for the entire Spark civilization domain. Using knowledge from an experience with his father years ago, and several solo visits since, Song-Chi skillfully infiltrated the black market. He first disguised himself, set his energy shuttle's name to be invisible, and then sold the remaining 500+ tons of purple copper to various shops in different sections of the black market over several transactions. The process was seamless and smooth. Although the black market's purchase price was only 65 of the market rate, as a novice Spark captain, Song-Chi had no choice but to accept these unfavorable terms to keep his identity hidden. The purple copper, worth 110 strands of zero-level floating land source at market price, fetched him only 71 strands, nearly a 50 loss. With some reluctance, Song-Chi returned to the Spark Mall. He gritted his teeth and exchanged all 90 strands of floating land source for a total of 720 life nuclei, 700 zero-level and 21st level. He vowed to himself that he would make up for this loss in the celestial market. After preparing for the market, Song-Chi promptly returned home. He briefly explained to his parents that he might need to enter a deep sleep for a day or two, and after receiving their consent, he quickly retreated to his bedroom. Despite his eagerness to enter the celestial market for his first trade, the mental exhaustion from exceeding his limits couldn't be ignored. Shang-Chi fought off fatigue, arranged everything, and immediately entered a deep sleep. It took him 20 hours to fully recover. Upon waking, Shang-Chi immediately entered the celestial market. He spent half an hour arranging the items he purchased the previous day across 10 shops. Once everything was set, he confidently headed towards the ultra-long-range teleportation gate at the far end of the market. Behind him, 10 fire soldier figurines, glowing with a red hue, followed in 2 lines. After a full day of preparation, the fire soldier figurine components were fully ready. In front of the ultra-long-range space gate random deployment platform, Shang-Chi gently tapped it once, just about to activate the platform when a notification sound chimed. A mechanical voice clearly stated, detected as the first activation of this market in 10,000 years, you may specify the exact deployment area for one space gate. Upon hearing this, Shang-Chi was immediately struck by inspiration. The phrase, territory of the mechanical civilization, flashed through his mind like a lightning bolt, instantly capturing his entire attention. He recalled the recently acquired Tier 1 floating land core fusion, a treasure comparable to an energy artifact for members of the mechanical race, sparking an unprecedented interest in mechanical civilization within him. Without hesitation, Shang-Chi activated his communication wristband, quickly accessing the pre-downloaded compendium of alien civilizations and creatures. This offline database contained detailed information on known mechanical civilizations. After carefully browsing through it, he selected a specific set of coordinates and decisively activated the ultra-long-range space gate random deployment platform before him. The platform emitted a strong tremor, and amidst the buzzing sound, 10 beams of light illuminated from it. With a series of whooshing sounds, the 10 beams shot out like arrows from a bowstring, piercing through the semicircular protective shield of the market's outer layer, and finally vanishing into the silent void of space. Seconds later, at the entrance region of the market, 10 vortex-shaped space entry points quietly appeared. Shang-Chi immediately commanded 10 Huakue warrior figures to guard these space gates. Simultaneously, he carefully placed the Star Sea Universal Translator at the market entrance, ready for possible use by different species that might arrive, especially those lower beings yet to master the universal language of the Star Sea. Finally, Shang-Chi used the special abilities of the market's owner to manifest a light screen at the entrance. This light screen bore the various trading rules of the market, condensed by the law forces of the mystical space. Any creature viewing it would instantly comprehend the rules listed within, as if by instinct. Having completed all these preparations, Shang-Chi stood at the entrance, waiting for the arrival of the first batch of visitors, feeling both anticipation and a hint of nervousness. The display screen listed numerous rules, but the first was straightforward. Voluntary trade, mutual consent. The second rule was concise. No fighting or conflict allowed. The subsequent regulations were not overly strict, yet they ensured the market's order and Shang-Chi's profits. The third rule required a 10 transaction tax on each deal, while the fourth mentioned the option to pay for the use of a universal translator at the cost of 1 zero-grade life core. The rules concluded by stating that the market would last for 24 hours, with 23 hours, 58 minutes, and 27 seconds remaining. Having arranged everything, Shang-Chi discreetly entered the market, deliberately concealing his identity and posing as a curious newcomer. He strolled through the various stalls, observing every detail closely. Suddenly, a subtle spatial ripple emerged at the entrance. A creature with a bull's head and a human body, wielding a large spiked club, stepped through the portal, cautiously surveying its surroundings. As the master of the market, Shang-Chi received an alert but continued nonchalantly browsing the stalls, setting an example of proper behavior for newcomers. The bull-headed creature quickly adapted to the environment, imitating Shang-Chi's actions and examining the merchandise at each stall. While covertly observing, Shang-Chi consulted the comprehensive database of star civilizations and species on his communication bracelet. He soon identified the creature, a member of the Minotaur race, a common half-beast species in the fragmented Star Sea, typically at a primitive stage of civilization, valuing strength, with impressive individual combat abilities but minimal technological development. Shang-Chi breathed a sigh of relief, knowing that at least one spatial gate had opened on a floating landmass of unknown level, ensuring there wouldn't be a lack of visitors. He was well aware that spatial gates could appear anywhere, including desolate starry skies or barren asteroid belts, and there had been awkward instances of complete absence of visitors, especially during the zero-grade market period with only 10 gates. As he pondered, the Minotaur entered a shop selling basic genetic enhancement potions. After scanning the information on the display screen, its expression shifted from delight to caution. It asked in the universal star language how to verify the potion's effects. Shang-Chi considered for a moment before displaying on the screen. You can pay a deposit to test it personally. The Minotaur hesitated, unwilling to recklessly consume an unfamiliar potion as an elite warrior of the Blue Ox tribe. At that moment, a commotion was heard outside the market, indicating the arrival of new creatures. In a hurry, the Minotaur decided to take the risk, placing 50 zero-grade life cores as a deposit and gulping down the potion. Instantly, a gentle warmth spread through its body, followed by intense pain. 2 minutes later, the Minotaur opened its eyes, feeling the surge of power and nearly doubled physical capabilities, its excitement barely contained. It immediately expressed interest in purchasing the remaining 99 potions. However, a peculiar creature with a large head and 2 tentacles supporting it suddenly appeared, also wanting to buy the potions. The shop's display screen then showed a new rule. Each customer could purchase a maximum of 10 potions per transaction. Song-Chi regretted not stocking more but understood this was a prime opportunity to attract interest. As expected, both customers bought 10 potions each and hurriedly left, likely to gather more of their kin. As time went on, the number of creatures in the market rapidly increased, soon reaching hundreds. Under the deterrence of 10 first-tier fire Kuei warriors, these beings from various races behaved exceptionally well. Hours passed without any incidents, which surprised Song-Chi. Yesterday, the goods he had bought wholesale sold out at over triple the price, bringing him a considerable profit. However, despite his delight, he couldn't help but sigh. Due to limited startup capital, even with such a significant price difference, this batch of goods only earned him less than 1,000 strands of zero-tier floating land origin. Although this income was substantial, it was far from lucrative. Fortunately, the continued trading in the freestall area brought Song-Chi additional income through simple transaction taxes. With funds equivalent to over 1,000 strands of zero-tier floating land origin in hand, Song-Chi felt more confident. He cleverly disguised himself as an ordinary trader and blended into the bustling stall area. It's important to note that 1,000 strands of zero-tier floating land origin is merely a measure of value, not the actual resources Song-Chi possesses. In fact, he holds more life cores. According to the exchange rate in the Xinhua human civilization's territory, their total value exceeds 1,000 strands of zero-tier floating land origin. Floating land origin is typically used as currency by mid-level and higher starsea civilizations, whereas for lower civilizations, life cores are the real hard currency. The original 10M x 10M stall area was particularly cramped for hundreds of starsea intelligent beings. Song-Chi decisively spent 150 strands of zero-tier floating land origin to upgrade the market from LV0 to LV5. Under the astonished gaze of many intelligent beings, the all-heavens market rapidly expanded from 100M x 100M to 300M x 300M. The stall area also grew from 10M x 10M to 30M x 30M. Although still crowded, it was much improved. The market's attribute panel was updated accordingly. Name: All Heavens Market. Market owner: Song-Chi. Level: LV5. Size: 300M x 300M. Basic facilities: 24 vacant shops, 130M x 30M stall area, a 1-story inn with 30 rooms, 1 LV0 all-attribute training room doubles efficiency during psionic training, 1 LV0 psionic defense array, 1 LV0 ultra-long-range space gate random deployment platform. Additional facilities: None 04. Feature: Calamity evasion can freely move within the void to avoid natural disasters. Upgrade requirements: 60 strands of zero-tier floating land origin, market transaction volume of 600 strands of zero-tier floating land origin. Note: an inconspicuous small market on the dark side of the shattered star sea, seemingly only allowing beings below the first tier. Fortunately, it has decent potential. Song-Chi gazed at this attribute panel, visible only to him, with a slight frown. Although the additional facilities column gained 2 slots upon the market's upgrade to LV5, the all-attribute training room, ultra-long-range space gate random deployment platform, and psionic defense array remained unchanged. Clearly, enhancing these would require additional resources, leaving him somewhat disheartened. The only consolation was that the market's monthly opening still promised significant returns. With sufficient startup capital and the space gate deployed to the right location, the profits remained quite stable. After upgrading the market, Song-Chi began wandering between stalls, hoping to find some bargains. After all, prices varied greatly across different regions of the shattered star sea. It was possible that items appearing cheap in the hands of other races were actually scarce resources within the Xinhua human civilization's territory. However, most of the goods at the stalls were not to his liking. A ton of refined iron ore was priced at 20 zero-tier life cores, twice the market rate, a blatant ripoff. 2 tons of secret silver ore were priced at 8 first-tier life cores, cheaper than market prices, but without a stable supply channel. Selling on the black market would result in losses, making it an equally poor choice. Just as Song-Chi was about to give up hope, he suddenly stopped at a Minotaur's stall. His gaze, seemingly casual, was actually fixed on a palm-sized black sphere. This seemingly ordinary item was, in fact, a white-grade rare artifact. Rare artifact: refined gold ore. Quality: white. Can transform into 1 golden moon blade, 2 golden rock shield, 3 golden rock ship armor. Note: a premium item among white-grade rare artifacts. This unexpected discovery set Song Chi's heart racing. He had merely hoped to find some profitable goods and had never anticipated such a stroke of luck. It's important to know that each starsea rare artifact is incredibly precious, requiring eons to form. Even the lowest-tier white-grade rare artifacts are extraordinarily rare. Song Chi pretended to casually browse through the items at the stall before finally picking up a black sphere. Feigning curiosity, he asked, "What is this?" The bull-headed vendor scratched his head sheepishly and explained, "I got this after defeating a warrior from a rival tribe. I don't know what kind of mineral it is, but it's extremely hard. Even our best blacksmiths couldn't melt it." His eyes darted as he added, "If you're interested, it's yours for 100 tier 0 life cores. The quality of this ore is exceptional, and if forged into a weapon, its destructive power would be phenomenal." Song Chi frowned and began to negotiate. "We don't know exactly what metal this is, so 100 is too steep. How about we cut it in half, say 50? He knew that agreeing too quickly would raise suspicion, so he needed to haggle to put the vendor at ease. After some back-and-forth bargaining, Song Chi eventually purchased the peculiar item for 75 tier 0 life cores. Although he appeared calm on the outside, he was inwardly thrilled. The essence of the black sphere was actually a concentrated form of a large vein of adamantite, far more valuable than ordinary adamantite ore. According to the properties panel, this metallic oddity could be used for the armor of a starfire battleship, or crafted into individual weapons and shields. Encouraged by his success, Song Chi began frequenting other stalls, hoping to stumble upon more stellar artifacts. Although he didn't find any more rare items, he did acquire several batches of resources that were scarce in the Starfire civilization's territory. Even if he later sold them on the black market, he could still earn over 100 tier 0 floating land essences, which was better than nothing. As time passed, more than half of the market's open period had elapsed. Song Chi's expression gradually darkened. He recalled placing a spatial gate within the mechanical civilization's territory recorded by the Starfire human civilization, yet not a single mechanical being had entered the market. This unexpected situation left him both disappointed and perplexed. In the shattered star sea, within the Tianqi galaxy, lies the Falling Whale Star Domain, a region heavily populated with void rifts. This area, known as a notorious forbidden zone within the territory of the Tianqi mechanical civilization, has always been scarcely visited. Tens of thousands of years ago, a colossal battle erupted here between the cosmic beast Longfin Void Whale and the mechanical legion led by the creation intelligence of the Tianqi civilization, turning the Starry River into a battlefield. The outcome of the battle remains unknown, but since then, the Void Whale Star Domain was renamed to the Falling Whale Star Domain, riddled with space rifts. For countless years, any creature venturing into this area has been devoured by the rifts, becoming dust in the void winds. On this particular day, a mechanical fleet suddenly broke the silence of the Star Domain. Comprised of dozens of battleships of varying sizes, the fleet tightly surrounded a flagship measuring 1,000 meters long and 200 meters wide, with a greenish-brown hue. The bow of the flagship was equipped with an intimidating railgun nearly 100 meters in diameter. Inside the flagship's control room, a silver-armored robot sat at the main console. Despite possessing only first-tier strength, it was evidently of higher status than the second- and third-tier robots behind it. "Can you confirm that the target fled into this star domain?" the silver-armored robot asked coldly. Based on the last radar detection, the target's signal indeed vanished in this region. And the response was abruptly interrupted by a rapid alert sound. Detected an unknown space gate fluctuation at coordinates XXXXX. The red light flickered in the silver-armored robot's eyes, and after a brief moment, it commanded, "Go check it out." Meanwhile, the bustling trading at the All Heavens marketplace was nearing its end, yet the excitement showed no signs of waning. Not only was Song Chi profiting from the price differences, but the Starsea aliens on the other side of the space gate were also frantically selling high-value materials. Song Chi collected a 10 transaction tax, and combined with the profits from selling gene optimization potions, the total value of resources he controlled had exceeded 3,000 strands of zero-tier floating land essence, 10 times what he had at the start. Amidst the fervent trading, the sudden appearance of a mechanical being brought the marketplace to a standstill. This zero-tier pinnacle mechanical life form, entirely metallic, drew the wary attention of the aliens present. The mechanical race was notorious in the shattered star sea for its madness and extremism, and most civilizations and species kept their distance. As the mechanical being entered the marketplace, its red gaze scanned the area, seemingly searching for something. Despite its domineering behavior, it did not break any rules, and the aliens, unwilling to waste trading time, chose to overlook it. During this time, Song Chi quietly transitioned from a consumer to a vendor, displaying life cores and type, floating land essence core fusions at his stall. Before long, the mechanical being stopped in front of Song Chi's stall. "How do you propose to trade this purple-grade artifact?" the mechanical being asked coldly. Song Chi promptly replied, The purple-grade floating land essence core fusion can only be exchanged for other types of artifacts. As long as you can offer a suitable artifact that satisfies me, this floating land essence core fusion is yours to take anytime. The mechanical being did not respond but swiftly left the marketplace. Song-Chi was puzzled, but soon, the mechanical being returned with over 20 zero-tier companions, raising the level of alertness significantly. Witnessing this, Song-Chi felt a surge of excitement, anticipating the high-value transaction about to unfold. Although he had the power to forcibly seize the item using marketplace rules, he ultimately dismissed the notion to preserve the reputation of the all-heavens marketplace. An ancient saying from the land of Huaxia goes, "If you wish to keep something hidden, do not do it yourself." Song-Chi understood this well. He knew that in the fragmented star sea, the reputation of the celestial market was crucial for rising to prominence. He was aware that a moment's greed could jeopardize countless future transactions, resulting in losses far exceeding today's gains. Over 20 fully armed members of the mech tribe approached Song-Chi's stall, with their leader presenting a peculiar item glowing with a purple hue. It was a grayish-blue eyeball-like object, densely packed with unsettling tiny pupils. After a focused examination, Song-Chi quickly identified it as a multi-eye tribe's original eyeball capable of evolving, featuring both a soul-destroying beam and a mid-range soul wave detection radar. Despite being a top-tier item among purple treasures, Song-Chi didn't hesitate to shake his head in refusal. He was well aware that his own level 1 floating island core fusion was also of purple quality, with performance equally unmatched. An exchange for an equivalent grade ship's main cannon or radar was utterly pointless. The mech tribe seemed prepared for this and promptly retrieved another artifact from an exquisite briefcase. This time, the dazzling orange glow immediately captured Song-Chi's attention. Orange quality items in the fragmented star sea were known as glory, and seeing such a rare item before him filled Song-Chi with excitement. This artifact was a high-grade crystal formed from extremely pure dark matter energy over tens of thousands of years and could evolve into a dark matter energy shield generator. Suppressing his excitement, Song-Chi had already decided that he must acquire this orange glory-grade ship energy shield component. However, Song-Chi did not reveal his intentions. Instead, he gave a response that infuriated all the mech tribe members. Not enough. The leader's red light flickered as he questioned, "Even an orange glory-grade item is not enough? Human, do you have any intention of making a fair trade?" Song-Chi remained unfazed, confident in his stance. He knew the importance of the level 1 floating island core fusion to the mech tribe. This artifact, capable of infinite energy supply and unparalleled output, was more enticing to silicon-based life forms than an orange-quality item. The mech tribe's eyes glowed red, indicating their rising agitation. Observing this, Song-Chi feigned caution while secretly employing his mystical powers. Suddenly, the sky above the market transformed, and a massive, illusory pupil appeared out of nowhere. The 20-odd mech tribe members were immediately engulfed by an intense, chilling threat of death. The nearly 1,000 other non-human entities in the market were all struck with terror, relieved they had not harbored ill intentions. Once the mech tribe quelled their impulse to act, the market returned to peace. The leader left briefly, then returned with a new mechanical briefcase. He opened it in front of Song-Chi, revealing 6 purple treasures whose brilliance illuminated half the stall area. Though the surrounding entities felt a twinge of greed, the memory of the terrifying spectacle quickly extinguished any malicious thoughts. The mech tribe leader laid out the final terms. In addition to the dark matter energy high-grade crystal, you may select one of these 6 purple items. If you still refuse, the deal is off. Song-Chi understood this was their bottom line and ceased bargaining, turning instead to carefully evaluate the 6 purple quality items. Beyond the previously seen multi-eye tribe eyeball, 2 were unsuitable for the Embership and were immediately dismissed. The remaining 3 were an energy stone, the Millennium Star Core Flame, and the Snook Starship Cannon, all convertible to propulsion systems or auxiliary ship cannons, each highly valuable. Among them, the Millennium Star Core Flame was particularly rare, capable of enhancing the quality of the Ember Seed. Song-Chi's hand trembled beneath the stall. The excitement from acquiring an orange-grade rare item had yet to subside, and now the sight of the Millennium Star Core Flame among the 3 mystical items before him left his mind buzzing with exhilaration. This sensation was a result of intense stimulation to his brain, leaving him momentarily overwhelmed. Despite having already made his decision the instant he saw the attributes of the Millennium Star Core Flame, Song-Chi maintained a facade of calmness, carefully inspecting the detailed properties of each mystical item to prevent the surrounding mechanical beings from noticing anything unusual. There was the purple evolvable energy stone, rather standard mystical item. The purple evolvable Millennium Star Core Flame could serve as both a stellar core thermal engine and an advanced fire source for the Flame Seed, offering a wide range of applications. The purple evolvable Snook Starship Cannon was a mystical item forged through the trials of time. Although the other 2 items were impressive, they did not sway Song-Chi's determination. He chose the Millennium Star Core Flame without hesitation, completing the transaction alongside a high-grade dark matter energy crystal. After acquiring the Level 1 floating land core fusion, the mechanical being swiftly departed the celestial market. Not long after, the first market transaction concluded with Song-Chi's heart brimming with excitement. The various star sea alien races looked up to see the market sky swirling with clouds, where 8 characters embodying laws appeared. The star sea is boundless, until we meet again. 10 seconds later, a powerful repulsive force acted upon all those who lingered, precisely teleporting them back to their original locations. The market emptied in an instant, but Song-Chi had no time for reflection. While counting his resources, he quickly summoned the skyscape. A few minutes later, with joy evident on his face, Song-Chi leisurely boarded the spacecraft. An initial tally revealed that the total value of resources in his possession approached 4,000 strands of zero-level floating land essence. After deducting the cost of upgrading the market, this transaction netted him a profit of 3,700 strands of zero-level floating land essence, along with 3 mystical items: a white refined gold ore, the purple Millennium Star Core Flame, and the orange high-grade dark matter energy crystal. Upon entering the skyscape, the colorless flame ship's hull began to silently transform these 3 mystical items. Once the transformation was complete, their attributes had significantly changed. The gold rock ship's armor became white-grade, consuming 3 energy points per second and providing 13 points of protection. Upgrading required 5 strands of zero-level floating land essence, 500 energy points, and 1 ton of refined gold. The Millennium Star Core Flame became an advanced fire source for the flame seed, capable of elevating a colorless flame seed by 1 grade, making it highly appealing to captains of low-quality flame ships. The dark matter energy shield generator was upgraded to orange grade, featuring a 40 increase in shield value and doubled shield protection. It consumed 10 energy points per second, providing 38 points of protection and 532 shield points, with a recharge time of 30 seconds and a 1-hour cooldown after overload. Upgrading required 10 strands of zero-level floating land essence, 1,000 energy points, and 1 ton of mercury crystal. Song-Chi set aside the 2 ship components for the time being and immediately channeled his internal dark energy, opening the ancestral aperture of the flame seed and absorbing the star core flame within. It was well known that the lowest grade fire source capable of enhancing the flame seed was purple grade, and although this strand of Millennium Star Core Flame could only elevate a colorless flame seed to white, it was more than sufficient for Song-Chi at this moment. As the Star Core Flame entered the ancestral aperture, the light of the flame seed blazed brightly. It sensed the allure of this potent fire source, and its instinctual drive for advancement compelled it to eagerly devour and merge with the Millennium Star Core Flame. Guided by the Seed of Ember, the fire of the ancient star core slowly moved toward the center of the ancestral aperture. When the two finally made contact, it was as if the Seed of Ember was fueled with a great amount of wood, instantly igniting into a blazing flame. This flame danced wildly within the ancestral aperture like an untamed stallion. The process of devouring and fusion lasted for about 10 minutes. As it concluded, the Seed of Ember underwent a transformation, changing from its original dark hue to a radiant white. This change had an immediate effect on Song-Chi, rejuvenating his previously weary spirit and restoring his depleted energy. Moreover, under the influence of the white Seed of Ember, his mental strength became more solid and stable. Song-Chi deeply felt the powerful effects of the Seed of Ember. It not only bestowed dark energy but also protected and enhanced the spirit. The higher the quality of the Seed of Ember, the stronger these effects became. This characteristic gave the Ember human civilization an inherent advantage when facing soul-based alien races in the star seas. More importantly, the improvement in the quality of the Seed of Ember directly impacted the performance of the skyship. The ship's tier increased from 1 to 2, and the enhancement level cap of various components rose from level 19 to level 29. The number of special component slots also increased. Previously, only 2 slots could be added every 5 levels, but now 4 slots could be added. After confirming the quality upgrade of the Seed of Ember, Song-Chi turned his attention to 2 basic components. Without hesitation, he replaced the standard ship armor and dark energy shield with new components and began the enhancement process. Song-Chi first chose to enhance the dark matter energy shield generator. He accessed the system interface to verify the materials needed for enhancement: 10 strands of zero-tier floating land essence, 1,000 dark energy points, and 1 ton of mercury crystal. Without delay, he confirmed the selection, and the enhancement process commenced. Within seconds, the dark matter energy shield generator was successfully enhanced to level 10. This enhancement consumed a total of 420 strands of zero-tier floating land essence and 60 tons of mercury crystal. If converted entirely to floating land essence, it equated to 10-20 strands of zero-tier floating land essence. Initially, Song-Chi didn't plan to stop, but the resources required to enhance the orange-grade glory components were truly daunting. He stared at the data panel in front of him, his brows furrowed. Even though he had recently earned nearly 4,000 strands of zero-level floating land essence, such extravagance was unsustainable. Taking a deep breath, Song-Chi began to calculate carefully. Each level of enhancement beyond the first level required exponentially more resources. Considering the actual price of first-level floating land essence, it could easily start at 400 strands of zero-level floating land essence. He shook his head slightly. He really couldn't afford such enhancements at the moment. After all, there were other components that needed upgrading, and he also needed to reserve some seed money for the second market trade happening in a month. More challenging still was his lack of first-level floating land essence. Unlike the zero level, the quantity of first-level and above floating land essence dropped off dramatically. Song-Chi recalled the information he had gathered earlier. Most floating land cores in the star sea could produce zero-level floating land essence, and killing alien floating land creatures could also yield some. However, to consistently produce first-level or higher floating land essence, a star sea floating land of at least level was necessary, and even then, annual production was limited. He couldn't help but reflect on how rare higher-level star sea floating lands were. Over 90 of the star sea floating lands in the fragmented star sea were either ungraded or level. For instance, the White Tower floating land was a level land, but being a life-type floating land, its value was the highest among all level lands. His gaze fell on the newly enhanced first-level dark matter energy shield generator, and a slight smile of satisfaction appeared on his lips. The attributes of this equipment far exceeded those of the previously enhanced LV-10 Psi shield. He carefully reviewed the data. Dark matter energy shield generator LV-10. Quality: orange. Feature: extra 60 shield value. Feature 2: doubled shield protection value. Consumption: 40 Psi points. Protection: 380 shield value. Charge: 60806080. Overload buffer: 20s. Upgrade requirements: 20 strands of first-level floating land essence, 5,000 PSI points, 20 tons of mercury crystal. The shield value alone was 6 times that of the previous eye shield, making Song-Chi marvel at the power of orange-grade components. After the dark matter energy shield generator, the next in line should have been the white-grade gold rock hull armor. However, after some thought, Song-Chi decided to change his plan. With the dark matter energy shield generator already in place as an orange-grade energy shield, the priority for enhancing the hull armor dropped significantly, at least for the short term. Song-Chi turned his attention to the Psi engine. With the energy-hungry orange-grade energy shield in place, the LV-7 Psi engine was clearly insufficient. He quickly calculated, the dark matter energy shield generator alone consumed 40 PSI points per second, while the LV-7 Psi engine could only supply 27 points per second. As someone who valued his life immensely, Song-Chi wanted the energy shield on the Celestial constantly active. Such an energy supply shortfall was unacceptable. Without hesitation, he began enhancing the Psi engine. Within seconds, he had upgraded it to LV-14. The new data appeared before him. Psi engine LV-14. Quality: colorless. Consumption: 8 Psi points. Supply: 68 Psi points. Overload buffer: 20 minutes. Psi pool: 5,000 points. Capable of storing 5,000 PSI points. Upgrade requirements: 140 strands of zero-level floating land essence, 2,300 PSI points, 70 zero-level life cores. Song-Chi breathed a sigh of relief. This was barely enough to maintain a balance between supply and consumption when all components of the Celestial were operating at full capacity. However, a glance at the resource data made his face change. His resources had shrunk by nearly 400 strands of zero-level floating land essence again. He made a mental note. The market exchange rate for first-level floating land essence to zero-level floating land essence was 1:10. Looking at the remaining resources of about 2,600 strands of zero-level floating land essence, Song-Chi sighed. He had originally planned to invest some resources in the white-grade Xinhua hull and the Fire Kuei soldier tree components, but now it seemed he had to forego that idea. He consoled himself. After all, the newly replaced components were basic and didn't require special slots, and the first-level Fire Kuei soldiers were still adequate for now. Song-Chi knew he had another major resource consumer waiting. He quickly moved to load some of the acquired low-cost minerals into the shuttle, which would later be sold on the black market. Then, he stored the Celestial in the Xinhua ancestral aperture. Arriving at the innermost part of the Celestial market, Song-Chi began further upgrades. Without hesitation, he spent 300 strands of zero-level floating land essence to raise the market level from LV-5 to LV-9. Upon completion, the new market information was displayed in front of him. Name: Celestial Market. Market owner: Song-Chi. Level: LV-9. Specifications: 460mx 460m. Basic configuration: 28 empty shops. 70mx 70m stall area. 1 in on 1 level capacity for 40 people. 1 LV0 all attribute training room doubles efficiency during Psi training. 1 LV0 Psi protection array. 1 LV0 ultra-long-range spatial gate random deployment platform. Satisfied with these numbers, Song-Chi felt ready for his next plans. The additional features granted Song-Chi the ability to move freely within the void, allowing him to evade natural disasters effortlessly. He carefully examined the changes after upgrading the heavenly market to level 9. The market area expanded further, with improvements seen in shops, the free trade zone, and inns, while the all-purpose training room, the dark energy protection array, and the long-range spatial gate random deployment platform remained unchanged. To Song-Chi's surprise, advancing the heavenly market to level 10 now required not only more floating land essence and higher market transactions, but also a new condition: the number of times the market has been opened. Although this requirement wasn't harsh, it meant he couldn't upgrade the market level again in the short term. Song-Chi decided to focus on enhancing the all-attribute training room and the long-range spatial gate random deployment platform. He multitasked, upgrading both simultaneously. After a series of operations, both facilities reached level 9, consuming a total of 900 strands of zero-level floating land essence. The level 9 all-attribute training room's effects were astounding. Zero-level beings experienced a 290 increase in training speed, and if engaging in dark energy training, the speed increased by 580. This figure far exceeded the 290 boost offered by the dedicated dark energy training platform on the Xingho spaceship. Seeing this result, Song-Chi dismissed the idea of upgrading the dark energy training platform on the Tsangqiang spaceship. The level 9 long-range spatial gate random deployment platform was equally satisfying. It could randomly deploy 19 spatial gates to the market in the shattered star sea, lasting 24 hours with a cooldown of 720 hours. This meant that future market openings would attract more alien visitors, further boosting profits. With approximately 1,400 strands of zero-level floating land essence remaining, Song-Chi pondered his next move. After careful consideration, he decided against reinforcing the Golden Rock ship's armor, which he hadn't touched before. He needed to reserve emergency resources for the second exploration of the alien domain in 28 days and the second market transaction in 30 days. The current resources were already stretched thin, and utilizing them further could severely impact the market transaction's profits if the second exploration yielded disappointing results. Understanding that the stable income opportunities before him were not to be missed, Song-Chi resisted the urge to immediately experience the high boost of the all-attribute training room and decisively exited the heavenly market. Counting the previous 20 hours of deep sleep, Song-Chi had almost spent 2 days without leaving his bedroom. Even though he had informed his parents beforehand, he decided to make an appearance to prevent them from worrying or taking drastic measures. As he stepped into the living room, Song-Chi saw his parents comfortably seated on the sofa. As captains of the Xingho, they had no other jobs and spent most of their time at home. Seeing their son looking refreshed, Song's parents finally felt relieved, with a hint of pride flashing in their eyes. They understood that entering the breakthrough state was no easy feat, and even if it was by chance, this experience had laid a solid foundation for Song-Chi to master this state in the future. The family chatted for a while about everyday matters until Song Chao gave Chen Lixia a meaningful glance. Understanding his signal, she walked over to the side of the sofa, crouched down, and pressed a certain spot with her finger. As Song-Chi watched in confusion, a blue light screen rose from the floor, quickly expanding to form a complete enclosed space around them. Song-Chi's eyes widened in surprise. As a man who had lived through 2 lifetimes, he had no idea about such a secret device in his home. Before he could think further, Song Chao beckoned him to follow, and the father and son entered the study. As they opened the study door, Song-Chi was stunned once again. The scene before him was entirely different from his memory. The desk, bookshelves, wooden chair, and even the window had vanished, replaced by a space resembling the chaotic realm of the Xingho ancestral aperture. In the center of this space lay a massive atlas, over 10 meters in length and width. Looking up, the atlas depicted a magnificent scene. A vast starry sky as the backdrop, with the ethereal silhouette of a dragon whale roaring toward the heavens, and a towering mech giant, thousands of meters tall, standing among them, gazing down upon all living beings. The scene was so vivid, it seemed to possess an infinite allure, firmly capturing Song-Chi's attention. His body instantly froze, unable to move a muscle. The sparkle in his eyes quickly dimmed, and when the light completely faded, Song-Chi found himself standing under an eternally dark starry sky. Above him was the imposing projection of the mech giant, with the dragon whale's shadow faintly visible around it, exuding an aura of solemnity and reverence. Time seemed to stand still as Song-Chi gazed at the scene above. The mech giant's projection grew ever more solid and massive, and even the elusive dragon whale shadow became clear. Just as he was at a loss, his father's voice suddenly echoed in his ears. This is the Song family's unspoken secret, the Dragon Spine Dominator Whale Mythical Mech Visualization Chart. You need to imprint it deep within your mind, visualizing it constantly. With the support of the Xingho seed, it can steadily enhance your mental power. Don't underestimate this mental power. It will directly determine how long you can maintain and the combat power of the future mythical mech form. Every member of the Song family in Dinghai must diligently practice the visualization chart. Upon hearing this explanation, Song-Chi suddenly understood. Realizing that the mech giant projection was a form of advanced inheritance, he no longer resisted. Instead, he focused intently on observing every detail of the projection. This concentration surprisingly allowed him to enter the breakthrough state again, and with his mind divided in three, his engraving and imprinting of the mech giant projection became increasingly vivid. After an indeterminate amount of time, when the mech giant above him finally faded, Song-Chi withdrew from the eternal dark starry sky and returned to the study in reality. The room still appeared as a chaotic space, with the visualization chart in the center. However, viewing it again, Song-Chi no longer felt the previous special sensation, as if it were merely a realistic painting. He vaguely sensed that after his imprinting, the chart's imagery seemed much dimmer, likely becoming unusable after one more imprinting. Song Chao's voice sounded again. Everyone can only visualize it once in their lifetime, and this chart is not the original. Your sister can visualize it once more. The effect of imprinting varies from person to person. The better the imprint, the greater the enhancement of mental power. The highest imprinting effect in the history of the Song family in Dinghai was 80% of the chart's essence. I only managed to imprint 45%. After speaking, Song Chao looked at his son, clearly asking about his imprinting effect. Song Chi closed his eyes, pondered for a moment, then opened them to give his answer. 70%. He was quite satisfied with this result. He also understood that it wasn't due to his own insight or talent, but rather because he had entered the breakthrough state during the imprinting. Otherwise, the effect would likely have been similar to his father's, around 40 to 50%. As he expected, upon hearing that 70% answer, Song Chao couldn't hide his smile. As they exited the study, Song Chi began asking about the Song family in Dinghai. Dad, what did you mean by the Song family in Dinghai? Does our family have some glorious past that's been kept secret? Song Chao was about to boast and regain some vanity in front of his precocious son, but seeing the rapidly dissipating blue light screen and Chen Lixia's warning glance, he decided to keep quiet. Why are you asking so much? You'll know when the time is right. For now, just go about your business. Remember to pick up your sister when she gets out of school tomorrow. Song Chi shrugged and didn't press further. He casually agreed and headed out. There was still a batch of resources on the Songqiang that needed to be dealt with, so he had to make another trip to the black market. An hour later, Song Chi returned home. At that point, all he had left was 400 strands of zero-grade floating land essence, 40 strands of first-grade floating land essence, and a batch of emergency resources like life cores, mercury crystals, and refined gold for enhancing the spaceship. In the bedroom, Song Chi deftly locked the door and entered the celestial market. More precisely, he found himself in the all-attribute training room. With a 580 speed boost for practicing the nether energy guidance technique, this was the opportunity he had long awaited. Song Chi decided to spend the next month immersed in this training room. With a 5.8 times enhancement, a month here would be equivalent to 6 months of training outside. He hoped to break through to level 5 of the guidance technique, which had been stuck at level 4 for 2 years and was already close to advancing. Perhaps this time he would succeed. The next afternoon, Song Chi drove his father's Pentium 3 kinetic flying car straight to Jiangyuan Tunglong Middle School. As one of the best junior schools in Jiangyuan, Tunglong was well known. During the holiday season, the roads near the school gate were particularly congested. Fortunately, Song Chi's flying car didn't have to struggle through ground traffic. He parked the car in a designated spot not far from the school gate and waited patiently. Song Ting was familiar with this spot and didn't need him to wait at the gate. While waiting, Song Chi focused inward, actively visualizing the mythical mecha projection he had imprinted. Although the projection could autonomously enhance the imprinted's mental strength, active visualization was more effective. If not handled properly, it could damage one's mind or even lead to complete mental collapse. Through generations of the Song family's trials, it was determined that only after awakening the Ember Seed could one achieve the highest success rate of imprinting. Because of this, Song Chi placed great importance on visualizing the projection. With the help of the celestial market, he felt confident about the future, knowing this was crucial for the form of the mythical mecha. A familiar voice broke his concentration. Song Chi, why are you here? Where's Dad? Before he could respond, the voice continued, Oh, I remember. The annual awakening ceremony was a few days ago. Song Chi, did you fail the awakening, and that's why Dad sent you? Song Chi opened his eyes and glared at the girl standing next to the right side of the car. I'm your brother. Stop cursing me. The girl was Song Ting, who had just turned 18. Making her 12 years younger than Song Chi, he looked at her expressionlessly. Two soft voices came from behind Song Ting. Hello, Brother Song. Hi, Brother Song. Two beautiful figures emerged from behind Song Ting, standing beside her. Looking at the three youthful girls, Song Chi was momentarily taken aback. The three little girls he remembered had unknowingly grown into graceful young women, making him feel nostalgic. Lu Shui, Wang Mingjing, Song Qi silently recited. They were Song Ting's classmates and close friends, having grown up together. Xiao Shui Mingjing, good to see you. All right, get in the car. The three girls smiled brightly, and Lu Shui and Wang Mingjing got into the car without hesitation. For 18 years, Song Qi had driven them countless times, always taking a detour to drop them home. It had become a habit. As the engine of the Pentium 3 flying car started and it slowly lifted off, Song Ting, sitting in the passenger seat, couldn't help but ask, "Brother, did you successfully awaken?" Hearing the seriousness in her tone, Song Qi knew that his usually carefree sister was genuinely concerned about the family. Although she outwardly seemed indifferent about the awakening, deep down, she was more worried than anyone. Seeing him nod, a smile reappeared in her eyes, but only briefly. She then began looking around as if plotting something. With experience, Song Qi decided to preempt her. "Don't ask anything else. Just know it's the minimum." Song Ting wasn't about to give up. With the rare holiday, going straight home was not an option. She paused, then eagerly turned to Song Qi. "Brother, I'm hungry. Let's go for hot pot. I remember the place on Minuan Road is amazing." Song Qi rolled his eyes and pulled out a small briefcase from the side. "Hungry, are you? Drink one of these, and you won't be hungry for half a day." Curious, Song Ting opened the briefcase with a hint of anticipation. But upon seeing 10 familiar blue vials of serum, she was speechless. "Song Qi, you can't just brush people off like this." Before Song Qi could respond, Lu Shui's eyes lit up, and she whispered, "Ting Ting, it's intermediate body strengthening serum." Hearing the word intermediate, Song Ting realized and scanned the vials again, joy evident in her eyes. Previously, she mostly used the basic body strengthening serum. Since Song Qi was on the verge of awakening, their parents had focused resources on him, leaving her with few opportunities to use the intermediate version. "Brother, you just awakened. You didn't need to buy these for me. Mom and Dad will fully support me now." Holding the $1 million briefcase, Song Ting's voice softened again. Song Qi had just awakened and needed resources himself, so despite her happiness, she worried about his situation. Song Qi waved it off casually. "I had a good haul from the welfare exploration, so you don't need to worry about me. But you have the upgrade exam for the Ember Academy in 2 years, and your guidance technique is still at level 1. His gaze shifted to Lu Shui and Wang Mingjing in the back seat. "And you two, you don't follow the good examples, yet you're so in sync when it comes to the guidance technique. Level 1 is too low. It will affect not only your advancement but also your Ember Seed awakening success rate. Focus more on the guidance technique." With that, he retrieved 2 wooden boxes from his side and handed them to the girls. Inside the wooden box were 2 vials of intermediate body strengthening potion, a small token of appreciation from Song Qi for being called brother all these years. Having watched the 2 girls grow up, he sincerely hoped they would eventually awaken the Seed of Ember. In the back seat, the 2 girls clutched the wooden box tightly, their eyes sparkling with thoughts unknown. After driving in a small loop around the neighborhood, Song Qi dropped the girls off at their homes. Then, he and his sister, Song Ting, returned to their own home. As soon as they walked through the door, their mother, Chun Lixia, who was busy in the kitchen, came out to greet them, enveloping Song Ting in a warm hug as she always did. "Oh, my darling daughter, let me give you a hug." The next morning, Song Qi intended to head to the market to begin his rigorous training in the art of guidance. However, Song Ting pulled him out of the house first, reminding him that today was their planned day for shopping and enjoying food with their friends. Naturally, Song Qi was roped into being their escort. Despite his reluctance, he eventually agreed, considering that Tunglong High School only had a break every few months. The group of 4 arrived at Minuan Road in the center of Jiangyuan City, spending 2 hours shopping and buying a lot of things. Finally, they went to a spicy hot pot restaurant. They ordered the signature white tower lamb and seasonal vegetables, chatting away about the various aspects of primary and advanced Ember academies. Just then, loud arguing erupted from a nearby private room. The argument quickly escalated into the sound of clashing tables and chairs and breaking bottles. Song Qi focused some of his internal energy to his ears, allowing him to hear more clearly. "Brother Pong, I really don't know where Erhua and the others are. They went missing after returning from mining 3 days ago. Although we're close, they really haven't contacted me this time. With the Black Mountain Society's reputation, how could I dare lie to you?" A trembling voice pleaded. "That's bullshit," a rough voice roared. "You grew up together like brothers. How could you not know where he's hiding? I'm telling you now, either you tell me where Ma Erhua is, or I'll break your legs. Get him." Within 2 minutes, Song Qi had pieced together the situation. It seemed a member of the Black Mountain Society named Brother Peng was pressuring a friend of some miners to reveal their whereabouts. The word miner struck a chord with Song Qi, but he quickly dismissed the thought. He knew a bit about the miners on the White Tower floating continent, who worked in the asteroid belts of the outer space. However, this belt had been mined for centuries and was nearly depleted, making the chance of finding rare minerals slim. Furthermore, the Black Mountain Society wielded considerable influence in Jianyuan City, reportedly backed by several Ember captains, so Song-Chi was hesitant to get involved. As he pondered, the door to their room suddenly burst open from the impact of the conflict outside, spilling into their space. Song-Chi's eyes narrowed, and he began to channel his internal energy, ready to summon his fire quiver soldier to control the situation. Just then, the restaurant's security personnel arrived. Several well-trained guards quickly intervened, bringing the altercation to an end. In this era of universal cultivation, such conflicts were not uncommon, so most businesses had robust security systems, even small shops forming security teams to handle emergencies. With the security guards stepping in, Song-Chi didn't need to act. However, the disturbance had spoiled their appetite. So Song-Chi took the three girls to the counter to settle the bill and prepare to leave. The manager of the restaurant, understanding their situation, insisted on waiving their bill, but Song-Chi politely declined. He felt that the incident wasn't something the hot pot restaurant could have foreseen, and the prompt response of the security team was commendable. Moreover, for a formal Ember captain, the cost of a few hundred credits for the meal was negligible. After lunch, the four continued shopping for several more hours. By the end, Song-Chi was laden with bags, feeling a bit tired despite his level 4 guidance skill. However, the three girls, with their level 1 skills, seemed tireless, full of energy and enthusiasm. Song-Chi could only attribute this to the innate shopping prowess of women, a trait that seemed unchanged across time and space. Finally, around 5 p.m., Song-Chi could endure no more and decisively called an end to the shopping spree. He drove the hovercar to drop each girl off at her home, before finally returning home with Song-Ting, thus concluding an exhausting day. Upon returning home, Song-Chi immediately immersed himself in the all-purpose training room of the Celestial Market, focusing on the practice of energy guiding techniques. His schedule was simple yet efficient, practicing the phantom energy guiding technique during the day at the market and visualizing the mythical mech projection in his mind before bed until he was mentally exhausted, followed by deep sleep. In this fulfilling routine, half a month flew by in the blink of an eye. Inside the all-attribute training room of the Celestial Market, Song-Chi maintained a horse stance with his palms facing the sky and his eyes tightly shut. Suddenly, his muscles quivered slightly, and a series of bone-cracking sounds resonated from within, accompanied by an intense tingling sensation that surged throughout his body. Despite this, he remained as still as a statue. After several minutes, the unusual sensations gradually subsided, and Song-Chi slowly stood up straight, lowered his hands, and concluded his phantom energy guiding practice. At this moment, Song-Chi's aura was noticeably more powerful than before, with his blood and energy surging as if containing boundless strength. He excitedly stretched his body, feeling pleased with himself, breaking through to level 5 in just half a month. The effectiveness of the all-purpose training room had indeed exceeded his expectations. However, after the excitement waned, Song-Chi calmly analyzed his progress. He realized that the level 4 guiding technique had stagnated for nearly 3 years, and this breakthrough was largely due to prior accumulation. To advance further to level 6, even if he spent all day in the training room, it would take at least another half-year. This realization quickly cooled Song-Chi's enthusiasm. Contemplating ways to further accelerate his training, he decided to purchase some advanced potions to aid his practice. After all, the ultimate goal of continuously enhancing the Embership was to more quickly and frequently transcend the levels of life, thereby achieving a longer lifespan. Although, as a zero-tier citizen of Ember humanity, Song-Chi had an average life expectancy of 140 years, his past life's experiences as a transmigrant instilled a sense of urgency within him. He was eager to achieve the first life transcendence, reaching the first tier and gaining a lifespan of 200 years, to feel somewhat at ease. After finishing his training, Song-Chi headed straight to the bathroom. Breaking through to level 5 had expelled a lot of impurities from his body, and he was in dire need of a wash. As he was leaving, his father, Song-Ba, who was sitting in the living room, called out to inform him that they would be going to the Ember Bureau the next day to activate the Ember Network. Hearing this, Song-Chi's eyes lit up, and he readily agreed. The Ember Network is an interstellar communication network developed by Ember humanity based on the Ember Seeds. Unlike the floating land intranet, which is limited to internal use within the floating lands, the Ember Network can be used across the starry seas, greatly facilitating interstellar travel and exploration. It is constructed using numerous Ember Seeds as nodes, requiring no additional construction or maintenance, and can be continuously strengthened over time. After his shower, Song-Chi returned to his room to continue practicing the guiding technique and visualizing the mythical mech prints. He understood that cultivation is like sailing against the current, and perseverance is an essential quality for every Ember captain. To achieve a long life, one must overcome monotony and persist in their practice. Early the next morning, Song Zhao took Song-Chi out. They opted not to summon the Ember ship, but chose the Bin Tong Type 3 kinetic vehicle instead. Although not as fast as the Ember ship, considering the Ember ship's limitations in carrying passengers and the lack of urgency on this trip, they decided to use the kinetic vehicle. Why not take the spaceship? Song Chi shook his head helplessly. The Zhangqiang was severely damaged in the previous attack by the first-rank White Wing clan and is currently undergoing slow self-repair in the Xinhua ancestral aperture. Although sending it to a specialized repair facility would only take a few hours, it would mean allowing the repair crew aboard, exposing all of the Zhangqiang's secrets. As a captain with secrets to protect, Song Chi couldn't take that risk. Half a month passed, and the repair of the Zhangqiang was nearing completion. Interrupting the repair process now would be unwise, as it would require a significant amount of time to nurture it again. Song Chi decided to wait a few more days for the spaceship to fully recover. The Jiangyuan Xinhua Bureau is located in the city center, not far from the Dongjiang residential area. Song Chi drove his Pinium Type 3 kinetic flying car and arrived at his destination within 10 minutes. From above, the bureau looked like a perfectly planned circular base, complete with office buildings, spaceship docking areas, parking lots, and training grounds. After parking the car as instructed, Song Chi followed his father, Song Chao, directly to the Xinhua agent office building. As they entered the lobby, a middle-aged man in a Xinhua uniform greeted them with a smile. Uncle Shun. Song Chi greeted politely. Shen Wenjie is one of the inspection team leaders at the Xinhua Bureau and is also a second-rank Xinhua captain, commanding a Guardian-class energy spaceship. More importantly, he is a close friend of Song Chao, and their families have frequent interactions, so Song Chi has known him since childhood. After a brief exchange of pleasantries, Shen Wenjie turned his attention to Song Chi. Good lad. It's great that you've successfully awakened. Nothing else matters. Come over to our house in a few days, and your aunt and I will throw you a proper celebration. Song Chi thanked him with a broad smile and then changed the subject. By the way, your aunt should be awakening soon, right? It's been almost 2 years since we last saw each other. He let out a barely audible sigh. Shen Wenjie and Song Chao exchanged a knowing glance and burst into laughter. You rascal, still holding a grudge against us, huh? If you miss your aunt, go to Jiangyuan City yourself. You're already 30, stop being so shy. Despite having a mental age of nearly 60, Song Chi's face flushed with embarrassment at their teasing. Seeing this, the two elders laughed even harder and continued their conversation. The three chatted as they walked, soon arriving at a door on the left side of the 3rd floor. Song Chi glanced up and saw the sign that read, Xinhua Network Room. Shen Wenjie knocked on the door, and after a moment, a man in a Xinhua Bureau uniform opened it. Upon seeing Shen Wenjie, the man's smile widened. Captain Shan? Shen Wenjie nodded slightly and gestured for Song Chi to enter. Understanding the cue, Song Chi stepped inside. After closing the door, the man maintained his smile. You're Song Chi, right? Please, have a seat here. He guided Song Chi to sit in a metallic device resembling an energy transformation chamber. This is the Xinhua Network Auxiliary Activation Chamber, the man explained. Just relax and don't resist. Since Captain Shan brought you here personally, your Xinhua Network access will be 1 level higher than that of a regular captain. You'll need to explore the specific functions yourself. Let's keep this between us. I won't acknowledge it. Song Chi nodded in agreement, inwardly surprised. He had assumed that everyone had the same Xinhua network access, unaware of such privileges. But given his special circumstances, he wouldn't attempt to change the rules or fight for justice like some protagonists in web novels. He understood well that wherever there are people, there are complexities. With this thought, Song Chi muttered softly, no wonder Dad brought me here personally. He once again felt grateful to Shen Wenjie and closed his eyes. Familiar energy flowed through the activation chamber, eventually gathering at the center of his forehead. Song Chi felt a cool energy surge into the Xinhua ancestral aperture, forming a mysterious connection around the Xinhua seed. After some time, Song Chi regained consciousness and found himself lying on a single bed inside the activation room. The activation chamber was closed, and someone else was attempting activation. Having successfully activated his Xinhua network, he only needed to wait 24 hours before he could officially log in. Once he gathered his thoughts, Song Chi thanked the assistant and left the activation room. His father and Uncle Shen were nowhere in sight, so he made his way to Shan Wenjie's office on the 4th floor. As expected, the two were there chatting, with a handsome young man sitting next to Shen Wenjie. That was Shen Qing, Shen Wenjie's older brother's son and Shen Yuran's cousin. He used to hang out with Song Chi as a child and awakened his own colorless Xinhua seed 2 years ago. Now, he worked as a regular agent at the Xinhua Bureau. Song Chi figured that with his connections, Shen Qing's promotion was just a matter of time. Xiao Qi, De Qing. Hearing these familiar nicknames, the two exchanged knowing smiles. The story behind these nicknames dates back to their childhood. Due to the close relationship between their families, Song Chi and Shen Qing have been inseparable since childhood. Although Shen Qing is 2 years older, Song Chi naturally became the leader of the two, thanks to his maturity beyond his years. The indignant Shun Qing often insisted that he was the elder, and over time, the nickname De Qing caught on. At this moment, Song Chao and Shun Wenjie were chatting idly in the office. As lunchtime approached, Song Qi and Shun Qing, tired of sitting around, bid farewell to the elders and left the office together. As soon as they stepped outside, Shun Qing, who had been timid moments before, suddenly transformed. He threw his arm around Song Qi's shoulders and dashed towards the ground floor. Come on, it's been a while since we last met. We should have a proper get-together today, Shun Qing said excitedly. In contrast, Song Qi was more cautious. Isn't this still your work time? Let's wait until lunchtime. Even though you have Shun Wenjie's backing, this is still the office of a principality's enforcement agency. Better to be careful. Shun Qing paused at these words and didn't argue. He was on the brink of a promotion, and while such a small matter wouldn't jeopardize it, being cautious never hurt. The two waited another half hour until lunchtime, then got into Shun Qing's Pentium 2 flying car and left the Xingho Bureau, heading straight to a renowned nearby restaurant. Not bad. This car must cost at least $1 million. When did you get it? Song Qi admired the kinetic flying car under the Pentium consortium of the Morningstar Principality. Though it was an old model from over a century ago, it was still quite expensive. Shun Qing grinned with pride and said animatedly, pretty good. During an extraterrestrial exploration a few months ago, I stumbled upon an alien civilization's ruins and got some valuable items. I kept a blue and a white item for myself, and sold the other white artifacts I didn't need, earning over 10,000 strands of zero-level floating land essence. Song Qi raised an eyebrow and exclaimed, wow, an alien civilization's ruins? Such opportunities in the vast, fragmented star sea were incredibly rare. Shun Qing gave a mysterious smile but didn't elaborate, skillfully piquing Song Qi's curiosity. In the private room on the top floor of the Four Seasons restaurant, once the dishes were served, Shun Qing, under Song Qi's urging gaze, lowered his voice and began recounting the entire story. The civilization I encountered is called the Buyuo civilization. The ruins are located on a completely barren, abandoned floating land. I only opened the first layer of the ruins last time, and based on my final investigation, the site has at least 2 layers. Song Qi's mind raced. Judging by the blue and multiple white artifacts found in the first layer, the ruins likely contained purple-quality artifacts. So, are you interested in giving it a try together? Shun Qing suggested. The teleportation beacon I left there will last for another 3 months or so. Let's not rush. We can prepare ourselves over the next couple of months and then head there together. Hearing the time frame, Song Qi quickly made up his mind. All right, let's plan to go in 2.5 months. After finalizing their plan, Song Qi was about to ask detailed questions about the civilization's ruins when Shun Qing suddenly put a finger to his lips, signaling Song Qi to be quiet. At the same time, strands of ethereal energy gathered around Shun Qing's ears, as if he was straining to catch something. Shun Qing had awakened his Xinhua seed 2 years ago. With the ethereal energy training platform on the Xinhua warship and the substantial resources provided by his father and uncle Shun Wenjie, his guiding technique had reached level 7. Enhanced by ethereal energy, his hearing was exceptionally acute at that moment. Meanwhile, Song Qi heard nothing at all. 2 minutes later, Shun Qing dispersed the dark energy gathered at his ear. His expression turned noticeably grave, catching Song Qi's attention. What's wrong? Song Qi asked proactively, his gaze fixed on Shun Qing's changing expression. In a lowered voice, Shun Qing replied, the people in the next booth are likely from the Black Mountain Society. Someone just took a call though the voice was faint. I managed to catch 2 sensitive words. He paused, and before Song Qi could inquire further, he continued, kidnapping, titanium crystal. Song Qi's pupils contracted sharply. While kidnapping incidents weren't uncommon in a society where everyone practiced cultivation, titanium crystal was a whole different matter. His mind raced back to the textbook descriptions. Titanium crystal is an extremely advanced resource for enhancing stellar flame ships, far superior to materials like mercury crystal and mithril. It's said that only high-grade ship components of purple quality or higher require this exceedingly rare resource for upgrades after reaching level 20. Rumor has it that the upper echelons of stellar flame human civilization have classified titanium crystal as a strategic resource, coveted by all major powers. The mention of titanium crystal immediately made Song Qi realize that this situation was beyond their ability to handle. His thoughts involuntarily drifted back to an incident 2 weeks prior at a spicy hot pot restaurant on Minuan Road. Members of the Black Mountain Society were also inquiring about the whereabouts of 2 miners from Tianyu Mining. The connection between the 2 events aroused his suspicion. Regardless of the authenticity of the information, they needed to inform their elders immediately. The 2 quickly paid their bill and left, only accelerating the kinetic flying car to its maximum speed after they had completely exited the vicinity of the restaurant, heading straight for the Stellar Flame Bureau. In Shun Wenjie's office, the reaction to the word titanium crystal was identical to that of Song Qi and Shun Qing. After Song Qi and Shun Qing recounted the events in detail, they were asked to leave the office. Shen Wenjie and Song Chao would dedicate their efforts to investigating the veracity of this information, while Song Qi and Shen Qing were strictly forbidden from getting involved further and were instructed not to disclose anything they had seen or heard. Despite being mentally prepared, the feeling of being sidelined due to insufficient strength left both men feeling uneasy. Shen Qing drove the patrol flying car to drop Song Qi back at Dongjiang Community, offering a few reminders before departing. Once back in his bedroom, Song Qi immediately entered the heavenly market to continue practicing his guiding technique. The next day, he paused his cultivation again, as the stellar flame network activated the previous day was now accessible. Knowing that the network's users were all stellar flame captains filled him with anticipation. Song Qi immersed his mind into the stellar flame ancestral aperture, focusing on the blazing white stellar flame seed. Soon, a small light screen appeared on his retina, asking if he wanted to connect to the stellar flame network White Tower local network. He chose confirm without hesitation. Immediately, a video began to play. Amidst a vast galaxy, over a dozen battle-worn ships were speeding away, pursued by thousands of ominous triangular ships. One by one, the ships were blasted apart by the pursuing fire, until the last 6 narrowly passed through an unstable space wormhole, escaping the alien civilization's relentless chase. Though seemingly disjointed, this footage resonated deeply with any citizen who had received formal stellar flame education. Those final 6 surviving ships were the founders of stellar flame human civilization, the last embers of a nearly extinct low-tech human civilization. After traversing the wormhole, they discovered the initial stellar flame seed in an ancient civilization's ruins, thus beginning the stellar flame human civilization saga. After the video ended, Song Qi remained in a daze for a long time. The light screen then displayed 16 words. The journey through the starry sea is long and arduous. The flame of civilization shall never extinguish. With that, he officially logged into the White Tower local network. This network spanned the entire White Tower floating continent and its surrounding areas, including the asteroid belt, debris fields, and even the interstellar fortresses, connecting all citizens who had awakened the stellar flame seed. It was the largest information exchange platform in the region. Additionally, the local network featured a variety of functions, including a task posting and acceptance system, a free trade system, and a friend system. The reason for only being connected to the localized network around the White Tower floating continent, rather than the entire Flamekind human civilization network, is naturally due to Song Qi's current low level of fire seed. Although his Flamekind seed has been upgraded to white quality, quality and level are entirely different concepts. Quality determines the potential upper limit of future fire seed enhancements, while the level represents the actual power of the Flamekind seed-bound starship. Song Qi's ship, the Tsangqiang, has just completed binding, and only one special slot is in use, which is more than sufficient. He has not yet enhanced the Flamekind ship, so its level remains at LV0. Song Qi doesn't mind this. Instead, he is focused on exploring the various functions of his account. According to what the Flamekind Network Awakening Assistant told him yesterday, his account has some special privileges. After spending half an hour studying it carefully, Song Qi finally understood the specifics of these privileges. Compared to a regular account, his account stands out in 3 main ways. Firstly, he can post anonymously on the Flamekind network, whereas regular accounts must use real names. Secondly, when conducting transactions on the network, he is exempt from the mandatory 5 transaction tax that other accounts must pay. Lastly, when posting or accepting tasks, his account is automatically given top priority and highlighted status without the need to spend additional floating continent source. After understanding the unique aspects of his account, Song Qi's curiosity remained undiminished. He began to browse the various chat messages on the local network with great interest. Jiangyuan City, Zhanghai posted a message, clearing the debris belt in the northern sky of the floating continent. Anyone want to team up? Changhua City Chaotian issued a request, offering 100 strands of first-tier floating continent source for the coordinates of the Blood Capital Star Pirate Base. Jiangyuan City Tianma immediately responded, "You think 100 strands of first-tier source will get you the Blood Capital Star Pirate Base coordinates? Are you dreaming? Anyone who could find the Blood Capital Base wouldn't care about your 100 strands." Bida City Chongkong released an important notice. A Yellen Viscount's ethereal energy airship is missing. Anyone providing relevant clues will be handsomely rewarded. Filled with anticipation, Song Qi opened the local network's trading market. The vast number of users in the chat group around the White Tower floating continent resulted in a marketplace brimming with a wide array of goods. From common minerals and genetic serums to high-end military exoskeletons, first and second-tier floating continent essences, and even rare cosmic artifacts, the selection was overwhelming. His eyes quickly scanned the product list, and amidst the dazzling array, many items caught his desire. Unfortunately, his current financial state left him only able to admire from afar. Though cosmic artifacts were plentiful, most were of white quality, with few blue items available, and their attributes were rather ordinary. Take, for instance, the blue artifact named Tree of Green E. While it could evolve into a greeny internal circulation system, its sole function was to enhance air circulation, which was redundant for the Xinhua spacecraft that already had an internal circulation system. It neither enhanced compatibility nor provided defensive support, making it an impractical investment for just a slight improvement in air freshness. After half an hour, the novelty wore off, and Song Chi's excitement gradually faded. He then turned his thoughts to the account's anonymity feature, pondering whether he could use it to conceal frequent transactions in the future. However, upon reflection, he realized this special permission came from an ordinary auxiliary activator at the Jiangyuan Xinhua division, and its confidentiality was likely not high. To ensure security, he eventually dismissed the idea. Disconnecting from the Xinhua network, Song Chi returned to the heavenly market, continuing his daily practice training in the art of dark energy guidance and visualizing the mythic mech projection in his mind. Thus, days passed one after another. In the following 10 days, Song Zhao rarely returned home, keeping busy outside, which led to multiple complaints from Chen Lixia. Knowing his father was preoccupied with the titanium crystal business, Song Chi didn't inquire further. After all, he had just awakened and couldn't participate, nor would Song Zhao allow it. On this day, accompanied by his mother Chen Lixia, Song Chi once again headed to the outskirts of the city. The Zhangqiang had completed its month-long buffer period, and today marked his second exploration of the alien domain. Although he could delay or even cancel the exploration, he was eager to test the power of the orange-grade dark matter energy shield generator. With it, unless extremely unlucky to encounter a black hole, cosmic storm, or void rift, his safety was largely assured. Take the previous encounter with the White Wing tribe, for example. Now, even if the Zhangqiang remained stationary under their attack for 10 minutes, they might not be able to breach the shield. The dark matter energy shield not only had superior stats compared to the dark energy shield, but also represented a qualitative leap in defense. The same attack would cause significantly less damage on the new shield. The difference was unimaginably vast. At the alien domain launch pad in the outskirts of Jiangyuan, a crowd was bustling. Not only were there students from various academies, but also many ordinary civilian Xinhua captains from Jiangyuan. As a city with a population exceeding 20 million, even with only a few dozen people awakening the Xinhua seed each year, the accumulated number of Xinhua spacecraft was considerable. Over 90 of them would remain at the dark energy shuttle stage for life, relying on long-range alien domain launch pads for exploration. Only by strengthening the Xinhua vessel to level 10 or higher, upgrading to a first-tier dark energy airship, could they conduct their own alien domain explorations. This situation created the current bustling scene, with far more spacecraft waiting for launch than during academic launches. Song Chi had just arrived when Sun Hao approached, sizing him up with a raised eyebrow. Clearly, Sun Hao hadn't been idle either, having advanced his guidance technique from level 3 to level 4, with his already burly frame adding to his imposing presence. Chi, you've broken through too, Sun Hao remarked in surprise, before dramatically adding, why must Zhuge live when Zhou exists? Song Chi felt a wave of embarrassment wash over him. The line was from an old story he had penned, The Han Floating Continent. Records of the Three Kingdoms, leaving him momentarily at a loss for words. He quickly pushed Sun Hao's bear-like hand off his shoulder, widening the gap between them. Sun Hao, oblivious, soon closed the distance again, his thick arm once more encircling Song Chi's neck. Song Chi's face visibly darkened. Fortunately, at that moment, the 100 people ahead completed their launch, and the Xinhua Bureau operatives began calling for the next group. 100 figures stepped onto the launch pad, summoned their dark energy shuttles, and once ready, the Xinhua Bureau operatives activated the long-range cosmic launch pad. The familiar beam of light appeared, and the 100 shuttles vanished in an instant. The familiar weightlessness swept over him, but this time, Song Chi adapted much faster. With his guidance technique now at level 5, his physical fitness had improved slightly, enhancing his resistance to negative states. Coming to his senses, Song Chi, as before, immediately activated the Zhangqiang's energy shield. Only when the dark matter energy shield enveloped him did he fully relax. The security provided by the orange-grade energy shield was so strong and reassuring. The engines roared to life as the Zhangqiang swiftly navigated through the silent expanse of the starry sea. Song Chi frowned at the data on the control panel. The drop-off point was still far from ideal. The green screen of the space radar remained blank, with no celestial bodies detected within its range. For several hours, the Zhangqiang drifted aimlessly through the vast starry sea, like a headless fly without a clear target. Song Chi's mood grew heavier with the passage of time. He recalled the preparations made for this expedition: a specially purchased Raging Tiger-type hover mining vehicle and 2 vehicle-mounted exploration instruments, costing a total of 400 strands of zero-level floating land essence, all aimed at significantly boosting mining efficiency. At present, besides the emergency resources he had, only 300 strands of zero-level floating land essence remained. If this exploration yielded insufficient results, the profits from the upcoming market opening would be considerably diminished. While Song-Chi was lost in these anxious thoughts, the space radar suddenly blared with a sharp alarm. The upper left corner of the radar screen was crowded with red dots, indicating two massive fleets engaged in fierce combat. Unknowingly, the Sangcheong had stumbled into the battlefield of two alien civilizations. Song-Chi quickly reduced the ship's speed to a minimum, attempting to conceal its presence while silently observing the sizable conflict from the edge of the battlefield. Each side had more than 10,000 warships. Judging by the energy waves from the ship cannons, most of these ships were zero level, with about 100 being first level. Overall, this was considered one of the least intense forms of interstellar warfare. Nevertheless, for Song-Chi, this scale of battle was extremely dangerous. He had no intention of getting involved. Although the dark matter energy shield was quite formidable, it was insufficient against a battlefield of tens of thousands of ships that could focus fire at any moment. Moreover, the Sangcheong's firepower was relatively weak, more like a ship with a thick health bar, making the chances of profiting from the chaos slim to none. For about 10 minutes, the Sangcheong lingered on the battlefield's edge. Suddenly, Song-Chi spotted an alien warship that had almost exited the battlefield. Seizing the opportunity, he swiftly attacked, easily destroying the already battered alien ship. Song-Chi's reason for hovering around the battlefield wasn't mere curiosity, it was to acquire star maps from these warships. In this completely unfamiliar star region, he was clueless, but the local civilizations would undoubtedly be well informed. Instead of aimlessly searching like a headless fly, spending a few minutes to obtain a star map seemed far more efficient. With the star map in hand, Song-Chi promptly steered the Sangcheong away from the battlefield. A few minutes later, having escaped danger, the Sangcheong changed course, heading towards the nearest small debris belt marked on the map. The star map detailed a vast star region, featuring not only the small debris belt but also 3 floating lands in the star sea, one of which was a level 2 resource floating land rich in resources, with plenty of medium to large metal veins. Unfortunately, it was too far, 12 light-years away, a distance unreachable for the Sangcheong without a warp drive. For now, only the debris belt was accessible in a short time, making it the only viable option. After more than an hour of travel, the Sangcheong finally reached the target debris belt. Compared to the previous exploration, this debris belt was noticeably smaller in diameter. However, Song-Chi didn't mind, as even so, the number of celestial bodies here was conservatively estimated to be in the tens of thousands. Yet, with less than 20 hours remaining, he could only explore a small percentage of the entire belt, not including the time needed for mining. Aware of the ticking clock, Song-Chi quickly entered the marketplace and retrieved an Angry Tiger mining vehicle. Without hesitation, the Sangcheong dove into the debris belt to begin exploration. Time flew by as the intelligence system on the Angry Tiger mining vehicle continuously issued alerts. 10 kilograms of refined metal were dismissed due to insufficient quantity. Although gas deposits were discovered, they amounted to only a few hundred kilograms and were similarly ignored. 50 tons of space cold iron took half an hour to extract. The mining process often made time seem to slip away. In the blink of an eye, 5 hours had passed, with some gains, but none substantial enough to warrant deploying the second mining vehicle. For deposits with insufficient reserves, extraction could be completed in about half an hour, and frequently operating 2 devices would only add to the hassle. The Sangcheong continued its aimless journey through the debris belt. The area was vast enough to require no specific exploration plan. Then, unexpectedly, fortune smiled upon them. Just a few minutes later, Song-Chi discovered a fragment with a reserve of over 1,000 tons of refined metal. Radiation detection of refined metal or at coordinates XXXXX indicates a reserve exceeding 1,000 tons. The intelligence system announced in the cockpit, causing Song-Chi's eyes to light up with excitement. Carefully, Song-Chi maneuvered the Sangcheong to dock on the target fragment. Quickly, he deployed the new Hu mining vehicle from the shuttle, assigning 3 first-level Huakue soldiers to guard it. Wasting no time, he retrieved a second mining vehicle from the market and then directed the Sangcheong to delve deeper into exploration. Song-Chi calculated that extracting 1,000 tons of refined metal would take at least several hours, during which the Sangcheong could survey a vast area. However, the scene before him made him curse under his breath. Damn, the density of fragments in this place is outrageous. Suddenly, a violent tremor hit. The Sangcheong narrowly avoided colliding with several tightly clustered fragments, barely squeezing through the narrow gaps. Glancing at the shuttle, which had only recently been repaired, Song-Chi noticed a few new scratches. Though not a major issue, it was enough to prompt a low mutter of curses from him. If it weren't for the exploration device detecting unusual radiation in this cluster of fragments, nothing would have made me venture into such a place, Song-Chi muttered to himself. Despite his words, the fact that even the exploration device couldn't provide specific results, only detecting a layer of special energy fluctuation piqued his curiosity even more. After deploying just 2 general-purpose drones to preliminarily confirm safety, Song-Chi couldn't wait to pilot the Sangcheong inside. He scrutinized the surroundings, frowning slightly. At a glance, There seemed to be nothing unusual beyond the dense fragments. The vehicle's AI chimed in, still reporting unknown energy fluctuation. Please conduct further exploration. Staring at the dozen or so fragments, each at least 10 meters square, Song-Chi felt a headache coming on. Manually inspecting each one would take several hours. With no other option, he directed the Song-Chiang to move closer, instructing the exploration device to pinpoint the exact source of the energy fluctuation. After eliminating most of the fragments over the next few minutes, Song-Chi began deploying the mining vehicles to conduct a thorough excavation of the remaining 5 fragments. Time flew by, and an hour slipped past. The first, second, and third fragments were cleared in turn, and the new Hu mining vehicle commenced operations on the 4th fragment. Buzzing. The alloy drill of the mining vehicle burrowed into the rock layer, sending fragments scattering like rain, accompanied by the crisp, constant sound of impact. Behind the vehicle, 5 Huokue soldiers stood like statues, clad in basic civilian exoskeletons, each with a tungsten shield in the left hand and a tungsten spear in the right, eyes vigilantly scanning their surroundings. The Celestial hovered in midair, its dark matter energy shield still shimmering. Sitting in the cockpit, Song-Chi remained on high alert even as the survey neared its end. The probe indicated that the object emitting unusual energy waves was undoubtedly concealed within the last 2 fragments. Suddenly, Song-Chi's peripheral vision caught a fleeting shadow. Before he could sound the alarm, the shadow had already darted behind one of the Huokue soldiers with astonishing speed. The fully armed soldier barely had time to react before being flung several meters away, leaving deep dents in the exoskeleton armor. This was only the beginning. More shadows shot out from the fragments, attacking all newcomers like lightning. Song-Chi watched as the exoskeleton of a Huokue soldier was rendered useless with a mere flick, finally realizing that these shadows were actually pitch-black vines covered in sharp barbs. Fortunately, the Huokue soldiers were puppets, devoid of pain. Song-Chi was relieved by his caution. Had he not kept the shield active, those strikes on the Celestial would likely have left gaping holes in the shuttle. The Huokue soldiers quickly regrouped back to back, their tungsten spears thrusting repeatedly, clashing with the attacking black vines, producing ear-piercing metallic sounds. The hardness of these vines was astonishingly comparable to the tungsten weapons. 2 more Huokue soldiers from the Celestial leaped down to assist, while the shuttle, under Song-Chi's control, ascended slowly, hovering tens of meters above to provide support. Though the ship's firepower was not strong, it was enough to slightly disrupt the vines. The secondary cannons unleashed continuous fire as Song-Chi rapidly analyzed the battlefield. Judging by the hardness and attack power of the vines, they were evidently at a first-tier level, possibly even at the peak, far surpassing the entry-level first-tier Huokue soldiers. After several minutes, Song-Chi formed a hypothesis. The coordination among the vines was too seamless. They not only suppressed the 7 fully armed Huokue soldiers, but also managed to attack the mining vehicle. Such smooth, coordinated attacks must be directed by a central command entity. These characteristics reminded Song-Chi of a unique organism Starsia plants. With their extensive root systems, metal-like hardness, and life energy fields capable of influencing the cosmos, they matched the traits of the Starsia plants he had encountered before. With this conclusion, Song-Chi quickly devised a strategy. If it was indeed a Starsia plant, neutralizing its core would naturally disarm these troublesome roots. His gaze settled on the mining vehicle below. Evidently, the Starsia plant had been provoked by the mining operations, reacting from its core within the fragment. Could it be that the plant's core lay beneath the spot where the mining vehicle had last excavated? Song-Chi's eyes moved to a meter-deep pit in the fragment, the very place the mining vehicle had been working. With a hypothesis in mind, Song-Chi took immediate action. The secondary cannons continued to support the Huokue soldiers, while the Celestial shifted its direction. The main ether cannon aimed directly at the unfinished excavation site. Luminous energy gathered, and the charging sequence began. Perhaps sensing the threat, or disturbed by the energy fluctuations during the ether cannon's charge, half of the black vines attacking the Huokue soldiers suddenly redirected towards the Celestial high in the sky. These barbed vines were impressively long. Even at nearly 100 meters high, the Celestial was still within their reach. In less than 2 seconds, nearly 10 vines had reached the 100-meter altitude. Thwack! Thwack! The vines lashed against the shimmering, dark-hued Celestial, causing the shuttle to shudder violently. Unperturbed, Song-Chi ignored the attacks, focusing intently on maintaining the cannon's charge. If it were a Tier 2 cosmic plant, Song-Chi would definitely make a run for it. But a peak Tier 1 plant? That still didn't pose a threat to the dark matter energy shield, at least not in the short term. Song-Chi kept his eyes fixed on the scene outside the porthole, his fingers tapping incessantly on the control panel to ensure the energy shield of the skyscape remained operational. This orange quality shield, also enhanced to Tier 1, couldn't be easily breached by same-tier alien life forms. That would be a disgrace to its prestigious quality. At the ship's bow, the main cannon was rapidly gathering psionic energy, with the blue-black glow growing ever more dazzling. 2 seconds later, the energy buildup was complete, and the alert sounded. Song-Chi pressed the fire button, without hesitation. A dark energy sphere, several dozen centimeters in diameter, shot out instantly, hitting the center of the crater below with precision. With a resounding boom, debris flew everywhere, and dust filled the air. As the dust settled, the crater, originally just over a meter deep, had expanded to nearly 4 meters deep. Song-Chi had anticipated this. The strike hadn't achieved total success. After all, the psionic main cannon was currently only enhanced to level 5, and being a standard-issue colorless cannon, its power was naturally limited. He swiftly pulled the control lever, piloting the skyscape to ascend, skillfully dodging the incoming vines. While the dark matter energy shield was sturdy enough, it was wise to avoid attacks when possible. After the psionic main cannon fired, it entered a brief cooldown period, and the black vines couldn't inflict destructive damage on the Fire Lotus soldiers on the debris. Taking advantage of the pause, Song-Chi ceased the secondary cannon's barrage and focused entirely on maneuvering the skyscape to dodge and weave. The 8-second cooldown passed in a flash, and energy waves once again emanated from the main cannon at the ship's bow. The blue glow gathered once more, signaling the start of the second round of psionic cannon charging. Upon seeing this, the black vines that had been relentlessly pursuing them seemed to be thoroughly enraged, and their whipping frequency suddenly increased. Song-Chi narrowed his eyes, noticing a subtle change in the sharp barbs on the vines. The faint golden glow, flickering among them, made the already menacing barbs appear even more terrifying. More unsettling was the fact that as the golden light flowed, the surrounding starry sky seemed to distort faintly. Song-Chi's eyes sharpened, instinctively sensing danger. Before he could react, the black vines laced with golden light lashed out once more with great force. Buzz, buzz, buzz. The dark matter energy shield immediately surged with intense waves, far exceeding its previous state. At the same time, the shield's value dropped by over 400 points, nearly 1/15 of its total capacity. Could it be an armor-piercing effect? Song-Chi's heart tightened. The dark matter energy shield generator inherently possesses defensive attributes, usually requiring external attacks to be diminished by this layer before affecting the energy shield. However, with the appearance of the golden light, the black vine's attacks had clearly intensified several times over. The only explanation was armor-piercing. Looking at the remaining 4,000+ points of shield value, Song-Chi gritted his teeth, resisting the urge to react. Even with the armor-piercing enhancement, that Song-Chiong could hold on for a while longer. He was determined to see whether the enemy's main body would reveal itself first, or if that Song-Chiong's energy shield would be breached. After a brief energy charge, the psionic main cannon fired again. Though this shot still failed to penetrate the fragmentary rock layer, the increasingly frenzied assault of the black vines further confirmed Song-Chi's suspicions. The subsequent actions repeated the previous strategy. 2 minutes later, the fourth shot of the psionic main cannon thundered down, finally piercing through the rock pit below. Through a hole roughly 3 meters in diameter, Song-Chi, high above, finally saw the true form of the starry plant hidden within the fragment's core. A massive main vine, nearly 1 meter in diameter and 50 meters long, was revealed. The vine's body displayed 2 distinctly different colors. The lower half was a faint gold, while the upper half was the familiar jet black. Song-Chi quickly consulted the compendium of alien civilizations and creatures of the shattered star sea, and soon identified the origin of this starry plant. Specifically, it was not truly a starry plant, but a special type of floating land plant known as the devourer vine. The devourer vine typically takes root in large metal or veins, absorbing the metallic essence from the veins to grow. Once fully developed, it possesses astonishing destructive power and attack capability. Recognizing it as a devourer vine, Song-Chi felt a slight sense of relief. Had it been a true starry plant like the star devourer vine, the threat would have far exceeded that of a peak-level creature, and that Song-Chiong's situation would have been much more perilous. Despite its uniqueness, the devourer vine, as a floating land plant, cannot escape its fundamental nature. Floating land plants are named so because they cannot grow indefinitely in the starry sky. Therefore, this devourer vine was not merely at the peak of its tier by chance. It could only evolve to this extent in the starry environment. If it were any stronger, the external fragments couldn't contain it, and once it left the core's shelter, the starry sky's environment would be lethal to it. This also explained why it reacted so violently when the angry tiger mining vehicle attempted to breach the fragment and disrupt its habitat. With the situation understood, the subsequent response became much simpler. The Song-Chiong continued to hover high above, occasionally firing a shot from its main cannon. Meanwhile, 7 Huakue warrior puppets successively charged into the fragment's core, continuously depleting the devourer vine's life force in a strategy that harmed both sides. About an hour later, with only 3 puppets remaining, the devourer vine within the fragment's core finally lost its life energy fluctuations. The massive hole blasted in the floating land fragment allowed starry matter to continuously pour in, eroding its life force. Combined with the self-destructive attacks of the Huakue warrior puppets, the Devourer Vine, which should have been resilient, met its demise in the starry sky. Song-Chi remained cautious, refraining from acting personally, instead directing the remaining 3 Huakue warrior puppets to clean up the battlefield. A few minutes later, he held a fist-sized green crystal core in his hand. Consulting the information database, he quickly found specific details about this crystal core obtained from the Devourer Vine. Name: Life Crystal. Tier: Peak Tier 1. Effect: can be used to accelerate the growth of various herbs, tree species, and other special plant life, shortening their growth cycles. Note: commonly found in life forms of the same tier. The value of this life crystal is quite reasonable, approximately equivalent to a few dozen strands of first-tier floating land essence, or about several hundred strands of zero-tier floating land essence. Song-Chi nodded in satisfaction. Although it took more time than expected, the substantial gain was enough to match the returns from several explorations by other zero-tier Ember Fire spacecraft. He turned towards the Fury Tiger mining vehicle, inspecting its body carefully. During the earlier battle, the mining vehicle had been the primary target of the gold-devouring vine, and now its body was covered with scratches and dents of varying depths, with about 30% damage. Song-Chi gently touched the vehicle's body, calculating in his mind how the subsequent work efficiency would undoubtedly be significantly reduced. However, he wasn't about to give up on a piece of equipment that cost millions of credits so easily. Once we're back, I'll send it for repairs. It should still be usable, he muttered to himself, a shrewd glint in his eyes. Just as Song-Chi was about to start the engine and leave, the onboard AI of the Fury Tiger mining vehicle suddenly sounded an alert. Radiation from phantom crystal detected below, estimated to be over 100 tons. The alert hit him like a bolt of lightning, freezing him in place. He quickly shut off the engine that was about to restart and hurried towards the shuttle bay door. As the door slowly opened, Song-Chi's eyes sparkled with excitement. Phantom crystal, he murmured, his mind racing with thoughts of the resource's rarity. As a highly specialized enhancement material for Emberfire spacecraft, phantom crystal, though not mandatory, was incredibly valuable. Song-Chi remembered clearly that adding a suitable amount of phantom crystal during the strengthening of the spacecraft's armor could significantly enhance its stealth capabilities. His gaze sharpened. If enough phantom crystal is used, it would be nearly impossible for similarly tiered creatures, or the radars of similarly tiered warships to detect it. This unique effect made phantom crystal worth a fortune across the entire Broken Star Sea. Song-Chi quickly calculated in his mind. In the Emberfire human civilization's territory, the market price of phantom crystal has reached 1 ton for 5 strands of first-tier floating land essence. This figure made his breath quicken slightly, his eyes gleaming with anticipation. If there truly is over 100 tons of phantom crystal at the core of the star fragment, it would undoubtedly be an enormous find. Song-Chi felt an overwhelming surge of excitement as he quickly calculated the value of this fortune. 1 ton of phantom crystal is worth 5 strands of first-level floating land essence, and 100 tons would be 500 strands, which converts to a staggering 5,000 strands of zero-level floating land essence. For a shadow energy shuttle, this is nothing short of an astronomical figure. Brimming with excitement, Song-Chi adeptly donned his exoskeleton suit. Yet, stepping out of the shuttle, he was still struck by a wave of discomfort. As a zero-level ordinary life form, even with the exoskeleton armor and his own level of guiding technique, adapting to the unique environment of outer space remained a challenge. Song-Chi swiftly stored the Sangqiong in his spiritual core and, accompanied by the 3 remaining Huakue soldier figurines, descended through a hole on the surface into the core area of the fragment beneath his feet. The fragment had a diameter of only a few dozen meters, and its core space was cramped and crowded, with a massive gold-devouring vine taking up most of the space. In such an environment, even if the Fury Tiger mining vehicle could enter, it would struggle to operate effectively. Left with no choice, Song-Chi ordered the 3 Huakue soldier figurines to manually dig and explore using specially designed drilling shovels. It wasn't long before they discovered the long-sought phantom crystal vein a few meters deep at the bottom of an inconspicuous digging pit. This discovery made Song-Chi suddenly realize the elementary mistake he had previously made. To guard against the potential threat of the gold-devouring vine, and due to the inability to remain exposed in the space environment for long, he had only instructed the soldier figurines to perform a basic clearing. Aside from the life crystal, the figurines had extracted only a few tons of ordinary refined metal. Without the reminder from the exploration device and onboard intelligence, he might have missed out on the deeper phantom crystal deposit altogether. Facing at least 100 tons of phantom crystal, manual extraction was clearly unrealistic. Even at the return time several hours later, extracting half would be a stretch. Song-Chi quickly devised a plan. He led the 3 Huakue soldier figurines back to the fragment surface, summoned the Sangqiong and the Fury Tiger mining vehicle, and ordered the onboard intelligence to start digging downward. Since the existing core space couldn't accommodate the mining vehicle, he would create a wider entrance from the surface. After arranging the mining operations, Song-Chi piloted the Songqiong back to the fragment where the first Fury Tiger mining vehicle was located. Several hours had passed, and 1,000 tons of refined metal had been fully extracted. He loaded the raw ore in batches into the market, then drove the intact mining vehicle back. Given the significantly reduced efficiency of the second mining vehicle, Song-Chi decided to replace it with the one in better condition to ensure the phantom crystal extraction was completed before returning the next day. Half an hour before the return on the following day, Song-Chi piloted the Songqiong back to the worksite. Prior to this, he had spent over 10 hours surveying the area with the damaged mining vehicle, collecting minerals worth a couple hundred strands of zero-level floating land essence. All 112 tons of phantom crystals were successfully extracted and stored in the market of all heavens. With everything done, Song-Chi quietly awaited the moment of return. An hour later, at the entrance of Dongjiang Community, Song-Chi and his mother Qin Lixia each landed their spiritual fire ships. Since the family's Pentium 3 flying car was being used by Song Chao, they had to opt for this slightly ostentatious mode of travel. Qin Lixia's ship, named Dragonfly, was a shadow energy airship that had been upgraded from a shuttle to an airship decades ago and was currently at level 19, just a step away from the second tier. However, this seemingly small gap of one level was actually a vast chasm, blocking the lifelong pursuits of countless spiritual fire captains. To advance from a shadow energy airship to a second-tier escort-class shadow energy ship, not only are special resources required, but the captain must also personally slay alien civilization creatures above their own level during expeditions in foreign realms, bathing in the blood of these aliens. This formidable challenge has been an insurmountable barrier for many captains throughout their lives. It is said that when an airship advances to a skyship, the success rate is so low that many are deterred. Initially, the success rate is only 1, and even with the use of specific rare enhancement resources, it can only be increased to about 10. To further improve the success rate, captains must venture into alien territories, hunt alien species, and use their blood to baptize the vessel. The more alien species killed, the higher the grade of alien blood obtained, and the greater the increase in success rate. Mom, what's the current success rate for advancing the Dragonfly? Song-Chi asked, his eyes gleaming with anticipation. Qin Lixia pursed her lips and gave a response that Song-Chi found hard to accept. 24? Less than a quarter? How can it be so low? Song-Chi frowned, a wave of disappointment washing over him. He knew that advancing from 0 to first tier was relatively straightforward. As long as resources were sufficient and luck wasn't too bad, success was almost guaranteed. However, advancing a psionic airship to a psionic skyship was entirely different. Once the advancement task began, there was only a year to prepare. During this year, the captain must do everything possible to increase the success rate, whether through investing rare resources or daring to enter alien realms to hunt alien species. After a year, the airship must attempt the advancement. The higher the success rate, the greater the chance of advancing to a second-tier skyship, and vice versa. Qin Lixia started the advancement task 5 months ago, and nearly half of the year had already passed. Song-Chi originally thought that with his father's help, the success rate should easily surpass 30, or even reach 40. After all, his father's flagship advanced to the second tier over a decade ago. Yet reality had dealt him a harsh blow. Seeing the disappointment on her son's face, Qin Lixia gave him a sideways glance, her tone tinged with a bit of helplessness. Do you think advancing a psionic airship to a psionic skyship is that simple? If it were so easy to increase the success rate, how could there be only a few dozen second-tier psionic skyships among the tens of thousands of registered Ember skyships in Jiangyuan City, with its population of over 2 million? Song-Chi was momentarily speechless, but the worry in his eyes lingered. At the current pace, without some major stroke of luck, his mother's Dragonfly might only achieve a success rate of around 30 by the end of the preparation year. This success rate was already considered very high for a regular Ember captain, but Song-Chi still found it unacceptable. In Ember human civilization, there is a well-known harsh rule. Each Ember skyship has only one chance to advance each time. There is no option for a retry if it fails. If the advancement fails, the Ember skyship will be completely lost, a fact that hangs over Song-Chi like a sword, filling him with anxiety. Although the Ember seed within a person's Ember ancestral aperture doesn't extinguish when an Ember ship sinks, it does become weakened. Song-Chi frowned as he pondered this harsh reality. The Ember seed requires decades to fully recover, after which the body can once again merge with another scout-class flyer, essentially starting from scratch. His gaze fell on his mother, Qin Lixia. Despite being 100 years old and having undergone a life transformation to reach the first tier, granting her a 200-year lifespan, Song-Chi knew it wasn't enough. He quickly calculated in his mind, subtracting the decades needed for the Ember seed to recover, and then considering the time required to nurture a new Ember ship, the chance for a second attempt at reaching the second tier was slim. Without the support of the level 19 psionic cultivation platform aboard the Dragonfly, his mother's guidance technique was unlikely to break through to level 20 in less than a century. Song Chi recalled his own level 5 guidance technique. Even with the 580 training room boost, reaching level 6 would take over half a year. Without the boost, it would take at least 3 years. And that was only from level 5 to level 6, let alone the arduous journey beyond level 15. The solid bottleneck between levels 19 and 20 loomed in Song Kai's mind. Without the aid of the psionic cultivation platform, breaking through that single level could easily take a century. This realization unsettled him, and the joy from the recent interstellar exploration gains quickly vanished. Chun Lixia, perceptive as ever, noticed the change in her son's mood. She gently caressed Song Chi's cheek and softly reassured him. All right, I know my son loves his mom the most. Your dad will find a way. He's been busy for a reason, probably working on a solution. Mentioning his father brightened Song Kai's eyes. He clearly remembered what his father was investigating. Judging by his father's tindy hustle, the news about the titanium crystal was likely credible. Song Chi's thoughts raced. Given the value of titanium crystal, if they could acquire it, it might be traded for something to enhance the success rate of upgrading their ship to a full-fledged ember ship. This thought slightly lifted Song Chi's spirits. With his father and Uncle Shin, both second-tier ember captains, working together, the chances of obtaining the titanium crystal seemed promising. However, a sliver of worry lingered. Given the strategic value of such a resource, if the news spread beyond Jiangyuan City, even 2 second-tier ember captains might not suffice. With this in mind, Song Chi clenched his fists, his desire to quickly enhance his strength growing stronger. As for the Song family of Dinghai, which his father had mentioned recently, their true strength and reliability remained uncertain. He couldn't bring himself to pin his hopes on something so intangible. He preferred to rely on his own power rather than outsiders. Song Kai's eyes flickered as he quickly devised a plan. He first sent his mother home, then circled around the city center several times, slightly altering his appearance to ensure he wasn't noticed, and swiftly headed to the Jiangyuan black market. His objective was clear. He needed to quickly sell off the batch of refined metal in his possession. As for the smaller quantities, he would gradually sell them under the guise of normal exploration gains, maximizing his profit by at least 15%. As for the more than 100 tons of phantom crystal, Song Chi decided to keep it for personal use. Such a rare resource, beneficial to himself, was more valuable for personal utilization. At the black market, Song Chi rented a large resource transport vehicle and sold off all the 1,000 tons of refined ore in one go. He didn't linger in the black market, as he needed to use the funds to purchase goods. Buying directly from the black market wasn't economical since prices here were generally higher than through official channels. Song Kai's thoughts were already on the upcoming market exchange. The day after tomorrow, the ultra-long-range Space Gates random deployment platform would be ready, marking the start of his second market exchange opportunity. With 19 Space Gates this time, there would be more alien traders. If he didn't seize this chance to stock up and sell at a high price for a profit, he'd feel he was letting himself down. After all, this opportunity only came once every 30 days. Last time, he earned over 3,000 strands of zero-tier floating land essence, which he quickly spent on the skyship. This time, he needed to earn even more. With this in mind, Song Chi arrived at the Eagle Machinery Store in the Dongjiang Ember Shopping Center. Being a frequent visitor, the shop assistant greeted him warmly as he entered. Welcome back. Another successful exploration? Song Chi smiled faintly, summoned the skyship, and sold all the scattered minerals to the Eagle Machinery Store. The purchase price was still 80% of the market rate, and naturally, Song Chi had to spend all this money in the store, or the transaction would be void. He didn't rush to select goods, but instead fished out the life crystal of the gold-devouring vine from his clothes. Looking at the shop assistant, he asked, "Do you buy life crystals from peak first-tier gold-devouring vines?" He chose this place to offer the life crystal because the Eagle Machinery Store also dealt in gene serums. The main ingredient required for the production and formulation of genetic potions is Tianxing Chao, a rare plant whose yield directly determines the annual production scale of all entities involved in the genetic potion business. Because of this, the crystal of life, which can shorten the growth cycle of plant-based organisms, consistently ranks high on the procurement lists of potion manufacturers. Upon hearing that Song Chi had a crystal of life, the shop assistant's eyes lit up with excitement. She nodded eagerly, her voice betraying her enthusiasm. Of course we buy. A first-tier peak-level crystal of life is priced at 30 threads of first-tier floating land essence on the market, but our buying price is 32 threads. How does that sound to you? Song Chi felt quite satisfied with this offer. However, before he could nod in agreement, the girl in front of him asked, "Did you acquire this during your exploration of the alien domain?" Song Chi just smiled without giving a direct response. The perceptive shop assistant noticed his reluctance to elaborate and quickly changed the subject. "I wonder if you happen to have any remnants of the gold-devouring vine's body? If you do, along with this crystal of life, Our Eagle Machinery Store would be willing to purchase both for 35 threads of first-tier floating land essence. Song-Chi was slightly surprised and a bit puzzled. He hadn't heard that the inactive body of a gold-devouring vine still held value. If it were a cosmic plant, its remaining body might have significant research value, but for a floating land plant, without the crystal of life, shouldn't it be quite common? Does the vine body of the gold-devouring vine have other uses? Song-Chi asked casually. As expected, the shop assistant simply smiled and shook her head without answering. Song-Chi didn't mind, thinking that if there were any secrets, why would they share them with him? I'm sorry, but this crystal of life was obtained by chance, and I don't have any remnants of the gold-devouring vine, Song-Chi replied honestly. In truth, he hadn't brought back any remnants of the gold-devouring vine. In his mind, it was something devoid of value and not worth collecting from the marketplace. Following his recent exchange, Song-Chi embarked on another round of shopping, or more accurately, restocking. His gaze swept over the myriad of products at the Eagle Machinery Store, ultimately focusing on several key items. The tungsten battle shields and spears were a no-brainer, having been particularly popular at the last trade fair. Song-Chi decisively purchased 10,000 of each, swiftly transferring 1,000 strands of zero-level floating land essence through the digital interface. The universal star translator was unnecessary, as he already had one resting quietly in his storage space. His attention was caught by the basic gene optimization fluid. After some careful consideration, Song-Chi decided to acquire 1,000 vials, spending another 1,000 strands of zero-level floating land essence. For enhanced results, he also opted for 10 vials of intermediate gene optimization serum, costing an additional 100 strands. He refrained from purchasing any life cores this time. His previous experience at the marketplace had shown him that the currency used by zero-level alien races for trading was predominantly life cores. Once the trade fair concluded, most of the resources he accumulated were these, rendering it unnecessary to stockpile them in advance. Finally, Song-Chi's attention was drawn to a row of brand-new exoskeleton devices. He purchased 5 sets of basic civilian exoskeletons, each equipped with 10 durable batteries. With overuse, they should last for a few months, the store clerk explained. This transaction cost him 110 strands of zero-level floating land essence. Song-Chi calculated that these exoskeletons were primarily for testing. Given their complexity, without mastering their use, most beings would find them more of a hindrance than a benefit. Their popularity would depend on future trade interactions. Upon checkout, Song-Chi realized that this procurement had cost him a total of 2,210 strands of zero-level floating land essence. Considering the funds left from the last marketplace trade and the gains from his current extraterrestrial exploration, his account was now completely depleted. Even the floating land essence he had earned from selling a batch of refined metal on the black market was entirely spent at the Eagle Machinery Store. However, he had not touched the 32 strands of first-level floating land essence obtained from exchanging the pinnacle-level devouring gold vine life crystal, reserving them for future enhancement of the dark matter energy shield generator. As a common enhancement resource for first-level Ember-class starships and stealth drones, first-level floating land essence, although relatively available, held significantly higher value than zero-level floating land essence. Song-Chi mused that, despite the official exchange rate set by the Morning Star Principality being 110, the reality was often different, with demand outstripping supply. Only in various black markets could one consistently find first-level floating land essence for sale, with exchange rates typically at 114 or 115, and occasionally as high as 120. At the Eagle Machinery Store, the offered rate was also 110, so Song-Chi wisely avoided such unprofitable trades. Meanwhile, in a corner of the Jiangyuan black market, located within the East Mountain Forest Park on the southern outskirts of Jiangyuan City, subtle changes were unfolding. The Heishan Gold Shop, specializing in purchasing various metal mineral resources, was usually bustling. The shop bought all types of minerals that couldn't be openly traded at 65 of market price, then resold them to large machinery stores at 75 of market price through special channels. This 10 margin ensured a steady annual profit for the Heishan Gold Shop. The sheer volume of trade sustained this business. With Jiangyuan City's population exceeding 20 million, tens of thousands of Ember-class starships, and numerous floating land mining company employees privately hoarding goods monthly, the influx of mineral resources into the black market was immense. Even a peripheral shop like the Heishan Gold Shop consistently made substantial profits each year. The primary reason for their success was the robust backing of the Heishan Guild, an underground force in Jiangyuan City. Ordinary entities dared not provoke them, and those who could, chose not to bother. However, today's atmosphere around the Heishan Gold Shop was unusually tense. In the street's corners, several figures discreetly monitored the shop's interior and exterior. These individuals had been observing the Heishan Gold Shop for nearly 10 days without detection, indicating significant power behind them. In a rear corner, a man wearing a black hat suddenly received a communication alert. His previously relaxed demeanor shifted instantly. Though his expression remained unchanged, his eyes showed deep respect. Target confirmed, at the Haishan Gold Shop. Proceed. A concise and authoritative command came through his earpiece. Understood, the man in the black hat replied quietly. With this order, the figures scattered across the street sprang into action simultaneously. They unleashed their first-level aura pressure, a faint glow at their foreheads, and each was suddenly surrounded by 10 imposing soldier figures. Indeed, these 4 were all first-level Ember-class captains, each equipped with specialized components like soldier trees in their starships. This maneuver naturally caused a considerable stir. Within the Haishan Gold Shop, a first-level stealth drone captain stationed there immediately sensed that something was amiss. However, the captain of the Black Mountain Society's first-tier fleet did not have the luxury of a special component like a soldier statue tree on his ship. The cramped space inside the gold store couldn't accommodate an energy-powered airship, so he had no choice but to dash outside immediately. At that moment, he had only one thought: to summon his ship as quickly as possible. As long as he boarded the energy airship, even if he couldn't win, the enemy would find it hard to capture or kill him in a short time. He just needed to hold out until the black market patrols arrived. Yet, the figures outside the store were clearly prepared. 41st-tier soldier statues suddenly appeared, encircling the Black Mountain Gold store like an impenetrable barrier. No matter which direction the captain tried to break through, he would encounter at least 3 soldier statues blocking his path. With a fortitude advantage and the element of surprise, the outcome of the battle was predetermined from the start. In less than 10 seconds, the high-ranking member of the Black Mountain Society, who had once undergone a life transformation and reached level 14 in guidance techniques, was subdued like a helpless animal by several soldier statues. After accomplishing this, the 4 figures on the street swiftly retreated, showing no interest in the thousands of tons of mineral resources inside the store. 2 minutes later, when the attackers had long vanished without a trace, the Black Market Patrol finally arrived in their kinetic vehicles, only to find nothing after a thorough investigation. They could only leave in frustration. As for the Black Mountain Society's subsequent response, it was no longer within the black market's concern. Although the Black Mountain Society was not weak, it was nowhere near the top ranks compared to the major forces in Jiangyuan City. Otherwise, their businesses wouldn't be limited to the outskirts of the black market. It's important to note that the core area is the essence of the entire Jiangyuan black market, with at least 90 of annual resource transactions occurring there. A basic criterion distinguishing a first-rate force from a second-rate one in Jiangyuan City is whether it has its own industries in the black market's core area. From just one point, it becomes clear how influential the Black Mountain Society is in Jiangyuan City. Song Qi remained completely unaware of the happenings in Jiangyuan's black market, and his funds had been entirely depleted. After leaving the Xinhua Mall in Jiangyuan, Song Qi vanished into the bustling streets. 2 days later, in the heavenly market, Song Qi stood energetically before the long-range Space Gate's random dispatch platform, the exhaustion from a full day of intense practice in the all-attribute training room having vanished. His eyes were fixed on the countdown on the platform: 59 seconds, 58 seconds, 1 second, 0. As the countdown reached 0, Song Qi activated the platform without hesitation. The number of light beams on the platform increased from 10 to 19, indicating that 19 space gates were now deployed across the vast, boundless shattered star sea. Soon, spatial fluctuations emanated from the market entrance, signaling the arrival of beings through the space gates. Song Qi turned to see several creatures with human upper bodies and fish-like lower bodies cautiously entering his view. Merfolk, Song Qi thought to himself. This race was quite renowned in the shattered star sea, especially the mermaids, who were often kept as maids, slaves, or concubines. However, these appeared to be ordinary merfolk, not the rare mermaids. Song Qi approached and engaged them in conversation, discovering they could communicate fluently in the common language of the star sea. However, these young merfolk were inexperienced and carried nothing of significant value. Only some pearls from deep-sea clams and decorative seashells, which quickly lost Song Qi's interest. Without anything valuable, the merfolk couldn't purchase much from the market shops. One named Gu Air paused in front of a genetic optimization potion shop, his cells yearning at the scent of the potion. He realized the potion could have immeasurable benefits for him, potentially elevating his bloodline. Considering the merfolk's tradition of bloodline supremacy in the Coral Sea, a gleam appeared in Gu Air's eyes as he eagerly inquired about purchasing the special potion. The shop's holographic display showed the purchase requirement: deep-sea pearls over 300 years old. Seeing this, Gu Air's expression shifted subtly, and he quietly headed toward the market exit. Song Qi noted this and secretly anticipated what surprise this merfolk might bring. Shortly thereafter, in the Coral Sea of the Blood Sea floating land, 200 miles north of the Conch Islands, a phantom portal appeared silently on the seabed. Gu Air emerged, fresh from the heavenly market, his ambition no longer concealed. Inside a dilapidated palace on Conch Island, the leader of the Bronze Spear tribe glared at his son, Gu Air. Trade pearls over 300 years old for an unknown potion? Gu Air, have you lost your mind? Gu Er met his father's gaze with determination. Father, I'm certain that potion can purify the thin royal bloodline within us. With your current strength, purifying the bloodline even once could elevate you to the third tier. The tribe leader regarded his son, his tone serious. You must understand the gravity of your words. Items that can purify bloodlines are exceedingly rare. If it turns out to be false, your monthly resource allocation will be reduced by 80%. Gu Er nodded without hesitation. The tribe leader paused, then tossed a jade box to him, containing several lustrous pearls. As time went by, the celestial market became increasingly lively, with a constant stream of exotic races pouring in and the streets bustling with noise. However, Song-Chi felt heavy-hearted. He lingered in the stall area, hoping to discover a rare cosmic artifact as he had before, but to no avail. The goods sold at 5 times the purchase price were popular, yet expected, and thus not surprising to him. Just as Song-Chi was feeling frustrated, a commotion erupted near the market entrance. Gore, filled with excitement, returned to the market, making his way purposefully through the crowded stall area towards the gene optimization potion shop. How many of these gene optimization potions can I get for a 300-year-old deep-sea pearl? Gore asked anxiously from the center of the shop. As the son of the fallen chief of the Tonggu tribe, he knew his father only had 6 pearls over 300 years old and hoped to exchange them for as many potions as possible. Though Song-Chi was in the stall area, his mind was already on the gene potion shop. After a brief thought, he replied, "One 300-year-old deep-sea pearl can be exchanged for 3 gene potions." This price offered a 6-fold profit, which he considered reasonable. Hearing this, Gore pulled out 4 pearls, each around 300 years old, from his pocket. After a moment of hesitation, he put 3 back and handed one over to the counter. "I'll take 3 gene optimization potions first." Song-Chi calmly used the market's power to collect the pearl, while 3 basic gene potions floated up from beneath the counter and into Gore's hands. Eagerly, Gore immediately consumed 1 potion. After a painful genetic correction, he felt the familiar powerful bloodline surge within him and couldn't help but laugh out loud. He then exchanged the remaining 3 pearls for 9 more gene optimization potions. Just as Song-Chi thought the transaction was over, Gore produced 2 larger deep-sea pearls. These are 700-year and 900-year pearls. They're far more valuable than the 300-year ones. How many gene potions can I get for these? Song-Chi suppressed his excitement and quickly quoted, "A 700-year pearl can be exchanged for 10 gene optimization potions, and a 900-year pearl for 20. Gore's eyes showed hesitation. Pearls over 700 years old were incredibly valuable. Even at the height of the Tonggu tribe's power, their treasury held only 50 such pearls. Trading them might mean never gathering pearls of such age again. Just as Gore was wavering, footsteps approached from behind. A starry sea human entered the shop. Despite his unassuming aura, he spoke with arrogance. "How many of these gene potions do you have in stock? If it's not too many, I'll take them all." As he spoke, he casually tossed a large quantity of floating land essence and life cores, both 0 and first order. Gore, hearing this, quickly decided, "I'll exchange them. I'll trade these 2 pearls for all the gene potions." Little did Gore know, this starry sea human was actually Song-Chi in disguise. Seeing Gore's hesitation, he appeared to add fuel to the fire. The 700-year and 900-year pearls were invaluable for his cultivation technique, and he was determined to acquire them. Once the transaction was complete, Song-Chi handed over 30 basic gene potions to Gore. He knew that once a deal was made, even if Gore regretted it, there was no turning back. This was the trade rule he designed for the celestial market. Transactions must be voluntary, but once completed, they cannot be reversed. As the transaction with the fishman concluded, Song-Chi cleared his throat to get Gore's attention and continued to ask, "How much gene potion stock does the shop have?" Meanwhile, he secretly manipulated the display to show nearly 5 figures. Seeing this number, Song-Chi feigned disappointment. "That many? It's a shame I don't have enough funds, or I would have bought them all." Gore nodded in agreement. Seeing this, Song-Chi seized the opportunity to initiate a conversation. "Friend, I noticed you bought quite a few of these gene potions. It seems you've realized their power. How about we make a deal?" Gore frowned slightly, cautiously asking, "What kind of deal?" Song-Chi, pretending to be mysterious, whispered, "I'll give you some floating land essence, and you help me buy 1 enhanced gene potion. How about it?" Gore was taken aback and didn't agree immediately. Instead, he asked, "Enhanced gene potion? What's that?" Song-Chi's eyes flashed with a hint of triumph, his expression perfectly capturing the joy of someone who has stumbled upon hidden treasure. He cautiously glanced around to make sure no one was paying attention, then leaned in to whisper in Gore's ear, "This is the enhanced version of the gene optimization serum, 10 times more effective than the one we have here. I spent a fortune to get just 1 vial, and the results are mesmerizing. Sadly, the store only allows 1 purchase per person, or I would have bought them all." Gore, upon hearing this, almost jumped with excitement like a rabbit whose tail had been stepped on. What? 10 times more effective than the gene optimization serum? Is there really such an enhanced version? As if in response to Guer's query, the text on the light screen in the center of the shop shifted. Advanced gene serum, only 9 vials remaining, far surpassing the regular gene optimization serum. Subsequently, 9 glowing, exquisitely packaged blue vials appeared on the counter. One of the vials was gently opened, releasing a faint medicinal aroma that quickly filled the air. Though it was soon resealed, just a whiff left Guer feeling as though every cell in his body was rejoicing, and his previously corrected bloodline genes seemed on the verge of awakening. Guer's instincts told him that this advanced gene optimization serum could significantly enhance his bloodline. While one vial might not fully restore his peak royal bloodline, using 2 or 3 could undoubtedly revive a considerable portion. With this realization, Guer suddenly exclaimed, "Please hold these 9 advanced gene optimization serums for me. They'll be back shortly." Seeing Guer's intense reaction, Song-Chi remained unfazed, while the light screen in the shop once again displayed. Advanced gene optimization serums are costly and scarce, requiring pearls from deep-sea clams over 1,000 years old for exchange. Guer quickly glanced at the message, said nothing more, and hurriedly left the market, moving even faster than when he arrived. The scene shifts to the palace inside Conch Island, where the chief of the Copper Trident tribe fiercely flicked his tail, sending powerful currents in all directions, exuding the intimidating presence of a second-tier creature. Ridiculous. Do you think 1,000-year-old deep-sea pearls are as common as cabbages? Or do you believe? Before the chief could finish his rant, Guer presented over 30 basic gene optimization serums to his father. The Copper Trident tribe chief took one, opened it, and upon inhaling the scent, his eyes gleamed with renewed vigor, as if his exhausted bloodline had been revitalized. "Is this the serum you mentioned? Its effects are incredible. Are you sure there's an advanced version that's 10 times stronger?" the chief asked. Guer nodded solemnly, his demeanor resolute. The chief clutched the serum tightly, and after a moment of contemplation, he said, "This is a heaven-sent opportunity for our Copper Trident tribe. Since you are certain, go ahead and make the exchange. Unfortunately, I don't have any 1,000-year-old deep-sea pearls, but try using this. Remember, this item is extremely valuable, so aim to get as many of those advanced serums as possible." Back at the celestial market, Guer returned, his mind set on the task. Song-Chi refocused his attention on the gene serum shop. Upon hearing Guer's response, he frowned, disappointment evident in his tone. "No 1,000-year-old deep-sea pearls? In that case, you can't exchange for the advanced gene optimization serum." As Song-Chi was about to respond via the virtual light screen, Guer produced an item. "Though I lack 1,000-year-old deep-sea pearls, this item is even more valuable. It's known as the Tear of the Mermaid, a rarity in my merfolk tribe." Guer placed the so-called Tear of the Mermaid on the shop counter and added, "This tear was nurtured by my ancestor, a third-tier mermaid, and it can enhance the life levels of the vast majority of creatures in the Star Sea." When the crystalline tear, more radiant than a deep-sea pearl, appeared, Song-Chi's entire focus shifted to it. The Tear of the Mermaid was something he knew well. It was one of the few treasures capable of increasing the success rate of advancing a Starfire spacecraft. According to Guer, this tear, nurtured by a third-tier mermaid, meant it could boost the advancement success rate of Starfire spacecrafts up to third tier. From first tier to second tier, it could increase the rate by 10, and from second tier to third tier, it could increase by 5. Though these numbers seemed small, to every captain on the brink of promotion, they were second only to life itself in importance. At this moment, Song-Chi desperately needed such a treasure. His mother's dragonfly ship had a low advancement success rate, and despite his father's efforts, the outlook was grim. If they had a treasure to boost success rates, his father would have used it long ago, rather than waiting until now. As for titanium crystals, they remained an unknown factor. Therefore, he was determined to obtain this Tear of the Mermaid. A third-tier Tear of the Mermaid. Its value is considerable. Given its worth, the restriction of 1 advanced gene optimization serum per person is lifted. You may exchange it for 3 vials. The light screen displayed this information. Initially, Song-Chi considered offering 1 vial, but he realized that if Guer refused to trade, he would have to haggle through the virtual light screen. He had programmed all the store's trading intelligences to be entirely fair and just, with fixed prices. To maintain this persona, he ultimately set the exchange at 3 vials. It was a perfect number, and he believed Guer wouldn't refuse. His judgment proved correct. Although Guer initially wanted to negotiate, when the intelligent light screen showed no flexibility, he eventually agreed to the deal. With 3 advanced gene optimization serums in Guer's possession, Song-Chi obtained the coveted Tear of the Mermaid, unable to hide his joy. With this tear, and his father's efforts, when the dragonfly officially advanced in 7 months, the success rate would be at least 50. Although risks remained, it was significantly better than the original 24. If they managed to acquire titanium crystals later, the success rate would further improve. As time passed, The number of foreigners in the marketplace gradually increased. The goods on Song Chi's stall, which he had acquired for over 2,000 strands of zero-level floating land origin, were quickly sold out. His pricing strategy was rather bold. He priced the genetic optimization potions, originally 1 strand of zero-level floating land origin each, at 5 strands. 420 tungsten spears and shields worth 1 strand, he sold only 5. And a civilian exoskeleton, originally priced at 20,000 credit points plus 20 strands, he priced at 100 strands. With this strategy of doubling his profits, Song Chi's funds quickly surpassed 8,000 strands of zero-level floating land origin. What delighted him even more was that this substantial gain included over 100 strands of first-level floating land origin. Together with his original 32 strands, it was enough for him to further enhance the components of his dark matter energy shield generator several times. The trading continued unabated. In the free trading zone, transactions persisted, and Song Chi collected varying amounts of transaction tax every minute. He roughly estimated that by the end of this trade fair, his funds might exceed 10,000 strands of zero-level floating land origin. Meanwhile, he kept purchasing resources with significant price differences, intending to sell them in the black market later for a profit. The only disappointment was that despite keeping a close eye on every corner of the trading area, he was unable to find any more rare celestial artifacts. However, he soon came to terms with this. The current marketplace level was only level 9, allowing only zero-level extraterrestrial beings to enter through the space gate, and the chances for zero-level beings to obtain celestial artifacts were extremely slim. Understanding this, he stopped obsessing over finding artifacts and instead looked forward to the increased opportunities for their appearance once the marketplace level increased in the future. A few hours later, half an hour before the trade fair was about to end, Song Chi decided to set up his stall, displaying over 2,000 strands of zero-level floating land origin. This immediately drew the attention of the surrounding foreigners, and within minutes, his stall was surrounded by over 100 curious individuals. As the crowd speculated about Song Chi's intentions, he displayed a sign written in the universal language of the galaxy, which read, "Exchange for first-level floating land origin, 11 strands of zero-level for 1 strand of first-level." This information caused a stir, and most of the foreigners dispersed. First-level floating land origin was scarce, and most present didn't have any, let alone enough for exchange. Song Chi wasn't surprised by this, but was secretly pleased that several dozen figures remained. Although the 11:1 exchange rate seemed slightly disadvantageous compared to the usual 10:1 in the marketplace, it was still quite attractive compared to the 14:1 or 15:1 rate on the Morning Star Principality side. As long as there were foreigners willing to trade, he wouldn't lose out. Soon, an unknown foreigner approached, suggesting that if the rate could be adjusted to 12:1, he would be willing to exchange 10 strands. Song Chi firmly shook his head. Even though a 12:1 rate wouldn't result in a loss, he needed to make a profit for all his efforts. Besides, the price of first-level floating land origin in the black market was unstable, and who could guarantee he wouldn't face a 12:1 low price when selling? Seeing his firm stance, some more foreigners left. Ultimately, fewer than 20 remained at the stall, but Song Chi was quite satisfied. After all, this was just a Spiro-Femin attempt, and even if no one traded, it wouldn't be a big deal. The final outcome exceeded Song Chi's expectations. Out of the 18 foreigners who stayed, 12 successfully traded with him, with one even exchanging 100 strands in a single transaction. By the time the trade fair officially concluded, Song Chi's total funds had surpassed 11,000 strands of zero-level floating land origin, with 302 strands of first-level floating land origin. Additionally, after accounting for 6 deep-sea pearl beads, a mermaid's tear, as well as mercury crystals, fine gold, life cores, and other resources he needed for future enhancements, the remaining usable resources were valued at over 5,000 strands of zero-level floating land origin. After careful consideration, Song Chi decided to keep only 2,000 strands of zero-level floating land essence from the resources he had. His sharp eyes quickly calculated the number of spatial gates to be deployed at the celestial market and the number of alien traders that could enter during each transaction. 2,000 strands should be enough for restocking, he murmured to himself. Keeping more would be wasteful since the market scale is limited, and any excess wouldn't sell. As for the remaining 3,000 strands worth of zero-level floating land essence, a determined look flashed in Song Chi's eyes. He intended to use them all to enhance the celestial ship. In the 2 days following the market transactions, Song Chi tirelessly traversed various black markets. He maneuvered through dim streets and crowded stalls, exchanging his precious resources for zero-level floating land essence, mercury crystals, refined gold, and other materials needed for upgrading his ship. After completing these exchanges, Song Chi wasted no time heading to the free trading zone of the market. He summoned the celestial ship, which hovered silently in the air, seemingly awaiting its imminent transformation. Taking a deep breath, Song Chi initiated a new round of enhancements for the ship. First on the list was the ship's highest quality component, the dark matter energy shield generator. This orange glory quality shield had performed exceptionally well against the peak first-level gold-eating vine, reinforcing Song-Chi's resolve to enhance it further. Song-Chi gazed at the data panel before him. Dark matter energy shield generator, current level LV10. Further enhancement required 20 strands of first-level floating land essence, 20 tons of mercury crystals, and a one-time provision of 5,000 ether points. While he had already gathered the floating land essence and mercury crystals, the ether points presented an unexpected challenge. The celestial ship's standard ether engine had been upgraded to LV14, but its ether pool capacity was barely 5,000 points. This meant that while he could upgrade the shield generator to LV11, further enhancements would be impossible due to insufficient ether points. Furrowing his brow, Song-Chi weighed his options and made a decision. He invested additional resources to upgrade the ether engine directly to LV19. Fortunately, as a standard colorless component, the first-level enhancement of the ether engine only required 0-level floating land essence and 0-level life core. With the final strand of energy injected, the ether engine's data panel updated. Ether engine LV19. Quality: colorless. Consumption: 10 ether points for power. 118 ether points buffered after overload. 20-minute ether pool. Capacity: 9,000 ether points. Upgrade requirements have reached component enhancement limits, unable to continue upgrading. Song-Chi looked at the result, a satisfied glint in his eyes. Although it was costly, every bit of expenditure was worth it for the further enhancement of the celestial ship. Song-Chi stared intently at the psionic engine, upgraded to its limits, and made a mental note. The psionic pool capacity was only 9,000 points, which was far from sufficient. He urgently needed a high-quality engine component to enhance its performance. He recalled the atomic fusion nuclear engine component, which, even at level 0, boasted a 5,000 point energy pool. If upgraded to level 19, it could easily surpass 30,000 points. The current situation was less than satisfactory. The energy efficiency was low, and the energy pool's capacity was stretched thin. Song-Chi estimated that with a few more upgrades to the dark matter energy shield generator, the 9,000 point psionic pool would become inadequate. Reluctantly, he decided to make do for now. He had checked the White Tower's local network yesterday, only to find that the marketplace lacked any engine components of blue quality or higher. There were only a few white quality items, mediocre in attributes yet expensive, so he had no choice but to pass. After upgrading the psionic engine, Song-Chi immediately turned his attention to the dark matter energy shield. With an ample supply of first-tier floating land essence and mercury crystals, he spared no resources. This orange glory quality component was durable enough for long-term use, and the initial investment in resources made for a considerable cost-effectiveness. In just a few seconds, the dark matter energy shield generator was upgraded to level 15, consuming 200 strands of first-tier floating land essence and 150 tons of mercury crystals. The attributes saw substantial improvements. Shield value was increased by an additional 85, defense value doubled, consuming 60 psionic points per second, with a defense of 880, shield value of 16, 28016, 280, charging time of 20 seconds, and a 35-minute cooldown after overload. The next level upgrade would require 70 strands of first-tier floating land essence, 10,000 psionic points, and 45 tons of mercury crystals. This upgrade brought a tremendous boost, especially in defense and shield value, which soared from 380 to 880 and from 6,080 to 16,280, respectively. Such significant improvements were attributed to the high quality of the component and its unique percentage-based enhancement features. Song-Chi wanted to continue upgrading, as he still had 102 strands of first-tier floating land essence and 50 tons of mercury crystals, enough for another upgrade. Unfortunately, he was short of 1,000 psionic points needed for the 10,000 point requirement. With no other choice, he turned his attention to the Flame Soldier Tree component. The Flame Soldier Tree was currently the only component on the Skysong, aside from the dark matter energy shield generator and the Goldrock hull armor, that could utilize first-tier floating land essence. With the Goldrock hull armor not being a priority for upgrades, Song-Chi decisively chose the Flame Soldier Tree. He invested 90 strands of first-tier floating land essence to upgrade it to level 15. The upgraded Flame Soldier Tree consumed 200 psionic points per unit and could summon 10 level 15 Flame Soldiers, which would persist indefinitely unless defeated. If defeated, they required 24 hours to be resummoned. With only 12 strands of first-tier floating land essence remaining, Song-Chi couldn't proceed with any other first-tier component upgrades in the short term. He shifted his attention to the White Ember Hull component. Although this component didn't directly boost attack or defense, it determined the number of special component slots and the level cap of the psionic cultivation platform. While the psionic cultivation platform was of minor importance to Song-Chi, the more special component slots, the better. The resource requirements for upgrading the White Ember Hull were independent of the quality of the Ember Seed. Upgrading from level 0 to 1 required 5 strands of 0-tier floating land essence and 200 psionic points, From level 1 to 2 required 10 strands and 400 psionic points, and from level 2 to 3 required 15 strands and 600 psionic points, and so on. Song-Chi stared at the control interface, his fingers gliding gently over the virtual buttons. He spent 225 strands of zero-level floating land essence to upgrade the white fire of life hull of the Skysong from level 0 to level 9. The numbers flashing on the screen stirred something within him. He could easily push the level straight to 10 or even higher. Yet, he hesitated and ultimately decided to stop at level 9. The reason was simple. Once it breaks through to level 10, the Skysong would be promoted from a ghost energy shuttle to a ghost energy airship. Although with the Skysong's foundation, this upgrade was almost certain to succeed, the issue lay elsewhere. The real concern was that increasing the ship's level would directly affect the danger level of the alien domain deployment. For Song-Chi, his goal on this trip was merely to safely gather some ordinary resources. There was no need to take that risk. Even so, the enhancement to level 9 brought significant improvements to the Skysong. The number of special component slots increased from the initial 2 to 6. This was thanks to the unique design of the Fire of Life civilization. Fire of Life ships gain different numbers of special component slots every 5 levels based on the quality of their Fire of Life seed. Colorless gains 2, white gains 4, blue gains 6, purple gains 8, and so on. As a carrier of the white Fire of Life seed, the Skysong could add 4 more slots every 5 levels. Song-Chi privately calculated that if he could upgrade the quality of the Fire of Life seed in the future, the Skysong could gain even more slots. This idea excited him, but he quickly refocused on the task at hand. After enhancing the Fire of Life hull, Song-Chi noticed he still had a considerable amount of zero-level floating land essence left. His gaze shifted to the gold rock hull armor, which he had long overlooked. This white-quality armor component offered good value, but since its functions overlapped with the dark matter energy shield generator, it hadn't been prioritized for enhancement. Now, perhaps it was time to give it some attention. Song-Chi tapped on the screen, beginning to calculate the resources needed to enhance the gold rock hull armor. He knew that every enhancement was a preparation for future adventures, and in this universe filled with unknowns, an extra layer of protection meant a better chance of survival. The enhancement resource list for the Jin Yin ship's armor components mirrors that of the Huakue soldier tree, with the only addition being refined metal. Without hesitation, Song-Chi invested 295 strands of zero-level floating land essence and 81 tons of refined metal, instantly upgrading the Jin Yin ship's armor to level 10. Throughout the enhancement process, he didn't forget to add 2 tons of phantom crystal per level, consuming a total of 20 tons. These phantom crystals were spoils from a previous battle with the gold-devouring vine, originally amounting to 110 tons, leaving 90 tons after this upgrade. The inclusion of phantom crystals endowed the Songqiong with a certain level of invisibility, significantly increasing its chances of avoiding detection by alien creatures during explorations in foreign star regions. Song-Chi refrained from using up all the phantom crystals, as the white-quality Jin Yin armor was merely a temporary solution, soon to be replaced. The attributes of the level 10 Jin Yin armor were clear. White quality, 10's defense, requiring 10 strands of first-level floating land essence, 2,000 energy points, and 20 tons of refined metal for upgrades. Seizing the momentum, Song-Chi also enhanced the spectral cannon and the sky radar to level 10. Spectral cannon level 10. Colorless quality, 40 spectral point power per shot, 99 charge, 4's buffer, requiring 100 strands of zero-level floating land essence and 1,600 spectral points for upgrades. Sky radar level 10. Colorless quality, 5 spectral point consumption, detection range of 1 light minute, accuracy 30, requiring 140 strands of zero-level floating land essence and 2,000 spectral points for upgrades. These standard components had reached their limits, and Song-Chi had no intention of wasting more resources on them, as they would soon be replaced by more advanced equipment. At this moment, they were merely stopgap measures. After taking stock of the remaining resources, aside from the reserved 2,000 strands of zero-level floating land essence, 6 deep-sea pearl beads, and 1 third-level mermaid's tear, only a few scattered materials were left. Reflecting on the recent abundance of over 10,000 strands of zero-level floating land essence that had been quickly depleted, Song-Chi felt a sense of nostalgia. The progression speed of the Ember human civilization's starship system was astounding, but it required a continuous influx of vast resources. The entire civilization was like a greedy giant, constantly devouring the rare resources of the fragmented star sea. Yet, this was not unique to the Ember humans. All mid to high-level civilizations in the fragmented star sea operated in this manner. With these thoughts, Song-Chi summoned the Songqiong status panel. After over a month of enhancements and upgrades, the Songqiong had been completely transformed. Name: Songqiong. Level: LV9. Basic components: White Ember Hull LV9, Spectral Cannon LV10, Spectral Secondary Cannon LV0, Jin Yin Armor LV10, Spectral Engine LV19, Dark Matter Energy Shield Generator LV15, Sky Radar LV10, Spectral Cultivation Chamber LV088. Additional components. Wakue Soldier Tree LV-1516. Spectral Pool 9000900. Materials. 12 strands of first-level floating land essence, 2,215 strands of zero-level floating land essence, 50 tons of mercury crystal, 300-year-old deep-sea pearl beads. Closing the status panel, Song-Chi took out a 300-year-old deep-sea pearl bead. Dark energy gathered in his palm, causing the bead to tremble slightly. As time passed, the tremor intensified, as if it were about to explode. However, when the tremor peaked, the bead gradually calmed down. Eventually, its surface was covered with fine cracks, turning into a pile of fine powder. This was not magic, but Song-Chi's exquisite control over spectral energy. He infiltrated the bead with spectral energy, completely pulverizing its interior without damaging its exterior. Song-Chi retrieved a medium-grade body forging potion from his storage space, carefully pouring the pearl powder into it and gently shaking it to mix. This was the unique method of using deep-sea pearl beads, which, when combined with the body forging potion and the all-attribute cultivation chamber, would have amplified effects. He quickly headed to the all-attribute cultivation chamber, drank the prepared potion in one gulp, and stood with his legs firmly planted, palms facing upwards, swiftly entering the state of practicing the spectral energy guiding technique. Regarding the precious mermaid's tear, Song-Chi decided not to give it to his mother just yet. He planned to present it after his next exploration of the alien realms, attributing it to his findings from the journey. Although his parents rarely questioned him, choosing a more opportune moment seemed wise. In the all-attribute cultivation chamber, as soon as Song-Chi assumed the standard posture for the guiding technique, the surrounding ethereal energy surged towards him like a tide. Even though he was prepared, the astonishing speed of cultivation took him by surprise. The energy seemed to be drawn to him naturally, flowing into his body without any effort on his part. If his usual cultivation speed was a 6, it was now a 60, showcasing the remarkable progress of the guiding technique in less than 20 days. Immersed in the process, Song-Chi was utterly captivated. After a day and a night, he emerged from his meditative state, finding that the acceleration effect of the 300-year-old deep-sea clam pearl had dissipated. Upon carefully sensing the changes in his body, he was delighted to discover that a single day of cultivation had equaled 2 months of arduous training. What would have taken 6 months to achieve at level 6 could now be accomplished in just 4 months. Despite his excitement, Song-Chi quickly regained his composure. He understood that the first use of the clam pearl for assisted cultivation yielded the best results, and subsequent uses would inevitably diminish in effect. Clenching his fist, he couldn't help but feel a tinge of regret. If only he could combine it with advanced body-tempering potions, the results would be even more astounding. However, he was well aware that advanced body-tempering potions were strategic resources of the Morning Star Principality, inaccessible to ordinary citizens and allocated only to the nobility. At the entrance of the market, Song-Chi's figure gradually faded until it vanished completely. Although he was eager to use the remaining 5 deep-sea clam pearls in one go, he had already lingered in the market for 2 days and 2 nights. If he didn't show up soon, his mother might come knocking at his door. Returning to reality, Song-Chi stepped out of his bedroom to find his father, who was rarely at home, sitting on the living room couch. His father was intently focused on a star map projected from his communication wristband, seemingly lost in thought. Song-Chi immediately leaned over, curiously eyeing the star chart in his father's hands. "Dad, what are you looking at?" he asked, his eyes fixed on the intricate constellation patterns. Song Zhao glanced at his son sideways but didn't respond, quickly returning his focus to the star chart in front of him. Seeing this, Song-Chi cautiously turned to check the kitchen, ensuring his mother wasn't paying attention to the living room. He quietly leaned in closer to Song Zhao and whispered, "Dad, did titanium crystal come up with any concrete information?" Song Zhao's expression remained unchanged as he calmly replied, "This isn't something you can get involved in. Focus on preparing for your third otherworldly deployment." Despite the calm tone, Song-Chi, having known his father for 30 years, understood the resolute determination behind it. He realized that pressing further about titanium crystal could very well irritate his father. Recalling how his father looked when angry, Song-Chi wisely kept his mouth shut. After lunch, Song-Chi briefly informed his parents about his plan to dedicate the next 5 or 6 days to practicing the art of ethereal energy guidance, reassuring them not to worry if he didn't leave the house. Song Zhao and Qin Lixia nodded in agreement without asking further questions. Before returning to his room, Song-Chi tentatively asked, "Dad, do we have a way to get high-grade body-strengthening potions?" As soon as the words left his mouth, he regretted overthinking. However, Song Zhao's response surprised him. "High-grade body-strengthening potions? You need that?" Song Zhao asked in return. "The effects of such potions are potent, but they require a high level of physical fitness, usually only usable by those with guidance technique at level 10 or above. Are you sure you want to try it now?" Song-Chi was taken aback and asked again, "Dad, You mean you can actually get it? Song Zhao shook his head and replied, it's not about whether we can get it. Your dad already has some. If you want it, go to the bookshelf on the right in the study. He tossed over a key and confirmed again. Are you sure you can handle it? The effects of high-grade potions are intense. If your physical condition isn't up to par, it could harm rather than help your training. Confidently, Song Qi answered, during the last otherworldly exploration, I acquired a few deep-sea pearls over 300 years old. It should be fine. After a moment's thought, Song Zhao nodded and said, deep-sea pearls over 300 years old are indeed rare. Although the years are a bit low, they should suffice. Go ahead and take it. I originally planned to give it to you once your guidance technique reached the first stage, but since you're lucky enough to have this opportunity, using it early is beneficial. The high-grade potion's effects will be maximized. Excitedly, Song Qi rushed to the study, used the key to open the bookshelf, and retrieved an exquisite potion box. Inside were 3 vials of purple potion, marked as high-grade body-strengthening potions. Gazing at these potions, Song Qi felt a new understanding of the significance of Ding Hai Song clan. After a moment of hesitation, Song Qi decided to take all 3 potions. He had 5 deep-sea pearls in hand, including 2 aged 700 and 900 years, each suitable for pairing with a high-grade potion. The other 3, aged 300 years, he planned to use together to balance one high-grade potion. Although a single pearl couldn't fully neutralize the potency, using 3 together should suffice, extending the potion's duration without wasting its effects. Dad, I'm taking all of them, Song Qi announced. Song Zhao nodded in agreement, while Qin Lixia, concerned, reminded him, son, don't push yourself too hard. Use them wisely, and if your body can't handle it, stop training immediately. Got it, Mom, Song Qi replied. Back in the attribute-enhancing training room at the market, Song Qi prepared himself and swallowed the high-grade potion mixed with the powder of 3 300-year-old deep-sea pearls. Instantly, he felt a burning sensation in his abdomen, followed by a surge of powerful energy spreading rapidly throughout his body. His bones emitted faint cracking sounds, which might have sounded alarming, but Song Qi didn't find it unbearable. Instead, he felt a tingling sensation coursing through his body. Meanwhile, the influx of ethereal energy into his body increased dramatically. Compared to the training speed of 60 when using a mid-grade potion mixed with 1 300-year pearl, his current speed reached 100. Although the increase wasn't vast, the potion's effects lasted for 3 days, 3 times longer than before. 3 days later, Song Qi emerged from his training to find his ethereal energy guidance technique had advanced from level 5 to level 6, making significant progress toward level 7. Eager to continue, he immediately took out the second high-grade potion and added the powder from a 700-year-old deep-sea pearl. Once fully combined, he swallowed it in one gulp. The effects of this potion were several times stronger than the previous one. This time, Song Qi experienced not only intense tingling but also noticeable pain, though still within a tolerable range. However, he realized that he couldn't use the 900-year-old pearl anytime soon, unless he wanted to risk rupturing his blood vessels and sustaining irreparable internal injuries. The effects of the second advanced body-strengthening potion lasted only a day, but the pain it inflicted on Song Qi far exceeded that of the previous potion, which had lasted 3 days. It felt as if thousands of steel needles were constantly piercing his body, and every inch of his muscles trembled violently. The reason for this was that the potion's effects were too potent for his inadequate physical condition to handle. Despite the excruciating pain, Song Qi gritted his teeth and persevered, driven by the astonishing results of his training. While Song Qi was focused on his training, a fleet was speeding through the silent starry sky outside the White Tower's floating land. This fleet was small, consisting of fewer than 10 spacecraft, and it had departed from the White Tower's floating land, heading straight for a nearby asteroid belt. Known as the Ring White Tower asteroid belt, this region was less than 300 million kilometers away from the floating land. At light speed, the fleet reached the outskirts of the asteroid belt in just over 10 minutes. The Ring White Tower asteroid belt is a medium-sized asteroid belt with a diameter of less than 100,000 kilometers. After centuries of continuous mining by companies from the White Tower's floating land, the resources in this area were nearly exhausted, with only a few scattered zones still frequented by private interstellar mining ships. Yet, in this seemingly barren place, an extremely rare titanium crystal vein was hidden. In the control room of the lead ship on the left side of the fleet, Shen Wenjie mused quietly to himself. Meanwhile, Song Chao's voice came through from a communications link aboard another escort-class energy ship. Let's hope so. But those 2 miners from Tianyu Mining Company only witnessed what seemed to be titanium crystals. They haven't confirmed it. After a brief exchange, the 2 of them led the charge into the asteroid belt, with 7 energy ships of varying lengths following closely behind. The entire fleet of 9 ships consisted of Xinhua-class vessels. As they advanced, they encountered numerous ordinary interstellar mining ships wandering in the asteroid belt. Despite years of mining in the region, The lack of other resource points nearby meant that some freelance miners still ventured here, hoping to strike it rich. After all, there had been instances in recent years where people discovered overlooked rare resources and became wealthy. Whenever these ordinary mining ships saw the Xinhua fleet passing by, they invariably chose to steer clear. To these civilians, each Xinhua ship represented an untouchable power, and this particular fleet was unlike any they had seen before, especially the two leading ships. These two ships were entirely covered in black armor, with 100-meter-long hulls shielded by glowing energy barriers, indicating their indestructibility at a glance. The main cannon at the bow, with a diameter of several meters, looked menacing, and even the auxiliary cannons scattered across the hull could easily obliterate any top-tier interstellar mining ship. The fleet proceeded unimpeded toward its destination. Meanwhile, in Tianyu Mining's exclusive mining area, routine conversation was taking place. This was one of the busiest mining areas in the Ring White Tower asteroid belt, with hundreds to thousands of interstellar mining ships coming and going daily. To maintain order, Tianyu Mining had assembled a patrol fleet for the area. "Brother Liu, I'm in luck today. I mined 5 tons of refined gold," boasted a miner named Lao He over short-range communication to Liu in a patrol boat. "How about we grab a drink at Widow Sun's place after work? My treat. I heard her mother-in-law is back in her hometown, so you can have a good time after a drink." Liu, who had been bored, perked up at this but maintained a facade of indifference, saying, "Got it. We'll talk after work. Just make sure you don't skim too much, or I won't be able to cover for you if you get caught." Lao He grinned, knowing he would have an extra income today. After a few more flattering words, he ended the communication. What Liu didn't know was that Lao He's expression quickly turned to one of mockery. Tiske, that widow's son has been with who knows how many men, and yet Liu still treats her like a treasure. Just as Lao He was about to turn his mining ship toward the company's inspection point, he suddenly froze, his gaze snapping toward the starry sky beside him. "Is that a fleet of Xinhua starships? How could there be so many Xinhua starships here?" He stared in disbelief at the scene before him. Dozens of silver-glinting starships hovered in space, with only a few being the basic-level Yuning shuttles, while most appeared to be first-tier Xinhua starships. This massive fleet stood out starkly against the backdrop of the dark universe. He wasn't the only miner who noticed this fleet of Xinhua starships. Since Song Chao and Shan Wenjie had not made any attempt to conceal their presence, within just 2 minutes, the majority of miners in the area had spotted the sudden arrival of the fleet. The miners quickly reacted, and hundreds of interstellar mining ships dispersed to either side of the mining area at an unprecedented speed, instinctively leaving the central zone clear. However, the unfamiliar Xinhua fleet showed no sign of leaving. As miners puzzled over the situation, a cold mechanical voice emanated from the lead Xinhua starship, who was in charge of this mining area. The miners exchanged glances and, after a moment of hesitation, pushed forward Liu, the captain of the patrol team. Despite his fear and trembling legs, the message from the Xinhua starship was merely a request for a detailed star map of the mining area, much to Liu's relief. He had only become the captain through connections, hoping to make some extra money during his tenure. Being asked to defend the company's mining area with his life was far beyond his expectations. Almost as soon as the request was made, Liu eagerly transmitted the detailed star map, not daring to hesitate for even a second, fearing the wrath of this mysterious and powerful fleet. Aboard the Tongji Yuning starship, Shen Wenjie meticulously compared the newly received star map with the one they had obtained from the marketplace a few days earlier. Once confirmed, he exchanged a glance with Song Chao, and the two nodded in understanding. The fleet then resumed its journey, heading toward the coordinates of their intended destination. However, only 8 of the 9 Xinhua starships departed. One remained behind, and an almost invisible energy field spread from the ship, soon enveloping a large portion of the mining area. On a small asteroid, several dozen meters in diameter, He's interstellar mining ship sat quietly. While others speculated about the unfolding events, He astutely recognized the subtle energy field. "They've deployed a temporary communication jamming device," he thought to himself. "It seems something valuable has surfaced in this mining area." His eyes gleamed with excitement and curiosity, realizing he might be witnessing a significant and undisclosed event. Mining Area 013 of Tianyu Mining, located on the far side of the White Tower floating land. 8 Ember-class ships slowly came to a halt, their hulls glistening under the starlight. Song Chao and Shan Wenjie stood at their respective command stations, vigilantly scanning the surroundings. This was the exact location they had received coordinates for a few days ago. Shen Wenjie's voice came through the communication channel. "Attention everyone. Start the exploration at maximum speed. Report immediately upon any discovery." With his command, 6 energy scout ships swiftly dispersed to conduct a thorough exploration of the surrounding asteroids. Song Chao's azure sky and Shan Wenjie's bronze halberd remained in place, taking on the task of keeping watch. Despite the careful measures taken to conceal their departure and the communication blockade activated on the mining area, the commotion from intercepting personnel at the Heishan gold shop was significant, leaving them uncertain if they were being monitored. Time ticked by, and after over half an hour, the exploration was halfway through without any trace of titanium crystals. Shen Wenjie spoke with a hint of doubt. Could it have been a coincidence? Did those two miners mistake another rock for titanium crystals? Song Chao remained calm. No rush. Even if it was a similar-looking mineral, we haven't found anything yet. The results are still uncertain. We've spent so much time already. A little longer won't hurt. After another 10 minutes, a sudden communication request came from one of the energy scouts. Shen Wenjie's eyes lit up, signaling Song Chao to connect. On the screen appeared an excited young man. Uncle, we found it. It's really titanium crystals. Preliminary scans indicate a microvein with an estimated 1,000 to 2,000 crystals. Great. Shen Wenjie couldn't hide his excitement. Gather the other 5 and start mining immediately. Before he could finish, a dull thud reverberated from behind. The azure sky shuddered violently, its shield value dropping by a fifth. Song Chao felt a chill but was thankful the energy shield had been active. Otherwise, the strike might have pierced the hull armor. Old Shin, the enemy has a frigate too. Be careful. Song Chao quickly issued orders. Xiao Lin, leave 2 scouts to continue mining. The other 4 come to assist. The 6 Ember-class ships quickly regrouped, with 2 frigate-class energy ships at the forefront and 4 energy scouts behind, their main cannons beginning to gather energy for a counterattack. Hundreds of kilometers away, a sizable enemy fleet emerged. 2 frigates and 7 energy scouts, several of which likely belonged to the Heishan Guild. Song Chao asked Shen Wenjie for his opinion. Shen Wenjie chuckled. What else? We'll fight them until they surrender. Song Chao's eyes gleamed. All right, let's test the capabilities of these 2 frigates today. If they want to snatch our prize, they'd better have the strength to back it up. He then instructed the energy scouts behind him. Xiao Lin, Xiao Qing, just keep them busy. Retreat immediately if you sustain damage. The outcome of this battle doesn't depend on you. Understood, uncle. Within the enemy fleet, a silver-armored frigate stood out. In its cockpit, a young man showed a moment of surprise but quickly regained his composure. To him, even if the opposing force seemed considerable, they were not to be feared. A communication line opened, and the portly, scar-faced leader of the Heishan Guild appeared on the screen. Speaking respectfully, young Master Kong, it seems the other side is quite formidable. Should we? The young man impatiently interrupted. Formidable? Who cares? Attack them full force. I want to see who dares to steal from Zhu Kong. The battle erupted in an instant. The 4 frigates charged out of their fleets with coordinated precision, choosing a battlefield thousands of kilometers away to avoid involving the surrounding energy scouts and asteroids. Meanwhile, 12 energy scouts engaged in fierce exchanges, but compared to the frigate duel, their skirmish seemed almost trivial. After several rounds, only a few scouts showed slightly dimmed energy shields, and no clear victor emerged in the short term. In the remote mining area, the duel between the 4 frigates officially commenced. Song Chao faced off against the silver warship, while Shen Wenjie's bronze halberd engaged another frigate. In the vastness of space, energy beams intertwined, shockwaves spread, and a breathtaking battle unfolded. Shen Wenjie's copper halberd clashed fiercely with the enemy battleship, both sides evenly matched. Each attack and defense was accompanied by the explosive shattering of nearby asteroids, scattering debris across the void of space, leaving dazzling trails of light. However, the stalemate suggested that the key to this battle lay between Song Chao's Qingkong and the mysterious silver armor starship. Song Chao, a seasoned Tier 2 flame captain, had equipped Qingkong with formidable configurations. The ship's blue-tier energy shield shimmered brilliantly, and its main cannon, also of blue quality, was a force to be reckoned with. With a deep hum, the main cannon at Qingkong's bow completed a brief energy charge. In the next moment, a blinding laser beam, 3 meters in diameter, pierced the darkness of space, targeting the enemy ship with precision. Inside the silver starship, Zhu Kong smirked as his fingers danced swiftly across the control panel. With the engine's roar, the silver starship became a blur, effortlessly dodging Qingkong's fierce strike. After evading, Zhu Kong immediately launched a counterattack. The menacing main cannon of the silver ship unleashed a formidable energy beam aimed directly at Qingkong. Song Chao frowned, quickly recognizing the exceptional capabilities of the opposing starship. Its astonishing speed indicated that its engine components were at least blue tier, possibly even reaching the purple level. This realization weighed heavily on Song Chao, as he found himself in a defensive position struggling to hit the opponent while constantly at risk of being hit. Under Song Chao's command, Qingkong barely dodged the attack, but the situation remained precarious. As Song Chao urgently sought a strategy, the second wave of attacks from the silver armor starship was already upon them. Whether due to a special component or the inherent rapid charging of its main cannon, The second shot followed the first with alarming speed. This time, Song Chao couldn't evade in time. With a resounding explosion, Qing Kong shuddered violently, and its energy shield was instantly reduced by half. Inside the silver starship, Zhu Kong wore a smug grin. His flagship's main cannon had a special attribute, a 30 chance of triggering a double strike with each attack. It was this feature that had just come into play. Watching the opponent's energy shield dim, Zhu Kang's confidence soared. He could already envision the scene of his opponent being forced to surrender. Pushing the control lever, Zhu Kong drove the silver starship closer to Qing Kong. Meanwhile, the 4 secondary cannons on the starship began an unrelenting barrage, raining energy projectiles down on Qing Kong. Yet, just as the situation appeared one-sided, Song Chao revealed a hint of ease. He realized that the opponent's main cannon required charging, which eased his pressure significantly. Simultaneously, Song Chao activated a Y-Tire special component on Qing Kong called the Shield Repair Orb. As a gentle glow enveloped the ship, the shield value, which had fallen below 50, began to recover. Within 20 seconds, it climbed back to 68. Though the shield repair orb was of ordinary quality, its effect proved crucial at this moment. Even though Song Chao had upgraded it to level 29, it could only restore 20 of the shield value. Yet this seemingly modest improvement provided Qing Kong with a vital respite. Noticing Qing Kong's energy shield regaining its luster, Zhu Kong immediately suspected the presence of a rare shield restoration component. A glint of greed flashed in his eyes, as such components were invaluable in critical moments. However, Zhu Kong also knew that to obtain this component, he needed to completely defeat his opponent. Only as the victor could he hope to seize this special equipment from them. This thought intensified Zhu Kang's assault. He was acutely aware that time was of the essence, as the titanium crystals in the Tianyu mining zone were already being extracted by the opposition. If the battle wasn't concluded swiftly, and the opponent managed to escape with the crystals, it would be a significant loss. Under Zhu Kang's increasingly fierce attacks, Qing Kong appeared overwhelmed. Apart from dodging a few initial strikes, subsequent attacks hit their mark 2 out of every 3 shots. As time passed, Qing Kong's energy shield dimmed to its limit once more. In this critical moment, Zhu Kang's silver starship completed another round of main cannon charging. He eagerly opened fire again, inadvertently advancing his ship a small distance forward. As an experienced flame captain, Zhu Kong remained vigilant, evident from his constant pressure with firepower. However, he did not anticipate that this slight advancement of Silver Blade would present the largest opportunity in the eyes of his adversary. In the cockpit of the Qingtian, Song Chao held his breath, the long-awaited opportunity finally arriving. His fingers danced over the control panel with lightning speed, activating a special component on the spacecraft's supermagnetic traction beam generator. A dazzling beam shot out from the Qingtian, precisely locking onto the silver spacecraft that had just entered its range. The beam carried an unimaginable force, instantly binding the opponent tightly. The engines of the silver spacecraft roared, but even with its rare purple engine, it couldn't break free from the beam's grip. Inside the silver spacecraft, Zhu Kong gripped the control stick tightly, his face turning pale. After a brief moment of panic, he quickly regained his composure. Although the opponent's traction beam component was evidently of purple quality as well, Zhu Kong was confident that his attack would soon shatter the opponent's energy shield. His silver edge possessed a blue-quality energy shield. Even if it couldn't dodge, it wouldn't be severely damaged in one strike. However, the situation shifted again. The energy shield on the surface of the Qingtian, previously dim and lackluster, suddenly regained some of its luster, successfully fending off the silver edge's attack. A slight smile appeared on Song Chao's lips. His shield repair module could be used once every 24 hours, with a maximum of 2 uses stored, and this time it was perfectly timed. Without hesitation, Song Chao activated the third special component of the Qingshiana Neural's piercing quiver, enhanced to level 29 with purple quality. This component added a 50 armor-piercing effect to the main cannon for 10 minutes, significantly increasing damage output against the silver-armored spacecraft. Song Chao felt a twinge of regret, as he was still a white ember seed, limiting the components on the Qingtian to a maximum enhancement of level 29. If they could reach level 30 or above, the power of Neural's piercing quiver would undoubtedly be even more astounding. A few minutes later, the duration of the traction beam ended. By then, the Silver Edge's energy shield was on the verge of collapse, with less than 10 energy remaining. Meanwhile, the effect of Neural's piercing quiver on the Qingtian was still active, further tipping the scales in Song Chao's favor. Just as Song Chao was about to deliver the final blow to shatter the energy shield of the Silver Armor Starship, a sudden communication request from the opposing ship came through to the Qingkong. Song Chao's finger hovered over the fire button, a flicker of hesitation in his eyes. However, after a brief moment of contemplation, he resolutely pressed the button. The cannon erupted with a blinding flash, sending a beam of energy directly at the Silver Armor Starship. With a deafening explosion, the enemy's energy shield shattered like glass, and the ship's armor showed noticeable dents and cracks. Calmly assessing the battle situation, Song Chao calculated his next move. He was well aware that any ship possessing purple-grade engine components and what seemed to be a purple-grade main cannon was backed by a formidable force. Yet the Qing Kong was also running low on resources, and he couldn't afford to give the enemy a moment to recover. At that moment, the communication request from the enemy became more urgent. Song Chao took a deep breath and finally accepted the call. When the holographic projection appeared before him, his expression remained unchanged, though his heart sank. The young man in the projection was all too familiar to him. Zhu Kong, the fourth son of Zhu Yaokui. As the only third-tier fire captain in Jiangyuan City, Zhu Yaokui's influence was nearly all-encompassing. Song Chao realized the situation was more precarious than he had anticipated. Zhu Kong spoke coldly, "I don't know who you are, but if you're from Jiangyuan City, you should know me. In the matter of the titanium crystal vein, I won't interfere any further. How about it?" Song Chao's lips curled slightly, his tone calm but tinged with sarcasm. "Zhu Kong, out of respect for your father, I can let you go. But don't bring up that insignificant titanium crystal remnant. It has nothing to do with you." A flash of anger crossed Zhu Kang's eyes as he gritted his teeth. "Then what do you want?" After a brief pause, Song Chao laid out his terms. "Simple. Hand over 2 ship components of blue grade or higher as the price of your defeat." "That's impossible!" Zhu Kang roared almost instantly, clearly finding the demand unacceptable. Seeing this, Song Chao unhesitatingly opened fire again. The Qing Kong's main cannon roared once more, the energy beam piercing through the remaining defenses of the Silver Edge. Soon, the armor damage on Zhu Kang's ship exceeded 70, and the ship itself sustained over 40 damage. Yet Zhu Kang's attitude remained steadfast, seemingly convinced that Song Chao wouldn't dare to finish him off. After a moment of stalemate, Song Chao had no choice but to cease his attack. He understood that if he actually sank the Silver Edge, even if Zhu Kang survived, Zhu Yaokui would inevitably intervene. That was not the outcome he desired. 2 minutes later, a hint of smugness appeared on Zhu Kang's face, evidently thinking his opponent had backed down. However, when his gaze shifted to the side battlefield, rage flared up in his eyes once more. Song Chao, having stopped his assault on the Silver Edge, had redirected his firepower toward another escort ship. Zhu Kang clenched his fists, helplessly watching his subordinates fall into peril. Although the Hefeng frigate was just an ordinary frigate, its captain was a personal retainer handpicked by Zhu Yaokui for Zhu Kang. The two had grown up together like brothers, with the captain being Zhu Kang's most loyal subordinate. The destruction of the Hefeng and the loss of its crew would be an unacceptable outcome for Zhu Kang. The intense space battle raged on for several minutes. The Qing Kong and Tongji frigates worked in perfect harmony, unleashing their full firepower in a fierce attack on the Hefeng. Under the relentless barrage of energy beams, the Hefeng's energy shields were quickly shattered, and cracks began to appear in its armor, threatening imminent collapse. In this critical moment, Song Chao's communication panel lit up once again with a request from Zhu Kang. A slight, confident smile appeared on Song Chao's lips as he unhurriedly put on his mask before answering the call. On the screen, Zhu Kang's expression was dark and foreboding, as if ink could drip from it. Through gritted teeth, he spoke a few words and ultimately had no choice but to agree to Song Chao's demands, offering 2 blue-quality ship components as compensation. 20 minutes later, the 4 frigates returned to the Tianyu mining area. Seeing this, the 12 battling psionic shuttles immediately ceased their skirmish. The shuttles from the Heishan Guild appeared visibly dissatisfied, scrutinizing the exterior of the 4 frigates and quickly deducing that Zhu Kang's side was likely the loser. Daoba felt a chill run through him. He had reported the titanium crystal issue to fully secure the backing of the largest power in Jiangyuan City. However, the outcome was a complete failure, leaving him anxious about facing Zhu Kang's wrath. 10 minutes later, Zhu Kang left with his fleet in silence. Meanwhile, Song Chao and his team continued their excavation work. This titanium crystal vein was a micro vein, initially estimated to hold 1,000 to 2,000 pieces. After some time of mining, the confirmed reserve had slightly increased, potentially exceeding 2,000 pieces. Extracting the entire vein would still require some time. As for why they told Zhu Kang it was a depleted vein, it was naturally to downplay the overall value of the titanium crystal deposit. Otherwise, news of a reserve exceeding 2,000 pieces would likely attract the attention of Zhu Yaokui. After another half an hour, the extraction work finally concluded. Song Chao and Shen Wenjie focused intently, repeatedly counting the pile of titanium crystals that resembled a small mountain. As the last crystal was tallied, a glimmer of delight flashed in both their eyes. 2,420 pieces. Shen Wenjie exclaimed softly, a pleased smile spreading across his face. That's significantly more than the estimated 1,000 to 2,000 pieces. Seems like we've got some good luck. Song Chao nodded in agreement, but after the initial excitement, his expression became uncertain. Shen Wenjie, observing through the communication projection, keenly noticed Song Chao's hesitation. Old Song, just say what's on your mind. There's no need for reservations between us, Shun Wenjie encouraged. Song Chao took a deep breath and carefully chose his words. Old Shin, you probably know the identity of the person we just dealt with. Do you think Zhu Kong will inform Zhu Yaokui about this? The joy on Shun Wenjie's face disappeared instantly, replaced by a serious expression. As the authoritative inspection team leader of Jiang Yuan's Xinhua Bureau, he was well aware of Zhu Kang's identity. The problem, temporarily overlooked due to their excitement, now seemed exceedingly troublesome. With Zhu Yaokui's influence in Jiangyuan City, if he traces this back to me, losing my position as the inspection team leader would be a mere formality, Shen Wenjie said gravely. Forget about the laws of the Morning Star Principality. In this era of extraordinary powers and distant floating lands, the only universally recognized law across the Xinhua human civilization's domain is that battleships and higher-level Xinhua warships must not engage in any form of internal conflict. Other than that, as long as nothing too outrageous is done, no one will strictly investigate. Shen Wenjie looked anxiously at Song Chao. Old Song, do you have a solution? Just say it. You've only been in Jiangyuan City for 20 years, so you might not be fully aware of everything. Zhu Yaokui may seem affable in recent years, but that's since he became the principal of Jiangyuan's top Xinhua Academy. My dad and others say that over 100 years ago, he was a ruthless figure who wouldn't hesitate to kill. Song Chao nodded slightly, acknowledging Shan Wenjie's assessment. In truth, he was quite familiar with Zhu Yaokui. This seasoned Xinhua captain, having been at the third level for over 200 years, could practically control Jiangyuan City single-handedly, and Song Chao had always been highly cautious of him. After considering for a moment, Song Chao shared his thoughts. Given the situation, I can mention this to my old man. If he steps in, Zhu Yaokui likely won't interfere. However, that means we'll probably have to give up half of these titanium crystals. Shen Wenjie felt a pang of reluctance, but quickly made a decision. All right, let's do it that way. You take half to ask for the old man's help. The remaining 1,210 pieces will be split between us. 505 pieces each, and the last 200 pieces will be divided among the 7 young ones. They swiftly secured their respective 505 pieces of titanium crystals, while the remaining 200 pieces were left for distribution among the 7 energy-efficient shuttles. Shen Wenjie repeatedly stressed the importance of keeping the titanium crystals a secret, and then the 9 Xinhua ships concealed their tracks and swiftly headed towards the White Tower floating land. Upon reaching the White Tower floating land, 3 of the energy-efficient shuttles parted ways with the fleet, heading to different cities on the floating land. The remaining ships continued towards the main city, preparing to complete the final leg of this adventure. The 7 energy airships accompanying them were captained by trusted descendants of Song Chao and Shan Wenjie. The 3 airships that had just separated were summoned by Song Chao, with their captains being the sons of Song Qi's uncles, making them his cousins. These 3 were a few years older than Song Qi and had already successfully awakened. Additionally, among Shan Wenjie's descendants, Shun Qing, who had agreed to explore the ruins together later, was also present. The scene shifts to the heavenly market, where Song Qi emerged from the all-attribute training room, his face lit up with barely concealed excitement. He felt the enhanced power within him, marveling at the potent effects of the advanced body-strengthening potion, combined with a 700-year-old deep-sea clam pearl. Just a day ago, he had broken through in his guiding technique, and now he had advanced again to level 7. The surge in his blood energy and overall physical attributes marked a significant leap in quality. Such rapid progress was astonishing. In less than 5 days, his guiding technique had skyrocketed from level 5 to level 7A feat that would typically take over 3 years of conventional training. However, this rapid advancement came with some discomfort. Song Qi felt unsteady on his feet and experienced a strong sense of physical dissonance. Upon careful reflection, he realized this was due to the drastic changes in his physique over the past few days, which he hadn't yet adapted to. Realizing this, Song Qi felt a wave of relief. Initially, he had regretted not using the potion, which was neutralized with a 900-year-old deep-sea clam pearl, all at once upon exiting seclusion. But now, he was thankful he hadn't acted rashly, as another intense boost would have caused irreparable damage to his body. While rapid progress is undoubtedly beneficial, if it exceeds one's capacity to control, it becomes a form of overreaching that can cause irreversible harm to a practitioner's foundation. Aware of his situation, Song Qi abandoned his plan to leave the market and return to the all-attribute training room. This time, he didn't continue practicing the guiding technique. Instead, he focused on moving his body around, striving to adapt to the surge in power and mend the slightly damaged foundation. Half a day later, the bedroom door opened from the inside. Having mostly acclimated to his newfound strength, Song Qi stepped out of the room, his eyes lighting up at the sight of his father, Song Chao, still at home. Unlike usual, Song Chao wasn't casually lounging on the sofa but stood upright, giving the impression of being unusually cautious. Being cautious, just like Song Ting anxiously waiting for a verdict from Song Chao every time she made a mistake, was indeed the mood. As Song Qi pondered, He noticed the communication screen in front of his father. Once he recognized the figure projected, everything clicked into place. Song-chi quickly stepped forward and softly called out, "Grandpa." On the screen, Song Ming-song's previously expressionless face immediately warmed with a kind smile. "Ah, it's Shao-chi, come over and let Grandpa take a look at you. It's been years since we last met. I heard you've recently awakened, and your grandma was thrilled for quite a while. Her 200th birthday is coming up soon, so when you come to Bida City, Grandpa will have a special gift for you." Song-chi's face lit up with a bright smile as he nodded repeatedly. "Thank you, Grandpa. I'll also prepare a gift for Grandma's birthday." Song Ming-song chuckled heartily. "Good. Grandpa will be looking forward to it." Meanwhile, Song Chao let out a silent sigh of relief and gave his son a thumbs up. With Song Chi's intervention, Song Ming-song couldn't maintain a stern face towards his son. He quickly turned to Song Chao and said in a serious tone, "All right then, remember, not a single one of the 1,000 titanium crystals can be missing, or you'll see how I handle you on your mother's birthday." After a pause, he added, "Also, if you dare to involve the children from the elder and second families in such things again, I'll personally come to Jiangyuan City and break your legs." With that, the communication screen abruptly cut off. Song Chi's mouth twitched as he thought to himself that his grandfather's temper hadn't changed a bit. Recalling the days spent with his grandparents, Song Chi's impression of Song Ming-song was summed up in one word: fiery. The old man often resorted to physical discipline without hesitation, especially when educating his sons. It was said that Song Chao and his brothers were raised under the old man's firm hand. It wasn't until the grandchildren came along that his temper softened somewhat, at least towards the younger generation. Song Chi quickly shifted his focus to the titanium crystals his grandfather mentioned. "Dad, have you secured the titanium crystals? How many do you have?" Song Chao, resuming his usual authoritative demeanor, replied unhurriedly, "Not many. Besides the 1,000 for the old man, I have 715 on hand. Don't mention this outside, especially not in front of your grandfather." Song Chi understood the implication, realizing his father might have understated the amount. He quietly asked, "Dad, how do you plan to allocate these 700+ titanium crystals? Apart from securing resources to enhance Mom's promotion success rate, is there any surplus?" Song Chao gave his son a surprised glance. "Do you need these titanium crystals?" His tone became more serious. Song Chi met his father's gaze and confidently replied, "Yes. For spacecraft components of purple quality or above, once they're upgraded beyond level 20, titanium crystals are required. The Skysong has a dark matter energy shield generator, so they'll naturally be needed later." Song Chao nodded. "All right." A glimmer of light flashed across his brow, and a cluster of light emerged from his spiritual core, hovering in front of Song Chi. "Here are 100 titanium crystals. Keep them safe. Remember, whether you use them or not, this must not be exposed to outsiders until the day you have enough strength." With that, Song Chao gestured for Song Chi to leave, while he immersed himself in his spiritual core, linking through the spiritual network to prepare resources for Chen Lixia's promotion. He had already identified several beneficial resources for the Dragonfly's promotion, though the sellers had high demands. Now, with several hundred titanium crystals, he should be able to acquire them all. Of course, Song Chao wouldn't use his own identity to deal with the titanium crystals. He adeptly concealed his identity and changed the delivery address, planning to sell them in batches to avoid drawing attention. Just as Song Chi was about to return to his room, Song Chao suddenly remembered something and called him back. "Wait, come here, I have something else for you." Song Chi returned to his father's side, puzzled. Song Chao's brow flashed again, and two blue lights floated out. Song Chi's eyes lit up when he saw them. They were two high-quality spacecraft components. "Two blue-quality spacecraft components, Dad? Where did you get these?" Song Chi asked excitedly. Song Chao replied casually, "A side benefit while searching for the titanium crystals. You can pick one, and the other is for your mom." Song Chi realized these two blue components were not easy to come by, but since his father didn't want to elaborate, he didn't press further. He carefully examined the attributes of the two spacecraft components. Obsidian hull armor LV0. Quality: blue. Consumption: 4s. Protection: 15. Upgrade requirements: 1 strand of floating land essence level 0, 100 energy points, 1 ton of obsidian. Regarding the first item, Song Chi wasn't particularly interested. The Skysong was already equipped with white-quality gold rock hull armor, which, although of lower quality than the obsidian hull armor, was less critical due to the presence of the dark matter energy shield generator. Unless it was purple or even higher quality hull armor, its significance would be limited. In addition to this, Song Chi had a minor concern. He had just upgraded the armor of the Jianyan ship to level 10, and had yet to use it. If he were to replace it right away, wouldn't that mean wasting all the resources he spent on upgrading? He knew well that once ship components are removed, all enhancement levels reset to 0, and none of the resources consumed would be refunded. With this hesitation in mind, Song Chi's gaze shifted from the obsidian ship armor to the second orb of light. Suddenly, his eyes lit up, much more excited than when he saw the obsidian armor. The orb revealed information about the particle beam cannon. Level 0 quality, blue. Consumption, 20 ether points shot. Feature, main cannon power increased by 10. Power, 17. Charge time, 10s. Cooldown, 20s. Upgrade requirements, 3 strands of 0-level floating land essence, 300 ether points. Although the ether main cannon on the Tsangqiong had recently been upgraded to level 10, the particle beam cannon was 2 tiers higher in quality, meaning its upgrade potential and attack power would far surpass the ether main cannon. More importantly, this particle beam cannon had a special feature, making it a top-tier component among blue-quality items. Moved by this, Song Chi turned and asked, "Dad, does Mom's dragonfly ship have a blue-quality main cannon?" Even though he really wanted the particle beam cannon, his mom's dragonfly ship was at a crucial stage of advancement. A good main cannon could help the dragonfly ship eliminate more alien species during interstellar exploration, accelerating its progression. He thought it was only right for his mom to choose first, as he was still young with plenty of time ahead. A hint of gratification flashed in Song Chao's eyes, and he smiled. "You know, I was actually hoping you'd choose this main cannon and leave the obsidian armor for your mom. Your choice of the particle beam cannon aligns perfectly with my intentions." Seeing Song Chi still somewhat hesitant, Song Chao quickly added before he could speak, "Don't worry, your mom's dragonfly ship also has a blue-quality main cannon, and it's already been upgraded beyond level 20. I'll take care of her advancement tasks. You just focus on your upcoming explorations in the alien realms." With his father's reassurance, Song Chi finally felt at ease as he absorbed the orb of light containing the particle beam cannon into his spiritual reservoir. In the void market, Song Chi summoned the Tsangqiong ship, swiftly removed the ether main cannon, and replaced it with the particle beam cannon. Immediately, he began enhancing the new main cannon. The resources required for enhancing blue-quality components far exceeded those for white-quality ones. Song Chi upgraded it to level 10, spending a total of 271 strands of 0-level floating land essence. The enhanced particle beam cannon attributes were as follows. Level 10 quality, blue. Consumption, 40 ether points shot. Feature, main cannon power increased by 15. Power, 173. Charge time, 3s. Cooldown, SIXS. Upgrade requirements, 15 strands of first-level floating land essence, 2,500 ether points. Song Chi paused the enhancement process, not because he was unwilling to continue, but because he only had 12 strands of first-level floating land essence left, insufficient for further upgrades. Nevertheless, compared to the previous ether main cannon, the attributes of the particle beam cannon were significantly superior. Meanwhile, in the starship base behind Zhang Yuan's first Spark Academy, the cruiser Glory was quietly docked at a berth. Inside the ship, Zhu Yaokue, the Academy's principal and a third-year Spark captain, stood on an ether cultivation platform with a high enhancement level of 39, diligently practicing the art of guidance. For a Spark captain who had been at the third tier for over 200 years and was nearing the age of 500, maintaining a regimen of cultivation was of utmost importance. In Spark human civilization, a Spark captain's lifespan increased with their rank. 0 tier was akin to ordinary humans, about 140 years, first tier could reach about 200 years, second tier extended to 300 years, and third tier doubled to 600 years. Although 600 years seemed long, every third-year Spark captain still felt pressed for time. The enhancement speed of Spark starships was rapid, able to upgrade swiftly given specific resources. However, the practice of guidance was entirely different. Especially after reaching level 30, progress became exceedingly slow, with each level typically taking decades or even a century or more to advance. Even someone as experienced as Zhu Yaokue, who has been a seasoned cruiser captain for nearly 3 centuries and reached the third tier, has only managed to elevate his guiding skill to level 37. His weathered face and deep, contemplative eyes betrayed a hint of anxiety. With only a century left before he reaches the end of his lifespan, he must attempt to advance to the 4th tier if he wishes to avoid becoming nothing more than dust. However, the prerequisite for attempting this leap is reaching level 39 in guiding skill. This is why Zhu Yaokue, along with more than 99% of third-year flame ship captains, spends all their spare time on the psionic training platform. They are like competitors in a race against time, striving every moment to push beyond their limits. While Zhu Yaokue was fully immersed in his training, a sudden shout from outside the Guangyao caught his attention. Interrupted, he instinctively frowned, ready to voice his frustration. Yet, upon sensing it was his son, he took a deep breath and willingly withdrew from his training state. Stepping out of the Guangyao, Zhu Yaokue noticed that Zhu Kong had not boarded the ship. This might seem less dignified, but it was an unavoidable choice. The mechanism of a flame ship is stringent. The moment an outsider steps aboard, regardless of their strength, the ship deducts 10 strands of corresponding tiers floating land essence based on its own tier. This deduction allows only a temporary stay of 10 minutes. After that, Each additional minute results in a deduction that doubles. For instance, with the Guangyao, if Zhu Kong were to board, the instant he steps on, it would cost 10 strands of third-year floating land essence. If he stayed for 11 minutes, it would cost another 20 strands. 12 minutes would be 40 strands, 13 minutes 80 strands, and so on. Therefore, flame ship captains, especially those of higher tiers, rarely allow outsiders to enter their ships casually. With a stern expression and a rather cold tone, Zhu Yaokui asked, "What is it this time? If your older brother couldn't help you, why come to me?" He had little faith in his son, who seemed to bring nothing but trouble. Fully aware of his standing in his father's eyes, Zhu Kong wasted no time and got straight to the point. "Dad, I recently heard some news about titanium crystals." When the words titanium crystal were mentioned, Zhu Yaokui's eyes flickered slightly, stirring emotions within him, but he quickly regained his composure. He knew his son too well. If he truly obtained something valuable, he would hold on to it tightly. Speaking up now could only mean one thing. He failed to acquire it. Zhu Yaokui asked gravely, "Tell me, who was it this time? How many titanium crystals are we talking about?" Although he usually didn't meddle, he couldn't ignore the scarcity of titanium crystal resources. Zhu Kong shook his head, saying, "The person concealed their identity. My investigation came up empty." Zhu Yaokui frowned deeply, his disappointment growing. Not only had he been defeated, but he couldn't even uncover the opponent's identity. This was not just a matter of strength, but also a lack of capability. "Are you sure the person is from Jianyuan City?" Zhu Kong quickly nodded. "It's highly likely." The individual didn't go for the kill after breaking the Silver Edge's shield, clearly fearing pursuit. Hiding their identity and being wary of your investigation suggests they're probably from Jianyuan City. Their frigate had purple-grade components, indicating a significant status, which is why I'm asking you to step in. He paused and added, "The opponent claimed it was a depleted mine, no more than 300 pieces, but I estimate at least 600. Zhu Yaokui remained expressionless. Just as Zhu Kong was about to continue, a communication alert suddenly sounded. Zhu Yaokui gestured to silence his son and glanced at his Morningstar Principality Premium Communication Bracelet, which displayed the name Song Ming Song. Song Ming Song? Why is he contacting me out of the blue? Zhu Yaokui wondered, casting another glance at Zhu Kong, a realization dawning on him. Zhu Kong also noticed the name, his heart sinking. Song Ming Song was among the top 3 on his father's list of people not to provoke. Could it really be about the titanium crystal? He instinctively dismissed the thought. Zhu Yaokui answered the call, and the holographic screen showed a rugged-looking middle-aged man dressed in a wild manner. Zhu Yaokui smiled faintly. "What brings you to contact an ultimer like me today?" After some pleasantries, Song Ming Song got to the point. "Old Zhu, I'm reaching out about the younger generation." His gaze swept over Zhu Kong before casually retracting. "2 of my juniors had a run-in with your family member. We didn't know Black Mountain Society was backed by your son. Fortunately, it didn't escalate. How about we just let this go?" Song Ming Song's tone was mild, but Zhu Yaokui felt increasingly uneasy. Song Ming Song's fiery reputation was well known. For him to speak so conciliatorily suggested complexity. Zhu Yaokui probed, "Old Song, which juniors are you referring to?" Song Ming Song's expression soured, hesitating as he replied, "To my embarrassment, similar to you, it's my son." Zhu Yaokui instantly understood that the conflict involved Song Ming Song's son. He quickly agreed to let the matter rest, with both sides dropping any further pursuit. Song Ming Song, not one to be stingy, promised to send 200 pieces from a collection of 1,000 titanium crystals. Hearing this, Zhu Yaokui's smile became more genuine. Publicly and privately, he wouldn't pursue the issue further. Once the call ended, Zhu Kong remained dissatisfied. "Dad, if they can easily offer 200 pieces, they must have a lot more. Are we just going to let it go?" Zhu Yaokui's expression turned stern as he reprimanded. "Do you think I'm unaware? Do I need your reminder? We were outmatched, and if someone acted faster, who can we blame? I'm warning you, let it go." Song Ming Song is no ordinary figure. His unruly nature is unmatched. If you provoke him, aside from the White Tower's intervention, no one can stop him. Zhu Kong was taken aback, hearing his father candidly admit inferiority for the first time. Watching Zhu Kong walk away, Zhu Yaokui's eyes flickered. There was one more thing left unsaid. Even if they didn't consider strength, Song Ming Song was far younger. As a 500-year-old Tier 3 Xinhua captain, Zhu Yaokui had reached his twilight years. Even if he could hold off Song Ming Song temporarily, what would happen when his time came to an end? Among his sons, the strongest was only at the peak of Tier 2, with less than a 10 chance of advancing to Tier 3. Without him, a single word from Song Ming Song could obliterate the Zhu family. This was the main reason he didn't want to provoke Song Ming Song. As far as he knew, Song Ming Song was under 300 years old, alarmingly young, with a significant potential to advance to Tier 4. After receiving a definitive response from Song Ming Song, both Song Chao and Shen Wenjie finally felt at ease. and Jiangyuan City returned to its usual calm. For Song-Chi, the upheaval seemed almost non-existent as he continued to focus on his cultivation plan. The two high-grade body-strengthening potions, mixed with deep-sea pearl essence, had nearly affected his foundation, but once stabilized, he was even more dedicated to practicing the art of Daoing. Song-Chi kept in mind the teachings of his father, Song Chao, and his former mentor, Yang Minghui. Persistence is key in cultivating Daoing. Although the cultivation speed significantly decreases after reaching the second tier, and even a slight mistake could mean exhausting one's lifespan without advancing, the shorter the initial cultivation time, the more time remains for progressing to the second and third tiers, increasing the hope of future advancement. Time flew by, and more than 20 days had passed. At the heavenly market, Song-Chi stood eagerly before the random deployment platform of the long-distance space gate, watching the countdown. Today marked the beginning of a new round of market trading, and the buffer time for the deployment platform was down to just 10 minutes. This was the third market transaction, signaling the heavenly market's imminent upgrade from zero tier to first tier. The thought of the upcoming changes filled Song-Chi with excitement. The benefits of the market upgrade were overwhelming. Not only would it increase the number of space gates deployed each time, but more importantly, the alien race level restriction for entering through the space gates would rise from zero tier to first tier. This meant that, in addition to zero tier aliens, first tier aliens could freely enter and exit the market. It was akin to transitioning from hosting children to welcoming adults, with a significant difference in financial capability. Furthermore, the market upgrade might introduce new features, though these were yet to be determined. But even the known changes were enough to make Song-Chi brim with anticipation. This excitement helped him shake off the disappointment of returning empty-handed from his recent exploration of the alien star domain. Reflecting on his third exploration of the star domain, Song-Chi couldn't help but smile wryly. Although he encountered no danger, being transported to the void zone of the star sea was thoroughly disheartening. Piloting the celestial vessel at light speed for 24 hours yielded not a single resource point, only the company of eternal silence. Such experiences weren't uncommon in the fragmented star sea, but typically required dozens or even hundreds of star domain deployments to encounter. For Song-Chi to face it on his third attempt was indeed quite unfortunate. Nevertheless, he was grateful that he hadn't been sent to a black hole's swallowing lair. Otherwise, he would have had to rely on the hope that the heavenly market could retrieve the celestial vessel through its return guidance. Setting aside these distractions, Song-Chi refocused on the present. Returning empty-handed was no major issue, as he still had nearly 2,000 strands of zero-tier floating land essence as capital, and a few more market transactions would recoup his losses. As the countdown hit zero, 19 beams of light instantly illuminated the deployment platform, and 19 arc-shaped virtual space gates appeared at the market entrance. Soon, various alien creatures began traversing through them, bringing the market to life. The merchandise in this market was similar to before: tungsten battle shields, tungsten spears, various gene optimization potions, and basic civilian exoskeleton items with high universality and moderate prices. The only difference was that Song-Chi had deliberately left one shop empty, with only a crystal counter displaying a single bright white pyramidal crystal titanium crystal. This titanium crystal wasn't for sale, but served as a sample to help alien visitors identify it. Although titanium crystals were extremely valuable and strictly regulated in the Ember human civilization, not all Starsea civilizations valued this resource. Song-Chi hoped to proactively purchase them as a precautionary measure, believing that persistence would eventually lead to success, even if the odds were low. Song-Chi had considered including special fireseed artifacts in his procurement list, as the vast Starsea might yield suitable fireseed artifacts. However, he temporarily abandoned this idea, mainly because he couldn't afford such high acquisition costs at present. Yet, he hadn't entirely dismissed the plan and intended to revisit it once the Starsea market developed further, and he had sufficient funds and artifact reserves. It turned out that Song-Chi's idea was indeed quite promising. As more and more alien creatures entered the market, the trading atmosphere became increasingly lively. Although the shops selling gene potions, tungsten shields, and tungsten spears remained the most popular spots, the shop Song-Chi specifically set up to purchase titanium crystals also drew a fair amount of attention from the aliens. However, when these aliens got a good look at the titanium crystals, most of them appeared puzzled and shook their heads, indicating they had never encountered such a resource before. Song-Chi was not surprised, as titanium crystals were officially classified as a strategic-level rare resource by human civilization. If they were easy to obtain, they wouldn't be so valuable. Time passed slowly, and besides occasionally checking on the titanium crystal shop, Song-Chi maintained his usual routine of wandering through the free trading area. He meticulously searched for items with significant price differences compared to the White Tower floating land, and kept an eye out for any rare treasures. Although such treasures did not appear as he had hoped, he still managed to acquire a number of profitable goods. In this manner, several hours flew by, and the market trade was nearing its end. Just as Song-Chi was haggling with the stall owner, he noticed something unusual. His gaze shifted towards the market entrance, where one of the 19 spatial vortex gates was exhibiting noticeable spatial fluctuations. What caught his attention even more was that this particular gate had not seen any creatures pass through it before. Could it be that another spatial gate has been discovered by creatures from another realm? Song-Chi speculated to himself. As the spatial fluctuations grew increasingly intense, within seconds, a previously unseen creature emerged from the spatial vortex gate. Song-Chi's eyes quickly scanned the figure, raising an eyebrow with a hint of intrigue in his expression. If his judgment was correct, this newcomer might be in a precarious situation. The alien had a humanoid form, with dark green blood oozing from multiple wounds, and most shockingly, its left arm was missing, leaving only the intact right arm. Clearly, this alien had likely escaped into the market after a fierce battle. Song-Chi even guessed that on the other side of the spatial gate, a large group of enemies might be eagerly waiting for it. The wounded alien first scanned the rule light screen at the market entrance, a flicker of excitement in its eyes, before staggering into the market. While Song-Chi remained outwardly calm, he was secretly paying close attention to this unknown alien creature. Its unique entrance was enough to pique his curiosity. Once inside the market, the alien looked around and eventually entered a gene potion shop. It exchanged 50 zero-level life cores for a basic healing potion, quickly stabilizing its injuries after use. However, it did not leave immediately. Instead, it lingered in the shop, studying the various potions' effects through the information screen. Seemingly unable to find the specific potion it was seeking, the alien left the shop, slightly disappointed, and headed to the free trading area. When it showed signs of setting up a stall, the surrounding aliens, who had been secretly observing it for a while, immediately flocked over. Like Song-Chi, many were intrigued by this mysterious newcomer. The one-armed alien quickly set up its stall and began taking out various items from its backpack. These ranged from first-level life cores to special minerals, and even included rare items like floating land origin. Amidst the crowd, Song-Chi, upon seeing the first-level floating land origin, immediately asked in standard interstellar lingua franca, "What do you want in exchange for the first-level floating land origin?" While the one-armed alien continued to take out items, it did not ignore Song-Chi's inquiry. With a slightly weary but firm tone, it replied, "Life-saving items, items capable of harming first-level life forms, items that can help me quickly ascend to the first level, and items that assist in escaping. If you can provide any of these 4 types, we can further discuss the price." Upon hearing this, the surrounding aliens started to chatter, and soon many lost interest and left. It wasn't because the one-armed alien was making outrageous demands. After all, it did indicate that the price could be further negotiated. The real issue was that the 4 types of items mentioned were extremely valuable, and most of these zero-level aliens simply did not possess them. Even if some did have such items, they would prefer to keep them for their own use rather than trade them. Song-Chi, too, showed a conflicted expression. While the first-level floating land origin was indeed a rare and valuable item, the 4 types of items the alien needed were not something he could easily provide either. In front of the stall, a group of diverse creatures stood, each with a different expression, yet none dared to speak. The one-armed being among them was growing increasingly anxious, his eyes darting around nervously. He was acutely aware that the trade fair was drawing to a close, and time was running out. If he failed to acquire what he needed in these fleeting moments, only death awaited him. This thought struck him like a hammer blow, shattering his last vestiges of hesitation. With a sudden, decisive motion, he plunged his right hand into his backpack. When he withdrew it, every gaze was riveted, as if entranced by a spell. In the harsh purple glow, a palm-sized brain-like object lay quietly in his hand. Though it looked repulsive, the light it emitted was genuine. It was clearly a rare artifact from the cosmic seas, and of an exceptionally rare purple quality. The scene was like a bomb going off. Creatures who had been about to leave hurried back, and many more arrived upon hearing the news, all jostling to reach the one-armed being's stall. In no time, hundreds of creatures crowded around, a testament to the allure of such a rare purple artifact. The one-armed being no longer hid his desperation and spoke plainly of his plight. "Outside, there are at least 5 Tier 1 Moro waiting for me. I don't want anything else right now. Whoever can offer something that will best ensure my survival will take this purple-grade Brain Eater's ultrawave brain." The creatures surrounding the stall eyed each other with glints of greed and desire, yet none dared make a move. The events of the past 20-odd hours had left a bloody lesson about the risks of recklessness. Despite fervent discussions, the deal that made all beings salivate remained unsealed. Some did present their most treasured possessions, but none satisfied the one-armed being. After all, enabling a Tier 0 creature to withstand 5 Tier 1 beings, or to escape under their noses, was an exceedingly high demand. Song-Chi's gaze was firmly fixed on the peculiar purple artifact in the hand of a one-armed alien, undistracted by the reactions of the other aliens around. Soon, the artifact's properties surfaced in his mind. Artifact, Brain Eater Clan's ultrawave main brain quality, purple, evolvable, remote brainwave control system. Note: this purple artifact was formed after the brain of a high-level star sea creature evolved over a long period. Its function is somewhat unique. Despite obtaining this information, Song-Chi was still not entirely satisfied. He needed to see the specific attributes of the artifact once it was converted into a ship component to determine if it suited him. However, as a purple-level artifact, he was determined to try and acquire it regardless. Even if it wasn't suitable for his use, he could later list it for sale on the Xinhua network, where it would likely attract considerable interest from other Xinhua captains. Taking a deep breath, Song-Chi carefully spoke, "Vendor, I need to examine this artifact personally to determine if it's compatible with me. Is that possible?" A hint of wariness flashed in the one-armed alien's eyes. As a newcomer to the market, it had seen the various rules and regulations at the entrance, but had not witnessed the consequences of violating them firsthand, so maintaining caution was its instinctive response. At this moment, other aliens around helpfully spoke up. "No need to worry. If you're concerned about this merman tampering with it, you can request the presence of the market's rule consciousness as a witness. Under its watch, no one would dare to play tricks." Hearing this, the one-armed alien tentatively called upon the so-called rule consciousness of the market space. Unfazed, Song-Chi activated the secret law power of the market space, conjuring a phantom golden dragon above the trading stall. Instantly, a vast and profound aura of rules enveloped the entire market space. Seeing this, the one-armed alien relaxed completely. The presence of such an overwhelming power assured it that even if the other party had intentions, they wouldn't need to resort to such means to deceive it. With permission granted, Song-Chi carefully received the artifact, using his cloak's hood to conceal his actions. He harnessed the market's law power to disguise himself as an ordinary merman. For safety's sake, he couldn't reveal his Xinhua ancestral aperture or his ethereal energy traits. Every time he initiated a market transaction, he took such precautions to mask his identity. Ensuring no one could see beneath his hood, Song-Chi gently moved the artifact to his brow, invoking the Xinhua seed within his ancestral aperture. Soon, strands of dark energy emerged from the Xinhua ancestral aperture, enveloping the purple artifact. With the power of the Xinhua seed, Song-Chi quickly obtained the specific attributes of the artifact as a ship component. Remote Brainwave Control System LV0. Quality: purple. Consumption: 10-second. Activation feature: when the ship owner is marked with a brainwave beacon, they can reverse control the Xinhua ship. Effect: once activated, it can generate a brainwave beacon. Any creature or mechanical creation marked with this beacon can be remotely controlled. Control distance: 10 light seconds. Duration: 40 minutes. Cooldown: 6 hours. Upgrade requirements: 10 strands of floating land source Tier 0, 500 ethereal energy points, 10 kg soul crystal. After reviewing the attributes, Song-Chi returned the artifact to the one-armed alien without changing his expression, though inside he was thrilled. This was undoubtedly a ship component with a unique function. Once activated, it allowed for remote control, with its potential value being immeasurable. Song-Chi quickly organized the key uses of this component in his mind. Firstly, it could be used on the Fire-Cool soldiers, solving the limitation of soldier components not being able to stray too far from the Xinhua captain. With this system, he could mark the soldiers with a brainwave beacon in advance, enabling real-time control anytime and anywhere, greatly enhancing the soldier's flexibility and utility. Secondly, marking himself with a brainwave beacon would allow for remote control of his ship. A glint of insight flashed in Song-Chi's eyes, as this feature seemed perfect for creating an alibi. Song-Chi's thoughts were swirling, and suddenly, a bold idea struck him. He stared at the remote brainwave control system in his hand, pondering whether this system could be effective in the marketplace of the heavens. If it could, he could leave behind a Huakue soldier figurine outside before entering the marketplace, allowing him to sense the outside world in real time. The thought made Song-Chi's heart race. If it worked, his strategy of using the marketplace to avoid danger would become more flexible. He recalled past experiences where he was completely unaware of the outside world upon entering the marketplace, and the anxiety of not knowing when to exit resurfaced. Exiting too early might mean the danger hadn't passed, while delaying too long risked missing the return of the Zhangqiu. This dilemma always left him feeling tormented. However, Song-Chi soon calmed down. He examined the purple quality artifact in his hand, and had to admit that his idea might be overly optimistic. The marketplace of the heavens is located in the dark side of the star sea within the void. To have the brainwave control system penetrate the endless void and connect with the outside world would be incredibly challenging. Despite this, Song-Chi was firmly convinced that even if this idea was difficult to realize, the inherent capabilities of the brainwave control system alone made it worth acquiring at any cost. Time ticked by, and after more than 10 minutes, the one-armed alien seemed dissatisfied with the offerings from other zero-level aliens. Seeing this, Song-Chi acted decisively. He turned, opened the large backpack behind him, and took out several eye-catching items. an advanced exoskeleton suit, a combat robot with first-level combat power, and 3 energy grenades capable of threatening first-level creatures. As he displayed these items, Song-Chi explained their functions in detail. Pointing to the exoskeleton suit, which gleamed with a metallic sheen, he said, "This advanced exoskeleton suit, once powered up, grants the wearer significantly enhanced strength, speed, and resilience. Its effectiveness is exceptional even against first-level creatures." Next, he patted the formidable-looking combat robot and continued, "This first-level combat robot, similarly powered, can hold its own against first-level creatures." Finally, he carefully picked up the 3 energy grenades, which shimmered with a dangerous glow, and spoke with a hint of caution in his voice. "These 3 energy grenades are incredibly powerful. If timed correctly, even a first-level creature would struggle to escape severe injury." After Song-Chi carefully introduced those items, a wave of nervousness washed over him. He ignored the curious gazes from the crowd and kept his focus on the one-armed alien behind the stall, waiting for a response. These items were hard to come by, and if the alien refused the trade, Song-Chi wouldn't have anything else to offer. Though these items weren't considered rare in Jiangyuan City and could be easily purchased with enough floating land source and credit points, they paled in comparison to a purple-grade stellar relic. But at this moment, these were the only suitable items Song-Chi could present, having prepared them just in case before his last exploration in the alien domain. Without them, he wouldn't even have these few items to offer. Song-Chi calculated in his mind that if he could temporarily leave the all-heavens market, things would be much simpler. He could easily acquire a second-hand military-grade personal energy shield, which could solve all his problems. Once equipped, such a shield could withstand multiple attacks, even from second-tier entities, let alone first-tier creatures. However, the reality was that he couldn't leave the market at this moment. If chaos erupted in the market, not only might the purple-grade relic slip through his fingers, but most of his current gains could also be swept away. As for having a Huakue soldier figurine escort him, various restrictions rendered that impossible. The one-armed alien's expression showed hesitation and interest, but it seemed to feel that these items weren't enough to ensure its safe retreat from the first-tier Moro tribe outside. Seeing this, Song-Chi decisively pulled out 2 more blue vials from his backpack. One was an advanced gene optimization serum, and the other was an advanced body strengthening serum. If you take these serums when you reach the peak of 0 tier, they will greatly enhance your chances of breaking through to the first tier, Song-Chi explained. Noticing a hint of doubt in the alien's eyes, he added, "These serums were purchased from a reputable gene pharmacy not long ago, and their effects are guaranteed." As soon as he finished speaking, a spectral golden dragon in the sky seemed to confirm his words with a long, resonant roar. However, the one-armed alien still appeared hesitant. Song-Chi knew that one more push might seal the deal. "If you're still unwilling, then let's forget it. This is all I can offer at the moment," Song-Chi said with a tinge of regret, but also with a hint of resolve. This final statement finally swayed the one-armed alien. It nodded slowly, agreeing to the trade, but added one last condition. "All right, but you need to provide sufficient batteries for the combat robot and the advanced exoskeleton armor." "Done." Song-Chi snapped his fingers and agreed readily. "No problem. I've got plenty of intermediate energy cells in my pack." He then pulled out dozens of compatible intermediate energy cells from his backpack and laid them out in front of the alien. After successfully acquiring the Brain Eater tribe's superwave brain, the subsequent transactions returned to a mundane rhythm. In the last half hour before the market's closure, Song-Chi set up a stall to exchange 0-tier floating land source for first-tier floating land source. His luck wasn't great this time, and he ended up with only 210 strands of first-tier floating land source, nearly 100 less than last time. Song-Chi consoled himself, thinking that things should improve after this. After all, once the all-heavens market upgrades from 0-tier to first-tier alien civilization beings will begin to frequent it, and the circulation of first-tier floating land source should gradually increase. Aside from the first-tier floating land source, the 0-tier floating land source, along with some margin resources he acquired, amounted to a total value of over 9,000 strands of 0-tier floating land source. At first glance, his gains in 0-tier floating land source seemed to surpass the last time, as if the fruitless exploration of the alien domain had not affected this market transaction. However, the reality was different. Last time, he ended up with just over 8,000 strands of 0-tier floating land source because more than 1,000 strands were converted into first-tier floating land source, and the 6 deep-water pearl shells and the mermaid's tear given to his mother weren't included in the calculation. This time, the Brain Eater tribe's superwave brain relic was exchanged for an advanced exoskeleton armor, a first-tier combat robot, energy grenades, and 2 intermediate body strengthening serums items that weren't meant for sale and thus couldn't be counted as part of this transaction's earnings. Weighing both sides, it's clear that this transaction's gains were several thousand strands of 0-tier floating land source less than the last time, a direct result of the fruitless alien domain exploration. Although Song-Chi felt a bit regretful, he didn't dwell on it. As all alien beings exited and the market officially closed, Song-Chi eagerly opened the All Heavens Markets attribute panel. With the completion of this transaction, all conditions for the market's upgrade were met, and he was keen to elevate the All Heavens Market to the first tier. The conditions are met. Would you like to spend 200 strands of zero-tier floating land source to upgrade the market to level 10? The system prompt sounded. Yes. Song-Chi replied without hesitation. Upon his confirmation, the 200 strands of zero-tier floating land source in front of him vanished, merging into the market space. Immediately, the entire All Heavens Market began to shake violently. If someone were to look from the void outside, they would see the All Heavens Market transform into a dazzling light, standing out starkly in the dark void. Meanwhile, in a faraway place from the All Heavens Market, within the nearly eternal silence of the void, a group of peculiar creatures was wandering. These creatures were dark blue, with spiral horns atop their heads and black wings on their backs, navigating the terrifying void storms with ease as if those storms had no effect on them. At that moment, this group of creatures with blood-red eyes and a menacing aura suddenly halted and turned to look in a particular direction. In that direction, a faint glow had just flickered briefly. Though fleeting in the quiet void, that glimmer was particularly striking. Song-Chi didn't feel much from the commotion caused by the advancement of the heavenly market. Being inside the market, he only sensed a slight tremor and a brief flash of intense light. As the light quickly dimmed, he opened his eyes, filled with anticipation, and began to imagine the changes in the market after its advancement. However, the duration of this advancement was unexpected. Unlike the previous 9 instances that completed instantly, the tremor beneath his feet persisted, and the market's status panel remained unchanged. Song-Chi pondered to himself. After all, this was a major advancement, different from the usual, so he didn't dwell on it further. Suddenly, countless sharp whistling sounds came from all directions. Song-Chi's heart skipped a beat. He recognized this sound all too well. It was the noise made by the Bai Chi tribe when they launched their spear-like weapons with full force during the first benefit distribution. He quickly looked up, his gaze piercing through the dark energy protective shield above the market. The sight made his scalp tingle. Outside the semicircular shield, a dense mass of blue-black figures covered the sky above the market, numbering at least in the thousands. Numerous attacks were striking the protective array, causing ripples to spread across it. Observing these blue-black creatures closely, Song-Chi noticed their spiral horns, double wings on their backs, and the strands of violent energy emanating from their bodies. These features instantly gave him the answer. Damn, it's void demons. Song-Chi's face turned ashen. How could such terrifying creatures suddenly appear, and in such numbers? He was able to quickly identify these creatures because void demons were infamous throughout the star seas. Nearly all mid to high-level civilizations warned of their existence. Not only were they individually powerful, but their bloodthirsty nature made them notorious. Wherever they appeared, all life would be slaughtered without exception. These creatures seemed born for killing, and only slaughter could excite them. Fortunately, they couldn't stay away from the void space for long. They had to return after a certain time, or they would weaken and eventually die. However, this fact offered Song-Chi no comfort. As the heavenly market floated in the void's gap, essentially, they were in the demon's stronghold. Doesn't the heavenly market have a danger avoidance feature? How did these things find it? Song-Chi's thoughts raced. Could the danger avoidance feature have failed? Or maybe, a reason suddenly occurred to him, making his heart tremble. Apart from the intense light during the advancement, he couldn't think of any other explanation. Anger, regret, and panic surged through him in a short time. Worse, the market's secret realm information he obtained earlier didn't mention that advancement would trigger such a situation. Forcing his chaotic emotions down, Song-Chi knew he needed to do one thing: stay calm. Only by remaining calm and actively seeking solutions could there be any chance of salvaging the situation. A series of countermeasures quickly formed in his mind: summoning the Tsangqiang to fight, upgrading the dark energy protective array, summoning the Huakue soldiers, further enhancing the components on the Tsangqiang, leaving the market and fleeing never crossed his mind. As his golden finger, the heavenly market was his greatest reliance for reaching the pinnacle in the future. The orange glow quality dark matter energy shield generator, the fire source for the Promethean seed upgrade, and today's purple component brainwave remote control system were all acquired in the market. Song-Chi couldn't imagine the consequences of losing the heavenly market. With his thoughts whirling, Song-Chi multitasked, quickly calculating the most reasonable and perfect response plan. Soon, he began to take action. First, he didn't summon the Tsangqiang but instead opened the market status panel and focused on enhancing the dark energy protective array. The current level of the array was only LV0, and without a quick upgrade, it might soon be breached. Fortunately, this protective array was crafted by a great power from an unknown celestial domain, providing defense far beyond that of similar level energy shields. Otherwise, even at LV10, it would have long been overloaded by such numerous attacks. After consuming 450 strands of zero-level floating land essence, the Dark Energy Protective Array was upgraded to LV9. Name: Dark Energy Protective Array. Level: LV9. Effect: automatically absorbs void energy to form a semicircular protective shield. Defense: 500. Shield value: 3845040000. Overload buffer: 33 minutes. Note: crafted by a great power from the Star Sea Celestial Domain. Upgrade requirement: market level LV10, 150 strands of zero-level floating land essence. Song-Chi couldn't help but marvel. It truly was the work of a great power. The LV9 attributes of the Dark Energy Protective Array were astounding. In comparison, the orange glow quality Dark Matter Energy Shield Generator, even when enhanced to LV10, only had a defense of 380 and a shield value of 6,080 points, making it seem exceedingly weak. However, this excitement didn't last long. After upgrading the Dark Energy Protective Array, Song-Chi, with a serious expression, quickly summoned the Tsangqiang. The Dark Energy Protective Array could only defend. To repel the 1,000+ void demons outside, he needed the firepower of the Tsangqiang. Once the Tsangqiang landed, Song-Chi boarded the shuttle, and with a prompt sounded in his ear. Do you wish to spend 100 strands of zero-level floating land essence to upgrade the White Promethean ship body to LV10? Based on the level and quality of the components on the Tsangqiang, the success rate of this upgrade is 96. Hearing this prompt, Song-Chi hesitated briefly, then loaded the purple quality brainwave remote control system component while confirming the upgrade. The process of upgrading the Dark Energy Shuttle to a Dark Energy Airship was swift. In just over 10 seconds, the Tsangqiang began to expand rapidly. The hull length increased from 7 meters to nearly 20 meters. The streamlined body, covered in golden rock armor, appeared even more formidable. Though far from being a true steel behemoth of 1,000 meters, it now showed hints of a menacing presence. As the subtle glow on the hull gradually dimmed, Song-Chi realized that the Tsangqiang had successfully transitioned from a void energy shuttle to a void energy airship. He quickly scanned the airship's attribute panel, and indeed, the Tsangqiang's stats had undergone significant changes. Firstly, the 8 basic slots received a special enhancement. Regardless of the quality of the components loaded, their effects were increased by 20. This is a bonus granted to all ascended void energy airships, and with each progression, this enhancement further improves. Such incremental strengthening creates a vast disparity in combat power among different levels of Fire Civilization spaceships. Song-Chi meticulously calculated the changes in various stats. The recently installed particle beam cannon, enhanced to level 10, saw its power attribute rise from 173 to 208 points. The Dark Matter Energy Shield Generator's defense and shield values also received a 20 boost, reaching 1056 and 19,536 points, respectively. Other generic components in the basic slots were no exception. Even the robustness of the fire ship's hull itself increased by 20. Additionally, the number of special slots increased from 6 to 10. Although Song-Chi currently had no extra specialized ship components on hand, the importance of this upgrade was undeniable. After completing the Tsangqiang's ascension, Song-Chi immediately set about enhancing key components. He took out over 200 strands of Tier 1 floating land essence, focusing on upgrading the particle beam cannon's performance. To confront void demons numbering in the thousands, firepower had to be sufficiently powerful. He used up 180 strands of Tier 1 essence in one go, raising the particle beam cannon to level 16. The enhanced particle beam cannon's attributes were impressive. Quality: blue. Cost: 46 void energy points per shot. Feature: main cannon power increased by 18. Power: 389 by 120. Charging: 3s. Buffer: 5s. Upgrade requirements: 51 strands of Tier 1 floating land essence, 5,400 void energy points. Next, Song-Chi upgraded the void energy secondary cannon to level 10. Although the secondary cannon wasn't as powerful as the main cannon, it required no charging or long buffering, allowing for continuous firing with low void energy point consumption, making it ideal for dealing with large numbers of enemies in group battles. The enhanced void energy secondary cannon's attributes were as follows. Quality: colorless. Cost: 3 void energy points per shot. Power: 11 by 20. No buffering or charging required. Upgrade requirements: 2,000 void energy points. With this round of urgent enhancements complete, Song-Chi had to temporarily put off upgrading the Dark Matter Energy Shield Generator and engine components. At that moment, the attacks on the Void Energy Protection Array intensified. Song-Chi noticed the protective light screen rippling, with the array's defense value rapidly declining. The shield value, initially close to 40,000, had already dropped below 35,000, and the situation was dire. In this critical moment, Song-Chi made a decisive move. He activated the newly installed brainwave remote control system, implanting a brainwave beacon within himself. This meant he would remotely control the Tsangqiang in combat while remaining in the market, directing 10 Huokue soldier statues to fight using civilian energy pulse guns. This strategy maximized the utilization of all available forces. With a hum, the Tsangqiong's engines roared to life. The nearly 20-meter-long steel airship burst out of the void energy protection array, trailing a long fiery tail behind it. As soon as it exited the array, the secondary cannon began its rapid fire. The continuous rattling of gunfire filled the air, throwing the void demons outside into chaos with this sudden assault. Although the secondary cannon's single-shot power wasn't high, its advantage lay in its rapid firing rate and low consumption. Each shot consumed just 3 void energy points, which was negligible for the void energy engine, now enhanced to level 19. As long as the engine didn't overload, this terrifying barrage could continue, providing sustained and effective suppression against the enemies. Although the number of void demons is large, their ranks are generally low. Over 90% are at 0 level, with only about 100 at the first level, and none at the second level. This makes the enhanced first-level psionic secondary guns capable of inflicting considerable damage. As expected, the majority of the void demons' attention was drawn towards the Skysong. With their dark wings flapping, they rushed to chase the massive ship. This scene was reminiscent of a swarm of bees pursuing an intruder. The pressure on the psionic protective array decreased sharply. Although there were still occasional attacks on the light screen, the rate at which the shield value decreased became acceptable. Standing at the edge of the protective light screen, Song-Chi keenly scanned the sky. "Aim at the creatures outside the light screen and open fire," he ordered in a deep voice. The Huokue soldiers immediately sprang into action. With mechanical precision, they raised their energy pulse rifles and aimed at the void demons circling overhead. Streams of energy pulse beams streaked across the sky like meteors, hitting their targets with pinpoint accuracy. These Huokue soldiers had been summoned for over a month. During this time, Song-Chi personally demonstrated how to use the energy pulse rifles. Although the use of firearms by the constructs seemed somewhat awkward, they managed to fire and shoot effectively. The energy pulse rifle is a ray-type firearm developed by the Ember human civilization, with the standard model's power at approximately the peak of 0 level. Considering the Huokue soldiers were at the first level, Song-Chi had the rifles modified for increased firepower at the Eagle Mechanical Shop. Now, these weapons possess the power typical of a standard first-level weapon. The characteristic of the psionic protective array is that it allows attacks from inside to outside without affecting the light screen, enabling those inside to counterattack freely. The Skysong did not remain within the market to attack because its role was not only to provide fire cover, but also to draw the majority of the void demons' attention. This strategy prevented the enemy from concentrating their attacks on the psionic array, which would otherwise quickly collapse. Watching the Huokue soldiers conduct their precise strikes in an orderly manner, Song-Chi felt a wave of relief. His decision at the time was now proving to be invaluable, adding a critical layer of defense to the market. Due to the enhanced firepower of the energy pulse gun, even though the void demons possess bodies far stronger than those of the same level and boast formidable combat capabilities, they can still be taken down with a single shot at the first energy level. The speed at which Song-Chi and the 10 Fire Kuei soldiers cleared these void demons improved significantly. Whoosh! Whoosh! The energy pulse beams rained down like a dense shower of light, each one hitting a level 0 void demon with pinpoint accuracy. The struck demons let out ear-piercing shrieks before plummeting from the sky, crashing heavily against the psionic defense array surrounding the heavenly market. Their bodies fell like raindrops, piling up in small mounds around the light screen. Sizzling sounds of corrosion emanated from the protective light screen. Song-Chi frowned deeply as he watched the bodies of the void demons. Their black blood dripped onto the screen, each drop steaming and emitting a pungent odor. This hot and highly corrosive blood was rapidly depleting the shield value of the psionic defense array. Faced with this situation, Song-Chi couldn't find a solution. Repelling the void demons required killing them in large numbers, but with each attack, their corrosive blood inevitably landed on the screen, presenting an irreconcilable contradiction. Song-Chi glanced at the defense value of the psionic array, which was rapidly decreasing and about to fall below the critical threshold of 20,000 points. His anxiety grew, and beads of sweat began to form on his forehead. Having successfully advanced to the first level and equipped with an orange energy shield component, the combat power of the Tsangqiong was indeed impressive. It could fend off the attacks of dozens of first-level and hundreds of level 0 void demons simultaneously, even managing to kill over 100 of them. But even it had its limits. After holding out for nearly half an hour amidst the encirclement of hundreds of void demons, even the dark matter energy shield generator had dimmed to the extreme. Song-Chi saw through the control panel that the shield value had dropped below 10, on the verge of overloading completely. Yet, despite this, Song-Chi couldn't let the Tsangqiong retreat into the market. If it withdrew, losing its distraction, the more than 500 void demons outside would immediately turn their attention to the heavenly market. And the psionic array, with its shield value about to drop below 20,000 points, would not withstand the massive assault. Damn it, I have to come up with something. Song-Chi cursed inwardly. If this continues, that Song-Chiung might just sink right here. His mental faculties were pushed to their limits, veins bulging on his forehead. Yet he couldn't find a solution. Most of his trump cards had been played. He couldn't just conjure something out of thin air. Adding to the woes, after over half an hour of excessive mental exertion, Song-Chi himself was becoming unsteady. He had to remotely control that Song-Chiung for attacks and evasions, direct the fire Kuei soldiers, aim the energy pulse gun repeatedly, and now strategize for further action all tasks requiring his sole attention, far beyond simple multitasking. Fighting through the nagging pain in his head, Song-Chi gritted his teeth and persevered. He missed the transcendent state he had accidentally entered before. If he could enter a state of heightened focus, he wouldn't be so overwhelmed now. Unfortunately, his previous instances were merely luck, not a mastery of the technique. Even after half an hour of intense concentration, he hadn't regained that feeling, much to his regret. Song-Chi paused briefly, lowering the energy pulse gun, and retrieved 2 energy grenades from his back. He had bought 5 before the last expedition into the alien domain, using 3 during the trade with the Brain Eater's superwave brain artifact, leaving only these 2. With sharp eyes, he quickly scanned the battlefield and locked onto a spot with over 20 level 0 and first-level void demons. Taking a deep breath, Song-Chi hurled an energy grenade with all his might. The grenade traced a straight path through the void, landing precisely in the midst of the void demons. Boom! A deafening explosion erupted, and a powerful first-level energy blast instantly engulfed the surrounding void demons. As the dust settled, more than half of the 20-plus void demons lay fallen, with only a few level 0 and 3 first-level demons on the periphery surviving. The single energy grenade had directly killed 15 level 0 void demons. However, before he could take solace in this small victory, a series of bad news followed. Outside the market, that Song-Chiung's energy shield sounded a piercing alarm before completely overloading. The attacks of the surrounding void demons began hitting the airship's hull directly, with the sound of metal clashing incessantly. The armor of the Song-Chiung started taking damage, and the ship itself began to tremble. Simultaneously, a low rumble came from within the market. The shield value of the psionic array officially fell below 20,000, and the light screen dimmed further. Under the relentless corrosion of the void demon's scorching black blood, the shield value was plummeting at an alarming rate, seemingly disappearing in the blink of an eye. Song-Chi's heart sank to the depths, cold sweat soaking his back. At this rate, the psionic array would shatter before they could repel the void demons, and the entire market would fall. Though he was the master of the heavenly market and could wield the power of its laws, his abilities were limited to internal use and couldn't be applied to external combat. The ethereal energy array was on the verge of collapse, and the fate of the celestial bazaar hung by a thread. Song-Chi stood in the command center, his gaze sweeping over the flickering surveillance screens, his mind a turbulent sea of worry. He was acutely aware that if the energy array crumbled, the entire balance of the secret realm would be irrevocably shattered. The laws governing the space would descend into chaos, making any attempt to harness its power against the invading void demons a fool's errand. This was a deadlock, an inescapable predicament. Song-Chi's mind raced, and a novel thought suddenly emerged. He had to plan an escape for himself. If the celestial bazaar couldn't be salvaged, he wasn't going down with it. The vast expanse of the Morningstar Principality, the radiant brilliance of human civilization, and the endless shattered star seas beckoned him. Song-Chi's eyes gleamed with ambition. He yearned to experience, witness, and pursue the infinite possibilities of this vast universe. Having arrived in this era of the expansive star seas, how could he resign himself to fading away in obscurity? 200, 300, 600, even 1,000 years of life would still be insufficient. Taking a deep breath, Song-Chi made a decisive choice. His fingers moved swiftly over the console, issuing a recall command. The Celestial, his hope-bearing warship, could not be allowed to sink here. With the Celestial Bazaar lost, the Celestial would be his only lifeline. As long as the Celestial is with me, I can carve out a place for myself, Song-Chi murmured, a glint of determination in his eyes. His confidence stemmed from the 2 critical components aboard the ship, the orange dark matter energy shield generator and the purple brainwave remote control system. With these 2 marvels, he was confident in his ability to establish himself in this starry sea, even from scratch. With a mental command from Song-Chi, the Celestial received the brainwave signal. The massive vessel nimbly turned, like a silver lightning bolt, charging back into the bazaar's interior. As the Celestial re-entered the bazaar, the void demons outside seemed to find a new target, redirecting all their attacks towards the Celestial Bazaar. The protective barrier of the ethereal energy array shuddered violently, countless ripples spreading across its surface. The piercing wail of alarms filled the command center, and the data on the display screens jumped erratically. The shield's integrity was plummeting at an unimaginable rate. Song-Chi watched it all intently, a mix of anxiety and a hint of anticipation for the unknown future in his heart. The shield's energy was depleting at an alarming rate, dropping 1,000 points every half-minute. Song-Chi was extremely anxious, realizing that at this rate, the spectral energy array would completely collapse in less than 10 minutes. Without the array's protection, the market would likely be obliterated in the blink of an eye by the bloodthirsty void demons. He quickly retracted the Sangqiong into his spiritual core, reluctantly glancing around. Just as he resolved to retreat, the persistent tremors beneath his feet abruptly ceased. Song-Chi's pupils contracted as a bold idea flashed through his mind. Could it be that the market had successfully advanced? At that moment, his emotions were like a thunderstorm in June, with the dark clouds suddenly dispersed and sunlight breaking through. Overcome with excitement, he immediately opened the market status panel to confirm his suspicion. Name: All Heaven Market. Market owner: Song-Chi. Level: LV10. Seeing that the level had indeed risen to LV10, Song-Chi could no longer contain his excitement and burst into laughter. In just over 2 months, with only 3 market transactions, he had acquired an orange glory quality component, a purple component, and the white component of the golden rock hull armor. With such generous rewards, it's no wonder he had struggled internally when he considered abandoning the all-heaven market. Now, the previous pain and conflict were replaced by sheer joy and excitement. As his laughter subsided, Song-Chi didn't bother to examine the market's specific attributes in detail. Instead, he directly checked the configuration of the spectral energy protective array. As he expected, although the array's level remained at LV9, with the market's advancement, its basic configuration attributes had increased by 20. The original defense value of 500 points had increased to 600 points, and the shield's maximum value had risen from 40,000 points to 48,000 points. More crucially, the shield value, which had been down to 3,800 points, instantly recovered to 11,800 points, buying him precious time. Noticing this change, Song-Chi immediately summoned the Sangqiong and checked the status of the dark matter energy shield generator component. The LV-15 orange shield component required a 35-minute cooldown after overloading, and 8 minutes had already passed, leaving 27 minutes before it could be reactivated. With hope rekindled, Song-Chi's eyes shone with determination. The market's successful advancement provided a turning point in repelling the void demons and defending his home. As long as the spectral energy protective array could hold for another 20 minutes, and that Sangqiong's energy shield could be restarted, he could launch another attack. Based on the results of the previous battle, as long as no new enemies appeared, he should be able to eliminate over 90% of the void demons before the energy shield overloaded for the second time. By then, even without the Sangqiong's firepower support, Song-Chi and 10 Fire Kuei soldiers could handle the remaining cleanup, greatly increasing the chances of preserving the all-heaven market. With this in mind, Song-Chi seized the opportunity to throw his last energy grenade, killing nearly 10 zero-level void demons. He then boarded the Sangqiong, controlling the main and auxiliary cannons to continuously fire at the sky above the market, doing his utmost to relieve pressure on the spectral energy protective array. For minutes later, when the array's shield value dropped below 4 digits, Song-Chi made a decisive move, and the market's prompt sounded in his ears. Do you wish to spend 150 strands of zero-level floating land essence to upgrade the spectral energy protective array to LV10? Confirm. Song-Chi responded without hesitation. In an instant, the half-dome light screen covering the market flashed several times. Song-Chi eagerly checked the new data, silently cheering. The defense value soared from 600 to 1,200, and the shield value skyrocketed from 48,000 points to 120,000 points, instantly restoring to full capacity. The tide of battle had turned, and victory was now within his grasp. What excited Song-Chi even more was that his shield, which had been reduced to just a few hundred points, instantly restored to its full capacity of 120,000 points after upgrading. This was more than enough to withstand the remaining 23 minutes. He exhaled deeply, his heartbeat gradually calming, yet his hands continued their relentless attack. Although the protective barrier was no longer in danger, every void demon he slew would ease the burden on the soon-to-be-completed buffer of the skyship. As time ticked by, Song-Chi mechanically repeated his attacks until the dark matter energy shield generator on the skyship finished buffering. He immediately piloted the skyship to break free from the market, and as the distance increased, the movements of the 10 Huakuei soldiers became sluggish, eventually freezing in place. Song-Chi was helpless. The brainwave remote control system needed 6 hours to reset, leaving him no choice but to take matters into his own hands. Fortunately, the shield value of the first-level psionic array was sufficient to hold for quite some time, even without the continual clearing by the Huakuei soldiers. With his full attention on controlling the skyship, Song-Chi became more adept, and the speed at which he eliminated the void demons noticeably increased. In less than 20 minutes, and even before the dark matter energy shield generator overloaded for the second time, the remaining hundreds of void demons were completely eradicated. Looking at the hundreds of dark blue corpses scattered around the market, Song-Chi suddenly felt a wave of emotion, almost bringing him to tears. It wasn't sadness but the overwhelming relief and exhilaration of survival, quickly turning into deep joy and gratitude. Once his emotions settled, Song-Chi began maneuvering the skyship around the market's perimeter, using the ship's tractor beam to swiftly collect the void demons' corpses. In previous textbooks, it was often mentioned that after these void demons perish, a special crystal forms within them, known as the void crystal. Song-Chi stood on the deck of the Zhangqiang, gazing at the vast array of void demon corpses scattered before him. Taking a deep breath, he began the meticulous and orderly task of collecting them. The void crystals emitted a ghostly blue glow, each one encapsulating the void energy absorbed by a demon throughout its life. Song-Chi carefully extracted them one by one, calculating the unexpected fortune's worth in his mind. Within the Ember human civilization, the price of these crystals had skyrocketed. One Tier 0 void crystal could be exchanged for a strand of Tier 1 floating land essence, and a Tier 1 crystal could fetch a strand of Tier 2 floating land essence. After completing his collection, Song-Chi piloted the Zhangqiang back to the All Heavens market. He didn't immediately check the market's attributes, but instead focused all his efforts on mobilizing the power of the laws to move the market to a distant location. The recent battle had been loud, and the air was thick with the scent of blood, which he feared might attract more void demons. For the next few hours, Song-Chi found himself in an exhausting cycle. At every stop, he encountered small groups of void demons. The process of slaying, collecting, and relocating repeated over and over. It wasn't until the fourth occurrence that Song-Chi noticed something unusual. Something's not right, he thought, furrowing his brow. This can't be a coincidence. With growing suspicion, he opened the market's attribute panel. When he saw the negative status section, he suddenly understood. It turned out the market had been marked with a Tier 1 demon mark, applied by several Tier 1 void demons working together. This mark allowed other void demons nearby to automatically sense its presence. Song-Chi couldn't help but curse, damn, that explains it. He realized that with this mark, the All Heavens market's ability to avoid danger was practically nullified. The days ahead were bound to be anything but peaceful. Rubbing his temples, Song-Chi began to ponder how to tackle this tricky problem. Song-Chi's brow furrowed once again as his thoughts raced. The demon mark felt like an invisible tracker, leaving him with nowhere to hide. He pondered silently, realizing he needed to remove this mark as soon as possible, even if it meant temporarily concealing it. Otherwise, the market he had worked so hard to protect could face a crisis like today's at any moment. What worried him even more was the commotion caused by the market's advancement to a higher tier. Song-Chi understood that this issue was equally urgent. After all, the market had just advanced by one tier, and the road ahead was still long. He couldn't help but wonder if every advancement would be this nerve-wracking. As Song-Chi was lost in thought, his gaze inadvertently fell on the towering pile of crystals beside him. This sight slightly eased his tense nerves. After a recent inventory, the number of void crystals had been confirmed, a total of 1,230, with 1,105 being 0 tier and 125 being 1st tier. Song-Chi quickly did the math in his head. According to the usual exchange rate in the Ember human civilization's territory, these crystals equated to 1,105 strands of 1st tier floating land essence, plus 125 strands of 2nd tier floating land essence. The staggering numbers filled him with excitement. A bold idea flashed through Song-Chi's mind. Why not use the demon mark as bait to continuously attract small groups of void demons, and by hunting them, obtain a steady supply of void crystals? However, this thought was swiftly dismissed. Song-Chi calmly analyzed the risks of this plan. Though it promised quick profits, the danger was equally daunting. Who could guarantee that only low-tier small groups of demons would be attracted? What if a high-tier demon showed up? Or worse, what if it attracted a legion of demons numbering in the thousands, accompanied by numerous 1st and 2nd tier void demons? Faced with these uncertainties, Song-Chi decisively abandoned the idea. He reminded himself that with the market, he could steadily acquire various resources every month. So why risk his life? When it came to choosing between safety and profit, Song-Chi opted for the former without hesitation. Though feeling anxious, Song-Chi quickly shifted his focus to the changes in the heavenly market. His eyes swiftly scanned the attribute panel and landed on the specifications section. After advancing to the 1st tier, the market's area had suddenly expanded to 1000 m x 1000 m, the number of shops doubled to 50, and the stall area extended to 200 m x 200 m. Even the seemingly useless and had grown from 1 story to 2, which was undoubtedly a delightful development. Song-Chi realized that this not only meant accommodating more creatures per transaction, but also effectively expanded his personal storage space. He immediately used his power to designate a 20m x 20m enclosed area in the stall section, specifically for storing the floating mining vehicle and various resources, thoroughly solving the storage problem. This area could even accommodate the advanced version of the Celestial-class Phantom Energy airship. Upon re-entering the inn, Song-Chi discovered that the 1st floor had 50 rooms, while the second floor had only one open room. This unusual layout piqued his interest. After carefully inspecting the first floor, he quickly headed to the second floor and was surprised to find 10 identical doors in the corridor, with all but one sealed by a mysterious air barrier. Pushing open the only accessible door, Song-Chi immediately felt that this second-floor guest room was entirely different from those on the first floor. In the center of the room floated a bronze token, capturing his full attention. Without hesitation, he reached for the token. The moment he touched it, the information about the token and the guest room flooded into his mind. Name: Market Guest Token. Owner: Song-Chi of the Heavenly Market. Usage: 11. Effect: the holder can activate the token with the market owner's consent to teleport into a private guest room from anywhere in the shattered star sea for 24 hours. After the time ends, or upon choosing to return, they will be returned to their original location with the token. Description: a derivative of the heavenly market, possessing incredible abilities. Note: usage can only be replenished by the market owner. The market owner reserves the right to reclaim the token at any time. Market Guest Token, Song-Chi murmured softly, his eyes sparkling with excitement, his heart racing. This discovery undoubtedly opened a new door for him, filled with endless possibilities. Song-Chi stood at the entrance of the inn, his gaze fixed on the market guest token in his hand, his mind swirling with thoughts. The value of this token far exceeded his expectations. It allowed other beings multiple entries into the heavenly market, no longer subject to the whims of chance. A glint appeared in Song-Chi's eye. She knew that those who had experienced the convenience and worth of the heavenly market would be eager to obtain it. He gently stroked the surface of the token, already calculating the immense profits he could gain. Suddenly, a thought crossed his mind. If he had possessed this token a month earlier, he could have given it to that aquatic being, Nature, before the second market trade ended, granting him the opportunity to re-enter the market. In doing so, Nature could have collected more precious deep-sea pearls for him, perhaps even those rare thousand-year-old pearls, or the elusive mermaid tears. With this thought, Song-Chi couldn't help but sigh, furrowing his brow. This market guest token had come too late. His eyes drifted to the distance, as if searching for the water-bound star-sea floating land that had long since disappeared. Such floating lands, especially those reliably producing deep-sea pearls, were rare, and encountering another one might take an indefinite amount of time. However, Song-Chi quickly adjusted his mindset, his eyes rekindling with hope. After all, the star sea was vast, and floating lands rich in rare resources were not few. If he could find beings capable of consistently providing these precious resources, the market guest token would prove invaluable. Taking a deep breath to quell his excitement, Song-Chi understood that the distribution of the market guest tokens must be extremely strict and couldn't happen freely in a short period. His gaze swept over the second floor of the inn, where there were only 10 guest rooms, meaning a maximum of 10 tokens could be issued. Each issuance had to be handled with the utmost care. Finally, Song-Chi's thoughts returned to those guest rooms. Besides nurturing the market guest tokens, these rooms would become the sole spatial nodes for future token holders to access the Marquetta crucial transit point. With these complex thoughts in mind, Song-Chi turned and left the inn. He knew there was still a long way to go in making decisions about this market guest token. Song-Chi took a deep breath, suppressing the joy and excitement within, and continued examining the other changes in the marketplace. His gaze swept over the basic configuration section, and after experiencing the new features of the inn, his attention was drawn to the all-attribute training room and the long-range spatial gate random deployment platform. Although the level remained at LV9, the effects of these two configurations had significantly improved. The boost to etheric energy training in the all-attribute training room had increased from 580 to 700, far surpassing etheric energy training platforms of the same level. Meanwhile, the number of spatial gates that could be deployed by the long-range spatial gate random deployment platform had increased from 19 to 23. Without hesitation, Song-Chi took out 300 strands of zero-level floating, continent essence, and upgraded both configurations to LV10. After the upgrade, the all-attribute training room's enhancement to etheric energy guidance reached an astonishing 960, and the number of spatial gates the platform could deploy increased to 36. Satisfied, he closed the attributes panel, and his gaze fell on the newly appeared features. The additional configuration section was still empty, except for the addition of 2 slots. Song-Chi made a mental note to quickly search for special components that could clear negative states and conceal anomalies in the marketplace. He carefully examined the newly appeared spatial anchor feature. This feature allowed him to set an exact teleportation coordinate for the marketplace. No matter where he entered from, as long as he activated this anchor, he could directly teleport to a designated location upon leaving. A thought flashed through Song-Chi's mind. If he set the anchor in his bedroom, he could easily return home from a distant alien star region without using the etheric energy airship's return function. However, he soon considered another use for this feature: facilitating transactions. To avoid exposing the marketplace, He had always been forced to sell most of his gains on the black market at 65 of the market price, which was frustrating. In contrast, legitimate shops could offer up to 90 of the market price, but the risk was the potential exposure of his identity. This limitation had previously forced him to choose the black market route. Now, with the spatial anchor feature, he might find a better solution. Song-Chi's eyes sparkled with intelligence as he began to contemplate how to utilize this new feature to optimize his resource monetization strategy. The appearance of the spatial anchor completely transformed Song-Chi's situation. His mind raced, and a bold plan began to take shape. By setting the anchor in his bedroom, he could easily mitigate the risk of his identity being exposed. Song-Chi could already envision the entire process. First, he would sell his gains to legitimate shops, then find a secluded spot to enter the marketplace with the proceeds. After completing the transaction, he would simply activate the spatial anchor to instantly return home, ensuring his safety. Even if someone followed him, they would have no way to trace him. The more he thought about it, the more excited he became. Song-Chi recalled a recent marketplace transaction, where he had amassed a stockpile of resources with significant price differences, perfect for an initial test. If everything went smoothly, he would finally have a secure way to sell his over 1,000 void crystals. The prospect of acquiring a substantial amount of floating land essence made Song-Chi's heart race. He already envisioned enhancing the components of the dark matter energy shield generator to Tier 2. The power of these components at just level 15 was already impressive. Imagining their strength after advancing to Tier 2 was exhilarating. Song-Chi quickly opened the Marketplace attribute panel, pausing at the Upgrade Requirements section. Moving from level 10 to 11 required 50 strands of Tier 1 floating land essence, which wasn't a problem. Selling the void crystals would easily cover that. The real challenge lay in the transaction volume of 100,000 strands of Tier 0 floating land essence. Since bartering wasn't counted, his previous 3 transactions totaled less than 90,000. It seemed he would have to wait for the next marketplace transaction to level up. However, Song-Chi wasn't in a hurry. The immediate priority was to acquire special components to clear negative statuses and quickly offload his price differential resources and void crystals. While leveling up the marketplace could be done gradually, if the issue of the demon mark wasn't resolved soon, the future of the cosmic marketplace would be uncertain. Song-Chi took a deep breath and began preparing for his plan. Despite the risks, this might be his only chance to escape his predicament. Baida Floating Land, Baiha City. As one of the 5 major cities under the jurisdiction of Baida Floating Land, Baiha City's development history even surpasses that of Jiangyuan City. This can be seen from the population size of both cities. Currently, Baiha City's total population has exceeded 25 million, second only to Baida City among the 5 cities. In the heart of Baiha City lies Baiha Xinhua City, the most bustling area of the city. The number of businesses in Baiha Xinhua Mall far exceeds those in Dongjiang Mall. Song-Chi struggled to squeeze through the dense crowd, a hint of helplessness on his face. This was his first time truly experiencing the packed-like-sardines feeling since awakening his Xinhua seed. What made it even more uncomfortable was that most people around him were skilled practitioners of guidance techniques, with physical qualities far superior to ordinary people, making the crowd feel like a mass of bodies pressed together. However, this crowded scene was exactly what Song-Chi intended. He deliberately arrived in Baiha City during peak hours, and chose the busiest Baiha Mall to take advantage of the chaotic environment. The more customers there were, the denser the crowd, making it easier to blend in. Once he sold off all his goods, he could disappear into the market without a trace. Instead of heading to the top floor, Song-Chi went straight to the more populated middle and lower levels. In a medium-sized shop named Trosmech House, he found a designated Xinhua airship docking area and summoned the Zhangqiu. Since it had been upgraded to a void energy airship, expanding to nearly 20 meters, all the resources he acquired at the trade fair could be loaded in one go, saving a lot of hassle. As one batch of supplies after another was unloaded from the airship, 50 tons of mithril, 10 tons of vibranium, 215 pieces of millennium ice crystals, and 200 tons of uranium ore, the store clerks quickly recorded the quantities of various resources. After all the arbitrage goods bought from the market were unloaded, a clerk quickly calculated their value. Sir, the market value of the resources you have is 2,480 strands of zero-tier floating land essence. At a 70 purchase rate, that's 1,736 strands. If you agree. Before the clerk could finish, Song-Chi interrupted him. 70 of market value? Isn't that a bit too low? In his view, 2,500 strands of zero-tier floating land essence was no small amount, and reducing it to 70 seemed excessive. However, the clerk clearly disagreed. He pursed his lips, his smile unwavering, but Song-Chi could detect a hint of disdain in his eyes, clearly not taking his words seriously. Frowning, Song-Chi felt a surge of displeasure. He said nothing more, instead channeling the void energy within him to his throat. The mall's rules prohibited using void energy for combat, but using it to summon Xinhua warships or amplify one's voice and hearing was unrestricted. Opening his mouth, a loud call echoed through the store. Is the manager here? Altering his voice made it sound particularly hoarse, drawing curious glances from other customers. The male clerk, who had managed to maintain a polite smile, suddenly looked sullen and raised his voice. Sir, please do not disrupt other customers' shopping experience. If you can't accept our purchase price, you can try other shops. But if you're here to cause trouble, the mall security team won't stand idly by. With a mask covering his face, Song-Chi's expression was hidden, but his tone turned noticeably colder. He had no intention of engaging with such customer service, and directly asking for the manager wasn't meant to cause trouble. After all, when it came to the void crystal, a regular clerk couldn't make decisions. But since the clerk was being unreasonable, he wouldn't back down either. Song-Chi understood that this person might have a significant background. To be so fearless, even knowing Song-Chi was a Tier 1 Xinhua captain, he must have some backing. A faint, hoarse voice came from behind the mask. I don't care who you are or your relationship with this shop, but I bet you'll be apologizing to me today. After speaking, Song-Chi watched the clerk with interest, observing his shifting expressions. Clearly, though the clerk's attitude was poor, he wasn't foolish. Seeing Song-Chi's confident demeanor, he realized that the customer must have something valuable enough to interest the manager. In the end, the clerk couldn't muster any harsh words and was quickly dismissed by the hastily arriving manager. Judging by the manager's dark expression, this likely wasn't the first time such an incident had occurred. Song-Chi had a suspicion. The young man who frequently made basic mistakes yet remained at the store was likely a relative of the manager. He chose not to pursue the matter further, considering the young man was just under 20 and an ordinary person whose potential had yet to awaken. More importantly, the manager had promised to purchase the goods at market price regardless of future developments. In the meeting room of Trelos Mechanical House, Song-Chi sat across from the manager, Rock Trelos. Through their brief conversation, Song-Chi learned that Rock was a member of the Trelos family in Baiha City, and the young store clerk was his nephew, spending his holiday gaining work experience. This confirmed Song-Chi's suspicion and explained the young man's confidence the Trelos family was indeed one of the leading forces in Baiha City. With the small talk concluded, Song-Chi got to the point. He reached behind him and produced a thumb-sized crystal, placing it in the palm of his hand. A void crystal! Rock Trelos exclaimed, unable to hide his surprise despite nearly a century of experience. Although this rare resource has limited use apparently only for enhancing space-related ship components, its scarcity is truly astonishing. After carefully examining the zero-level void crystal, Rock asked in a serious tone, My friend, how many more void crystals do you have? Perhaps realizing that his words might have been problematic, Rock Trelos quickly added another sentence. His voice softened, and a glint of shrewdness flashed in his eyes. No matter how many void crystals you have, the Trelos Mechanical House will take them all, including your previous batch of materials, at the standard market price. Song-Chi's lips curled slightly, as he was not surprised by this response. With a solid education, he understood the true value of void crystals. Buying at market price didn't mean there was no profit margin. To him, market price was merely the average selling price, the typical transaction rate. The rarity of void crystals meant that finding an eager buyer was not difficult. Desperate buyers often paid a premium of 20 to 30% above market price, and in extreme cases, the price could even double. However, Song-Chi knew that finding such buyers required time and couldn't be resolved quickly. Therefore, selling at market price was his best option for now. Nevertheless, he was in no hurry to reveal the exact number of void crystals he possessed. Instead, in a slightly raspy voice, he inquired about something else. We can discuss the acquisition slowly, but I'm curious, Manager Locke, do you have any ship components that can remove negative statuses for sale? Or perhaps information about such components? Locke Trelos fell into contemplation and did not answer immediately. His eyes flickered as if weighing something. Song-Chi was certain that Locke was speculating about what kind of negative status his ship might be afflicted with. After about 5 seconds, Locke finally spoke, though his answer wasn't good news. I don't have any ship components that remove negative statuses in my store. Just as Song-Chi was about to feel disappointed, Locke changed his tone. However, I do have some news. Song-Chi's interest was piqued immediately. What news? Seeing that Locke didn't elaborate further, Song-Chi understood the hint. He took out 200 zero-level void crystals from his backpack and placed them neatly on the wooden table between them. A gleam of greed flickered in Locke Trelos' eyes, but he ultimately shook his head and remained silent. Frowning slightly, Song-Chi didn't hesitate to retrieve the void crystals. This prompted Locke Trelos to panic, quickly reaching out to stop him and urgently saying, I heard a couple of days ago that the White River auction, which happens every 3 years, is set to take place 5 days from now in the morning. So, are you saying there will definitely be ship components that can remove negative effects at this auction? Or is it just speculation? Song-Chi pressed further. Locke Trelos responded swiftly. I'm certain there will be a blue-tier ship component capable of purifying negative effects at this auction. Behind his mask, Song-Chi contemplated, murmuring to himself, a blue-tier component should be enough to cleanse the mark left by a first-tier void demon. With this confirmation, Song-Chi was in good spirits. Thank you, manager. I'll sell these 200 zero-level void crystals and that batch of materials to your store. However, I have a small request. Go ahead, Locke replied warmly. Could you exchange all the floating land essence from the previous batch of materials for first-tier ones? Song-Chi asked earnestly. He already had over 5,000 strands of zero-level floating land essence, which were of little use to him. Locke Trelos readily agreed to this request. Soon, he had someone deliver 448 strands of first-tier floating land essence. After expressing his gratitude, Song-Chi quickly left Trelos' mechanical house, blending into the bustling crowd. Inside Trelos' mechanical house, Locke Trelos' demeanor turned cold. He listened impassively to the report from a tall figure behind him. Manager, that person disappeared into the crowd shortly after leaving. We've searched almost the entire lower 3 floors of the mall, but found no trace of him. Locke Trelos remained silent for a long time, rubbing a few void crystals in his hand, before speaking coldly. Keep searching. Void crystals are something the old man urgently needs, and that person certainly has more than those 200. If I can deliver enough void crystals to the old man, I'll have a great chance to lead the entire family. Find that person. If the Trelos family is looking for someone, we need to find them, dead or alive. By the end, Locke's expression was nearly twisted. He hadn't acted in the store for 2 reasons. Firstly, to avoid tarnishing the Trelos family's reputation. After all, White River Mall was the largest mall in White River City, and even the Trelos family would struggle to cover up a scandal. Secondly, he had already notified his family's covert members through a concealed communication device, ensuring they were stationed outside the store, confident they would keep track of the target. Once the person's location was confirmed, taking them down outside White River Mall would be a simple matter. Yet, this seemingly foolproof plan failed shortly after the person left the store. How could a dozen people lose track of one? One could only imagine the depth of Locke Trelos' anger at this moment. Unaware of these developments, Song-Chi had already returned home via the Celestial Market. Before heading to White River City, he had set a spatial anchor in his bedroom, allowing him to easily return from White River City to Jiangyuan City. Back in his bedroom, Song-Chi reconnected to the Celestial Market. With 5 days until the White River auction, he decided to stay in the market. This not only prevented small groups of void demons from attacking again, but also allowed him to continue collecting void crystals. More importantly, he could fully experience the effects of a training room with a 960 attribute boost. 5 days later, when Song-Chi emerged from the training room, his face was filled with satisfaction. The 960 training boost was indeed extraordinary. Even though his guiding technique had recently advanced to level 7, he still noticed a slight improvement over the 5 days. If it hadn't been for the 4 groups of void demon squads that appeared during this time, forcing him to leave the training room repeatedly, the training effect would have been even better. Nonetheless, Song-Chi had acquired over 100 more void crystals. Subtracting the 200 sold to the Trelos family, he still had nearly 1,200 in his possession. After a brief farewell to his parents, Song-Chi left home, found a secluded spot, and summoned the Tsangqiang, heading straight for Baihe City. The Baihe Xinhua Mall was exceptionally lively today, as the triennial Baihe auction was set to take place at the Tianhe auction house on the top floor. Grim Tross stood beneath the docking platform for Xinhua battleships at the top of the auction house, his face flushed with excitement and astonishment. In just half an hour, he witnessed more than 50 psionic airships landing. These 20-meter-long steel behemoths, clad in heavy armor, stirred his heart. This was his aspiration, not working as a waiter in his uncle's store. Although his father was an in-law, he bore his mother's surname and became a direct member of the Tross family, which filled him with pride. As Grimm's thoughts raced, yet another nearly 20-meter-long psionic airship descended onto the 100-meter platform. The mall's honor guard looked up in unison to welcome the unidentified ship, enveloped in a shield of dark energy. Grimm's expression turned solemn, and he felt a twinge of apprehension. Judging by the energy fluctuations from the shield, it could be a blue-quality energy shield, far superior to standard-issue equipment. Song-Chi disembarked from the Tsangqiang, wearing a humanoid white mask. Guided by the mall security, he headed straight for the Tianhe auction house. Captains of Xinhua battleships with psionic airships automatically received entry credentials, while zero-level captains had to pay 100 strands of zero-level floating land essence as an entrance fee. Inside the Tianhe auction house, leather seats surrounded the central square auction platform. Above, there were more than 20 private boxes reserved for second-level and above captains. Song-Chi was surprised to see 7 boxes already lit up, far exceeding the average of 2 or 3 in past years. Finding a seat, Song-Chi began to visualize the mythological mech projection diagram, crucial to the Tsangqiang's future. Over the past 2 months, his mental strength had significantly increased due to frequent visualization, which had been proven in recent battles against void demons. Suddenly, a wave of exclamations interrupted Song-Chi's visualization. The 10th second-level Shinhua captain had just entered, an unusually grand display. Song-Chi speculated that high-quality ship components or rare ship enhancement resources might be up for auction, but he quickly abandoned his speculation, focusing instead on awaiting the auction start. 2 minutes later, a figure leaped down from above, landing heavily on the auction platform. Song-Chi focused and saw it was an elderly man with white hair. Despite his advanced age, the man exuded a powerful oppressive presence, with unusually strong blood energy fluctuations. Song-Chi's eyes grew serious as he thought. This man's guidance technique level is at least LV20 or higher. He's definitely a second-level Shinhua captain. After a brief moment of surprise, Song-Chi quickly gathered his thoughts. With the sudden appearance of so many second-tier Ember captains at the auction, Baiha Auction House had to present a figure with enough clout to maintain order. Otherwise, it would be difficult to keep things under control. The elderly white-haired man on stage was there for exactly that reason. John Tross, patriarch of the Tross family, one of the three major affiliated families of Baiha Mall, was nearing 300 years old. Though he was at the brink of his life, this only added to his intimidating presence. A second-tier peak Ember captain on the verge of death, if provoked, could act unpredictably. Everyone present understood this, and no one wanted to provoke such a reckless force. Under John Tross' imposing presence, the room fell silent. He spoke slowly, announcing the official start of the auction. As soon as he finished speaking, a staff member walked onto the stage carrying a wooden box, drawing everyone's attention. Clearly, this was the first item up for auction, and as tradition dictated, it was bound to be an exceptional piece that would energize the crowd. The first auction item is a blue-grade engine, the Aurora thermal engine, John Tross introduced, proceeding to detail the engine's attributes and the materials required for its upgrade. After the introduction, John Tross announced the bidding would begin. This Aurora thermal engine has no set price and will only be exchanged for other items. Interested parties should use the bidding device on their seats to submit their offers. Immediately, dozens of people picked up their bidding devices, submitting their trade items to John Tross on stage, or perhaps to the true seller behind the scenes. Song-Chi was quite tempted as well. The Celestial was in need of a high-quality engine component, and while this blue-grade part wasn't top-tier, it was certainly a fine piece. Acquiring it would allow him to further enhance the dark matter energy shield generator. In just over 20 days, he was set to explore the Bulo civilization ruins with Shenqing. Although the ruins were reportedly safe, Shenqing had only explored the first level, and there was no telling what surprises the second level might hold. However, Song-Chi ultimately restrained his urge to bid. His priority was securing the blue-grade purification component that would appear later. Compared to the upcoming ruin exploration, the importance of the heavenly market was far greater. In the end, the engine was claimed by a first-tier Ember captain, leaving other bidders sighing in disappointment. What terms this captain used to acquire the blue engine remained unknown. The auction proceeded methodically. The first blue-grade Aurora thermal engine had set a high point for the event, and while subsequent items were relatively ordinary, the occasional appearance of small treasures kept the auction's energy alive. This auction strategy was well understood by everyone present, yet the atmosphere remained vibrant. It wasn't until the 43rd item appeared that Song-Chi's attention was captured once more. The 43rd auction item, 200 tons of mercury crystal, with a starting bid of 1,900 strands of zero-tier floating continent essence, in increments of no less than 20 strands. Upon hearing the words mercury crystal, a gleam returned to Song-Chi's eyes as he quickly grabbed the bidding device beside him. Mercury crystal is a mid-tier resource for enhancing warships, typically valued at around 10 strands of zero-tier floating continent essence per ton. Song-Chi's interest in the mercury crystal stemmed from an urgent need. The reinforcement of the dark matter energy shield generator required this precious resource every time. Although he already had nearly 100 tons in reserve, the consumption of dozens of tons for a level 15 generator meant that his current stockpile was clearly insufficient. At the auction, Song-Chi quickly entered 1980 strands of zero-level floating land essence into the bidding device. No sooner had he done this than the auctioneer, John Trelos, announced to the audience, "Bidder 235 offers 1980 strands. Is there a higher bid?" In the ensuing minutes, the bidding was intense. Ultimately, Song-Chi secured the 200-ton batch of mercury crystal for 2060 strands of zero-level floating land essence. However, the transaction was not immediately finalized, needed to pay the corresponding floating land essence before he could collect the goods from the auction house. The subsequent wait made Song-Chi slightly anxious, and he even suspected that Roque Trelos might be playing tricks on him. Just as his patience was wearing thin, the coveted blue purification component finally appeared on the auction stage. The auctioneer introduced the special attributes of this component in detail. Blue quality special component, status purifier, level 0, consumes 5 points of ether per second, generating a purification aura that can remove various negative conditions. Upgrading requires 3 strands of zero-level floating land essence and 300 ether points. As per the consignor's request, This item is only available for barter, not for floating land essence. This introduction sparked a fierce bidding war. Song-Chi picked up the bidding device again, but this time he hesitated. He pondered how many void crystals he should offer for this treasure, and whether he should use the precious first-level void crystals. In this auction, which only accepted physical exchanges, the void crystals were his only bargaining chip. Song-Chi found himself deeply conflicted. After leaving the Telos mechanical house a few days ago, he distinctly sensed nearly 10 figures trailing him. He couldn't believe this was a mere coincidence, especially given the connection to the Telos mechanical house. While it was understandable that the shopkeeper was interested in the rare resource known as the void crystal, Song-Chi's cautious nature, combined with the fact that the auctioneer was the head of the Telos family, made him highly vigilant. After much deliberation, Song-Chi decided to take a risk and use the void crystal. It was, after all, the only valuable asset he had. Instead of bidding immediately, he left the Tianhe auction house, quickly exiting under the curious gazes of the crowd. Moments later, a mysterious figure cloaked in a robe quietly returned to Song-Chi's original seat. This wasn't Song-Chi himself, but a Huakuei soldier puppet he controlled remotely via a neural wave system. The puppet's fingers deftly tapped on the bidding device, submitting an offer of 800 zero-tier void crystals. Song-Chi took such cautious measures to guard against a potential sudden attack from John Telos, the second-tier flame captain on the auction stage. However, he failed to notice the subtle change in John Telos's otherwise calm demeanor at the moment of his bid. The shrewd auctioneer skillfully concealed his reaction, while his peripheral vision briefly swept over seat 235, where Song-Chi had been. Despite his vigilance, Song-Chi was still no match for John Telos in terms of power. Even with the support of his level 7 guidance technique, he couldn't detect the subtle gaze from his opponent. The fruits of his 2-month effort visualizing the mythic mecha imprint seemed insignificant before such a formidable adversary. Soon, a response from the bidder arrived through the bidding device, filling Song-Chi with delight. Regardless of whether the bid was accepted, it at least indicated that his void crystal had piqued the other party's interest. The bidder stated that 800 zero-tier void crystals were insufficient and demanded higher-tier crystals. After a moment of contemplation, Song-Chi made a new offer: 500 zero-tier void crystals plus 100 one-ear void crystals. The other party quickly responded, demanding 600 zero-tier and 100 one-ear crystals, stating it was their final offer. Song-Chi quickly calculated, realizing this price was roughly equivalent to 1,600 strands of first-tier floating land essence, or 16,000 strands of zero-tier floating land essence. While the actual value might be slightly higher, it was comparable to the price of a blue-quality component. After weighing his options, Song-Chi agreed to the deal. Once the transaction was finalized, John Telos promptly announced the result, and the blue-quality abnormal state purifier was officially won by Song-Chi. He finally breathed a sigh of relief, knowing that once the auction concluded, he could install this purifier on the Tsangqiong and effortlessly remove the mark left by a first-tier void demon. However, another concern lingered in Song-Chi's mind. He urgently needed to replace the engine, even if it was of white quality, as the current colorless quality psionic engine severely limited the Tsangqiong's potential. Unfortunately, no other engine components were available until the final auction item appeared. Just as Song-Chi was feeling a tinge of disappointment, the final auction item was unveiled, capturing everyone's attention. Hundreds of flame captains in the auction hall held their breath, finally understanding why this auction had drawn 10 second-tier flame captains. On the auction stage, John Telos hadn't yet revealed the specifics of the final item, but the dazzling purple light emanating from the wooden box already hinted at its Identitia purple quality ship component. Moreover, the fact that it attracted so many second-tier flame captains indicated that the attributes of this purple component were extraordinary, far surpassing those of the lackluster purple components found in the White Tower intranet marketplace. Amidst the crowd's anticipation, John Telos didn't leave them in suspense, and directly displayed the attribute panel of the purple component. A rare artifact, the ancestral blood. With a purple quality, it has the potential to evolve. In the auction house, a drop of blood shimmering with a purple glow hovered before the audience, astonishing all the captains present. This drop of blood had not yet been transformed into ship components, still retaining its original artifact form. After examining the properties of this artifact, the captain's eyes lit up with understanding. The ancestral blood can evolve into 3 different ship components: the Red Cross Medical Chamber, the Bloodlight Shield, and the Crimson Bloodline Gene Modification Chamber incomplete. Although the evolutionary path cannot be changed once set, unless resetting the enhancement level to 0, the range of choices this artifact offers is truly impressive. Song-Chi speculated that the 10 second-tier torchbearer captains present could likely make use of this drop of ancestral blood. At that moment, a deep male voice came from the upper balcony. "John, you must have tested it already, right? Show us the attribute panels for those 3 convertible components." On the auction stage, John Trelos nodded slightly, and 3 attribute panels appeared before everyone. Red Cross Medical Chamber LV0. Purple quality. Trait. Increases healing effectiveness by 30. Consumption. 7s. Effect. Enhances treatment of bleeding internal and external wounds by 260. Upgrade requirements. 7 strands of floating land essence tier 0, 700 EN points, 1 drop of biological essence tier 0. Bloodlight shield LV0. Purple quality. Trait. Restores 10 shield points per second after damage. Consumption. 7 EN points. Protection. 17 shield value. 170170. Recharge. 30s. 1 hour cooldown after overload. Upgrade requirements. 7 strands of floating land essence tier 0, 700 EN points, 1 ton of blood source crystal. Crimson Bloodline Gene Modification Chamber Incomplete LV0. Purple quality. Trait. Increases gene modification success rate by 1. Consumption. 7 EN points. Effect. Performs Crimson Bloodline Gene Modification on organisms. Success rate 1. Modification time. 1 hour. 720-hour cooldown. Upgrade requirements. 7 strands of floating land essence tier 0, 700 EN points, 1 drop of crimson vampire essence tier 0. After reviewing these attribute panels, the majority of captains dismissed the third option. The incomplete Crimson Bloodline Modification Chamber had a low modification success rate due to its incomplete state. Although upgrading could improve the success rate, it required not only conventional materials, but also the rare Crimson Vampire Essence. In the Torchbearer human civilization, captive vampires were not uncommon. As beings with extended lifespans, vampires could grant long life to those they successfully embraced. Thus, many Torchbearer captains nearing death often interacted with these aliens. However, achieving life extension through a successful embrace was extremely challenging. The higher the rank of the Torchbearer captain, the lower the chances of a successful embrace. Even if successful, the risk of being dominated by the vampire was equally daunting. Despite the strict prohibition by the Prometheus civilization against the dangerous and rigorous act of the first embrace, it remains a frequent occurrence. For the Prometheus captains who once wielded immense power, the first embrace becomes their last hope when all other means of extending life fail. However, while vampires are numerous within the Prometheus civilization's domain, the rare crimson vampires needed for the genetic modification pods are not. This means the enhancement path for the Crimson Bloodline genetic modification pods is effectively cut off, which is why Prometheus captains are quick to dismiss this component. Song-Chi pondered that if this component could be easily enhanced with a success rate of over 10, it would become a lucrative asset. Yet, the fact that Baiha is auctioning it indicates that John Tross would not allow such a situation to occur. In contrast, the medical pods and the bloodlight protection layers are quite popular. As the auction officially began, the room buzzed with noise. The bigwigs in the tin boxes above were placing bids, often offering second or third-tier floating land essence or ship components of equivalent quality, far beyond the reach of zero or first-tier captains like Song-Chi. After intense competition, this portion of the ancestors' blood was finally secured by a second-tier Prometheus captain with a purple main cannon ship component and 100 strands of second-tier floating land essence. As the trade fair ended, Song-Chi quickly directed his Huakuei soldier puppet to the auction backstage. He paid 600 zero-tier void crystals, 100 first-tier void crystals, and 2060 strands of zero-tier floating land essence to successfully acquire 200 tons of mercury crystals and an anomaly state purifier. Leaving the Tianhe auction house, Song-Chi initially intended to search for white or higher quality engine components in the shops. However, he suddenly sensed a covert gaze and immediately thought of the Tross family. His vigilance heightened, and he decided not to linger. Song-Chi briskly headed towards the mall's entrance, with at least 5 people trailing him. He cautiously used his peripheral vision to scan the surroundings, seeking the best opportunity to enter the celestial market. Vanishing into thin air in plain sight was too conspicuous, and he was unwilling to take such a risk lightly. Upon reaching the mall entrance, Song-Chi approached several patrol guards. After a brief explanation, the guards sternly scanned the crowd. The Tross family's covert operatives mingling within had to slow their pace, as even a member of an allied family dared not act openly within the mall. Seizing the opportunity, Song-Chi piloted the Huakuei soldier puppet to dash out of the mall. The Tsangqiang was already hovering in the sky with its hatch wide open. The Huakuei soldier puppet leaped upward, landing precisely inside the ship. With a hum, the Tsangqiang activated its engines, disappearing instantly above Baiha City. Hundreds of miles away, the Tsangqiang abruptly halted. 1,000 meters ahead, a 100-meter-long escort-class psionic ship floated silently. Song-Chi's pupils contracted, sensing that this ship was likely up to no good. Just as he wondered how he had provoked such individuals, the Tsangqiang received a communication request. After a moment's hesitation, Song-Chi accepted the call. "John Tross," he exclaimed, directly addressing the caller by name, while quickly contemplating his escape plan. Song-Chi was already well aware of the visitor's intentions. He knew that aside from the void crystal, he had nothing else that would spark the visitor's interest. As for the dark matter energy shield generator and the remote brainwave control system, these treasures had never been exposed. The mercury crystal and the anomaly purifier were even less of a concern. If the visitor truly wanted them, they would have made a move at the auction long ago. You want the void crystal? On the holographic screen, the elder, John Tross, raised an eyebrow, a hint of surprise flashing across his face. Smart, but not quite there yet, the elder continued. Young man, besides all the void crystals you possess, you must also tell me their origins. After that, you may leave on your own. Song-Chi smirked. Despite wearing a white mask, John Tross caught the glint of mockery in his eyes. The elder's face immediately darkened, a menacing chill spreading across it. Before the elder could speak, Song-Chi interjected, You reveal your true intentions, yet you expect me to walk away alive? At least make your act convincing. They say an old man who doesn't die becomes a thief, but it seems you haven't lived up to that saying. Looks like you've wasted these 280 years. Hearing this, John Tross no longer hid the murderous intent in his eyes. Initially, he planned to take the void crystals, learn their origin, and leave the boy's body intact. But now, he changed his mind. He intended to subject Song-Chi to the most brutal tortures, making him long for death yet unable to die. You've got quite the mouth on you, the elder sneered. Soon enough, I'll make you experience the most excruciating torments this world has to offer, and then, before he could finish his threat, Song-Chi's sudden action caused John Tross to instinctively frown. Instead of fleeing, Song-Chi turned the airship and dove straight toward the sprawling mountain range below. Just as John Tross assumed Song-Chi was panicking and losing his composure, an unexpected scene unfolded. At the very moment that Song-Chiung was about to crash into a mountain, Song-Chi did something astonishing, retracted the airship into his Xinhua ancestral aperture, allowing himself to plummet rapidly towards the ground. Looking up, the massive 100-meter-long psionic warship swiftly closed in. Its intimidating speed was unmatched by any ordinary psionic airship. John Tross's confidence in revealing his true identity to Song-Chi was entirely due to the formidable power of this warship. In his eyes, from the moment he successfully cornered his opponent, Song-Chi was as good as dead. However, John Tross was unaware that the instant Song-Chi vanished into the dense forest below, he had already activated the Starsea market token, returning to the celestial market, far away from the mountain range. Half an hour later, John Tross's face was dark with anger. This is impossible, he muttered through clenched teeth. Did that kid really vanish into thin air? Over the past 30 minutes, they had not only searched every inch of the ground, but also used the ship's special detection equipment to thoroughly scan 1,000 feet underground across the entire mountain. Yet, Song-Chi seemed to have evaporated from existence, leaving no trace behind. John Tross's mind raced as he tried to find a reasonable explanation. Could it be a teleportation device? No, he retracted his psionic airship. Or maybe a unique single-use teleportation ship component. Various possibilities flashed through his mind, but none could fully explain the situation. Unaware of John Tross's confusion, Song-Chi had already safely returned to the celestial market. As he fell rapidly, the mystical forces of the market gently cushioned him, allowing him to land smoothly. John Tross, the Tross family, huh? Song-Chi murmured to himself as he walked towards the special configuration slot area in the market. He was not about to let today's events slide. His adversary had never intended to let him leave. If it weren't for the celestial market and its newly developed spatial anchor feature, he might have been caught in their trap. Despite his relief, Song-Chi couldn't help but sigh. He had clearly underestimated the value of the void crystal. The fact that a peak second-tier stellar captain had personally come after him spoke volumes about its rarity. Live and learn, Song-Chi reminded himself. In the future, I can't act so recklessly in such situations, even if I conceal my identity. He pondered safer options. Perhaps handing it over to the family or asking my father for help would be wiser. Although this might expose the fact that I have secrets, it's better than losing my life. Having come to this realization, Song-Chi made a mental note against the Tross family. Of course, while he bore a grudge, he wasn't planning immediate revenge. He knew he was still too weak. The Tross family was a significant force in White River City, despite their relatively short 200-year history. With 3 visible second-tier stellar captains, they were not to be trifled with by someone who had just entered the first tier. However, for Song-Chi, who possessed the celestial market, time was his ally. His ability to acquire resources and upgrade his warship far outpaced others. Ultimately, time was on his side. Reaching the special configuration area, Song-Chi installed the anomalous status purifier component. A soft, colorless halo soon emanated from the purifier, enveloping the entire market space. Simultaneously, Song-Chi's gaze shifted to the market's attribute panel. As expected, with the purifier's effect, the negative status section on the panel quietly disappeared. Finally, Song-Chi felt a weight lift off his shoulders. The demonic mark had left him feeling uneasy, constantly worried that if he left the market, the void demons might trace him. Even during the Tianhe auction, he had been on edge. Now that the demonic mark was completely eradicated, he could finally relax. With the demonic mark resolved, Song-Chi did not rush to leave. He contemplated the anomalous status purifier in the special configuration slot, weighing whether to keep it in the market or install it on the skyship. After a moment of deliberation, he decided to remove the purifier from the slot. He concluded that it would be more beneficial to have it installed on the skyship. Based on his analysis, the market being marked by demons was purely accidental. If it weren't for the intense light from the market's advancement, the void demons wouldn't have been drawn in. In the future, he only needed to acquire a special configuration to shield the light before the market's next upgrade, solving the issue without needing to keep the blue purifier component permanently in the market. In contrast, the Qianqiang, as a spacecraft specifically designed for exploring alien territories, is destined to engage with various alien civilizations. Song-Chi is well aware that conflicts are inevitable in this process. His gaze falls on the blue purifier component, and he makes a mental note. This device, capable of purifying negative states such as deceleration, binding, and hull corrosion, will undoubtedly be invaluable in future explorations. After careful consideration, he decides to install it on the Qianqiang, deeming it a cost-effective choice. After leaving the celestial market, Song-Chi hurriedly heads to the Bubufa Prosperity Mall in the center of Jiangyuan City. He cautiously disguises his identity again, fearing recognition. Once inside the mall, he quickly sells the remaining 420 zero-grade void crystals and 41st-grade void crystals in his possession, exchanging them for 420 strands of first-grade floating land essence and 40 strands of second-grade floating land essence. Subsequently, he uses the last of his over 3,000 strands of zero-grade floating land essence to purchase a standard white spacecraft engine. After completing the transaction, Song-Chi wastes no time lingering and swiftly exits the mall. Back at the celestial market, Song-Chi carefully tallies his resources. Purchasing the mercury crystal and white quality engine cost him 95 of his zero-grade floating land essence, leaving him with less than 300 strands. However, he still has 890 strands of first-grade floating land essence and 40 strands of second-grade. This amount is sufficient for another round of upgrades to the Qianqiang. With the impending exploration of the Bro civilization ruins in mind, Song-Chi decides not to hold back on his resources. He knows that only by enhancing the Qianqiang's upgrade level and attributes can he ensure safety during the exploration. First, Song-Chi focuses on the newly acquired white spacecraft engine. To meet the subsequent upgrade requirements for the dark matter energy shield generator component, he unhesitatingly enhances the Striker engine to level 20. The upgraded engine's performance sees a significant boost. White quality, consuming 15 points of psionic energy per second, with an overload buffer of 240 points second. Its psionic pool can last 20 minutes, storing up to 14,000 points of psionic energy. Next, Song-Chi invests 17 strands of second-grade floating land essence and 10 second-grade life cores to upgrade the Striker engine to the second grade. Upon completing this step, he immediately shifts his focus to the long-awaited dark matter energy shield generator component. The level 15 dark matter energy shield generator requires over 10,000 psionic energy points for each upgrade, and now the conditions are finally met. Song-Chi unhesitatingly invests 340 strands of first-grade floating land essence and 210 tons of mercury crystal, upgrading it to level 19. The enhanced shield generator's performance is astounding. Orange quality, with properties that boost shield value by an additional 90 and double the shield protection value. It consumes 80 points of psionic energy per second, providing 1,536 points of shield value, with a charging capacity of 29,184 points, a charging time of 20 seconds, and an overload buffer time of 35 minutes. Unfortunately, due to resource constraints, Song-Chi cannot upgrade the shield generator to the second grade in one go. Although the 20 bonus from the first grade basic component slot applies to the engine component's energy supply, the psionic pool does not receive an additional boost, causing the psionic energy points to run low again. At this point, Song-Chi still has a few dozen strands of second-grade floating land essence, enough to enhance the Striker engine by 2 more levels. However, the real bottleneck lies in the shortage of mercury crystal, which hinders further upgrades to the dark matter energy shield generator. Acquiring over 50 tons of mercury crystal in a short time is no easy feat, and Song-Chi has to temporarily abandon further enhancements. Despite this, the level 19 dark matter energy shield generator can already provide nearly 30,000 points of shield value, a figure that is truly impressive. After completing these upgrades, Song-Chi is left with 343 strands of first-grade floating land essence and 40 strands of second-grade floating land essence. After some thought, he invests 144 strands of first-grade floating land essence to upgrade the particle beam cannon from level 16 to level 19. The enhanced particle beam main cannon's performance sees a notable improvement. Blue quality, consuming 60 points of psionic energy per shot, with properties that increase the main cannon's power by 19, achieving power of 500 by 120, with a charging time of 3 seconds and a buffer time of 5 seconds. At this point, Song-Chi's remaining resources are scarce, with only 199 strands of first-grade floating land essence and 40 strands of second-grade floating land essence left. Although this still equates to nearly 6,000 strands of zero-grade floating land essence, the bulk is in those 40 strands of second-grade floating land essence. Song-Chi decides to hold off on using these precious resources for now, keeping them reserved for future needs. The higher the tier of the floating island source, the more its value becomes apparent. Every captain of the Hearth Flame treats the high-tier floating island source in their possession with utmost care, only using it when they encounter a component that perfectly matches their ship's characteristics and is of superior quality. Song-Chi stored the remaining resources on the skyship, as he usually does before exploring alien star regions, to be prepared for any situation. Since all of the zero-tier floating island source he had was depleted, the two newly acquired special components, the Brainwave remote control system and the anomaly state purifier, remained at their initial level of LV0, waiting to be enhanced. While his thoughts wandered, Song-Chi instinctively opened the attribute panel of the skyship. Name: Skyship. Level: LV10. Basic components: White Hearthflame ship hull LV10. Particle beam cannon LV19. Psionic secondary cannon LV10. Golden rock ship armor LV10. Raider engine LV20. Dark matter energy shield generator LV19. Sky surveillance radar LV10. Psionic training room LV088. Additional components: Fire Holly soldiers tree LV15. Brainwave remote control system LV0. Anomaly state purifier LV0310. Psionic pool 14000 Resources: 40 strands of second-tier floating island source, 140 strands of first-tier floating island source, 24 tons of mercury crystal, basic nutritional agents, clean water. In the All Attributes training room of the All Heavens Market, Song-Chi deviated from his usual routine of practicing guidance techniques or visualizing mythological mech imprints. Sitting cross-legged with a focused gaze, he scanned the 3 suspended projection screens tirelessly. The prolonged concentration left Song-Chi's forehead beaded with sweat, his eyes filled with exhaustion, clearly pushing his mental limits. His task was to meticulously record every word from the 3 screens displaying completely different content. This multitasking training method was designed by Song-Chi to recreate the sensation of entering the limit-breaking state he had experienced before. After 2 instances of the limit-breaking state, Song-Chi was convinced he would eventually master this special skill. However, the uncertainty of when it would happen was unsettling, prompting him to adopt this straightforward yet effective method to expedite the process. Particularly after battling void demons, Song-Chi became acutely aware of his shortcomings. With the increasing number of onboard components on the skyship, dual tasking was no longer sufficient to fully unleash its combat potential. This urgency drove him to quickly grasp the limit-breaking ability, enabling him to maximize the skyship's capabilities in critical situations with a tritasking state. Phew, that's enough. I need to rest before continuing. Despite sensing a breakthrough, Song-Chi chose to pause. He understood that rushing was futile. From cleansing the market of demonic marks until now, this focus training had been ongoing for nearly half a month. If mastering the limit-breaking state were easy, it wouldn't have taken this long. With a thought, Song-Chi vanished from the market. Returning to his bedroom, he freshened up and indulged in a full night's sleep. Revitalized the next day, he resumed his training. 5 more days passed, leaving less than 3 days until his planned operation with Shenqing. On this particular day, as Song-Chi continued his training, a profound sensation suddenly washed over him, bringing a remarkable clarity to his mind. His eyes, which could barely keep up with the 3 projection screens, now seemed to have an extra pair each, diligently tracking and recording the content displayed on each screen. Multitasking, limit-breaking state. Ha ha ha, I finally entered the limit-breaking state again, Song-Chi exclaimed in excitement. On the upcoming release. It's been over a month since the book's release, and we've reached the point of going live, which will be tomorrow at noon. As a non-newbie author who has previously abandoned a few books, I feel deeply remorseful for letting down my supportive readers. I initially didn't plan to speak up in my old books, feeling ashamed, but the editor suggested trying for the Sanjiang list, so after much consideration, I decided to give it a shot. Many dear readers worry that this book might also be abandoned. To this, I say, the book's performance is decent, with around 13,000 collections. As long as the initial subscriptions are normal, there's a significant chance of making it to the premium list. Additionally, I will be setting up a reader group, so you can subscribe with confidence. Back to the main point, before going live, I first want to thank all the dear readers who have supported me since the book's release and those who came from my previous works. It's your trust and support that have brought the book this far, and I am genuinely grateful. I also want to thank my editor, Jianan, a truly outstanding editor who provided many suggestions during internal submissions and always answered any questions. For anyone interested in writing, having such an editor is invaluable. Tomorrow at noon, there will be a guaranteed 4 updates, each 4,000 words, with a subsequent daily guarantee of 2 updates totaling 8,000 words. Lastly, I want to extend special thanks to the following readers for their generous support. Feng He 100 points. Mr. Gue 100 points. Absolutely No Loss 800 points. A Candy House 100 points. Hogwa Feijing 500 points. Reader 201907 13202 422 879 100 points. Xiao Shichu Never Hopes for Anything 300 points. Shuang 557, Q Read 1666 points. ZJSYCT 1000 points. TYY Maple Leaf 100 points. Mu Ranyu 300 points. Blank Seeking Love 100 points. Reader 1609 12163939 1745000 points. That's all for now. See you tomorrow at noon. Overwhelmed with surprise, Song-Chi quickly pushed aside distracting thoughts and focused intently on sensing his current physical state. Unlike the previous times when he faced crises with limited options, he now had ample time to carefully experience this moment. The room was silent, with only the sound of Song-Chi's deep breathing. It was hard to tell how much time had passed, but when he opened his eyes again, fatigue and joy were mingling in his gaze. Although he had exited the limit-breaking state, he could clearly sense that he had fully mastered this special skill. Entering the limit-breaking state at will would no longer be a challenge in the future. However, Song-Chi knew this was not the right time to attempt it again. The recent limit-breaking session had left him mentally and physically exhausted, and recklessly trying to activate it again might not only fail but also have serious consequences. He decided to allow himself some time to recover. Time in the interstellar era passed swiftly. In the blink of an eye, several days had gone by. On this particular day, Song-Chi did not spend his time at the market as usual. Part of the reason was that his prolonged absence had drawn his parents' disapproval, and the other reason was that today marked the day he and Shen Qing had planned for 2.5 months ago to venture together into the alien starfield and explore the remnants of the Brullo civilization. As Song-Chi sat on the living room sofa browsing the news on the White Tower network, Chen Lixia's voice called out, "Son, if I remember correctly, today should be the day your shuttle finishes its launch calibration, right? After lunch, I'll drive you to the outskirts." Her tone was filled with pride, but also tinged with concern. After all, this would be Song-Chi's 4th round of alien starfield deployment, and each one was a life-threatening gamble for a captain. Song-Chi didn't respond to his mother, his eyes fixed on the quantum television. The news was reporting a shocking story. Mr. He, whose items were auctioned at the Baiha Mall over 20 days ago, was confirmed dead. The wreckage of his ship, the Armored, was found in the wilderness 1,000 miles from Baiha City. The Baiha Spark Bureau had classified the case as a criminal investigation. Song-Chi's pupils contracted as he realized that Mr. He was the person he had previously traded with for the anomaly purifier. He was almost certain that this death was linked to John Trelos. Recalling Trelos's previous attempts to intercept him, Song-Chi speculated that Trelos desperately needed a large quantity of void crystals. After Song-Chi managed to escape, it was likely that Trelos had turned his attention to Mr. He, who had dealt with Song-Chi. For a moment, Song-Chi felt a complex mix of emotions. Although he felt a twinge of guilt for Mr. He's fate, with a mental age of over 60, he didn't dwell on it excessively. In this vast era of the Starry Sea, even the death of a Spark captain was not considered a significant event. The Morning Star Principality spans several starfields, covering thousands of light years and home to billions of citizens. With such a massive population, countless people died every day, including Spark captains. Song-Chi felt more fear than guilt, recognizing that John Trelos's true target had always been him. Mr. He was merely an unfortunate scapegoat. As his thoughts swirled, his mother's scolding voice suddenly broke through. "Song-Chi, did you hear me? You didn't answer. Are you ignoring your mother?" Song-Chi quickly interrupted his mother's increasingly dramatic tirade. "Ms. Chen Lixia, I hereby formally inform you that your son's ship has successfully advanced to an ethercraft. There will be no need to travel to the outskirts for the long-range starfield launch anymore." As soon as those words were spoken, the room fell silent. Lixia Chen stood frozen in place, and Chao Song quickly emerged from the study. Both of their gazes were fixed on Chi Song. Advancing from a spectral glide to a spectral airship in just 3 space explorations is not unheard of in the Xingho civilization, but it is certainly astonishing. According to official data, most Xingho battleships require 10 to 20 explorations to advance, accounting for a staggering 70. Chi Song's achievement surpassed 95 of captains at the same level. The couple exchanged a glance. While they knew their son's character well, the matter was significant enough that they wanted to see it for themselves. The three of them went to the Xingho spaceship dock in their community, where Qi Song summoned the nearly 20-meter-long Sangqiang. Seeing the spectral airship before them, Chao Song and Li Xiachun finally felt assured. Back at home, the couple didn't say much, but the gleam of pride in their eyes was unmistakable. The surprises their son had brought recently were remarkable. Century-old deep-sea pearls, the tears of the mermaid, and now advancing to a spectral airship in just 3 expeditions. All these achievements far exceeded the capabilities of an average Xingho captain. After lunch, Qi Song received a communication from Qing Shan. Dad, Mom, I had planned an exploration with Qing Shan earlier. I'm heading out now. Before he left, his parents repeatedly reminded him to stay safe, especially emphasizing the high risks of group explorations. Qi Song understood that this exploration, thanks to Qing Shan's alien space marker, was a targeted deployment rather than a random one, so the danger wouldn't increase. Moreover, Qing Shan had already explored the Brolo civilization ruins, so the risks should be minimal. In the starfield above Jiangyuan City, Qi Song met up with Qing Shan. When Qing Shan saw that Sangqiang, he was initially surprised, but then it seemed fitting. After all, Qi Song's father was a second-tier Xingho captain, so resource allocation was expected. Qi Song noticed the change in Qing Shan's expression and was secretly pleased. Such a misunderstanding suited him perfectly, being reasonable without revealing the secret of the universal market. The two headed towards the vast starfield to deploy. Qing Shan's Qingfeng emitted a blue light beam, like a flexible rope, connecting the 2 airships. This was the function of the ship's locking mechanism, ensuring multiple ships were deployed in the same area. Qi Song asked via communication, Qing, how long is the buffer time for your space marker component? If we don't finish the exploration this time, can we mark it again? Qing Shan shook his head and replied, this is just a blue quality one. Each activation requires a 3-year buffer. That's after enhancing it to level 19. When I first got it, it took a full 5 years. Upon hearing about the lengthy 3-year buffer period, Song Qi couldn't help but click his tongue in surprise. This special component, capable of actively marking a starfield for easier re-exploration, was exceedingly rare in his understanding. He had searched for related information on the Xinhua network, but found nothing, which only fueled his curiosity. Reality gave him a harsh wake-up call. Though this component was undoubtedly powerful, its limitations were beyond imagination. It could only be used once every 3 years, and the marker it created, although it could last for 6 months, could only be used once before dissipating. In simple terms, each marker not only required a lengthy 3-year wait, but also allowed exploration of the same starfield only twice, with just a 24-hour and 48-hour difference. Such stringent limitations left Song Qi deep in thought. His eyes flickered with uncertainty as the image of the spatial anchor of the Zudianshu market crossed his mind. This feature seemed to function as an interstellar marker, and an upgraded one at that. If he could transfer the spatial anchor from his bedroom to an alien starfield post-deployment, he could return to that starfield using the Zudianshu market as a transit point, even after coming back. This idea excited Song Qi immensely, and the more he thought about it, the more feasible it seemed. However, freely traveling between 2 locations was no simple task. Currently, he could only set 1 anchor, and activating it rashly would mean being able to travel only between the anchor's starfield and the Zudianshu market. This would result in losing the anchor within the Xinhua human civilization's territory. As for the initial anchor he carried, it would transfer the moment he stepped into an alien starfield. Song Qi had also devised a countermeasure. He planned to utilize the autonomous return feature of the ethereal energy spacecraft by setting the anchor without immediate activation. After the spacecraft completed its deployment in the alien starfield, he would enter the market from the deployment location and then use the market as a springboard to activate the anchor and travel to the target starfield. This way, after 24 hours, the ethereal energy spacecraft could autonomously return to the anchor's starfield, creating a perfect loop. Although the success rate of this method was high, it still required real-world testing to verify its feasibility. As Song Qi was immersed in these thoughts, a faint sense of weightlessness began to envelop him, gradually intensifying over time. This familiar precursor to an alien starfield deployment prompted him to quickly gather his thoughts and focus intently on preparing for the imminent transition. When the weightlessness reached its peak, a dizzying sensation swept over him. Once everything settled, Song Qi found that the Sangqiang and Qingfeng were hovering above a yellowish-brown star-sea floating land. Outside the spacecraft, a raging sandstorm ravaged every inch of the floating land. Yellow sand filled the sky, producing a wailing sound like the lament of this desolate land. At that moment, a short-range communication from the spacecraft, automatically connected, brought an urgent reminder from Shen Qing. Xiao Qi, quickly activate the energy shield. This floating land has been severely eroded by yellow sand, and the raging sandstorm could damage the hull at any moment. Without needing Shen Qing's reminder, Song Qi activated the energy shield faster than anyone. However, the energy shield of the psionic airship wasn't instantaneous. A 20-second charge time was an unchangeable fact. During this critical charging period, a massive sandstorm with a diameter of several dozen meters closed in from both sides, threatening to engulf the two psionic airships. The storm approached with a ferocious speed. Clearly, a collision was inevitable before the airships could fully activate their energy shields. Outside the hull, a high-pitched wailing sound echoed continuously, and the Tsangqiang shook violently beneath their feet. Even though the sandstorms hadn't completely closed in, the powerful gales they carried were already impacting the two airships significantly. Analyzing the situation quickly, Song-Chi concluded that the hurricane generated by the eyes of these sandstorms had likely reached a peak first-tier intensity. At that moment, Shenqing's voice came through the communication projection again. Shao-Chi, don't be careless. These are just the weakest type of sandstorms. This starry sea floating continent is riddled with countless storm eyes. Last time, I encountered a superstorm with a diameter of over a kilometer, and even from 10,000 meters away, the Qingfeng nearly failed to break free from its gravitational pull. Remember, never get caught in a sandstorm with a diameter over 100 meters. Such storm eyes can tear through our energy shields and armor layers. Song-Chi couldn't help but feel a chill. Shen-Qing had already briefed him about the conditions on this abandoned floating continent before they set off, and he was aware of the terrifying natural disaster that was the sandstorm. But a kilometer-wide storm eye was beyond terrifying just to imagine. The current storm, with merely a few dozen meters in diameter, was daunting enough. 100 meters or more was unimaginable, let alone a kilometer-wide sandstorm. In a critical moment, the entangled locking beam on the two psionic airships was urgently retracted. The engines of the Tsangqiang and Qingfeng roared to life almost simultaneously, the powerful thrust easily pulling them free of the sandstorm's gravitational field. After all, they were still in the outer region of the storm, where the pull wasn't too strong. Once the Tsangqiang and Qingfeng reached a relatively safe position, the energy shields of both ships were fully activated. Song-Chi noticed that unlike the deep black shield on the Tsangqiang, Shen-Qing's Qingfeng deployed a white shield. He immediately guessed that the Qingfeng was likely equipped with a white-grade energy shield, a fairly standard configuration for psionic airships. Song-Chi wasn't surprised. Considering the stellar beacon components and the previous Xinhua flight locking device, the Qingfeng already had at least two blue-grade components. For a psionic airship that had been upgraded for less than a year, this was quite rare. On the contrary, Shen-Qing was visibly astonished. Not only had Song-Chi advanced a tier in just 3 explorations of alien realms, but the energy shield on the Tsangqiang was clearly not ordinary. He realized he might have underestimated his childhood friend. Shen-Qing immediately recognized it as a dark matter energy shield, at least of blue-grade quality. Shao-Chi, is that a blue-grade energy shield? Shen-Qing couldn't help but ask. Song-Chi didn't answer directly, neither confirming nor denying. To Shen-Qing, this was as good as an admission. He couldn't help but reflect. Having a second-tier father really made a difference. Though he also had familial support, it was far less substantial. However, Shen-Qing quickly adjusted his mindset. He knew well that Shen Wenjie was his uncle, who supported him within certain limits and even helped him secure a position at Jiangyuan Xinhua Bureau. This was already a great favor. After all, his father was just an ordinary person who hadn't awakened the Xinhua seed, and Shen Wenjie hadn't looked down on him for it. Instead, he had offered much support over the years, a kindness that was deeply appreciated. After calming their minds, the two began cautiously maneuvering their psionic airships toward the location of the ruins. According to Shen-Qing's description, that area was densely packed with sandstorms, with 100-meter-wide sandstorms being common. Because of this, he didn't dare set the beacon's landing point there, choosing instead the relatively safer current location. As they advanced, the two dared not increase the speed of their airships too much. A single mistake could land them in the gravitational field of those 100-meter sandstorms. Once caught, escaping would consume a lot of time, proving counterproductive. In contrast, proceeding steadily was actually more time-efficient. In the cockpit of the Tsangqiang, Song-Chi focused on piloting the airship while occasionally glancing at the indescribable floating continent below. Despite having learned about various floating continents in past lessons, witnessing it firsthand was a first for him. This unique scene left him marveling at the wonder and majesty of nature. Staring at the endless sea of sand, with swirling yellow dust and storms all around, Song-Chi found it hard to imagine what this floating land in the starry sea once looked like. Shen-Qing mentioned that the remnants of a civilization lay on this very land, implying it was not always this desolate. Song-Chi speculated that this place must have once been a resource-rich floating land. Otherwise, the Buyuo civilization wouldn't have left their creations here. But what could have caused such drastic changes? Natural disasters seemed insufficient to explain it, as ordinary ones couldn't cause such extensive destruction. As Song-Chi was lost in thought, Shen-Qing's voice came through the communication projection. Shao-Chi, we're almost there. Look at that giant rock ahead. Song-Chi looked up and gasped. The so-called giant rock was a towering rectangular yellow stone, at least 10,000 meters high, far surpassing ordinary mountains. Despite its imposing presence, Song-Chi saw no traces of civilization on it. The intelligent analysis from the Tsangqiang also indicated it was likely an ordinary supermassive stone. Sensing Song-Chi's doubt, Shenqing chuckled. Does it seem like just a regular rock? I thought the same on my first visit. But the truth is quite different, as you'll soon find out. The two airships continued forward when suddenly a terrifying sandstorm, over 700 meters in diameter, appeared several kilometers ahead. Song-Chi and Shenqing's hearts raced as they quickly maneuvered to avoid it. A sandstorm of this magnitude, with a core energy fluctuation reaching the third level, could instantly tear the airships apart. As they changed course, the radar on the Tsangqiang detected a sand ridge extending below, resembling a giant sand dragon swiftly moving underground. Just as Song-Chi was about to ask, the ridge halted abruptly, and a menacing shadow burst from the sand's surface. It was a creature akin to a giant worm, exceeding 100 meters in length, with a round mouth filled with sharp teeth. It reared its head and roared, revealing rows of gleaming fangs. Probes indicated the creature had reached the second level, posing a serious threat to the airships. Song-Chi and Shenqing immediately gained altitude to ensure their safety. Sensing Song-Chi's questioning gaze, Shenqing shrugged and muttered, I didn't encounter this thing last time. The two airships pressed on, skillfully avoiding one sandstorm after another. The mysterious creature followed them for a while, but seemed to fear the sandstorms as well. Using the storm's positions and timing, they eventually managed to shake off their dangerous pursuer. An hour later, the skyship and the Qingfeng finally arrived beneath the imposing monolith. From a distance, it seemed majestic, but up close, it was truly awe-inspiring. The towering height of over 10,000 meters made the 20-meter skyship appear as insignificant as an ant. Song-Chi couldn't help but marvel at the wonders of nature, while recalling Shenqing's earlier hint this might be a creation of the Bulo civilization. Just as Song-Chi was about to ask a question, Shenqing interjected, try targeting the side of the monolith with the ship's main or secondary cannon. Although puzzled, Song-Chi complied and activated the psionic secondary cannon. When the psionic projectile struck the side of the monolith, the anticipated explosion did not occur. It seemed to vanish into thin air, leaving no trace. A spatial barrier? Song-Chi blurted out. On the projection screen, Shenqing nodded with a smile. As a properly trained captain of the Xinhua, Song-Chi was familiar with spatial barrier technology. It's a common low-level spatial technology among star civilizations, capable of sealing off and isolating a section of space. However, it cannot shrink, expand, or move, and requires the consumption of valuable materials, making it impractical. It's typically used to conceal special artifacts or hidden bases and laboratories. Since it's a spatial barrier, it implies that there is a completely enclosed space within the monolith. Song-Chi speculated that the ruined Shenqing mentioned must be inside. Just go in directly, Shenqing urged. Song-Chi was hesitant to act rashly. Although Shenqing had safely entered 6 months ago, who could guarantee it was still safe now? He opened the skyship's cabin, releasing a Hornet-class drone, and activated the remote brainwave control system. Soon, Song-Chi's vision was split into two, one from his own perspective and the other from the drone's viewpoint. Song-Chi maneuvered the drone towards the side of the monolith. With a pop, the drone disappeared into the spatial barrier. Simultaneously, the view from the drone transformed dramatically from endless yellow sand to a tranquil, vast space spanning several kilometers in length and width, with nothing but endless darkness. Evidently, Song-Chi's concerns were somewhat unfounded. There were no additional dangers behind the spatial barrier. Aboard the Qingfeng, Shenqing couldn't help but chuckle at Song-Chi's series of cautious maneuvers. Although amused, he genuinely appreciated this attitude. After all, countless captains of flame ships perish each year during their explorations of alien star territories. Life is precious, and one can never be too cautious. Hearing the laughter projected from the screen, Song-Chi, who was maneuvering a drone back, spoke up. I have a classmate who has always lived by the motto, keep a low profile. Can you guess what my life motto is? Shenqing pondered for a moment before tentatively replying, caution? To his surprise, Song-Chi nodded earnestly and added, you could also call it steadiness. Shenqing helplessly covered his forehead, wondering how this prematurely mature man had become this way. But Song-Chi didn't mind. He was just speaking off the cuff. Ever since he became the master of the Starsea market upon activating the market order with his spectral energy, steadiness had been etched on the first page of his life dictionary, whether others believed it or not. After confirming the safety within the spatial barrier, the two piloted their spacecraft through it. This time, Song-Chi's skyship followed behind, allowing the Qingfeng to lead the way. They entered what Shenqing referred to as the first layer of the Ruinsa massive enclosed space, several kilometers wide and nearly a kilometer high. Shenqing briefly recounted his previous findings here, a crystal box containing a blue artifact and several white artifacts. It had taken him nearly 20 hours to blast open the box with the Qingfeng's main cannon and retrieve the artifacts. Unfortunately, The box had completely disintegrated afterward. The two flame ships soon reached the entrance to the second layer of the ruins. As described by Shun-Qing, positioned directly above in the enclosed space was a reinforced spatial barrier. This barrier was impenetrable, with a surface exuding a formidable repelling force. Shun-Qing explained, "The repelling field on this thing is extremely strong. Last time, I bombarded it with the Qingfeng's main and secondary cannons for over 2 hours and still couldn't break it. Let's try together this time. If it still doesn't work, what's up there might just not be meant for us." With time pressing, they immediately sprang into action. The main and secondary cannons of both spacecraft unleashed their full power, aggressively firing at the spatial barrier. The roar of explosions echoed in the confined space as beams and spectral energy shells clashed with the repelling field, producing a cacophony of blasts. After 4 hours, there was a noticeable change in the barrier's repelling field as its radiant glow dimmed. Energized by this, they intensified their assault. 8 hours passed, and the repelling field had dimmed to its utmost, seemingly on the verge of breaking. Yet, even by the 12th hour, it stubbornly held firm. Then, in the 13th hour, just as they were mechanically continuing to press the fire buttons, a crisp, resonant sound suddenly rang out. They eagerly looked up, their faces instantly lighting up with expressions of intense joy. The repulsion field surrounding the spatial curtain above silently vanished, allowing the attacks from the two airships to pass through unimpeded and disappear into the unknown void. Shun-Qing, excited, prepared to pilot the Qingfeng closer, but Song-Chi promptly stopped him. Once calmed, Shun-Qing exchanged a glance with Song-Chi, then opened the hatch to release a drone. This was standard equipment for the captains of the Xinhua ships when exploring alien star regions. Though limited by the range of the ship's magnetic field, it often proved invaluable. The two drones entered the spatial curtain, one after the other. The one controlled by Shun-Qing immediately lost contact, with the screen turning pitch black. However, Song-Chi, using a recalibrated brainwave remote control system, could still see the drone's feed through a neural beacon. Inside the Qingfeng's cockpit, just as Shun-Qing was about to inquire about the situation, he saw an unprecedented look of terror on Song-Chi's face on the communication screen. Relying on their years of tacit understanding, Shun-Qing instantly realized something was wrong and quickly maneuvered the Qingfeng to retreat. At the same time, the Zhangqiong also rapidly withdrew. Song-Chi's shout came through the communication system. "Retreat quickly." It turned out Song-Chi had witnessed a horrifying scene through the drone. In the second layer of space, a massive crystal box emitting dazzling white light hovered at the center, illuminating the entire area. Even more terrifying were the countless tumor-like objects filling the space, their sticky surfaces slightly pulsating as if alive. In the depths of the space, a gigantic tumor, several tens of meters tall, stood out. Through its semi-transparent membrane, the vague outline of a massive, bloated creature could be seen. Undoubtedly, these tumors housed unknown life forms in slumber. Just as Song-Chi was about to stealthily withdraw the drone, he realized in horror that it was too late. The earlier artillery fire had breached several tumors, and the creatures inside were awakening. As these tumors shook violently, all the tumors in the space began to writhe, and the creatures within were roused. Accompanied by the teeth-gritting sound of rupturing, the first struck tumor completely split open, revealing the creature inside. Song-Chi instantly recognized these terrifying entities. "Damn, it's the Zerg. The second layer is harboring tens of thousands of Zerg, and there's a queen." Hearing the word Zerg, Shun-Qing's reaction mirrored Song-Chi's. His eyes filled with intense fear, and his expression turned grim. The Zerg, infamous like the void demons, were among the most notorious species in the galaxy. In that moment, Song-Chi finally understood the mystery that had long troubled him. What force could so thoroughly devastate a piece of star-sea land, leaving it utterly barren? The answer was now clear: it was this horde of slumbering Zerg. Until now, the emergence of these insectoid creatures has almost perfectly aligned with what people know about them. Unlike the bloodthirsty and violent void demons, the hallmark of these creatures is their insatiable consumption. They ravenously devour anything that contains energy, leaving behind a desolate expanse devoid of resources wherever they go. The destructive nature of these insectoids far surpasses that of other starfaring civilizations. While those civilizations also exploit resources, they limit themselves to the resources alone. In contrast, these creatures destroy the very environment that nurtures the resources. In their wake, nothing is left alive, and there is not a trace of value remaining. Faced with this sudden crisis, Song-Chi and Shun-Qing were momentarily taken aback. Despite both being graduates of Jiangyuan's premier Xinhua Academy and having received formal education about these notorious creatures, the stark difference between theoretical knowledge and real-life experience was now glaringly evident. Ultimately, Song-Chi, with his 2 lifetimes of experience, was the first to regain his composure. As he quickly recalled various information about the insectoids, he urgently called out to Shun-Qing through the communication display. "Qing, what do you think?" Fight or flee? Song Qi's call snapped Xinqing back to attention. After a brief moment of thought, Xinqing asked, "Can we roughly determine the number of those creatures?" "Conservatively, over 30,000, Song Qi responded swiftly, having already assessed the situation from the drone's perspective. He added, "Moreover, we don't know if the queen can continue laying eggs. However, whether she lays eggs or not is irrelevant. There isn't any surplus energy supply in the space above. Otherwise, this swarm wouldn't have chosen to hibernate collectively. Without an energy supply, even if the eggs hatch, the larvae won't grow rapidly and pose no threat to us." Xinqing chimed in. "So, what we have to deal with is over 30,000 insectoids that have just awoken from hibernation and have been long deprived of energy?" His tone betrayed a sense of eagerness, and his face showed a hint of excitement. To this, Song Qi fell into a brief silence. He was initially reluctant to risk engaging these creatures, despite their weakened state, given their overwhelming numbers. He could have set an anchor point and returned later when stronger to clear them out, claiming all the spoils of the ruins for himself. However, Song Qi quickly dismissed this notion. Such behavior would be deceitful and against his principles and moral boundaries. If his companion were a stranger, or if he had discovered the ruins and then invited Xinqing, he might have chosen to retreat without hesitation. But that was not the case. With Xinqing, whom he had grown up with and whom he trusted implicitly, Song Qi couldn't bring himself to act in such a manner, nor did he want to. This wasn't about being pretentious. It was about adhering to the fundamental integrity of an upright person. Faced with Xinqing's eager expression, Song Qi knew that a difficult decision awaited him. If a person loses even the most basic principles and boundaries, then no matter how great their achievements, it would be meaningless. After careful consideration, Song Qi decided to agree to Xinqing's proposal. "All right, let's give it a try," Song Qi said, then added, "Oh, by the way, there is indeed one of those crystal boxes you mentioned in the second layer of space." Hearing the words crystal box, Xinqing's eyes grew more determined. The crystal box in the first layer already held a blue artifact and several white ones, so the items in the second layer's crystal box would only be more precious. As the two discussed, ripples suddenly flashed across the space above them. Moments later, insect-like creatures, half a meter tall and nearly a meter long, began falling from the sky. These creatures were dark green, encased in hard shells, with fearsome mandibles that gleamed menacingly, more terrifying than the sharpest pincers. The top of the space was several hundred meters above the first layer's ground, and these creatures had no wings. Song Qi and Xinqing initially thought they would mostly die from the fall, but the creature's shell hardness exceeded expectations. Despite falling from such a height, they were unharmed, emitting strange hissing sounds from their mandibles as they charged toward the Zhangqiong and Qingfeng ships. The main and secondary cannons of the two ether-powered airships immediately opened fire. The powerful beams easily shredded the creature's supposedly indestructible shells. Although their shells were incredibly hard, they were no match for the firepower of the two first-tier ether ships, as they were merely slightly thicker membranes. In an instant, the creature's limbs and bodies flew in all directions, with dark green blood splattering everywhere, quickly filling the space with a foul stench. The blood's thick, fishy smell created a toxic green fog that enveloped the entire area, rendering the already dim environment completely obscured. Fortunately, the thermal scanners on the airships could clearly track the increasing number of creatures below. While the Zhangqiong's particle beam cannon and the Qingfeng's main ship cannon had excellent penetration and range, they struggled to deal with the sheer numbers of enemies, making the situation particularly challenging. If not for the nearly infinite firing capacity of the secondary cannons, the number of creatures in this layer would have been much greater. Just as the two were grappling with this dilemma, an alert from the semi-automatic onboard AI added to their troubles. Warning: the concentration of toxic fog outside the ship has reached the first-tier level. The energy shield is starting to degrade due to the fog's erosion. Originally, the two ships hovered hundreds of meters high, enjoying a natural advantage over the ground-bound creatures. However, this advantage was now nullified as the toxic fog pervaded the entire enclosed space. No matter where the ships moved, they couldn't escape the fog that had reached a critical energy level. "Deqing, let's move up. There are already over 20,000 creatures in this layer. There shouldn't be many left in the second layer." In desperation, Song Qi proposed a plan. The two quickly agreed and maneuvered the ships toward the second layer's space. Above, more creatures continued to pour out, their slimy bodies and sharp mandibles appearing particularly repulsive. Song Qi and Xinqing exchanged a glance, and the engines at the rear of the ships roared, propelling them upward. Thud, thud, thud. Falling creatures collided with the energy shield of the Zhangqiong, causing ripples in the shield's light barrier before being deflected. These creatures weren't mindless. They struggled to control their numerous limbs to stabilize themselves, while their terrifying mandibles gnawed frantically at the shield. The energy shield on the surface of the Zhangqiong began to flicker continuously, with its shield value decreasing several times faster than before. These creatures, known for devouring anything, relied heavily on their fearsome mandibles. Even though they were only zero-tier creatures, the power of their mandibles far exceeded the norm, and even the orange-grade glory energy shield equipped on the Tsangqiong struggled to withstand them. In comparison, Shenqing's Qingfeng was faring worse. Under the assault of the zero-tier creatures, the light barrier on the Qingfeng's surface had already dimmed significantly and seemed on the verge of overloading completely. Fortunately, the situation didn't last long. The two airships quickly passed through the spatial curtain above, despite the descending swarm of insects. In an instant, the bright second layer of space unfolded before them. Songqi swiftly maneuvered the airship to gain altitude, re-establishing distance from the swarm below. Shenqing glanced around and immediately understood the expression Songqi had shown earlier. Compared to the tens of thousands of insects, the current sight was even more horrifying. Numerous gigantic egg-like structures filled the space, most of them torn open from below. A shiver ran down his spine, and he was relieved that they hadn't rashly opened the second spatial curtain during their previous exploration. As Shenqing felt goosebumps all over, Songqi's voice suddenly came through. "We need to find a way to eliminate the queen insect first." Hearing this, Shenqing's gaze shifted to the conspicuous mass of flesh deep in the distance. It towered several tens of meters high, with an astonishing volume. Based on his experience, Shenqing estimated that the queen insect inside shouldn't be of a very high rank. Official data from the Xinhua human civilization indicated that a zeroth rank queen insect was within 10 meters, a first rank could reach several tens of meters, and a peak first rank could be nearly 100 meters. The queen insect before them was likely not above second rank, which theoretically shouldn't intimidate two first-rank Xinhua airships. However, the crucial point was that this was a queen insect. Even without energy supply, the threat from its eggs was limited, yet not comparable to other creatures of the same rank. Besides laying eggs rapidly and in large numbers, most queen insects command a powerful elite guard composed of the strongest, highest-ranked insects in the hive. The two were uncertain if this queen insect had such a guard. If not, it would be ideal, but if it did, they hadn't been awakened yet, as no first-rank insects had appeared among the tens of thousands awakened so far. To prevent this potential elite guard from emerging, they had to act preemptively. The existing swarm of zeroth-rank insects was already overwhelming. If a fully first-rank elite insect army appeared, their chances of obtaining the items from the crystal box nearby would be minuscule. Without needing to speak, they exchanged a glance and nodded in unison. They immediately ceased clearing the smaller, unbroken hives below, and the two airships charged towards the massive fleshy mass a kilometer away. They turned their cannons and unleashed full firepower at the giant mass. However, the result of the attack was unexpected and left them both stunned. Damn it! How can a first-rank queen insect's hive be this tough? Shenqing gritted his teeth. The two first-rank main cannons from the Tsangqiong and Qingfeng only left shallow marks on the giant hive surface. On the communication screen, Songqi's projection spoke. A first-rank queen insect's hive shouldn't be this resilient unless this queen was of a higher rank when it first built the hive. Following this hypothesis, they speculated further and found the reasoning increasingly plausible, finally confirming the specifics of this queen insect. They deduced that the queen had been trapped in the enclosed space for a long time, suffering from a chronic lack of energy. To survive, it had to consume the energy stored within, causing its bloated body to shrink continuously. As the body's energy dwindled to a certain level, the oversized hive also began to contract, ultimately forming its current size of several tens of meters. This hypothesis solidified their resolve to eliminate the queen insect ahead of time. A queen that might have originally been second, third, or even higher rank, even if reduced to a first rank due to significant energy loss, posed a threat far beyond ordinary first-rank creatures. If not promptly eradicated, they themselves could end up in grave danger. Since long-range bombardment was ineffective, the two decided to move the airships closer for a targeted, sustained assault on a single point. They believed there must be a way to break through the seemingly impregnable walls of the hive. As the Tsangqiong and Qingfeng airships rapidly approached, the nests of flesh below suddenly shattered, revealing a new breed of insect. These creatures were markedly different from the tens of thousands of insects encountered before, with a more menacing appearance and a surface that shimmered with a disturbing sheen. "They're splatterbugs, watch out!" Songqi immediately identified them and shouted a warning. His voice echoed through the communication system, alerting everyone aboard both airships. Splatterbugs, unlike the armored beetles with their tough exoskeletons and incredible strength, could spew a highly corrosive acid. In this enclosed space, less than a kilometer high, the acid from the splatterbugs could reach almost any location. The two fast-moving airships suddenly paused, beginning to rotate and maneuver to dodge the streams of acid shooting up from below. The acid traced vivid green arcs in the air, each drop carrying immense destructive power. Thousands of splatterbugs launched their attacks simultaneously, creating a scene that was both terrifying and chaotic. The energy shields of the Zhangqiong and Qingfeng had already suffered significant damage, especially Qingfeng under Shan Qing's command. A direct charge forward would almost certainly overload the energy shields. Meanwhile, the giant fleshy nest in the distance was showing signs of movement, indicating the queen inside was awakening. If they were delayed by these splatterbugs for too long, they would miss their chance to eliminate the queen early. Time was running out, with less than 10 hours remaining until their return. Even if they managed to clear all the insects, there wouldn't be enough time to open the crystal box. Last time, it took Qingfeng over 10 hours to break through the seals on the crystal box. Even with both psionic airships working together, it would still take at least 5 hours. As Qing wrestled with indecision, Song-Chi spoke first. Qing, maybe we should retreat. We don't have a main cannon capable of area attacks. Breaking through the splatterbug's assault in a short time is almost impossible. Song-Chi's suggestion wasn't motivated by self-interest, but by the perilous situation they faced. They had to make a quick decision. Either launch a full-scale assault, risking everything for a low chance of success, or abandon this exploration altogether. Hesitation would only increase the danger to both psionic airships. The word retreat seemed to jolt Qing, and the uncertainty in his eyes transformed into resolve. The first layer of the ruins had already yielded starsea artifacts of blue quality. The treasures locked within the crystal box on the second layer must be of even higher quality. As someone whose potential was capped at the first level due to awakening only the colorless ember seed, Qing was unwilling to give up. He recalled how he had elevated Qingfeng to a first-level psionic airship in just 1 year. However, the colorless quality of the ember seed meant Qingfeng could never advance to the realm of a psionic frigate. This limitation capped the psionic cultivation platform at level 19, making it nearly impossible for him to break through to level 20 in the next 160 years and achieve a second life ascension. Qing understood that upgrading the quality of his ember seed was his only path forward. Yet, this was an incredibly daunting task. Without a significant opportunity, an ordinary first-level ember ship could never afford the resources needed for such an upgrade in a lifetime. Yet now, the contents of the crystal box on the second layer seemed to offer just such a rare opportunity. With this realization, Qing turned to the communication screen and resolutely said to Song-Chi, "Shao-Chi, I want to give it a try." Song-Chi gazed at the communication screen, fully aware of Qing's deep desire for the mysterious blue artifact. He understood just how strong the temptation was for this young man without any prestigious background. However, understanding did not mean blind support. Song-Chi cautiously spoke, "Qing, are you sure? I need to know your specific plan." Before he could finish, Qing suddenly maneuvered the Qingfeng to ascend, allowing Song-Chi to clearly see the specially designed groove beneath the vessel. Inside the groove, a unique device caught Song-Chi's attention. Qing quickly explained, "This is a white-grade deep space torpedo launcher, and I have 2 military-grade Tomahawk-type deep space torpedoes." Hearing this, Song-Chi's resolve instantly solidified. These powerful torpedoes, although slow to launch, were an excellent choice against stationary targets. Considering that the insect queen had not fully awakened, Song-Chi nodded in agreement with this daring plan. Excited, Qing made a request, "Shao-Chi, I need your help. The Qingfeng's shield is no longer sufficient to withstand the acid attacks from the splatterbugs." Song-Chi quickly devised a strategy, have the Qingfeng dock above the Zhangqiong. This way, it can avoid most of the attacks. The two airships integrated closely, almost transforming into a super aircraft. Under the Zhangqiong's cover, the energy shield of the Qingfeng saw a significant reduction in consumption rate. The Zhangqiong's engines roared as it charged towards the insect queen's nest, enduring the dense acid assaults. When less than a kilometer from the target, the two vessels separated. The Qingfeng continued to approach the nest, seeking the optimal position to launch the torpedoes. Meanwhile, the Zhangqiong turned back, drawing the fire of the splatterbugs to create an opportunity for Qing. As Song-Chi commanded the Zhangqiong to weave through the web of acid attacks, he kept a close watch on Qing's actions. Particle beam cannons and psionic turrets continuously cleared the swarm below. Seeing only a few dozen splatterbugs around the Qingfeng, not enough to pose a threat, Song-Chi felt slightly relieved and focused on tackling the immediate enemies. As for the remaining thousands of armored bugs, Song-Chi almost ignored them. Lacking long-range attack capabilities, these creatures could only emit piercing shrieks from the ground, posing no substantial threat. Glancing at the energy shield data, after enduring the gnawing of armored bugs and the bombardment of splatterbugs, the shield level remained at nearly 60%. 17-40929-184. This figure allowed Song-Chi to breathe a sigh of relief, knowing he could hold on for quite some time. Song-Chi couldn't help but feel grateful once again to the mechanical tribe for their past assistance. Since the orange-gray dark matter energy shield generator was installed, it has played a crucial role at several critical moments, including now and during the recent market advancement. As he reflected on this, another 2 minutes passed. Song-Chi gripped the control stick tightly, maneuvering the skyscape to dodge left and right while shifting his focus to the Qing foam. Suddenly, a loud explosion echoed through the entire second-level space, followed by a massive shockwave from the direction of the Qing foam, pushing the skyscape back several dozen meters. Song Chi quickly stabilized the airship and turned his gaze to the communication screen. In this confined space, just a few thousand meters wide and long, the two airships were less than a kilometer apart and still within each other's magnetic field, keeping the communication uninterrupted. "How is it?" Song Chi asked, noticing Shun Qing's grim expression. "We hit it, but didn't destroy it," Shin Qing replied, shaking his head. Song Chi frowned. "How is that possible? A direct hit from a second-tier deep space torpedo should at least severely damage even a second-tier peak life form. Could it be that the Queen was at the third tier before hibernation? Is its nest at third-tier strength?" Shin Qing nodded in confirmation. Yes, the Queen was definitely at third-tier peak strength. Before they could say more, both their expressions changed. A low-pitched screech resonated from the Queen's nest, and the massive structure, tens of meters high, began to tremble violently. Clearly, the Queen, hit directly by the deep space torpedo, was fully awakening and was now trying to break through the outer layers of the nest's tumor wall. This development startled both of them. If this once third-tier life form and its elite insect guards fully awakened, not only would clearing the insect swarm be impossible, but even escaping might be out of the question. Worse still, with the Queen's screech, nearly 10,000 zero-tier ironclad bugs and splatterbugs on the second level seemed to be summoned, their eyes turning blood-red as they ignored the skyscape above and frantically surged toward the Queen's nest. "Chi, just hold them off a bit longer, 30 seconds will do," Shin Qing suddenly spoke up. That military-grade deep space torpedo didn't completely breach the nest's tumor wall, but it did create a large gap. One more torpedo, and even the former third-tier Queen will be severely damaged. No matter the level it once was, now it only has first-tier strength. A second-tier deep space torpedo is enough to pose a lethal threat. Song Chi's eyes flickered as he glanced at the dark matter energy shield status, 940529184. Seeing nearly 10,000 points remaining, he gritted his teeth and agreed. All right. The skyscape's main and auxiliary cannons unleashed their full firepower, desperately trying to block the swarm rushing towards the Queen's nest below. In the urgency, Song Chi even opened the hatch, allowing 10 LV-15 fire soldier puppets clad in exoskeleton armor to leap from the airship and use their puppet bodies to obstruct the insects. However, these efforts seemed insignificant against the sheer numbers. The 10 fully armed first-tier fire soldier puppets were completely overrun by the swarm in less than 5 seconds. Seeing the swarm getting closer to the nest, Song Chi gritted his teeth and drove the skyscape to descend rapidly. With a heavy thud, the nearly 20-meter-long ship landed on the stone ground, blocking the swarm's path. Buzzing, countless ironclad bugs crashed into the energy shield, their menacing mandibles gnawing away as corrosive acid met the protective barrier, creating a fierce sizzling sound. In just a few seconds, the dark matter energy shield's value plummeted almost vertically. 6,000, 5,000, 4,000, 3,000. When the shield value dropped below 2,500 points, Song Chi once again pushed the striker engine to its limits. The skyscape lifted off the ground once more, this being the most he could bear. He couldn't allow the dark matter energy shield generator to overload completely, as any further unexpected events would leave them without their last line of defense. The hull of the celestial shield provided humanity with precious time. The swarm of insects was delayed by nearly 10 seconds, and with the previous delay added, it was close to half a minute. Just as the swarm was about to reach the Queen's nest, the second military deep space torpedo launched by the Qingfeng ship precisely entered the massive tumor-like nest through the previously blasted opening. A second later, a deafening explosion echoed from within the Queen's nest. Song Chi keenly detected faint, agonizing screeches amidst the explosion. The shockwave from the blast swept out, engulfing nearly 10,000 armored and splatterbugs. In an instant, a large portion of the insect horde was reduced to dust under the high temperature and pressure. Song Chi and his partner took in this unexpected success and immediately piloted their aircraft to clear out the remaining insects. They carefully avoided the blasted Queen's nest, prioritizing the elimination of the lowest-tier insect species. After all, even though the deep space torpedo was incredibly powerful, it might not completely eradicate what was once a third-tier life form. Over the next 20 minutes, the rest of the insects in the second layer of space were wiped out. The two hovered their aircraft above the mysterious crystal box and began an all-out assault. The material of the crystal box was unknown, or perhaps it was fortified by the Brolo civilization's special field, as its durability far exceeded expectations. Even with two psionic aircraft at full power, it would take at least 5 hours to break it apart. Time ticked by, and compared to the attack on the repulsive field on the first layer, the two were now noticeably more focused. Thinking of the wondrous starry treasures hidden within the crystal box, the excitement in their eyes grew more apparent. However, They remained vigilant, constantly monitoring the Queen's nest for any movement, fearing that their efforts would be in vain at the crucial moment of victory. An hour, 3 hours, 6 hours passed in the blink of an eye. 7 hours in, their anticipation was replaced by tension. With less than 2 hours left before they had to return, if they couldn't break the crystal box in the next hour or so, their 20-plus hours of effort would be wasted. Fortunately, the situation didn't escalate beyond recovery. After another 20 minutes, with a crisp crack, the crystal box suddenly shattered, instantly dissolving into powder in the enclosed space. Their eyes immediately locked onto the dazzling glows suspended below, white and blue intertwined, with the most striking being a piercing purple. Clearly, the relics left in this second layer space were not only of white and blue quality, but also included a purple-grade treasure. However, amidst the good news was a hint of disappointment. Among the 5 glowing objects, there was only 1 purple treasure, while the remaining 4 were evenly split between white and blue. Happy Lunar New Year's Eve, everyone. Without a second thought, Shang-Chi and Shun-Qing carefully maneuvered the airship to a gentle landing. As the hatch opened, the dazzling lights emitted by the 5 artifacts burst forth like a kaleidoscope, causing them to squint. They stepped out cautiously, their footsteps light, as if afraid to disturb these rare treasures. Shang-Chi took a deep breath, extending a slightly trembling hand to place the first artifact against his forehead. He closed his eyes, focusing intently to sense any reaction from the seat of pyre. Beside him, Shun-Qing held his breath, watching Shang-Chi's expression closely. Unfortunately, luck was not on their side. The first artifact, known as the Core of Contamination, could not be transformed into a pyre component. Shang-Chi opened his eyes and shook his head at Shun-Qing, slightly disappointed. Nevertheless, they meticulously recorded its attributes. White quality, containing a potent contaminating force capable of defiling various objects in the starry sea. Unwilling to give up, they continued to examine the other artifacts. The second item was a peculiar armor plate with grid-like patterns, which could be converted into fire grid tortoiseshell ship armor. Shang-Chi quickly glanced at its attribute panel, calculating its value. Although it was only of white quality, selling it could still fetch several thousand strands of zero-level floating land essence. The appearance of the third artifact made their hearts race. The Purple River Warp Device, just the name was enough to excite any pyre spaceship pilot. A blue-quality warp device meant their ship could traverse tens, or even hundreds of light years in a short time. Shang-Chi and Shun-Qing exchanged a significant glance, both trying to contain their excitement. The fourth item was a blue-quality secondary cannon, Glimmer-class ship cannon. While not as rare as the warp device, it would significantly enhance their ship's combat capabilities. The last and highest quality item was a purple artifact, a molecular repulsion energy shield. Upon seeing its attributes, Shang-Chi and Shun-Qing had different reactions. Shang-Chi's eyes showed slight disappointment, as his ship, the Zhangqiang, was already equipped with a superior orange shield. However, Shun-Qing was so thrilled that his hands trembled, his eyes shining with desire. For the Qingfeng, which only had a white shield, this was undoubtedly a major upgrade. Shun-Qing took a deep breath, trying to calm his excitement, and turned to Shang-Chi, saying, "Shao-Chi, I'll take this purple quality molecular repulsion shield, and the other 4 items are yours. If that's not enough, I can gather more floating land essence for you when we return." Before Shun-Qing could finish, Shang-Chi raised his hand, cutting him off. A look of gratitude appeared in Shun-Qing's eyes. He had initially thought that the purple quality flying ship component would spark some debate. After all, even close brothers are keen on settling accounts when it comes to such rare items. Who wouldn't want it? However, Shang-Chi's generosity filled his heart with warmth. "Thanks, Shao-Chi," Shun-Qing said sincerely. The two quickly distributed the 5 rare items between their respective ships. Shun-Qing took the purple energy shield, while Shang-Chi accepted the remaining 4 items. With the distribution complete, they immediately began a new round of searching. A few minutes later, Shun-Qing's excited voice came through the communication screen. "Shao-Chi, come over quickly, I found something." Upon hearing this, Shang-Chi piloted the Zhangqiang to the location. In a corner of the second layer space, 2 airships hovered high in the sky, their cannons blazing with light, sending barrage after barrage towards the spatial barrier above. This newly discovered spatial barrier was noticeably smaller than the previous one, with a length and width of only 100 meters. Yet, the repulsion field surrounding it was just as strong, if not stronger. Clearly, there was at least a third layer of space above, though what lay beyond was unknown. However, time was running out. With just over an hour left before the end of this deployment, they needed to leave this enclosed space quickly to avoid any unexpected complications during their return. Although the spatial barrier was the lowest level of spatial technology, anything involving space could interfere with their return. Despite their fierce assault, the spatial barrier remained unyielding. They realized that the remaining time was insufficient to break through this second barrier, let alone any other potential layers of insect creatures above. "Forget it," It seems the third layer is beyond our reach. Qing sighed, a mix of reluctance and curiosity flashing in his eyes before finally giving way to acceptance. Securing a purple quality item was already satisfying for him, and he chose to let go of his obsession with the unknown third layer. Although Qi said nothing, he was secretly pleased. With the market's spatial anchor point, he would have the opportunity to explore this relic further in the future. Sorry, Qing. He silently apologized in his heart. Afterward, the two piloted their airships towards the Insect Queen's nest. Previously, they had been too concerned that the Insect Queen might not be completely dead and were distracted by the allure of the crystal box to inspect it thoroughly. Now that the spoils had been divided and the floating land's essence secured, they could finally explore without worry. Speaking of the floating land's essence, this was indeed a surprise for both of them. They had expected to obtain a single strand of zero-level essence, but to their amazement, it turned out to be a strand of second-level essence, equivalent to the total amount the Insect Queen possessed at her peak third-level stage. This unexpected boon delighted them both. Arriving at the Insect Queen's nest, which had partially collapsed, Qi and Qing cautiously followed behind two combat robots. Qi's Hukuei soldiers had been wiped out while holding back the insect swarm, and Qing's Qingfeng did not have soldier-type components installed, so they had to rely on the combat robots to lead the way. The progress of the two was painstakingly slow. The ground was coated with a viscous liquid, making each step precariously slippery. They cautiously navigated through the breach created by the deep space torpedo, when suddenly, a massive and bloated corpse caught Qi's eye. His pupils contracted sharply, and it took him a moment to regain his composure. It was a creature resembling a gigantic ant, with a blood-red carapace covering its upper body and an unusually large abdomen. The overall appearance was both bizarre and strangely beautiful. Despite having been dead for some time, the nest was still filled with a suffocating sense of oppression. Fortunately, both Qi and Qing had mastered a fairly high level of guiding techniques. Otherwise, they might not have been able to withstand such pressure. Qi couldn't help but marvel silently. If this was its life energy after declining to the peak of the first tier, how terrifying must the queen have been at her prime? The two exchanged a glance and swiftly set to work. They retrieved cutting tools from their airship and began to dissect the queen's corpse. Although most of the insectoid flesh was inedible acidic meat, a small piece of consumable fine meat was hidden within the core. This fine meat not only tasted exquisite, but also contained astonishing energy. Considering that this queen was a third-tier creature at her peak, the value of its fine meat was immeasurable. Qi and Qing ignored the smaller insectoid corpses outside. Although numerous, each contained only a meager amount of fine meat. With time being a constraint, they decided to focus on the queen. Working in seamless coordination, they quickly located the fine meat and began to carefully extract it. This piece of third-tier queen's fine meat, even though it was once third-tier, was far more valuable than the ordinary first-tier insectoids. After special processing, it could even surpass the effects of advanced body-strengthening elixirs. 10 minutes later, they successfully extracted the entire piece of fine meat. Due to the queen's enormous size, this chunk of fine meat weighed a substantial 40 pounds. Qi and Qing each took 20 pounds, planning to process it thoroughly and enjoy it while its energy remained potent. Unlike advanced body-strengthening elixirs, the energy contained in this fine meat was very gentle, allowing individuals of any guiding technique level to consume it safely. Qi felt secretly relieved, considering the advanced body-strengthening elixir he possessed that contained 900-year-old deep-sea clam pearl powder, which he wouldn't dare use until his guiding technique reached LV9. Suddenly, Qi's gaze froze, and he stood rigidly in place. Qing immediately sensed something was off and asked urgently, "Qi, what's wrong?" Qi did not respond, his eyes fixed intently on a specific spot. Qing followed his gaze, and in the next moment, her eyes widened in shock. In the depths of the meat cavity they had cut out, a subtle glow was flickering continuously. What is this? Both held their breath simultaneously, a surge of indescribable anticipation and anxiety welling up inside them. The two were stunned, their eyes fixed on the crystal emitting a faint glow. Energy crystal. The thought flashed simultaneously through their minds. An energy crystal, as the name suggests, is a crystal formed by the highly purified condensation of energy. The conditions for forming such a rare resource are extremely stringent, typically occurring only in places where non-attributed energy is so dense that it takes thousands or even tens of thousands of years to develop. Even the Zerg, a species renowned for devouring and storing energy, have only a slightly higher chance of forming energy crystals than other starsea species. Interestingly, the formation of energy crystals is not directly related to the life form's rank. A high-ranking Zerg queen that has lived for centuries might have none, while a low-ranking Zerg hatched only a few months ago might be lucky enough to produce one. Of course, crystals also have grades, which are closely linked to the rank of the life form that nurtures them. High-ranking creatures inevitably produce high-grade energy crystals, and vice versa. The two quickly recovered from their shock, carefully extracting the fist-sized, glimmering crystal. After a thorough inspection, they concluded unanimously that it was a valuable mid-grade energy crystal. Energy crystals are precious not only due to their rarity, but also because they significantly increase the success rate of a Spark battleship's advancement. According to Academy courses, once a Spark battleship above the first rank initiates an upgrade mission, the initial success rate is only 1. To improve this rate, besides the perilous task of hunting alien creatures in foreign star regions, investing in specific rare enhancement resources is also a viable path. Although the latter method can only increase the success rate by up to 10, it is preferred by most Spark captains due to its relative safety. After all, even if the upgrade fails, the only loss is the sinking of the battleship, and the captain himself remains largely unaffected. In contrast, captains who choose to hunt aliens often face grim prospects, with many perishing in alien star seas. Energy crystals are the most outstanding among these special resources. For those Spark captains who are currently or about to embark on an upgrade mission, they are indispensable. Within the entire domain of Spark human civilization, the value of energy crystals rivals that of strategic resources like titanium crystals, not to mention the relatively rare mid-grade energy crystals. The unique aspect of mid-grade energy crystals is their effect on the advancement of higher-ranked battleships. For example, advancing a first-rank battleship to a second rank requires only low-grade energy crystals, while advancing from the second to the third might necessitate mid-grade energy crystals. For advancements beyond the third rank, mid-grade energy crystals are essential. The value of this mid-grade energy crystal is at least comparable to a blue-quality wondrous item, potentially reaching the level of a purple-quality one. Song-Chi held the precious crystal tightly, speaking softly. Beside him, Shun-Qing's eyes also glimmered with excitement, but his expression soon turned complex. He realized that having already acquired a molecular repulsion energy shield, the mid-grade energy crystal should rightfully go to Song-Chi. Moreover, he knew Song-Chi's mother was currently striving for the second rank, and it was unlikely Song-Chi would forego this opportunity. As expected, Song-Chi, after a brief moment of thought, retrieved 2 items from the Celestial, the polluted core and the Glimmer-class cannon, and handed them to Shun-Qing. He decided to take the intermediate energy crystal, but this meant he had to exchange 2 of the 4 extraordinary items they had previously acquired to maintain the balance of Shun-Qing getting the larger share. After all, the value of the intermediate energy crystal was second only to the molecular repulsion energy shield. Shun-Qing had no objections, clearly skilled in this art as well. The 2 of them meticulously inventoried all items in the second layer of the space, excluding the corpses of the iron-armored bugs and splatter bugs, to ensure nothing valuable was overlooked. Afterwards, they piloted their spacecraft towards the isolation barrier between the first and second layers. Passing through the barrier, the first layer of the ruins was still shrouded in thick toxic mist, with thousands of iron-armored bugs scattered everywhere. Song-Chi and Shun-Qing showed no interest in these low-level insect species and directly piloted the spacecraft out of the ruined space. Even if they eliminated all the iron-armored bugs, the zero-level floating land essence obtained would be negligible and not worth the effort. If their spacecraft had been equipped with large-scale destructive weapons, they might have considered clearing them out, but unfortunately, it wasn't. The spacecraft soared over the floating land, covered in yellow sand, where violent tornadoes raged in the distance across the desolate terrain. The 2 energy spacecraft quickly found a suitable position and, without hesitation, started their engines, breaking through the atmosphere amidst the roar, and entered the silent starry sky. Compared to the potential dangers within the floating land, outer space seemed particularly tranquil. One after the other, the 2 spacecraft swiftly exited the gravitational pull of the yellow sand floating land. Seizing the opportunity, Song-Chi quietly left a special spatial marker on the trajectory of the Tsangqiang ship, the very one he had previously removed from his bedroom. With this anchor point, he could return to this star region anytime to continue exploring the not fully uncovered relics of the Buyuo civilization. Of course, he wouldn't act recklessly before being fully prepared, especially since the second layer of the ruins housed a dormant third-tier queen insect, and the threats in the third layer were even more unpredictable. Shao-Chi, let's keep this exploration of the ruins under wraps unless necessary, Shun-Qing said through a communication projection. After all, items like purple artifacts and intermediate energy crystals are rare and could easily attract unwanted attention. Song-Chi nodded in calm agreement. He understood that Shun-Qing's concerns went beyond that. They were also to prevent the information from reaching Shenwenjia. If the nephew's exploration of the ruins without his uncle's knowledge were discovered, it might lead to unnecessary suspicion. As time passed, the 2 spacecraft finally returned. After the familiar sensation of weightlessness and dizziness, the Tsangqiang and Qingfeng ships disappeared from the starry sky above the yellow sand floating land and instantly crossed countless light years, reappearing within the territory of the Xinhua human civilization. At this moment, above the white tower floating land, A mining fleet that had just returned from the White Tower planetary belt was rushing back at full speed. Since the Xinhua fleet battle incident at the mining area over a month ago, Tianyu Mining Company had significantly strengthened its management of the mining area, conducting frequent surveys that nearly turned the entire area upside down. This fleet was the first group allowed to return in half a month, and the crew members were eager to reunite with their families, not wanting any delays. Suddenly, a strong spatial fluctuation erupted in the airspace 10,000 meters ahead. The mining ships came to a halt, and an old miner explained over the local communication channel, "Don't panic. It's a Xinhua warship of the energy spacecraft class or higher returning, not alien creatures." Upon hearing the explanation, the commotion within the fleet quickly subsided. These ordinary miners, though not highly ranked, were no strangers to the term Xinhua flying ship. They had long been exposed to stories of battles closely related to the Xinhua flying ships, such as the Morning Star War of Independence, the Golden Lion Defense, and the Second Morning Star expansion. In their minds, those who piloted the Xinhua flying ships were the guardians of their entire civilization, the front line of defense that protected the peace and prosperity of the Xinhua human civilization. This reverence and trust were beliefs ingrained in every Xinhua citizen's bones. Under the excited and reverent gazes of the miners, two sleek, 20-meter-long phantom energy airships emerged slowly, their menacing armor glinting ominously. The hulls of the Zhangqiong and Qingfeng emitted a faint blood-red glow, a testament to their countless victories over the swarm. Even from a distance of thousands of meters, their barely perceptible aura of power was stifling. The two warships didn't linger. They soon turned and dove, disappearing from the civilian radar range of the interstellar mining fleet. On one of the mining ships at the rear of the fleet, a young boy of about 15 or 16, still with a hint of youthful innocence, excitedly turned to the pilot beside him. "How impressive!" The pilot, a grown man, had a flash of envy in his eyes and said to the boy, "Indeed, that's the ultimate power of our Xinhua human civilization. It's said that just one of those ships can subdue an entire floating continent and dominate the starry seas." He sighed. "I never reached a high enough level in the guiding technique to awaken the Xinhua seed, and it's something I regret deeply." His tone shifted to encouragement. "So, Adi, you must push yourself, work hard on your guiding technique. Be the first in our family to become a Xinhua captain and bring glory to our clan. One day, you'll spread the fire of our Xinhua civilization across even broader skies." The boy stared resolutely in the direction where the warships had vanished and solemnly replied, "I will." Meanwhile, above Jiangyuan City, Song Qi, after parting with Shun Qing, piloted the Zhangqiong straight towards his home in Dongjiang district. He was eager to deliver the intermediate energy crystal to his mother. Although using it to help a first-tier Xinhua airship advance to the second tier seemed excessive, Song Qi couldn't be concerned with that now. Ensuring his mother's successful advancement was paramount, and with the treasure trove that was the celestial market at his disposal, he wasn't worried about resource waste. Calculating the time, his mother had been working on her advancement task for over 10 months, with less than 2 months remaining before the airship's official promotion. Song Qi hoped to raise the success rate of the Dragonfly's advancement to over 70 to ensure success. Upon reaching home, Song Qi found the house empty, which puzzled him. Soon, he found a note on the dining table. "Son, your grandmother's big birthday is coming up. Your dad and I have gone to Bida City. You should come over soon." Understanding dawned on Song Qi, and he raised an eyebrow slightly. It seemed they were planning a grand celebration. With that in mind, he decided not to stay home alone and immediately set off for Bida City. As the capital of Bida floating continent, Bida City was nestled at the center of 4 other cities, surrounded like stars around a moon by Jiangyuan, and others. Not only did it boast the largest population among the 5 cities, but it was also home to the only 4th-tier Xinhua captain on the entire Bida floating continent. As an exceptionally rare life-type floating land located on the frontier of the Duchy's star domain, White Tower floating land holds significant importance in the entire Golden Shark star domain. Each major city has a 3rd-tier flame commander stationed, and the capital is guarded by a formidable 4th-tier flame commander. It is this 4th-tier commander's deterrent power that has kept White Tower floating land unaffected by the chaos of nearby star regions for decades, with once rampant space pirates now vanished without a trace. A 4th-tier flame battleship not only communicates with the floating land's core consciousness, but also harnesses the core's original energy to form a protective shield. Within this shield, the 4th-tier flame battleship can even engage in battles beyond its tier. Of course, this stability is also closely linked to the Golden Shark No. 2 Battlestar Fortress, deployed a century ago at the edge of the chaotic star region. As the main interstellar combat platform of the Morningstar Duchy's Golden Shark military district, the fortress houses over 100,000 warships, deterring various forces in the chaotic star region and providing a powerful internal deterrent as well. Upon reaching the outskirts of White Tower City, Song Qi was forced to disembark from his airship. He was stopped not by troublemakers, but by the city guard of the White Tower Flame Bureau. They explained that flame battleships are not allowed into White Tower's urban area and must be stored in the flame core or parked at the suburban spaceship plaza. Reluctantly, Song Chi stored the skyship in his flame core and then hailed a kinetic taxi. The driver was a friendly middle-aged man, around 60 years old. Mistaking Song Chi for a young graduate seeking employment, he began chatting enthusiastically. Song Chi had to interrupt him. "Take me to 15 Guangwon Road." The driver immediately caught on. "Furious Lion Mansion?" However, he didn't stop talking, instead advising Song Chi against becoming a pretty boy living off others. Song Chi felt exasperated, finally snapping, "Sir, my last name is Song, and it's my grandmother's birthday in a few days. Please just drive and stop talking." The words hit the driver like a bolt from the blue, causing him to shudder with fear. As a native of White Tower City, he was well aware of the Song families standing on the floating land. Comparing a descendant of the Song family to a pretty boy in this flame-dominated star era was a blatant offense. If Song Chi had wished, he could have legally killed the driver on the spot. Trembling, the kinetic taxi finally arrived at the city center's Furious Lion Mansion. Seeing Song Chi quickly leave after paying with credit points, without pursuing the matter, the driver breathed a sigh of relief, silently vowing to watch his words in the future. Song Chi stepped into Furious Lion Mansion. As the residence of a third-tier flame commander, it was lavishly equipped with every imaginable facility. A swimming pool, private docking bay, training room, and screening room were all available. Song Chi had always wanted to make fun of the name Furious Lion, but only dared to mutter to himself. In the face of his grandfather's fiery temper, besides his grandmother, who would dare speak loudly, let alone make jokes, which would surely result in a scolding? As soon as Song Chi stepped into the courtyard, his gaze swept over the figures around him. Familiar faces were few and far between. Most were strangers. Yet, they shared a common trait. All were impeccably dressed, the men adorned with gold, the women with silver, signaling their high social status. As Song Chi walked, he discreetly observed his surroundings. It wasn't long before a sharp-eyed servant noticed him and hurried over, respectfully calling out, "Fourth young master." This call immediately drew the attention of those nearby. Being addressed as young master by a Song family servant clearly indicated his distinguished status. The eyes of several noblewomen lingered on Song Chi, flickering with an inscrutable light. Whispered conversations ensued. "Which branch of the Song family does he belong to? He's quite handsome. I think he's the son of third master Song Chao. Named Song Chi, he moved to Jiangyuan City years ago. Judging by the vigor in his presence, his level in the guiding technique must be high. The descendants of the fierce lion are indeed exceptional, achieving such skill at a young age. I wonder about the quality of his flame seed. You might be disappointed. From what I hear, this Song family fourth awakened a colorless flame seed, which means his future potential is limited." "Colorless, huh? That's unfortunate. If you're aiming to marry into the Song family, you might consider Song Shan's youngest, Song Yu. He's half a year younger than Song Chi and apparently awakened a blue flame seed. The best among this year's Jiangyuan City graduates." Song Chi, with his guiding technique at level 7, caught fragments of their whispers but paid them no mind. Such talk was natural, and since they were guests of the family and he was merely a junior, he saw no reason to be overly concerned as long as it wasn't excessive. Turning to the servant, Song Chi asked, "Where are Grandpa and Grandma? And my parents?" The servant replied, "The patriarch and the matriarch are currently hosting a third-year guest from Jiangyuan City. The third master and mistress have gone out to select items for the birthday banquet." Song Chi inquired further, "Who is currently in charge at home? Are my sister, elder brother, and second brother not here?" "The first mistress is in the main hall entertaining guests who arrived early. The first young master, second young master, and eighth miss are at the screening room." After a moment's thought, Song Chi decided it was proper to first pay his respects to his aunt. Entering the reception hall of the Fierce Lion Manor, Song Chi saw Zhao Hongxue chatting amiably with the guests. He approached her with a respectful bow. "Aunt." Zhao Hongxue's smile widened. "Ah, it's Xiao Qi. I heard you just returned from an interstellar mission yesterday. It's good to have you back." She glanced around and added, "These are your uncles and aunts. You should greet them." Song Chi promptly turned and bowed to the assembly. "I am Song Chi. Honored to meet you all. Thank you for traveling here to celebrate my grandmother's birthday." The guests nodded and smiled in approval. After the brief courtesies, Zhao Hongxue excused Song Chi, concerned he might feel uncomfortable among the elders. Once he left the hall, a contemplative expression crossed Song Chi's face. He had noticed a woman in a ceremonial dress, seated with a presence more commanding than the other guests. She was the only one beside Zhao Hongxue, engaging in casual conversation. More importantly, Song Chi sensed a pressure emanating from her, unlike anything he had felt from his father or Shan Wenjie, a second-tier flame captain. The only similar experience was the authority he perceived from Principal Zhu Yaokue during his flame awakening a few months ago. It was clear that if his perception wasn't mistaken, the woman in the palace attire was indeed a third-tier starfire captain. Song Chi's brow furrowed slightly as his curiosity was piqued. The woman was undeniably stunning, exuding an air of grace and nobility with every gesture a true embodiment of the ideal goddess in many men's eyes. However, being a man who had lived through 2 lifetimes, Song Chi was no longer the kind of young man easily swayed by beauty. Mature women, young wives, or elegant ladies, to him, were just insignificant labels. His focus was entirely on her strength, his sense of alertness heightened to the maximum. In the underground screening room, dozens of young men and women sat scattered about, as silent as statues. Among them were direct descendants of the Song family and the younger generation of visiting guests. All eyes were fixed intently on the projection screen at the front, their attention so rapt that they scarcely blinked. The screen did not display some cliched romance drama, but rather gripping scenes of battles across the starry seas. These images were sourced from the flight recorders of the Song family's starfire captains, documenting their encounters during explorations in alien star regions. For these young starfire captains, who had only recently awakened and had limited exploration experience, these images were undoubtedly invaluable learning materials. By watching these real combat scenarios, they could broaden their horizons and gain insights into the characteristics and bizarre attack methods of various alien species. Such experiences would enhance their chances of survival in future explorations. Notably, most of the Song family warships featured in the footage were second-tier, and even included segments from the explorations of the old master Song Ming Song. This indicated that the enemy civilizations appearing in the footage were extraordinarily formidable, with fierce firepower and cunning tactics, making the viewers feel as if they were right in the midst of the action, their hearts racing. The benefits of these special images were evident. In other families or factions, such opportunities were exceedingly rare. After all, few families boasted as many second-tier starfire captains as the Song family. The 4 Song brothers Song Shan, Song Hai, Song Chao, and Song Yang along with the old madam, the first lady, and the second lady, were all genuine second-tier starfire captains. The old master was a renowned third-tier powerhouse in the White Tower floating land. Because of this, the Song family could offer such a rich variety of real combat footage, a feat that other factions found hard to match. Song Chi quietly slipped into the screening room through the back door, his gaze sweeping over the crowd until he quickly spotted Song Ting. He silently took a seat beside her, and only then did the young girl belatedly notice his presence. "Brother!" Song Ting exclaimed with delight, but Song Chi quickly motioned for silence. The girl sitting on Song Ting's other side also softly called out, "Fourth brother." Song Chi nodded in acknowledgement. Sixth sister. This young woman named Song Shirshir was the eldest daughter of his fourth uncle, Song Yang. At 27, she ranked 6th among her generation in the Song family. She currently lived with her parents in Baihe City, attending the prestigious Baihe First Starfire Academy. Compared to Song Ting's playful and spirited nature, Song Shirshir appeared much more serene. However, when the two were together, they always had endless topics to discuss. Watching the close bond between these cousins, Song Chi understood. In the Song family, not only was the previous generation dominated by males, but the current one was even more so. Among the 9 children of their generation, aside from Song Ting and Song Shirshir, all were boys. It made sense for the 2 girls to be closer. Song Chi shifted his gaze to the exploration footage ahead and softly asked, "Judging by your aura, are you close to breaking through to guiding technique level 2? Upon hearing this, Song Ting lifted her fair neck proudly, like a graceful swan. "Of course, don't you know who your sister is? I've had signs of it since a month ago, and it'll definitely break through within 6 months." Song Chi nodded silently. This was evidently related to the 10 intermediate body-strengthening potions he had provided recently, though she must have put in a lot of effort herself. It seemed she didn't take his advice lightly. An hour later, the exploration footage came to an abrupt stop. The previously quiet screening room began to stir with rustling sounds. "Fourth brother, you're here." Suddenly, a voice called out, drawing half the room's attention to Song Chi's corner. Shortly after, Song Yu quickly ran over, bombarding him with questions. Song Chi looked at his cousin, who had been close to him since childhood, with a smile. Even after Song Chi's family moved to Jianyuan City, Song Yu would still visit every few months. "Xiao Yu, I heard you awakened a blue-quality flame seed. Looks like we have another little genius in the family after Grandpa." Song Yu scratched his head, a bit embarrassed, but the joy in his eyes betrayed his true feelings. "Fourth brother, don't tease me. The flame seed only represents the ship's potential. There's still a long and dangerous road ahead if I want to reach Grandpa's level." As they spoke, a few others approached. Song Chi immediately stood up and greeted, "Big brother, second brother, third brother, seventh brother, ninth brother." The newcomers were several cousins from the families of his uncles. Leading them was Song Chi, the eldest son of Uncle Song Shan, and the oldest of the Song family's younger generation. At 43, He had awakened a white flame seed 13 years ago and was at the peak of the first tier, though still some distance from reaching the second tier. Beside Song Chi was 38-year-old Song Lin, the second son of Uncle Song Shan. He had awakened a colorless flame seed, and despite his parents' support, he barely reached the first tier, with slim chances of advancing without significant luck. To the left was a tall, thin man named Song Won, 35, the eldest son of Uncle Song Hai. He also awakened a colorless flame seed but reportedly upgraded it to white last year, and his flagship had been at the first tier for nearly 4 years. Behind Song Won was his younger brother, Song Bo, 25, who had yet to awaken a flame seed. The last was a youthful-looking boy, Song Ming, the son of Uncle Song Yang and Song Shishir's younger brother, just 16, 2 years younger than Song Ting. Song Chi nodded and spoke first. Fourth brother, Uncle and Aunt mentioned you just returned from an interstellar exploration. How did it go? Song Chi smiled but didn't answer directly. He couldn't reveal that he'd acquired a blue artifact, a white artifact, and an intermediate energy crystal comparable to a purple artifact during his exploration. That would be too unbelievable. He preferred to quietly develop through the cosmic market, avoiding attention without lying, making a smile the best response. However, to others in the screening room, this silence implied a lack of significant gains. Naturally, no one mocked him. The Song family members, guided by their elders, maintained good relations and wouldn't ridicule each other. As for the others present, being there with their family elders indicated that they were either outstanding or direct descendants. Such backgrounds ensured they wouldn't foolishly express their emotions publicly. After all, this was the Song family estate, and the Song family patriarch was the Furious Lion, a third-year flame ship captain. Mocking a direct descendant here? That would be beyond foolish. Exploring the cosmos often yields little reward, which is quite the norm. After all, who here can claim that every venture into the starry expanse results in bountiful returns? In the screening room, the crowd buzzed with conversation, momentarily distracted by Song Chi's arrival. Song Chi, Song Lin, and Song Wen eagerly gathered around Song Chi, engaging him in lively discussion. They held a high regard for their precocious younger brother, not only for his knack for managing sibling dynamics, but also because of a recent covert mission. As a result of that mission, each of them received nearly 30 titanium crystals. Although they had no immediate use for them, they decided to present them to their grandfather, Song Mingsong, after some deliberation. Song Mingsong was overjoyed and gifted each of them a blue component, significantly enhancing their ship's performance. Although 30 titanium crystals were not nearly enough to purchase a blue artifact, the old man's generosity meant that Song Chi and his brothers reaped substantial benefits. This only deepened their affection for Song Chi. However, the novelty soon wore off, and everyone's gaze shifted to the front right corner of the screening room. Following their line of sight, Song Chi noticed a young girl in a light blue dress sitting quietly. Her serene aura drew all eyes, even without her uttering a word. Song Chi pondered her identity. Among these well-connected youths, her calm demeanor stood out. Just then, a well-dressed young man approached her, courteously inviting her. By he, my dear sister. I know of a very upscale marine park in Baida City. If you're interested, why not join us for a visit? Song Chi immediately recognized the young man as the son of the headmaster of Jiangyuan City's top academy. A prodigy who awakened the blue flame seed 4 years ago, he was a scion of a distinguished family, a paragon among the elite of Baida floating land. As Song Chi mulled over this, Song Ting's teasing voice broke through. Song Chi, don't get any ideas. She's the pride of our grandmother's side of the family, rumored to have awakened the purple flame seed. It dawned on Song Chi with such a background and an impressive flame seed. It was no wonder she carried herself with such detachment. He recalled his parents mentioning that their grandmother, Bai Xiuqin, hailed from the Bai family, a top-tier flame family in the capital star region of the Morning Star Principality, with a lineage spanning millennia, far beyond the reach of a family from a level 1 floating land like Baida. Song Ting added with a mischievous grin, if you dare to have any improper thoughts, I'll tell Sister Yuran. And guess what? Uncle's family is also in Jiangyuan City. We can conveniently report it after the birthday banquet. Song Chi shot her a glare, retorting, follow me. Song Ting immediately ducked behind Song Shishir, protesting, how dare you threaten your adorable sister with violence? Song Chi, you're heartless. Song Chi's face turned stormy, unable to suppress a smile even from Song Shishir. The scene shifted to the backyard of the Roaring Lion courtyard. Song Shishir was tending to the grill, the aroma of succulent meat filling the air. Song Ting, who had been wary moments before, now asked sweetly, brother, what kind of meat is this? It smells amazing. Song Chi replied mysteriously, don't ask. Just know it's very beneficial for those of you who haven't awakened your flame seeds yet. The meat was from a queen insect, containing third-tier primal energy, which was highly advantageous for those yet to awaken, significantly accelerating their cultivation techniques. Song Chi carefully took out 5 pounds of prime insect queen meat, which was just a small portion of the 40 pounds he and Shen Qing had split. He knew that for people like Song Ting, whose guiding technique level was not beyond LV3, 1 pound each was sufficient. Any more would be wasted. As the aroma of the roasted meat spread, Song Chi called over 4 people. Song Bo from his second uncle's family, Song Shishir and Song Ming from his fourth uncle's family, and Song Ting. None of them had awakened the spark of fire yet, and the oldest, Song Shishir, was only 27 years old and had just recently advanced to guiding technique LV3, making it the perfect time for them to consume the insect queen meat. The 4 of them took the roasted meat and began to savor it in small bites. Song Chi had intended to keep the last pound for himself, but then he heard familiar footsteps behind him. Caught you eating alone, fourth brother. Our bond is fading. Song Yu's voice rang out, and Song Chi had no choice but to suppress his craving and hand the last pound of meat to his brother. You've been awakened for months, yet you still eye the little bit your brother has, Song Chi said with a sidelong glance at Song Yu, who accepted the meat without hesitation and began devouring it. Song Chi stood by, watching the 5 intently, anticipating the effects of the insect queen meat. A few minutes later, once everyone finished their roasted meat, they all instinctively began practicing their guiding techniques. Soon, signs of fluctuating energy appeared. Song Ting was the first to break through. She had already been on the verge of LV2, and this burst of energy gave her the push she needed, not only advancing to LV2 but also progressing significantly within the new level. Song Ming followed closely, successfully advancing to LV2 as well. Song Bo managed to overcome a bottleneck that had troubled him for a year, reaching LV3. Although Song Shishir didn't break through to LV4, she reached the pinnacle of LV3, laying a solid foundation for her to attempt LV4 within the next 3 years. As for Song Yu, while he didn't advance in level, the meal saved him at least half a year of arduous practice. Seeing everyone's progress, Song Chi nodded in satisfaction. Just as the 5 were basking in their joy, he suddenly gave a stern warning. Make sure you come up with your own excuses for this, and don't mention the prime meat or that I provided it, understand? Song Yu asked in confusion, fourth brother, isn't this a good thing? You're helping us, so why keep it a secret? Song Chi glanced at the group and began tidying up the barbecue grill. As he organized, he explained in a low voice, this prime meat is to help you awaken the spark of fire in the future. We're family, just remember your fourth brother's kindness. Don't worry about what outsiders think. I don't want to draw too much attention. The 5 of them sensed the sincerity in Song Chi's words, nodded in agreement, and responded softly. Unbeknownst to them, a few figures were quietly observing the backyard from a shadowy window on the 2nd floor. If my senses are correct, that's prime meat from a queen insect, with a hint of third-tier essence, a voice whispered. Third brother, your kid sure is something, able to take down a queen insect with third-tier essence. I totally believe he can advance a tier within 3 months, another voice praised. Song Chao, who was on the left, widened his eyes in warning. Don't you dare target my boy, or I'll report to the old man right away. Big brother, are you about to advance? Song Chao shifted the topic. Give us a straight answer. I'm tired of being stuck in this corner of the star region. Once you advance, we can take action and head straight back to the Dinghai star region. Don't rush, second brother. The one called Big Brother replied in a deep voice. We've been planning for years. We can't be hasty. We need to be fully prepared, or a mistake could keep our branch from returning to the family for 100 years. He paused, then asked, now that Shao Qi has obtained the queen insect's prime meat, could he also have energy crystals? Downstairs, Song Qi and the others were completely unaware of the conversation upstairs, as if no one was there. Time flew by, and as the evening approached, Song Qi was called into the side hall by his parents. Come here, let mom give you a hug. Chun Lixia beamed, spreading her arms wide. Song Qi reluctantly approached, thinking that he's already over 30, and if it were in his previous life, he'd have settled down. Yet, in front of his mom, he still felt like a child. Eager to escape her embrace, he quickly pulled out a mid-tier energy crystal. Mom, what's the success rate for the dragonfly's advancement now? This time, Qing Shan and I encountered the insect race and obtained this after killing a queen insect, he said, handing the crystal to his mother. Chun Lixia was touched, pulling her son into another hug. Oh, my dear son. You really care about your mom. Next to them, Song Chao took the crystal, and after confirming it, felt a surge of excitement, though he suppressed his urge to laugh out loud. After a moment of thought, he said to Song Qi, Shao Qi, you don't need to worry about the dragonfly. I'll accompany your mom on a few more explorations in alien star regions. With the previous mermaid's tier, the advancement success rate should reach over 70. You should take this mid-tier energy crystal and present it as a birthday gift to your grandmother. Song Qi hesitated, having not considered using such a valuable crystal as a gift. Song Chao explained, your mom's advancement is nearly assured, and I'm far from the 3rd tier. The family needs this now. Giving it to your grandmother at the birthday banquet will prompt your grandfather to bring out something good. He has plenty of treasures, and any one of them could significantly boost your Sky Song's power. Song-Chi understood his father's intention but was still a bit hesitant. Dad, I don't want to stand out too much. Could you give it to Grandma for me? Song Chao gave his son a sharp look. You're not showing the fiery spirit young people should have. Some might call it being cautious, but others might say you're timid. As Song Chao looked at his mature and composed son, he felt a mix of emotions. His son, Song Chi, had always been exceptionally sensible, which left Song Chao, as a father, with fewer opportunities to express his paternal affection. While children in other families were often mischievous, requiring their fathers to step in, Song Chi never gave him such opportunities. As Song Chao was silently contemplating this, his wife, Chen Lixia, shot him a sharp glance and softly reprimanded, Song Chao, don't shout in front of our son. Our son is mature and composed, much better than others. Song Chao rolled his eyes at his wife and finally sighed, saying to Song Chi, all right, come with me for a bit. Hearing his father's words, Song Chi finally breathed a sigh of relief. Being showcased in front of the entire White Tower floating land and guests from other star regions made him uncomfortable. Song Chi preferred to quietly manage his small market, occasionally explore other star regions, and grow silently. He knew that attracting attention from higher-ups could increase the risk of exposing the markets across the heavens. Meanwhile, in a concealed chamber within the main building of the Furious Lion Courtyard, Song Mingsong and his wife were waiting. Song Mingsong was a bit impatient. What's taking that boy so long? If he doesn't have a good reason, he'll be in trouble. Bai Shuqin gave her husband a stern look. Don't be so rash. I'm sure he has something important to say, so don't jump to conclusions. Just then, the door to the chamber opened, and Song Chao entered with Song Chi. Song Mingsong snorted, unable to hide his dissatisfaction with his third son. He was aware that Song Chi had secretly kept 205 titanium crystals last time. However, upon seeing Song Chi, Song Mingsong immediately put on a kind smile. Chi, you're here, come over. Grandpa, Grandma. Song Chi greeted respectfully, his face beaming with genuine joy. After some pleasantries, Song Mingsong urged, what's the matter? Hurry up and tell us. The guests at the banquet are waiting. Song Chao gestured to Song Chi, who promptly took out the intermediate energy crystal. Song Mingsong's eyes lit up, and he quickly moved in front of Song Chi, exclaiming, an intermediate energy crystal. Upon Bai Shuqin's inquiry, Song Chi recounted the story of how he obtained the crystal, carefully omitting details about the Brullo civilization ruins. After hearing the story, Song Mingsong excitedly said, Chi, this intermediate energy crystal comes at the perfect time. It will greatly benefit our family. Now, tell me, what reward do you want? Song Chi was about to politely decline when his grandfather interrupted, a gift is a gift, and a reward is a reward. Come on, what do you want? Song Chi no longer hesitated and directly expressed his wish, Grandpa, my ship, the Tsangqiang, still needs a high-quality engine component. Song Mingsong pondered for a moment, then casually summoned a light orb from his brow, which floated in front of Song Chi. I happen to have an unused ship engine here. See if it suits your needs. Song Chi focused intently, harnessing the mystical energy within him. An invisible force emanated from his ancestral sense, slowly drawing the radiant purple orb before him into the ancestral fire sense. His heartbeat quickened involuntarily, and a thought of amazement flashed through his mind. His dad was right. His grandfather indeed possessed many extraordinary items, and this purple-grade engine component was just casually handed over. Initially, he only hoped to obtain a blue-grade engine to meet the enhancement needs of the dark matter energy shield generator. But this purple engine far exceeded his expectations. As the seed of the ancestral fire touched the purple orb, its detailed attributes instantly appeared before Song Chi. Phantom Antimatter Superstate Engine LV0. Quality, purple. Feature, energy efficiency increased by 25. Consumption, 5s. Energy output, 38s. Overload buffer, 30 minutes. Energy pool, 5,200 points. Capable of storing and converting 5,200 energy points. Upgrade requirements. Phantom Class Reactor. 8 strands of floating land origin Tier 0. 500 energy points. 5 life core Tier 0. After examining the attributes of the purple engine, Song Chi couldn't hide his excitement. Compared to the atomic fusion nuclear engine he initially acquired, this engine clearly offered superior benefits for the ancestral fireship. He couldn't help but express his gratitude to his grandfather, his face beaming with joy. Seeing his grandson so delighted, Song Mingsong also smiled with satisfaction. His brow glowed again, and another orb of light appeared out of nowhere. Song Chi was momentarily stunned, his heartbeat racing. To his disbelief, Song Mingsong had produced yet another purple-grade component. Indeed, the second orb emitted the same dazzling purple glow. This made Song Chi feel overwhelmed by the generosity. It wasn't that he doubted his grandfather's intentions, but he believed his own abilities didn't warrant such a significant investment. After all, these were purple-grade wonders, highly coveted even by third-tier ancestral fire captains, and not something easily given away, let alone two in succession. Songqi felt a bit anxious. His awakened potential was merely a colorless ancestral fire seed, a level that, regardless of investment, would struggle to reach the third tier. Yet, before he could voice his doubts, Song Mingsong preemptively explained, "Don't overthink it. I mentioned before that I wanted to give you a grand gift, and this is it. Just accept it." Only then did Songqi realize. Recalling when his dad contacted his grandfather about the titanium crystal, Song Mingsong indeed mentioned a grand gift. At the time, he hadn't thought much of it, as his grandfather had given him many small gifts over the years. But he never imagined that this time, the grand gift would be two purple-grade components, representing two invaluable cosmic wonders. In an instant, countless thoughts flashed through Songqi's mind, ultimately transforming into a deep warmth. This gift, though devoid of verbal concern, was a testament to unspoken love through action. This is what true family means, the warmth that a blood-related family should embody. After a long moment, Songqi calmed his swirling emotions and once again engaged his ancestral fire sense. Soon, as the second purple glow was also drawn into the ancestral fire sense and fully enveloped by the seed, its detailed attributes appeared before him. When Songqi saw the attributes of the peculiar item, he was taken aback. Song Mingsong had actually given him an upgrade flame source for the Ember Seed, a cold spring flame. This was a rare purple quality item capable of transforming into a cold flame cannon or serving as an upgrade source for the Ember Seed. In the Starry Sea, fire seeds that can meet the upgrade needs of the Ember Seed are at least of purple quality and are even rarer than other items of the same tier. Thus, upgrade fire seeds are usually among the most valuable of purple items. Eagerly, Songqi controlled the flames of the Ember Seed to circle around this fire seed, and soon, a new attribute panel emerged. The Cold Spring Flame, as an upgrade source for the Ember Seed, could elevate a colorless Ember Seed by one tier. It is a cold element fire nurtured on the floating continent of extreme cold, offering special benefits to the Ember Seed and is highly attractive to low-tier Ember Fleet captains. After reviewing the new attributes, Songqi felt a bit disappointed. This Cold Spring Flame, like the Millennium Star Core Fire he had obtained from the Mechanic Tribe, could only upgrade the Ember Seed from colorless to white, the lowest level of upgrade sources. In Ember Human Civilization, fire seeds that can enhance the quality of the Ember Seed are at a minimum of purple quality, while white and blue special fire seeds cannot effectively benefit the Ember Seed. Even among purple fire seeds, there are differences in quality. The Millennium Star Core Fire and Cold Spring Flame are among the lowest grade of purple fire seeds. To upgrade a white Ember Seed to blue, a top-tier purple fire seed is required. To further enhance a blue Ember Seed to purple, an orange quality special fire seed is necessary. For this reason, the innate quality of the Ember Seed is crucial, and in Ember Human Civilization, over 90 of Ember Fleet captains have Ember Seeds of colorless quality. Despite some disappointment, Songqi felt a genuine warmth in his heart. He understood that Song Mingsong had offered this purple fire seed because he knew Songqi's awakened Ember Seed was only colorless. Who would have thought he had the advantage of the celestial market, allowing him to quickly enhance the quality of his Ember Seed? After a moment of thought, Songqi honestly replied, "Grandfather, this fire seed is of no use to me. Please take it back." A sudden silence filled the chamber. Bai Shuqin was the first to recover, gently asking, "Qi, do you mean that the Ember Seed in your Ember Ancestral Aperture is already of white quality?" "Yes, Grandma." Songqi nodded firmly. In fact, he could have accepted the Cold Spring Flame and later sold it on the black market or celestial market, perfectly concealing the fact that his Ember Seed had already been upgraded. But Songqi had his reasons not to do so. Firstly, purple fire seeds are rare, and even with his grandfather's power and status, there might not be many in his possession. Secondly, among the younger generation in the family, his second cousin from his uncle's side still has a colorless Ember Seed, and there are 4 others who have yet to awaken. It's possible that some of them will also have colorless Ember Seeds. Therefore, keeping the Cold Spring Flame for family use is more cost-effective. Most importantly, although revealing that his Ember Seed had already been upgraded might surprise a few people, he had already done many surprising things before. The Mermaid's Tear, the rapid advancement of the skyship within 2 months, and the acquisition of intermediate energy crystals were feats uncommon for newly awakened individuals. Even if his father, grandfather, and grandmother were surprised, they were his closest family. Even if they knew he had some secrets, they wouldn't pry too much. Based on these considerations, Songqi chose to be honest. After experiencing the assassination attempt by John Tross and his grandfather's subsequent actions of offering 2 purple items, Songqi fully understood one thing. Only family is truly reliable, and he can completely trust these elders. After a brief silence, Song Mingsong and the others came to their senses. Looking at Songqi bowing before them, they couldn't help but find this grandson exceptionally pleasing. Compared to the troublemakers in the families of the eldest, second, and fourth siblings, Song Chi was truly a relief. He had surprised them many times, making them see him in a new light. Song Ming Song patted his grandson Song Chi on the shoulder, a pleased smile spreading across his face. Ha ha ha, well done, you truly are my grandson, he chuckled. Then, he paused and his tone became serious. However, since I've already given you the cold flame of the chilling spring, there's no taking it back. It's up to you now. Feeling the warmth of his grandfather's hand, Song Chi was touched. Just then, his grandmother Bai Shuqin's voice rang out, unusually assertive. Chi, if you don't want to show your talents in public, no one in the family will force you. But remember, hiding your skills doesn't mean you have to endure mistreatment. If you encounter anything outside that you can't handle or if someone bullies you, don't keep it to yourself. Speak up, there are plenty of elders in the family to protect you. These words filled Song Chi with a newfound confidence. He nodded solemnly, and the four of them then left the secret chamber one after another. 2 days passed quickly, and his grandmother's 200th birthday celebration officially began. The Nushi courtyard was bustling with guests, with hundreds of tables set for the banquet. It was a lively affair. Guests from all walks of life presented precious birthday gifts. Qian Fei, the head of the Qian family from Baihe City, offered 10 strands of third-tier floating land essence, 200 strands of second-tier floating land essence, and 2 white ship components. Jian Lai, director of Tianyu Mining Company from Jiangyuan City, presented 200 strands of second-tier floating land essence and 1 blue ship component. Lin Yeqing, the principal of the First Flame Academy in Jiangyuan City, gifted 100 strands of third-tier floating land essence and 2 blue ship components. As one distinguished guest after another presented birthday gifts, the atmosphere of the banquet was completely energized. On the outskirts of the courtyard, guests of lower status looked on with astonishment and envy, whispering among themselves about the value of these second-tier and third-tier floating land essences and blue-quality ship components. However, the real climax was yet to come. In the sky above, a terrifying battleship over 3,000 meters long broke through the clouds and hovered directly over Baida City. This was the vehicle of Baida Floating Land's Guardian, the 4th-tier Zhilu ship, Deep Sea Sky. Even the director of the Baida Flame Bureau, sitting at the head table, dared not utter a word. Everyone looked up, eyes filled with awe. The Zhilu ship, capable of harnessing the consciousness of the entire Baida Floating Land, was powerful enough to suppress an entire star sea floating land. At that moment, everyone gained a new understanding of the Song family's influence. In addition to the Baida Guardian, several third-tier flame ship captains also attended the event, highlighting the immense respect for Song Ming Song. Meanwhile, at the flying ship docking plaza on the outskirts of Baida City, 8 unified model Pentium 3 kinetic flying cars landed slowly, drawing curious glances. As people began to disembark, sharp-eyed onlookers recognized them. They're from the Song family. No wonder they could invite the Guardian to the birthday celebration, someone remarked. The last time the Guardian attended an event was for Principal Lin's wedding in Jiangyuan City. At the front of the convoy, Bai Shuqin and Bai Rong stood side by side, with Song Ming Song accompanying them. Bai Shuqin turned to her sister, speaking earnestly, "Fourth sister, it's time to prepare for the breakthrough to the 3rd tier. I have a drop of star marrow liquid, which can save you from a long recovery time even if you fail. You're 200 years old now, and with 2 life-extending treasures, you might get a second chance at the breakthrough." She then looked at her husband, Ming Song. "You should also be attentive." In the crowd, Song Chi discreetly observed this newly discovered elder. Bai Xiorong was his grandmother Bai Shuqin's elder sister, and Bai He, the prodigy he had seen in the projection room, was her granddaughter. Remembering how he had once secretly observed this elder's demeanor, Song Chi couldn't help but feel a twinge of guilt. Seeing Song Ming Song nod, Bai Xiorong's eyes glimmered as she spoke again. "Let's settle it then. In 2 years, we'll act together. We'll discuss the exact meeting place when the time comes." She gently signaled to the young girl beside her. The girl, named Bai He, stepped forward and said in a clear voice, "Aunt Grandmother, Uncle Grandfather, I'll visit you again next time. Please take care." Before her words faded, a dark energy suddenly enveloped Bai Xiorong, spreading like a tide and wrapping around the two of them. Under the astonished gazes of the onlookers, they slowly rose into the air and disappeared beyond the gates of the flying ship plaza. Among the younger generation of the Song family, Song Chi, Song Wan, and others couldn't help but show a hint of envy in their eyes. Mastering the 3rd level of the dark energy guidance technique not only allowed one to fly but also to create a protective field, significantly enhancing both combat and defensive abilities. More importantly, it also extended lifespan. This 200-year-old Aunt Xiorong could likely live up to 600 years, outliving most present. At that moment, a voice of complaint arose beside Song Chi. Song Ting muttered softly, "Humph." She could have stored it in the ancestral fire core, but she had to park her fire warship here at the plaza just to show off. Before she could finish, Song Chi quickly covered her mouth, warning her in a low voice, "Watch your tongue." or Grandpa might send you back to school tonight. Even if Song Ting had a point, who would be so blunt to say it? After all, Bai Xiurong had just recently broken through to the 3rd level, and it was understandable for her to show off a little. Once Bai Xiurong's cruiser-class fire warship soared into the sky, piercing through the clouds above White Tower floating land, everyone returned to their vehicles, ready to set off. In the back of the convoy, the 4 members of Song Qi's family shared a flyer. Once they were sure no outsiders were around, Song Qi, in the front passenger seat, asked his father, "Dad, what should I do with this cold spring flame? Should I keep it, or give it to my second brother?" As soon as he finished speaking, Song Ting stuck her head forward from the back seat, putting on an innocent look. "Brother, why not keep it for me?" Song Qi unceremoniously pushed her head back. "You're too young. Wait until you awaken in 12 years. Ignoring his sister's pout, Song Qi turned back to his father, who was driving. Song Chao seemed to have already considered it and directly suggested, "Give it to Xiaolin. Grandpa treats everyone equally," and prepared an advancement fire for each family. Xiao Qi and Xiao Lin both awakened with colorless fire seeds, and your uncle's share has already been used by Xiao Qi. Given your uncle and aunt's capabilities, it would be difficult for them to acquire another. Since you can't use it, give it to Xiao Lin. But don't just give it away for free. When you hand it over in front of your uncle, he'll surely offer you a good exchange. Back at the Anger Lion courtyard, Song Qi seized the moment to call out to his second brother, Song Lin, who was about to leave. "Second brother, wait." Song Lin appeared surprised, and before he could speak, he was captivated by the purple glow emanating from Song Qi's forehead, his eyes filled with longing and envy. Not only him, but their uncle and aunt, who were heading to their room, also stopped to look. Song Qi succinctly explained, "Dad already got me an advancement fire, so I don't need the one Grandpa gave me. Isn't second brother in need of one? Here, take it." With that, he tossed the invaluable glow towards Song Lin. Stunned, Song Lin stood there, staring at his younger brother, feeling a warmth spread through his heart as he truly grasped the meaning of family in the Song household. Seeing this, Song Qi cleared his throat and said nonchalantly, "All right, no need for sentimentality between brothers. Take it." At that moment, Song Shan's deep voice came from behind. "Xiao Qi is right. We're family. Just take it. If Xiao Qi ever needs help, would you just stand by? Go on and absorb it." Song Lin took a deep breath, his gaze lingering on Song Qi's face for a long time before he softly said, "Xiao Qi, thank you." Song Lin was preparing to head to the airship dock to absorb the cold spring flame when Song Qi was stopped by his uncle and aunt. "Xiao Qi," his uncle handed him a storage bag. "Here are 500 strands of Tier 2 floating land essence and 1,000 strands of Tier 1 floating land essence, along with 2 high-grade body refining potions. Take them." Just as Song Chao was about to say something, Zhao Hongxue interjected, "Xiao Qi, just take it. Don't overthink it. Your uncle, even though he's at a critical stage of advancement, can still spare these resources." Song Qi hesitated for a moment, but eventually accepted the storage bag. The resources were timely, as he had several components that needed enhancement. In the evening, the living room of the Furious Lion estate was filled with the Song family members of Tier 1 and above. Present were Song Ming Song, Bai Shuqin, 4 couples, and the 4 young ones, Song Qi, Song Lin, and Song Wan. Initially, Song Qi intended to take the opportunity to enhance the celestial, but the elders were adamant, so he had no choice but to follow. Bai Shuqin fiddled in the corner of the sofa, and a blue light curtain rose from the floor, quickly covering the entire living room. Song Qi immediately sensed the gravity of the situation, hadn't seen this setup since the time he imprinted the mythical mech projection map. Once the light curtain was fully deployed, the old man, Song Ming Song, turned to his eldest son, Song Shan, with a serious tone. "Eldest, with the addition of that intermediate energy crystal, how confident are you in this advancement? Give me a solid answer." Song Qi raised an eyebrow. He had assumed the crystal was for his grandmother, given that she was 200 years old, much older than his 130-year-old uncle. However, seeing everyone unfazed, he didn't question further. Song Shan pondered, with this intermediate energy crystal and the resources the family has secretly acquired, the success rate should exceed 40. Not enough? Song Ming Song shook his head. "Here's the plan. Once the advancement mission begins, I'll personally accompany you on several alien domain explorations. With the Furious Lion's assistance, we should be able to boost it by another 10%. Over 50%, it's worth a try." Although this success rate seemed low to Song Ming Song, considering Song Shan's relatively young age, even if he failed, there was time to cultivate again. He nodded in agreement. "Let's do it." The old man continued. "Third, since Xiao Qi has already awakened, keep an eye on the Bloodblade Star Pirate Group. But considering Li Xia's advancement, second, you cover for 2 more months, then the third can take over. Remember, no mistakes are allowed. Whether we can rectify our branch's past mistakes depends on this." The 4 young ones exchanged puzzled glances, completely baffled by the elders' discussion. Bloodblade Star Pirate Group? Mistakes? Rectification? A flood of questions arose in their minds. At this point, Song Chao spoke up, Dad, since the eldest is about to advance, shouldn't we involve these youngsters as well? If it comes to action, just a few of our escort ships won't suffice. In a while, Xiaoyu should also advance to Tier 1. In the next few months, we should take turns taking them over to familiarize themselves. Song Ming Song thought for a moment and nodded in agreement, all right. Second Uncle Song Hai immediately chimed in. Then for the next 2 months, I'll take 2 of them over first. He looked at the 4 young ones. You decide among yourselves. After a brief discussion, Song Chi and Song Wen decided to accompany Song Hai to the star region where the Bloodblade Star Pirate Group was located, while Song Chi and Song Lin would wait 2 months to be led by Song Chao. Before the meeting concluded, Song Chi quickly asked his father for details while the shielding light curtain was still up. After a brief explanation, he finally understood the whole story. It turned out that their branch on the White Tower floating land was just a subset of the larger Dinghai Song clan. Decades ago, shortly after his grandfather's advancement to Tier 3, a mistake during a family mission resulted in failure, leading to their family's relocation to the White Tower floating land. After hearing his father's vague hints, Song Chi was utterly shocked. It turned out that the ultimate goal of that mission years ago was a red epic grade ship component. Due to his grandfather's mistake, their family indirectly lost this precious component. Red Epicrodethus was a level above the orange glory. Song Chi was astonished. He had only read about it in textbooks and online, never realizing his family had once had the capability to pursue such high-level components. As for why they had been monitoring the Bloodblade Star Pirate Group for so long, his father didn't elaborate. He only hinted that the pirate group possessed something extremely valuable. If they could obtain it, their branch of the family could amend past mistakes and reclaim their place in the family. Back in his bedroom, Song Chi immediately used the Seed of Ember to connect to the White Tower's intranet. He entered the keywords Bloodblade Star Pirate Group into the search engine, and a series of information posts quickly appeared. Song Chi selected a few high-traffic, frequently commented paid posts to read. These posts, known for their credibility, required a fee, but it wasn't expensive, just 5 strands of zero-level floating land essence per post. Song Chi read through them all and soon grasped the basic information about the Bloodblade Star Pirate Group. The Bloodblade Star Pirate Group is active in the chaotic star region near the Morningstar Principality, a medium-sized star pirate group that has existed for nearly 200 years. It consists of about 100 members, including 5 second-tier Ember Captains and over 20 first-tier Ember Captains, with the rest being zero-tier. What shocked Song Chi the most was that the group's leader, Bloodblade, was said to have been a third-tier Ember Captain 150 years ago, possessing formidable strength. Song Chi was taken aback, calculating in his mind. 150 years ago, he was already third-tier, meaning Bloodblade's age might be comparable to Zhu Yaokue, a 500-year-old third-tier powerhouse, while his grandfather Song Ming Song is only 230 years old. What does this huge age gap imply? Could this be why the family has been hesitant to take action? Now that uncle is about to advance, with 2 third-tiers, they finally have the confidence to suppress Bloodblade? Thinking that he might have to engage in third-tier battles within a year, Song Chi felt a strong sense of urgency. He resolved to quickly enhance the dark matter energy shield generator to the second-tier limit. But where could he find mercury crystal? Although not extremely rare, it's not commonly seen, making it difficult to obtain in a short time. With a sense of apprehension, Song Chi followed his grandmother's maid, Blue Butterfly, to the basement level 2 of the Furious Lion courtyard. As the elevator doors opened, a sealed space made of special alloy appeared before him. Blue Butterfly was a maid his grandmother by Shu Qin brought from her family, loyal to the Song family. This elderly woman, with hair as white as snow, was nearing the end of her life, having remained at first tier all her life. Fourth young master, I won't be going in. You may choose on your own, but Miss said you can only take the mercury crystal you mentioned earlier, Blue Butterfly said respectfully. Thank you, Grandma Blue Butterfly, I understand. Song Chi nodded in response. He took out the access card his grandmother gave him, swiped it gently, and the heavy alloy door slowly opened. Stepping into the family's secret vault, Song Chi felt a mix of excitement and nervousness. This was the secret vault of his branch of the Song family, rumored to contain many treasures. As Song Chi entered the vault for the first time, his eyes constantly scanned his surroundings. However, as time passed, his initial excitement turned into disappointment. The vault wasn't very large, only a few dozen square meters, with only a few shelves. But after carefully inspecting all the shelves, this perception was completely overturned. Although few in number, each item was a rare treasure. Besides ordinary white artifacts, there were over 20 blue artifacts and even 4 purple artifacts. These rare items dazzled Song Chi, making his heart race. Among the 4 purple-grade artifacts, one stood out. It was a peculiar item called Essence of Radiance, formed from a rare cosmic phenomenon known as Starships radiance. It could be transformed into a special component called the Radiant Propulsion Unit, which could significantly enhance the speed of Ember starships. Song-Chi gazed at this artifact, his eyes gleaming with desire. The violet attribute of the Level 0 Lightstream booster caught Song-Chi's attention. This piece of equipment not only provides an additional 50 thrust, but also enhances thrust and starship speed by 80 at the cost of 8 points of psionic energy per second. The upgrade materials are quite manageable: 8 strands of Tier 0 floating land essence, 800 psionic energy points, and 1 lightstream stone. Song-Chi's gaze wandered through the secret vault as he calculated in his mind. The Sangqiong already had a violet engine, so energy supply was not a concern. However, maximizing this energy into the starship's agility and speed made this booster crucial. Yet, having acquired 2 violet artifacts in a short time, Song-Chi clearly couldn't claim this booster for himself. After all, every item here was the property of the entire family. Continuing his exploration of the vault, Song-Chi discovered more rare treasures. A centuries-old starseed aster tree heart lay quietly, emitting a faint glow. Although relatively common among starseed plants, finding and successfully harvesting the tree heart in the vast universe remained a formidable task. This heart alone could extend a person's life by 50 years, causing a fierce scramble in the outside world. Not far away, a fist-sized piece of millennial volcanic lava iron essence caught Song-Chi's eye. This is one of the special resources possibly needed when a Tier 1 Ember starship upgrades to Tier 2, and it is incredibly valuable. Despite being drawn to these rare items, Song-Chi did not forget his mission. He hadn't found the mercury crystal he needed, at least not on these shelves. These resources, weighing tens or even hundreds of tons, clearly wouldn't be displayed here. Following his intuition, Song-Chi reached the deepest part of the vault and indeed found a door labeled Mining Chamber. As he pushed the door open, a vast array of bulk mineral resources lay neatly arranged, including moderately rare resources like gas and uranium mines, and of course, his target mercury crystal. Song-Chi quickly estimated that the spacious mining chamber held about 1,200 tons of mercury crystal, just enough for the enhancement of the dark matter energy shield generator component. Without hesitation, he summoned the Sangqiong on the platform in the center of the mining chamber and began the enhancement process. Unexpectedly, Song-Chi didn't immediately enhance the dark matter energy shield generator, but chose to first upgrade the newly acquired violet shadow antimatter superstate engine. Only by enhancing this engine to a certain degree could it ensure the subsequent shield enhancement. The system prompted, "Do you confirm spending 8 strands of Tier 0 floating land essence, 500 energy points, and 5 Tier 0 life cores to upgrade the shadow antimatter superstate engine from level 0 to level 1? Song-Chi confirmed without hesitation. He then energetically upgraded the shadow antimatter superstate engine to level 20, consuming a total of 259 strands of Tier 0 floating land essence, 478 strands of Tier 1 floating land essence, and several Tier 0 and Tier 1 life cores. The attributes of the upgraded shadow antimatter superstate engine were astonishing. Level 20 quality, violet attribute, energy efficiency increased by 65. Consumption, 30s. Energy supply, 660s. Overload buffer, 20 minutes. Energy pool, 30,000 points. Can store 30,000 energy points. Convertible, shadow class reactor. Upgrade requirements, 20 strands of Tier 2 floating land essence, 10,000 psionic energy points, 20 Tier 2 life cores, 1 titanium crystal. Looking at the remaining 721 strands of Tier 1 floating land essence, Song-Chi felt a sting of pain. Although the attributes of the shadow antimatter superstate engine were formidable, the resources consumed were indeed staggering. In the blink of an eye, 5,000 to 6,000 strands of Tier 0 floating land essence had vanished. Fortunately, his uncle's previous financial support provided some relief. Otherwise, with his limited resources, not only would the subsequent enhancement of the dark matter energy shield generator component be impossible, but just upgrading the shadow antimatter superstate engine would have left him strapped for resources. Moreover, further enhancement would require titanium crystal, a strategic resource. Despite this, Song-Chi had to admit that the level 20 shadow antimatter superstate engine's attributes were indeed worthy of such a massive investment. The fact that the ethereal energy pool reached a staggering 30,000 points instantly put Song-Chi at ease. The dark matter energy shield generator only required 15,000 ethereal energy points to upgrade from level 19 to level 20, and this reserve of 30,000 points was more than enough to push it to the second tier limit. His eyes landed on the engine data 660 points of ethereal energy supplied per second, nearly triple that of engines in the same class of assault vehicles. It's truly worthy of being a purple quality component, he murmured to himself. After upgrading the shadow antimatter superstate engine, Song-Chi turned his attention to the dark matter energy shield generator, the highest quality component aboard the skyship. He first invested 150 strands of first-tier floating land essence, 15,000 ethereal energy points, and 80 tons of mercury crystal to upgrade it to second-tier level 20. Then, he poured in 540 strands of second-tier floating land essence, 1,260 tons of mercury crystal, and 90 titanium crystals, finally enhancing this orange glory quality shield to level 29. Song-Chi looked around and found that the secret vault's resources were nearly depleted. There was hardly any second-tier floating land essence and mercury crystal left, and only 10 titanium crystals remained from what his father had given him. He took a deep breath, realizing that the dark matter energy shield generator had reached its current possible limit. As a battleship fused with the white spark seed, the skyship's white spark hull restricted the maximum enhancement level of components to second-tier levels 20 to 29. To surpass this limit, he would need to find a higher-tier advancement seed. Song-Chi stared at the screen displaying the shield's attributes. Level 29 quality, orange characteristics, shield value increased by 100, shield defense value doubled, consuming 200 ethereal energy points per second, 15,360 shield value, 307-200-307, 200 charge, 20 seconds. Overload buffer of 30 minutes. The next upgrade required 150 strands of second-tier floating land essence, 35,000 ethereal energy points, 200 tons of mercury crystal, and 30 titanium crystals, but it had reached the ship's enhancement limit and could not be improved further. Looking at these figures, a sense of satisfaction washed over Song-Chi. Although he only managed to enhance it by 10 levels, it consumed tens of thousands of strands of zero-tier floating land essence. Yet, with nearly 310,000 shield value plus 15,000 defense, it could withstand 2 to 3 shots from the main cannon of a third-tier cruiser. This was enough to buy him time to enter the celestial market. However, as he took stock of his remaining assets, his satisfaction quickly gave way to concern. Enhancing just 2 components left him with only 571 strands of first-tier floating land essence, barely any zero-tier floating land essence, and not a single strand of second-tier essence. His plans to enhance the brainwave remote control system and the anomaly purification system had to be shelved. Due to his grandmother's grand birthday celebration, the 4th market trade had been postponed until now. Song-Chi decided not to delay any longer and planned to initiate the trade immediately upon returning to Jiangyuan City the next day. He eagerly anticipated this post-advancement market trade, as it would involve not only zero-tier aliens but also first-tier aliens. Facing buyers with greater purchasing power and wealthier assets, he needed to prepare enough merchandise to secure more profit. With his decision made, Song-Chi retracted the skyship. Glancing at the nearly emptied mercury crystal storage area, he couldn't help but shiver at the thought of what his grandfather might say when he found out. The next day, Song-Chi took a taxi flyer to a designated spot on the outskirts of Bida City. As soon as he got off, Song-Ting, who had been waiting for a while, hurried over to greet him. Song-Chi, what have you been mailing? It took so long. You weren't going to, Song-Ting started to say, but her words were cut short by a stern look from Song-Chi. The two of them then boarded the nearby Pentium 3 kinetic flyer, their father's vehicle. Bida floating land wasn't large, and with the flyer traveling at a decent speed, it took just over an hour for the 4 of them to return to Jiangyuan City. Originally, Song-Chi suggested using the Xinhua flying ship to travel quickly. With its speed, it would only take a few minutes. Bringing Song-Ting along would merely consume about 1 strand of first-tier floating land essence. He just wanted to get home quickly and start the market trading. However, Song-Ting firmly rejected this idea. The young girl insisted, although the White Tower floating land isn't very large, with a total area of just about 1,000,000 square kilometers, the scenery is breathtaking. How could we waste such beautiful landscapes just to save time? Neither Song Chao nor Chen Lixia objected to this reasoning. Song-Chi understood that it was just an excuse from Song-Ting. She simply didn't want to return to Jiangyuan City so soon because she would have to go back to school immediately. But he didn't bother to point it out, knowing that his parents probably realized it too. On the way to dropping Song-Ting off at Tunglong High School, Song-Chi got out of the car. He needed to go to the Xinhua Mall to stock up. This time, he decided not to use his real identity because the quantity of items he needed to purchase was significant. Song-Chi calculated in his mind, considering the floating land essence he had left, if he sold the replaced striker engine and some scattered resources from the Zhangqiang, he could gather funds around 10,000 strands of zero-tier floating land essence. This wasn't a small amount, and buying under his real identity would certainly attract attention. Moreover, Song-Chi didn't plan to exchange the 571 strands of first-tier floating land essence in a regular store. The official exchange rate was 1 first-tier for 10 zero-tier, but on the black market, it was 1 for 12, or even 1 for 13. This way, he could get over 1,000 more strands of zero-tier floating land essence. He wasn't foolish and naturally chose the black market. Half an hour later, Song-Chi successfully left the black market, having converted his first-tier floating land essence into 7,423 strands of zero-tier floating land essence. However, there was a minor incident in between. Even though he had concealed his identity and completed the exchange as quickly as possible, he was still targeted. It might have been someone who specialized in robberies, or possibly someone sent by the exchange shop. Regardless, it took him quite some effort to escape. This encounter made Song-Chi realize that as the market advanced to a higher tier, the amount of floating land essence he dealt with each time increased significantly. Even disguising his identity while entering and exiting the black market was futile. The larger the amount involved, the more likely he was to be targeted, increasing the risk of exposure. With this in mind, he decided that in the future, the mineral resources he brought back from other star domains shouldn't be sold on the black market anymore. It would be safer to trade them directly in the market. Previously, he only took the risk of selling his harvest on the black market due to a lack of startup capital. Now, with the accumulation from several transactions, he usually had enough market transaction startup funds on hand, so skipping this step wouldn't have much impact. Additionally, Song-Chi considered that it would be better not to personally go for future purchases, but to use a remote brainwave control system to operate a Huakuei soldier to do the buying. However, even the Huakuei soldier wasn't entirely secure since having a Huakuei soldier tree on the Tsangqiang was no secret, and he had used it publicly several times. It would be best to procure a combat robot with an untraceable origin from the black market to replace it. As he pondered, Song-Chi quickly reverted to his original identity and sold the Striker engine, which had been downgraded to level 0, to a regular shop. The engine had been purchased through official channels, making its origin easy to trace, and disguising his identity to sell it would have seemed overly suspicious. However, while he had originally spent 2,300 strands of 0-tier floating land essence on it, the shop's purchase price was only 2,000 strands. In less than 20 days, it had depreciated by 300 strands. The same went for the fire-patterned turtle shell ship armor, which also only fetched 2,000 strands of 0-tier floating land essence. Despite being accustomed to these merchants' greed, Song-Chi still found it hard to swallow. Suddenly, a thought occurred to him. If business could be this cutthroat on the same starry sea floating land, considering that the market connects different civilizations across the fragmented starry sea, wasn't his previous 3-fold or 5-fold markup a bit too modest? Should he raise the price to 8-fold or 10-fold, or even 100-fold? After some contemplation, Song-Chi's resolve grew stronger. He decided that once the market trading commenced, he would try selling at 10 times the price, though 100-fold was too much for now. If the market responded well, he would consider 100-fold in the future. After all, between different civilizations, star domains, and even galaxies, the price differences could be vast, and 10-fold wasn't unreasonable. Seeing that he had over 10,000 strands of 0-tier floating land essence, Song-Chi once again concealed his identity and began purchasing various items he had long planned to acquire. His mind was already busy planning the details of the next market transaction, eagerly anticipating the substantial profits to come. After Song-Chi had squandered over 10,000 strands of 0-level floating land essence, the Tsangqiang was stocked with a vast array of goods ready for sale. As he gazed at the pile of resources, a wave of anticipation surged through him. If he could sell them at 10 times the price, this batch alone could earn him nearly 100,000 strands of 0-level floating land essence. Upon returning home, Song-Chi greeted his parents briefly before quickly retreating to his bedroom. He channeled the dark energy within him, directing it into the Starsea market token hanging around his neck. In an instant, he vanished from his bedroom. This token couldn't be converted into a part for the Emberfire spaceship, so he always kept it close. Once in the market, Song-Chi immediately scanned his surroundings to ensure there were no signs of void demon attacks, finally feeling a bit relieved. Although he had used an anomaly purifier to remove the demon mark, he remained somewhat uneasy. Fortunately, nothing unusual had occurred for over a month, leading him to gradually believe the mark had been completely eradicated, and the market's danger avoidance feature was functioning again. Standing at the random teleportation platform of the long-range space gate, Song-Chi observed as 36 points of light lit up one by one on the platform. He then turned his gaze to the 36 swirling portals appearing at the market's entrance. As he waited, his eyes shimmered with nervousness. This was the first transaction since the market advanced to the first level, and he was eager for more first-level aliens to enter, hoping to gain greater profits. Although the market provided considerable monthly returns, Song-Chi was keenly aware of the massive funding gap he faced. Several systems on the Tsangqiang needed urgent upgrades or replacements, and the Starsea market required new configurations. More importantly, to explore the Brolo civilization's ruins, he needed to acquire a more powerful main cannon. Lastly, with the Tsangqiang soon advancing to the second level, gathering the necessary special resources was an urgent task. Thinking of this, Song-Chi couldn't help but feel overwhelmed by the sheer shortfall of floating land essence. But he quickly regained his composure, fully aware that with the Starsea market at his disposal, the speed at which he could amass resources was remarkable. If this test of selling at 10 times the price succeeded, this single transaction could yield 90,000 strands of 0-level floating land essence. Calculated monthly, his annual income could exceed 1,000,000 strands, which was truly exciting. Just as Song-Chi's thoughts were soaring, he sensed a subtle spatial fluctuation at the entrance. He turned with delight to see a first-level alien stepping through the space gate, marking an auspicious start. This alien had a humanoid upper body but 4-legged lower limbs, wielding an iron spear with eyes full of wariness. Quickly searching his memory, Song-Chi blurted out, "Centaur?" This creature closely resembles the centaurs of legend, though it's unclear if that's truly what it is. Centaurs, a type of humanoid creature, are renowned for their incredible endurance, speed, and archery skills, making them one of the more common races among the stars. When this centaur, clutching an iron spear, stepped into the marketplace, it finally relaxed its tense muscles upon seeing the mysterious, glowing barrier at the entrance. This barrier, formed by the market's rules, instantly convinces any non-native beings of the regulations listed upon it. Song-Chi weaved through the various stalls, his keen eyes observing everything around him. This scene seemed to spark some thoughts in the first-rank centaur. It tapped its hooves lightly on the ground and quickly trotted towards a nearby shop, the sound of its hooves echoing on the market's stone path. The centaur showed no interest in the military and civilian exoskeleton armor on display. This wasn't a matter of personal preference, but rather because the armor was designed for humans or humanoid creatures, making it unsuitable for the centaur's unique physique. Special armor tailored for enslaved creatures could not be found in ordinary markets. Song-Chi initially thought this alien visitor would be drawn to genetic potions as usual, but he was surprised. When the centaur paused in front of a weapon shop, Song-Chi realized something. Although centaurs are famous for their archery, their robust bodies are better suited for close combat. This was evident from the iron spear in the centaur's hand, stained with dark red blood. In close combat, besides physique and strength, the sharpness of the weapon and the durability of the armor are equally crucial. Compared to the tungsten spears displayed in the shop, the centaur's iron spear, although roughly made, was superior in material, sharpness, and durability. Song-Chi speculated that this first-rank centaur might represent a tribe with many zero-rank members, explaining his interest in zero-rank weaponry. Of course, this was only because he hadn't yet discovered the shop selling higher-grade titanium alloy weapons. As expected, when the centaur reached the advanced titanium alloy weapon shop, excitement was written all over its face. The small to medium-sized tribe it belonged to had a population of less than 10,000 and lacked skilled blacksmiths, leading to high casualty rates and population growth issues during tribal conflicts. The centaur spent 50 strands of first-rank floating land essence to acquire a silver-white advanced titanium alloy saber. It swung the weapon with evident satisfaction, as the saber's quality far exceeded that of the so-called elite blacksmiths in other tribes, while the price remained relatively reasonable. Looking at the hundreds of titanium alloy weapons displayed in the shop, the centaur restrained its excitement and hurriedly left, heading towards the market entrance. It urgently needed to gather more resources from its tribe. Witnessing this, Song-Chi was in high spirits. As long as the centaur's backing had sufficient financial resources, he could earn nearly 1,000 strands of first-rank floating land essence solely from this batch of advanced titanium alloy weapons. This prospect eased his previously heavy heart burdened by a significant funding gap. Not long after, the first-rank centaur returned to the market, leading hundreds of its tribe members. Most were zero-rank members, with over a dozen first-rank centaurs. They followed the lead centaur straight to the weapon shop. Along the way, some young centaurs curiously glanced around, their eyes filled with a yearning for the unknown world. Seeing this, Song-Chi became even more convinced that this group of centaurs intended to clear out the stock from both weapon shops. His mood brightened further with the anticipation of the impending lucrative transaction. Several minutes later, a group of centaurs emerged from two shops, each carrying at least 10 pieces of weaponry. The heavy metal gleamed coldly under the sunlight. Even so, this round of purchases only took away a little over 1,000 items, while nearly 20,000 tungsten shields and spears still awaited transport in the shops. The centaur's generous spending left Song-Chi overjoyed. He now had 2,000 strands of first-level floating land essence and 10,000 strands of zero-level floating land essence in hand, a staggering speed of earning. The first-level centaurs did not leave immediately. Instead, they lingered in other shops, soon showing interest in genetic and body-strengthening potions. However, whether due to their naturally robust physiques limiting the potion's effectiveness or a tight budget after purchasing weaponry, they only bought 100 vials of genetic optimization potion and basic body-strengthening potion each, leaving the intermediate ones untouched. Song-Chi wasn't concerned, as more non-human species were gradually entering through other spatial gates. Besides these 100 centaurs, there were already several hundred other species in the market, and some would surely be interested in these potions. What truly troubled Song-Chi were the hundreds of exoskeleton armors. So far, none of the species entering the market were humanoid, let alone starsea humans, resulting in no interest in these armors. In the free market area, a considerable number of non-human species had gathered. Song-Chi wandered around as usual until he suddenly paused, focusing part of his attention on a shop further inside the street. It turned out that after moving all the tungsten weapons, some first-level centaurs entered a shop dedicated to purchasing items. This was not unusual, as many other species had visited this shop before. However, upon learning that the shop was buying titanium crystals, they invariably shook their heads and left quickly. Yet, these first-level centaurs lingered for over 2 minutes. Song Chi's curiosity was piqued, and he used the market's secret realm powers to closely observe the centaurs' expressions. His heart raced judging by their eyes. They seemed to actually possess or know of the existence of titanium crystals. This discovery thrilled Song Chi since the last trade fair. This shop had been specifically set up to purchase strategic resources like titanium crystals. Although he had added another item to the purchase list, Starsia wonders of purple quality or above either option was significant. Even if these wonders couldn't necessarily serve as a higher-grade fire source for the fire seed, Song Chi was willing to try. As Song Chi was lost in thought, the centaurs inside the shop finished their silent exchange. After a moment's hesitation, the one who had first entered the market spoke up. "May I ask, what is the value of this titanium crystal?" Song Chi's heart skipped a beat as he thought, could this really be happening? He quickly directed a thought to the display screen in the purchase shop, responding, "Each crystal can be exchanged for 30 genetic optimization potions, or basic body strengthening potions, or 3 intermediate body strengthening potions. These body strengthening potions are quite effective for most first-level Starsea life forms." Seeing the reply on the screen in the universal Starsea language, the centaurs exchanged glances again and then left together. Compared to last time, Song Chi was even more anxious. Titanium crystals were far more valuable than zero-level and first-level floating land essence. The next few minutes felt like an eternity to him. When the group of first-level centaurs reappeared in the market, Song Chi immediately focused his attention on them, silently urging, "Please let it be true." He knew that titanium crystals were exceedingly rare, and there were countless similar mineral resources in the fragmented Starsea. His greatest fear was a mistake. Under Song Chi's tense gaze, the centaurs entered the purchasing shop, rummaged through their belongings, and soon produced several dozen silvery, translucent crystals. Song Chi's attention was entirely on these crystals, eager to confirm whether they were truly titanium crystals. Seconds later, Song Chi stood in the vendor area, his face showing extreme disappointment. After careful examination, he realized that although these crystals closely resembled titanium crystals in size, shape, and color, they were not genuine titanium crystals, but rather a unique mineral that closely mimicked them. Even after scouring the comprehensive resource database released by the Xinhua civilization, he found no record of this mineral, indicating it was a newly discovered type. The greater the hope, the greater the disappointment. Song Chi could only bitterly console himself, acknowledging that titanium crystals were exceedingly rare and that stumbling upon them so easily would be unusual. He took a deep breath to calm himself, refocusing his attention on the holographic display at the center of the shop. Minerals extremely similar to titanium crystals, but not titanium crystals. This message appeared on the display, plunging several first-tier centaurs into deep disappointment as well. Their medium-sized tribes had limited funds, and after purchasing a batch of tungsten and high-grade titanium alloy weapons, they had nearly depleted their available resources. They had hoped to exchange the suspected titanium crystal minerals for a large quantity of genetic serums, but this dream was now completely shattered. The centaurs looked grim, their eyes coveting the genetic serums meant for the young ones in their tribes. If they could acquire these serums, along with the top-notch weapons they had already bought, their tribe's power would significantly increase within 20 years. If they could then annex a few neighboring tribes, they might leap into the ranks of large tribes. However, this plan faced a setback at the very first step. Seeing this, Song Chi shifted his attention away from the group of centaurs. Over the next 20 hours, the number of alien beings in the heavenly market exceeded 2,000, making the free vendor area even more bustling. This indicated that the tax revenue from this market transaction would be substantial. Nearly all the goods in the shop sold out in less than 10 hours, including over 100 sets of exoskeleton armor, which were purchased entirely by a humanoid species that arrived later. As the market transaction neared its end, Song Chi managed to barter over 10,000 strands of zero-level floating land essence for more than 1,000 strands of first-level floating land essence at a 1:11 ratio. Just as the transaction was about to conclude, an action by those first-tier centaurs caught Song Chi's attention once again. In the purchasing shop, after some deliberation, the first centaur to enter addressed the display in front of him, saying, "Although these aren't titanium crystals, we had no intention of deceiving anyone with counterfeit goods. Moreover, I know the whereabouts of an orange-quality wondrous fire seed." The latter part of this statement immediately piqued Song Chi's interest. A purple-grade Starsea wondrous fire seed was already rare enough, let alone an orange-grade glory-quality wondrous fire seed. Regardless of whether this orange glory fire seed could serve as an upgrade source for the Xinhua seed, its intrinsic value far exceeded that of low-level floating land essence. Song Chi pondered for a moment, weighing various possibilities in his mind. He stared at the screen, slowly tapping the keyboard to respond to the centaurs of the first rank. An orange-grade fire-type Starsea artifact, how do you prove its existence? And since you've only seen it, not owned it, how can you ensure it can ultimately be obtained? The text on the screen flickered, and the expressions of the centaurs turned uncertain. They realized the mysterious entity behind the market indeed held the key to their re-entry. Yet, they were at an impasse. How could they convince this unknown powerful being to trust them? Time was running out, with only 10 minutes left until the market's trading ended. The centaurs stopped exchanging glances and began discussing openly. Gale, are you talking about the Red Plains tribe's Red Plains Skyfire? One centaur asked. But though the Red Plains tribe has declined, there's still not someone our East Green tribe can easily provoke. That's right, another agreed. We've seen the Red Plains Skyfire, but how can we prove it? Besides, the Red Plains tribe is said to have a third-rank sky-level centaur in charge, which we can't handle. Gale shook his head and explained, I don't mean to start a war with the Red Plains tribe. We just need to stir things up. Haven't the Grey Wolves been clashing with the Red Plains tribe recently? We just need to fan the flames a bit. Once they go to full-scale war, we can act in the shadows. Song-Chi listened intently to their discussion, his mind racing. He understood that these centaurs couldn't provide any evidence of the orange-grade fire artifact. Otherwise, they wouldn't be talking so openly in front of him. Now, he had to decide whether to trust them. Despite the lack of guarantees of obtaining the so-called Red Plains Skyfire, the prospect of an orange-grade fire artifact was tempting. It was a tidal component, rumored to be upgradable to the 5th rank, known as the Star Domain Master in the Shattered Star Sea. The title alone hinted at its extraordinary value. After much hesitation, a sudden insight struck Song-Chi previously. He hadn't continued to enhance the market beyond level 10 because reaching level 11 required a transaction volume of 100,000 strands of zero-rank floating land essence. After this transaction, that condition would naturally be met. Once the market transaction ended, he could enhance the market again. If it upgraded to level 11, he speculated that the second floor of the inn might open another guest room, and he would receive a second market guest token. With this realization, Song-Chi made his decision. He typed a concise and decisive reply on the screen. Agreed. Inside the trading shop, the first-rank centaurs waiting anxiously were overjoyed upon seeing this word. After more than 20 hours of trading, they knew the value of this market. Through covert inquiries by tribe members, they learned that all beings entering the market came from different floating lands, star regions, and even river regions. This alone had allowed them to amass wealth in the past 24 hours that would have taken decades to accumulate. Multiple entries to this market would surely benefit their entire tribe immensely. As they celebrated, a bronze token appeared out of thin air, falling into the hands of the first centaur to enter the market. As the token touched its body, information about the market guest token flooded its mind. The centaur explained the token's purpose to its companions, heightening their excitement. However, their joy was quickly interrupted by new information appearing on the screen. This market guest token can only be used once. You have 1 year. If you can obtain the orange fire artifact within this time, the usage count of this token will increase to 10 times. If you provide other high-grade Starsea artifacts in the future, the count can continue to rise. Otherwise, the token will be reclaimed after a year. Upon reading this message, the excitement on the centaurs' faces vanished instantly. A year was not long, even extremely short. To incite conflict between two mid-to-large tribes and profit from it in such a short time was no easy task. They realized they were about to face a formidable challenge. A year might not be enough time. Could you possibly extend it a bit longer? The centaurs were about to continue their negotiation when suddenly a powerful repulsive force acted upon them. Without any warning, this force swept them into a dizzying whirlwind. When they regained their senses, they found themselves standing in a dense forest near their tribe, exactly where the market's spatial gate had been. Behind them, a large group of zero-tier centaur tribespeople, each holding various small goods, looked equally bewildered. At the forefront stood a first-tier centaur, firmly gripping a bronze market guest token, determination etched on its face. Turning to several other first-tier centaurs beside it, it whispered, "Let's return to the tribe. We must soon begin our plan to pit the Red Plains tribe against the Grey Wolf tribe. We must acquire the Red Plains Heavenly Fire." With that, it raised the bronze token in its hand and continued, "This token is our tribe's greatest hope for rising to power. Remember, I'm not just talking about becoming a large tribe, but about becoming the dominant force across the entire Pegasus continent, eventually reaching the vast expanse of the Starry Sea." "Yes," came the unanimous response from those around. At that moment, every first-tier centaur was filled with boundless anticipation for the future. As the trading time concluded, the celestial market transported all the alien creatures back to the locations where they had entered. The market space was left completely empty. Familiar with this routine, Song-Chi immediately began to tally the results of the trade. 2 minutes later, the results were in. Including the goods acquired at a price difference, the total value of the resources in his possession was approximately 130,000 zero-tier floating land essence. This meant he had netted a profit of around 120,000 strands of zero-tier floating land essence from his first market transaction after advancing to the first tier. Specifically, he acquired 4,500 strands of first-tier floating land essence, 200 strands of second-tier floating land essence, and over 50,000 strands of zero-tier floating land essence. Other resources, such as life core and mithril, along with price difference goods, were valued at around 14,000 strands of zero-tier floating land essence. Song-Chi had a clear plan for this substantial income. Besides setting aside a few tens of thousands of strands of zero-tier floating land essence as seed money for the next transaction, he intended to use nearly 100,000 strands to enhance the skyscape and the celestial market. After completing the tally, Song-Chi opened the market's attribute panel and tapped it lightly, upgrading the market from level 10 to level 11. He then checked the requirements for advancing from level 11 to level 12, 100 strands of first-tier floating land essence, with the market's transaction volume needing to reach 20,000 strands of first-tier floating land essence. Current progress, 13.21020,000. Clearly, the next market transaction would be needed for further upgrades. Since the market itself couldn't be further enhanced for now, Song-Chi turned his attention to three foundational configurations: the ultra-long-range Space Gate Random Deployment Platform, the Ether Protection Array, and the All-Purpose Training Room. He spent nearly 100 strands of first-tier floating land essence to upgrade all three to level 11. The ultra-long-range Space Gate Random Deployment Platform can now deploy 37 space gates, one more than before. The attribute enhancement in the training room increased from 480 to 492, and the Ether Training Boost rose from 960 to 984. The Ether Protection Array's shield value also improved, reaching 122,000 points. Though these enhancements were modest, Song-Chi wasn't surprised. He understood that the previous significant boosts were due to major tier advancements, whereas this was a minor level upgrade, and this level of growth was to be expected. The only slight disappointment was that the market's level up from 10 to 11 didn't affect the second trait, Space Anchor, which remained at just one anchor point. This meant many of his previously conceived plans couldn't be implemented for now. He would have to wait until he explored the Brolo civilization ruins and removed the anchor point set in that star region before making further plans. After enhancing the market, Song-Chi turned his attention to the equipment on the skyscape. The Brainwave remote control system was temporarily on hold due to a lack of soul crystal resources. The Abnormal State Purifier, a blue component, was directly upgraded by him to level 20. Abnormal State Purifier level 20. Quality, blue. Consumption, 20 ether points. Effect, purification aura. Once installed, the component automatically generates a purification aura capable of cleansing various negative states. After acquiring the 17 strands of second-tier floating land essence and 6,000 units of nether energy required for the upgrade, Song-Chi decided not to continue enhancing his abilities. He only had 200 strands of second-tier floating land essence, which he had just obtained through trade at the market. Considering that the second-tier purification aura would suffice for the short term, he opted to pause the enhancement process for now. After completing the enhancement, Song-Chi didn't immediately leave the market to purchase soul crystals. Instead, he took out the remaining 10-pound piece of queen insect meat and, after a simple preparation, entered the versatile training chamber. Due to various reasons, he hadn't been able to taste this precious queen insect meat until now. With some free time, he planned to leverage the power of the level 11 versatile training chamber to attempt advancing his guidance technique to level 8. Over the past 2 months, the foundational instability caused by the advanced body strengthening potion and deep-sea clam pearl powder had been repaired. Now was the ideal moment to consume the queen insect meat. Song-Chi devoured the 10 pounds of queen insect meat in a few bites, then assumed a posture for practicing the guidance technique and began circulating the nether energy with full force. His current guidance technique was at level 7, and a pound or two of queen insect meat wouldn't produce a noticeable effect. Only by consuming 10 pounds at once could he achieve the desired result. The nether energy within his body began to circulate rapidly, and a gentle, warm current rose from his abdomen, spreading throughout his body along with the nether energy. Within just 10 minutes, warmth enveloped Song-Chi entirely. This warmth was backed by the rapid circulation of nether energy bolstered by the third-tier queen insect's essence, with the external support of the versatile training chamber, making his guidance technique practice incredibly fast. Song-Chi could clearly feel the swift progress of his guidance technique, which was quickly advancing from level 7 to level 8. He couldn't help but marvel at the powerful effect of the queen insect meat. Typically, it would take at least 3 years to advance the guidance technique from level 7 to level 8 on a standard first-tier Starfire warship's nether energy training platform. Even in a training chamber with a 984 nether energy cultivation bonus, it would usually require more than half a year. But now, that lengthy progress was effectively erased. Suddenly, he heard a faint cracking sound, signaling the breaking of the bottleneck between level 7 and 8 of the guidance technique. Immediately, a surge of blood energy rushed through his body, and black, viscous substances began to exude from his skin. A palpable pressure filled the relatively small, versatile training chamber. His bones emitted a series of cracking sounds, and feeling the surge of power within, Song-Chi clenched his fists and began practicing his punches in the chamber at a steady pace. Half a day later, having initially adapted to his enhanced body, Song-Chi finally exited the market. Emerging from his bedroom, he headed straight to the shower to thoroughly cleanse the impurities expelled after advancing to level 8 in the guidance technique. His parents weren't home, likely off exploring a new alien domain together. After casually preparing some food and eating, Song-Chi sat cross-legged on the sofa and began his second daily training task, visualizing the mythic mech projection tracing diagram. Meanwhile, in Jiangyuan City on the White Tower floating land, known as the third-ranking city among the top 5, Jiangyuan had a population exceeding 23 million and boasted a more advanced development level than Jiangyuan City. In the central area of Jiangyuan City, near the Jiangyuan warship base, stood the expansive Starfire Academy, Jiangyuan's first Starfire Academy. Compared to Jiangyuan's first Starfire Academy, Jiangyuan's first academy had a longer history and more robust faculty. At this moment, outside room 508 of the girls' dormitory building 2 at Jiangyuan's first academy, there was a rapid knocking on the door, followed by the familiar loud voice of the dorm supervisor, Shen Yuran, there's a package for you. Hurry up and sign for it, or it'll be returned. Before long, a light, melodic voice came from the inner room of the dormitory. Coming, Auntie. Click. As the dormitory door swung open, a fair figure emerged from behind it. Standing at the doorway was Shen Yuran, her skin as smooth as white jade, with delicate features and full, red lips. She was dressed in a crisp practice outfit, her cheeks flushed and a hint of fragrant sweat on her brow, clearly having just finished practicing some exercises. Her clear, bright eyes met those of the dormitory supervisor, who instinctively cleared her throat. Are you Shen Yuran? The dormitory supervisor asked. This is your package, sent from Bida City. Shen Yuran's gaze fell on the moderately sized package, and she accepted it with a soft, thank you, Auntie. Once the dormitory supervisor left, a flurry of light footsteps quickly followed from inside the dorm. 3 equally graceful girls gathered around Shen Yuran, their eyes scanning the package with curiosity. Who sent you something this time? And from Bida City, no less. Could it be from an alumnus admirer? One girl teased. Hearing her roommate's jokes, Shen Yuran merely rolled her eyes at them. You guys, she murmured softly. Unlike her usual habit of setting packages aside to be returned unopened days later, she carefully placed this one on the desk under her bed, her eyes filled with anticipation. Yuran, you're acting strange. Let us see already. Another girl couldn't help but say. The 3 girls, dressed in fitted training outfits, closed in again, their eyes fixed on the package on the desk. Chi? Oh my, Yuran. Who is this Chi? Leaving just one name like that? Seems a bit dramatic. Don't say that. Maybe it's her dear Chi brother. Giggles. Seeing Shen Yuran's solemn gaze on them, the 3 girls finally ceased their increasingly bold laughter. All right, we won't tease you anymore, Zhou Chun said seriously, putting away her smile. But Yuran, today you have to tell us about this Chi brother, or we won't let it go. After some playful banter, realizing Shen Yuran had no intention of sharing, the 3 girls understood she might really not want to gossip about it. Finally, Zhou Chun spoke up. Yuran, open it up. Let us see what this mysterious Mr. Chi, who has been out of sight for nearly a decade, has sent you. This time, Shen Yuran didn't refuse. Under the watchful eyes of her dorm mates, she slowly opened the package. 20 seconds later, Zhou Chun and the other 2 girls let out a soft sound of surprise, their brows furrowing slightly. Looking at the glowing white flesh inside the open package, they felt a bit uneasy, their initial excitement turning into confusion. Who sends a piece of meat as a gift? It's not like it's a holiday or anything, one girl muttered softly. Shen Yuran paid no mind to her roommate's expressions and shifting emotions. She knew that the 5-pound piece of meat before her was no ordinary meat. After some searching, she found a note in another layer of the package. This is queen insect meat, which will greatly enhance your exercise practice. Just cook it simply. Song-Chi. Reading the note, Shen Yuran couldn't help but let a slight smile play on her lips. Her 3 roommates and friends saw this and exchanged glances, a similar smile dancing in their eyes. Yuran, it seems your Song-Chi brother has truly awakened, Zhou Chun said. To even get his hands on queen insect meat, and judging by the glow on its surface, it seems the insect's rank wasn't low. With that, the 3 girls turned their puppy dog eyes towards Shen Yuran, their expressions practically begging. Yuran, you wouldn't eat this all by yourself in front of us, would you? Of course, Shen Yuran couldn't resist the pleas of her good friends. Luckily, Song-Chi had anticipated this before sending the package. With 5 pounds of queen insect meat, each friend could have a pound, leaving Shen Yuran with 2 pounds, likely enough to advance her practice to a new level. In a flurry of activity, the 4 girls quickly cooked the meat in their dorm and eagerly tasted its effects. Since the starseed insect race was rare, and queen insects even more so, they had only read about queen insect meat in textbooks. This time, they were fortunate enough to experience it firsthand, thanks to Shin Yuran. Once the cooked meat was consumed, it wasn't long before a rosy flush appeared on all four girls' faces, their skin growing hot. They were amazed by the surge of energy coursing through them, realizing that the effects of the queen insect meat far exceeded their expectations. Upon seeing this, the four girls in dorm 508 quickly assumed the posture for practicing guiding techniques and began to concentrate on their cultivation. Just over 10 minutes later, the dorm was filled with varying intensities of blood energy fluctuations, astonishing the students in the surrounding dorms. After finishing their cultivation, the four girls emerged from the bathroom one after another, sat on their respective beds, and stared blankly. Shin Yurin rested her hands on her knees, her fair arms and cheeks flushed, and her crescent-shaped eyes sparkled with excitement. What grade of insect queen flesh is this? One girl couldn't help but ask. Chun Chun and I have been stuck at level 2 in our guiding technique for nearly 2 years. We thought there was no hope of breaking through before awakening this year. Now, all three of us have reached level 3, and Ran even made it to level 4. Could it be second, or even third-grade insect queen flesh? Another girl speculated. Ran, we really owe you for this, the third girl said sincerely. We must thank Mr. Chi from your family in person someday. Me too, the fourth girl chimed in. Meanwhile, on the Bida local network of the Xinhua network, Song Chi was scrolling through a post by the captain of Lonely Courage. He quickly typed in the comments section, "Is that Tianyin sky surveillance radar still with you? Can we discuss it further?" and sent the comment with a click. Song Chi had just finished 2 hours of visualizing mythological mecha projection prints and was quite mentally exhausted. He connected to the Xinhua network to purposefully search for transaction posts related to sky surveillance radars. Finding nothing suitable in the Xinhua network marketplace, he decided to try his luck in the posting area. The Zhangqiong had already been equipped with the Zai jump device, which only needed slight enhancements to achieve a maximum space jump distance of over 10 light-years. However, such long-distance space jumps require detailed star charts. Although the broken star sea is mostly vast empty space, jumping without detailed star charts could lead to collisions with floating islands, small fragment belts, asteroid belts, or even areas dense with spatial rifts or black holes. Such an outcome could be catastrophic, leading to the destruction of the ship and loss of life. Song Chi had to proceed with caution, as his life was at stake. The Zhangqiong was currently outfitted with a standard colorless radar, with a precision of only 20 and a detection range of just 20 light-seconds, which was insufficient compared to space jumps of tens of light-years. This is why the attributes of the Tianyin Sky Surveillance Radar, listed in the post caught Song Chi's attention. Tianyin Sky Surveillance Radar. Level 0 quality, blue. Feature, star chart collector. Consumption, 5 ether points. Detection range, 10 light-seconds. Precision, 25. Upgrade requirements, 5 strands of floating island origin 0 tier, 500 ether points. This blue-quality Tianyin Sky Surveillance Radar is undoubtedly a rare find, with initial attributes surpassing a standard sky surveillance radar enhanced to level 9. More importantly, it has the star chart collector feature. After entering an unfamiliar star domain, it can automatically generate a detailed star chart 10 times the detection range after an hour of collection. For Xinhua spacecraft equipped with jump devices, especially during exploration in alien star domains, this feature is invaluable. Within the territories of the Xinhua human civilization, captains can obtain large-scale star charts of local star domains through various means. However, in alien star domains, no beings will voluntarily provide star charts, and even purchasing them at a high price may not yield accurate information. However, the Tianyin Sky Surveillance Radar does have a significant drawback. It's low quality. Even if upgraded to the second tier, the detection range might not be very large, only forming star charts of small areas, limiting its usefulness. As Song Chi pondered, a series of beeps came through the network, signaling a reply from the user known as Lone Warrior. Song Chi focused intently on the message. "I still have the blue radar in my possession. If you're serious about buying, let's talk privately." No sooner had he read this than a friend request popped up on the screen. Cautiously, Song Chi activated his account's stealth mode and didn't accept the request immediately. He clicked the mouse to open a temporary chat window, where the two began discussing the Sky Eye aerial surveillance radar. After some negotiation, Song Chi made his final offer. "How about this, 1,200 strands of Tier 1 floating land essence? That's all I have. If this doesn't work, I'll have to look elsewhere." There was silence on the other end, and Song Chi's fingers tapped the table anxiously as he prepared for a rejection. Just then, a reply appeared. "All right, let's set a time and place for an in-person trade." They quickly settled the details. 2 p.m. that day, at the entrance of Dongshan Park, on the northern outskirts of Jianyuan City. Although private transactions lack the convenience of the Xinghou Mall, they also avoided transaction fees. By 2:30 p.m., Song-Chi returned home with a relaxed demeanor. The transaction had gone smoothly, and he had successfully acquired the coveted Sky Eye aerial surveillance radar for 1,200 strands of Tier 1 floating land essence. Back home, Song-Chi immediately summoned the skyship and began the intensive enhancement work. He first visited the Dongjiang Xingho Mall to purchase a batch of soul crystals in preparation for the upcoming enhancements. Besides the newly acquired Sky Eye aerial surveillance radar, components of the Purple River jump device and the brainwave remote control system were also on the enhancement list. Taking a deep breath, Song-Chi glanced at the resource count on the screen, calculating how much would remain after the enhancements. He focused first on the Sky Eye aerial surveillance radar and began the process. As resources were invested, the radar's attributes improved rapidly. Ultimately, after expending 203 strands of Tier 0, 221 strands of Tier 1, and 180 strands of Tier 2 floating land essence, the top-quality blue radar was enhanced to level 29. A system notification appeared. Sky Eye Aerial Surveillance Radar LV-29. Quality: blue. Feature: Star Chart Collector. Consumption: 40 Xian points. Detection range: 240 light hours. Accuracy: 260. Upgrade requirements: 50 strands of Tier 2 floating land essence, 20,000 Xian points. Note: current enhancement limit of the ship's structure reached. Further upgrades not possible. Song-Chi carefully reviewed the radar's new attributes and nodded in satisfaction. The detection range had reached 10 light days, and the star chart collector's range extended to 50 times the detection range, with a diameter of 1,000 light days. While still inadequate compared to the Purple River jump device's jump distance, it far exceeded the previous standard radar. Next, Song-Chi turned his attention to the Purple River jump device, a component he had always favored. With each level increase, the skyship could easily jump to other floating lands within the duchy. This not only broadened options for future trades, but also provided additional protection for his identity. Filled with anticipation, Song-Chi began the enhancement of the Purple River jump device. Song-Chi gazed at the Z-River warp device, contemplating for a moment before deciding not to upgrade it to its current maximum limit of level 29. Instead, he opted to raise it to Tier 2, which was sufficient to meet his current needs. After all, this was a blue-quality component, and each enhancement after reaching Tier 2 would be costly, and his supply of Tier 2 floating land essence was running low. After weighing the options, Song-Chi settled on setting the Z-River warp device's level at 20. Upon completing the upgrade, the attributes of the Z-River warp device improved significantly. Quality: blue. Consumption: 5,000 ether points per use. Effect: after charging, the spacecraft can perform a space jump in the designated direction. Maximum jump distance: 40 light years. Charging time: 30 minutes. Cooldown time: 12 hours. Upgrade requirements: 17 strands of Tier 2 floating land essence, 17,000 ether points, 21 zero-tier void crystals. Compared to before, the Z-River warp device at level 20 experienced a qualitative leap in jump distance, soaring from 1 light year to 40 light years, and both charging and cooldown times were halved. This was undoubtedly a significant performance enhancement. Song-Chi shifted his gaze from the Z-River warp device to the special component first equipped on the Skysong, the Fire Sun Soldier figurine tree. Although it was merely a white-quality component, when paired with the brainwave remote control system, its contribution to the Skysong was considerable. He decided to upgrade it to level 29, though he wouldn't hesitate to replace it if a higher-quality soldier figurine component became available in the future. The Fire Sun Soldier figurine was of lower quality, with a limited upper limit, and its combat power at the same tier was relatively weak. Aside from a passive skill that burned with intensity, it lacked effective active attack means, which was a clear shortcoming. However, if there were enough special component slots, equipping 2 soldier figurine components would be a good choice. After investing some resources, the Fire Sun Soldier figurine tree successfully rose from level 15 to level 20. Although Song-Chi originally intended to upgrade it to level 29, the limited amount of Tier 2 floating land essence meant he had to stop for now. After enhancing the Sky Eye Air Patrol radar, he was left with only 20 strands of Tier 2 floating land essence, which needed to be reserved for emergencies. The attributes of the Fire Sun Soldier figurine tree at level 20 are as follows. Quality: white. Consumption: 1,000 ether points per figurine. Effect: summons 10 level 20 Fire Sun Soldier figurines, which can persist as long as they survive, but require 24 hours to be resummoned if destroyed. Upgrade requirements: 10 strands of Tier 2 floating land essence, 10,000 ether points. Next, Song-Chi turned his attention to the brainwave remote control system, currently the only purple-quality special component on the Skysong. Although it hadn't been upgraded since installation, its performance was already sufficient for current needs. A control distance of 10 light seconds might seem insignificant in the vast starry sea, but it was enough to circle the White Tower floating land dozens of times. As it stood, the practical need for remote control was unlikely to exceed this range. However, Given the ample supply of zero-tier and Tier 1 floating land essence at hand, Song-Chi decided to proceed with enhancing it. Compared to previous blue components, this purple special component required significantly more resources for enhancement, including rare soul crystals, with the initial upgrade consuming 10 strands of zero-tier floating land essence, double that of ordinary blue components. After expending 478 strands of zero-tier floating land essence and 523 strands of Tier 1 floating land essence, the Brainwave remote control system was upgraded to level 20, with the following attributes. Quality, purple. Consumption, 70 ether points per second. Feature, allows reverse control of the Spark spacecraft when the ship's owner is marked with a Brainwave beacon. Effect, upon activation, it can project a Brainwave beacon, enabling remote control of marked creatures or mechanical constructs. Control distance, 1 light year. Duration, 12 hours. Cooldown time, 4 hours. Upgrade requirements, 15 strands of Tier 2 floating land essence, 20,000 ether points, 1 ton of soul crystals, 1 titanium crystal. Once upgraded to level 20, the Brainwave remote control system's control distance reached an astonishing 1 light year, with the duration extended to 12 hours, resulting in enhanced performance. Finally, Song-Chi upgraded the particle beam cannon from level 19 to level 20. Quality, blue. Consumption, 100 ether points per shot. Feature, increases main cannon power by 22. Power, 22321860x120. Charging time, 3 seconds. Cooldown time, 5 seconds. Upgrade requirements, 15 strands of Tier 2 floating land essence, 11,000 ether points. With these upgrades, the enhancement work on the Sky Song was largely complete. Song-Chi reviewed the series of upgrades with satisfaction, well prepared for the upcoming journey. Song-Chi took stock of the remaining resources in his possession, his eyes gleaming with satisfaction. His fingers lightly tapped the light screen, revealing the data one by one. 20 strands of second-tier floating land essence, over 1,000 strands of first-tier floating land essence, and about 60,000 strands of zero-tier floating land essence. Although these resources weren't abundant, they were sufficient to support his next plan. His gaze moved across the screen as he pondered the best way to utilize these resources. The top priority was to purchase a secondary cannon with a group attack attribute, one with impressive power. He chose a secondary cannon over a primary one to avoid wasting the substantial resources already invested in the particle beam cannon. The remaining essence would be used to acquire various rare cosmic items, or reserved as capital for the next batch of goods. Reflecting on this trading experience, a slight smile appeared on Song-Chi's lips. Although it took over 10 hours to sell out the entire stock, the gene optimization serum and the primary and intermediate body refining potions were sold out almost instantly. He made a mental note to stock more of these popular items next time. Suddenly, a bold idea flashed in Song-Chi's mind. His eyes sharpened as if he had discovered a new business opportunity. In the territory of the Ember Flame human civilization, items that couldn't be converted into ship components often held only half the value of regular rare items. Song-Chi planned to acquire such items at low prices and open a specialized exchange shop for rare items in the celestial market. His fingers moved swiftly across the light screen, outlining the plan. For those fortunate enough to enter the market, such as zero-tier and first-tier aliens, the ability to exchange their rare items for others more suited to them was undoubtedly an attractive option. Even if they couldn't exchange them, selling the items at their inherent value would yield significant profits. Song-Chi's eyes sparkled with shrewdness. Buying at half price and selling at full price might seem like a mere doubling of profits, but considering the high value of cosmic rare items, even the lowest grade white items could easily earn thousands of strands of zero-tier floating land essence. The profits from blue and purple items were even more unimaginable. Moreover, this plan could bring additional benefits to Song-Chi himself. He could take the opportunity to exchange those items that couldn't be transformed into ship components for ones suitable for the skyship, achieving multiple goals at once. The more he thought about it, the more feasible the plan seemed. Song-Chi's eyes became resolute. He decided to test the waters on a small scale during the next market trade, acquiring 7 or 8 items that couldn't be converted into ship components to gauge the market reaction before making a decision. Before leaving the market, Song-Chi took one last look at the overall attributes of the skyship. After several large-scale enhancements, the skyship had been completely transformed. Name, Skyship. Level, LV-10. Basic components, White Ember Flame Hull LV-10, Particle Beam Cannon LV-20, Psionic Secondary Cannon LV-10, Goldrock Hull Armor LV-10, Shadow Antimatter Hyperstate Engine LV-20, Dark Matter Energy Shield Generator LV-29, Sky Surveillance Radar LV-29, Psionic Training Chamber LV-088. Special components, Fire Quinoa Soldier Tree LV-20, Brainwave Remote Control System LV-20, Anomaly Purifier LV-20, Purple River Jump Device LV-2410, Psionic Pool 300,003,0000. Supplies, 20 strands of second-tier floating land essence, 1,026 strands of first-tier floating land essence, 14 tons of mercury crystal, primary nutrient potion, fresh water. Looking at this data, a sense of pride surged within Song Qi. In less than 4 months since his awakening, he had already elevated the colorless ember flame seed to white, with component enhancement levels remarkably high. Most components had been enhanced to LV20, an unimaginable speed and achievement for an ember flame captain awakened for less than half a year. Even more astonishing was the quality of the components currently equipped on the skyship. 1 orange, 2 purple, and 4 blue. Such a configuration was beyond the reach of even first-tier or second-tier ember flame captains who had been awakened for over a century. Song Qi's lips curled up in a smile, proud of his accomplishments. Song Qi felt a flicker of pride, but he quickly suppressed it. He understood that a healthy amount of confidence could motivate him, but if it turned into arrogance, the consequences would be vastly different. He would not allow himself to fall into that trap. After leaving the market, Song Qi noticed that his parents had not yet returned. He left a note on the table, briefly explaining that he needed to be away for a few days. As soon as he stepped out of the house, he summoned the Tsangqiang. The airship's antimatter hyperstate engine roared to life, its immense power propelling the vessel swiftly skyward. In the blink of an eye, the Tsangqiang disappeared into the clouds. Steering the airship, Song Qi didn't head towards other cities on the White Tower floating land, but instead aimed for the horizon. This time, his destination was other floating lands within the principality. The Tsangqiang quickly broke free from the gravitational pull of the White Tower floating land, hovering above it. A dark energy shield enveloped the airship, and its sleek silver and gold body stood out dramatically against the starry backdrop. Inside, Song Qi focused and reconnected to the White Tower's local network. Although his Xi jump device had been upgraded to level 20, it still lacked an updated star map. The civilian network on the White Tower floating land did have star maps, but they were outdated. Given the changes in the surrounding star regions over the years, he decided to obtain the latest star map to ensure safety. Song Qi soon found a highly rated real-time star map in a popular post on the Xinhua network. This map covered an area of about 80 light-years and was reportedly recently updated with high accuracy. After exiting the Xinhua network, Song Qi studied the star map projection carefully, quickly formulating his action plan. The map showed 4 star sea floating lands: White Tower, Chaotic Stars, Guangyuan, and Gold Shark 023. He immediately ruled out the Chaotic Stars floating land and set his sights on the Guangyuan floating land, which had a population of nearly 200 million. He reasoned that a larger population would mean more Xinhua captains, increasing the chances of finding rare resources and starsea artifacts. The Guangyuan floating land was about 60 light-years from the White Tower. With his current level 20 Xi jump device, it would take 2 jumps to reach it, with a 12-hour cooldown time in between. With the engine's roar, the Xi jump device completed its charge. A vortex of void, several dozen meters in diameter, appeared in front of the Tsangqiang. The airship swiftly plunged into it, initiating the space jump. Thanks to Song Qi's recent breakthrough to level 8 in guiding techniques, the jump had little impact on him. After an indeterminate amount of time, the Tsangqiang exited the jump state, emerging in an unfamiliar star region. Comparing it to the star map, Song Qi confirmed that the airship had precisely reached the predetermined point, just 20 light-years from Guangyuan floating land. The next step required a 12-hour wait for the Xi jump device to cool down. Song Qi didn't idle. Instead, he stored the airship in his Xinhua ancestral aperture and entered the celestial market. Unfortunately, despite having upgraded the brainwave remote control system components to level 20 previously, tests showed he still couldn't sense the external Fire Kui soldier figurines from within the market. This meant he had to resummon the Tsangqiang every time he left the market, exposing himself to the starry sky, even if only for a moment, thereby increasing risk. This was inevitable. The remote brainwave control system, despite being of high quality, was limited when faced with the mystic realm of the all-heaven market. After all, the market's quality and rank were evidently superior. Song Qi stepped onto the second floor of the inn, his gaze sweeping down the corridor as a slight smile played on his lips. As he had anticipated, upon upgrading the market to level 11, an additional guest room appeared on the second floor. This meant that aside from the token already given to the Centaur, he now held an extra guest token. Henceforth, if he encountered another promising starsea alien, he wouldn't have to worry about missing the opportunity. With everything confirmed, Song Qi breathed a sigh of relief and habitually entered the all-purpose training room to begin a new round of guidance technique practice. The next day, once the cooldown period of the Purple River jump device ended, this crucial component was immediately activated. After half an hour of charging, the Celestial once again initiated a space jump, vanishing from the silent starfield. In the Golden Shark starfield, within the Liza Star District, lies the Guangyuan floating continent. Since its development by the Golden Shark Military Department 1,300 years ago, it has remained one of the top 3 most popular floating continents in the Star District. Stretching over 6,000 kilometers east to west and 4,000 kilometers north to south, it boasts dense vegetation and abundant biological resources, making it a model of a level 1 life floating continent. While this lush continent should have been a picturesque sight, the massive ring-shaped space fortress hovering above shattered the harmony. Fixed above the continent, this fortress, with a diameter exceeding 100,000 meters, featured orderly docking bays for spaceships, formidable fortress orbital cannons, and a nuclear shield capable of full activation within 10 minutes, all of which underscored its once formidable war prowess. Even though Song-Chi had seen the fortress's full map online and was somewhat prepared, witnessing the colossal space fortress firsthand still left him awestruck. Creations of this magnitude undoubtedly deserved the title of a masterpiece. Legend has it that this floating continent fortress was funded by the Golden Shark military department over 1,000 years ago. At the time, the Guangyuan floating continent had just been developed, while the neighboring White Tower floating continent was still part of a chaotic star zone. The sudden occupation of Guangyuan by the Golden Shark military department led to frequent skirmishes. The construction of this fortress, along with the presence of the Golden Shark's second fleet, provided a strong deterrent to the chaotic star zone, ensuring 200 years of peace for Guangyuan. Today, the fortress has been abandoned for several centuries. The Golden Shark military department relocated the second fleet long ago, and since the fortress was immovable, it was left in place. Now managed by the Guangyuan Floating Continent Patrol Fleet, most of its areas have been repurposed into spaces for interaction, entertainment, and trade, while retaining defense structures in a few core areas. It welcomes not only the captains of the Flame but also ordinary citizens of the floating continent, provided they can afford the visit. Under the guidance of a patrol dock administrator, Song-Chi docked the Celestial in an empty bay. As the hatch opened, a cloaked figure emerged, heading straight for the fortress's shopping district. Upon reaching the starfield surrounding Guangyuan, Song-Chi logged into the Guangyuan local area network and gathered substantial information. He learned that this fortress was not only a venue for offline interactions among the captains of the Flame, but also a physical distribution point for the Flame Network Mall, resulting in an abundance of shops. In short, anything available on the Guangyuan network could be found here, and even items unavailable online might be sourced here. As Song-Chi stepped into a shop, the owner quickly approached. "Hello, sir. What can I assist you with today?" Before the sentence was finished, a holographic screen projected from Song-Chi's cloak, displaying the words, "Curiosities, items that cannot be converted into ship components." The shopkeeper was clearly taken aback. In his many years of business, he had encountered all sorts of customers, but none quite like Song-Chi. Mingming was standing right there, but insisted on typing messages through a communication screen. Song-Chi, cloaked in mystery, stood in the Ember store. The shopkeeper initially intended to scold this peculiar customer, but held back upon reading the message on the screen. "I need rare items that can't be converted into starship parts, and also a ship-mounted secondary cannon for area attacks. A main cannon will do, but it must be of high quality." The text on the screen shimmered. The shopkeeper's demeanor changed instantly, his tone softening as he said, "High-quality ship-mounted main or secondary cannons for area attacks aren't something I have in my humble shop. However, I do know where you might find them, including the rare items you mentioned that can't be converted into ship parts." He paused, lowering his voice to add, "When you get there, make sure to mention that I sent you." Following the shopkeeper's directions, Song-Chi wandered around the market district, searching for the so-called Morning Star multifunctional shop. After turning a corner and walking further into an alley, he finally found his destination in a secluded corner. With a location this hidden, can the shop really have good stuff? Could it be a scam? Song-Chi wondered, skepticism clear in his eyes. But since he was already there, he decided to step into the seemingly modest shop. To his surprise, the interior was a stark contrast to the exterior. The shelves were organized neatly, with products categorized and arranged meticulously, giving a clean and tidy impression. The variety of products was astonishing. From exoskeleton armor to energy pulse guns, from gene optimization serums to all sorts of weaponry, and even maid services featuring catgirls and foxgirls. Most striking was the dedicated section for Starry Sea rarities and ship parts, where dozens of rare items and components were visible from afar. Song-Chi couldn't help but shed his earlier disdain. Dozens of Starry Sea rarities, some even of purple quality, indicated that the shop had substantial financial backing. A rough estimate suggested that the total value of the items in the shop could easily reach millions of Tier 0 floating land essence, if not more. Realizing this, Song-Chi drew a sharp breath, and any smugness from earning a mere 100,000 strands of Tier 0 floating land essence in a recent market transaction quickly vanished. As he was absorbed in his astonishment, a lazy, sweet voice came from behind the counter. "Someone new has come. Who referred you?" Turning his head, Song-Chi saw a tall, beautiful woman, dressed in a black velvet dress with gold trim, her hair elegantly styled in a high bun, stretching lazily. Her eyes were seductive, and her voluptuous figure was accentuated by the dress. Aboard the Celestial, docked at the fortress shipyard, Song-Chi instinctively averted his gaze, thinking to himself, Enchantress. It turned out that the cloaked figure in the shop was not Song-Chi himself, but a combat robot remotely controlled by him through neural waves. Visiting this floating fortress for the first time, caution was a wise approach. As the robot turned around, the woman behind the counter slowly lowered her arms, a glint of interest flashing in her eyes. Song-Chi paid no attention to these details and instead focused on controlling the robot to activate the communication wristband again, causing a projection screen to appear in the air. The introduction from the owner of the oak shop led Song-Chi to this store. As he stepped inside, he was greeted by the sound of clicking heels. A woman, dressed in a store uniform, emerged from behind the counter, wearing an elegant pair of red high heels. Although Song-Chi had lived through 2 lifetimes, he was not a novice without self-control. He quickly shifted his gaze from the striking shoes to meet the woman's eyes. Noticing Song-Chi's glance, the woman hesitated briefly before pointing her slender finger towards the sections for rare artifacts and ship components. Feel free to take a look around, she said in a calm tone. Items that can't be converted into ship components are rare in most stores, but my shop is different. You've come to the right place. With that, she turned back to the counter, showing no intention of giving Song-Chi a tour or a detailed introduction. Song-Chi found her attitude somewhat surprising, but on second thought, if she was indeed the shop owner, considering the value of the items in the store, her demeanor was not entirely unreasonable. Following her direction, he proceeded to the sections for rare artifacts and ship components. Upon closer inspection, Song-Chi realized that his initial assessment had been conservative. The total number of items in both sections exceeded 60, with the majority over 40 being rare artifacts that couldn't be converted into ship components, leaving just over 20 ship components. Among the rare artifacts, there were 4 of purple quality and more than 10 of blue quality. In the ship components section, there was 1 purple quality item and 4 blue quality items, with the rest being white quality. Song-Chi focused first on the ship components but frowned slightly after examining them. Of the 20-plus ship components, only 4 were main or secondary guns. One of the blue quality main guns performed even worse than the particle beam cannon on the Sangqiong, let alone the 3 white quality ones, which didn't meet Song-Chi's needs at all. With no other options, Song-Chi turned to the rare artifact section. As his eyes scanned the items, he noticed several with impressive attributes. Artifact, Spirit of the Cold Abyss Wind, quality, purple, evolvable. Cold Wind Totem, note. A wind spirit nurtured over millennia in the extreme cold of the abyss, with special uses. Artifact, 9 Heavens Cloud Essence, quality, purple, evolvable, none, note. A cloud essence born at the pinnacle of the 9 heavens on the continent of cloud capture, possibly known to native creatures there. Artifact, crystal, quality, blue, evolvable, none, note. A substance nurtured within the core of an ancient asteroid, rarely usable by living beings. Each artifact came with a detailed description, and most lacked an evolvable form. Even those few that could evolve did not result in ship components, but rather into forms unknown to the Ember human civilization's domain, with unclear uses. Because of this, these artifacts were valued much lower than ship components of the same tier. For instance, the 4 purple quality artifacts, if they could be converted into ship components, would be priced at least 80,000 to 100,000 units of zero-tier floating land essence. However, their current price was uniformly set at 40,000 units, only half the normal value for artifacts of the same quality. Song-Chi couldn't help but wonder why the shop retained so many artifacts that couldn't be converted into ship components instead of selling them outside the Ember human civilization's domain. After all, the Guangyuan floating land wasn't far from the Chaos Starfield, so it should be convenient. He speculated that the owner behind the Morning Star multifunctional shop might have tried, but due to the chaotic situation in the Chaos Starfield, even with the shop's backing, ensuring absolute safety in transactions might be challenging. The Chaos Starfield is labeled as chaotic, not merely because of rampant star piracy. This region is home to dozens of civilizations and over 100 species, with several mid-sized civilizations secretly stirring the pot. Their sole aim is to restrict the expansion of the Ember human civilization as much as possible. As a result, the bloodshed in the Chaos Starfield is beyond ordinary imagination. Even a major power like the Morning Star Principality feels constantly threatened here, having to deploy its entire Golden Shark military division to maintain a vigilant watch day and night. Yet, even the Golden Shark fleet struggles to guarantee absolute safety in this starfield, let alone a small shop's Ember warship. Song-Chi pushed these chaotic thoughts aside and refocused his attention. Regardless of the truth, it didn't concern him much. His primary task now was to acquire a high-quality main or auxiliary gun component for his ship, to explore the 3rd layer of the Bluo civilization's ruins. Since the 2nd layer yielded purple quality artifacts, the 3rd layer surely harbors even more precious treasures that he cannot afford to miss. Controlling a combat robot, he returned to the counter empty-handed. Through the communication screen, He continued to inquire of the half-squinting female shopkeeper, "Do you have any other ship components? I need high-quality area-effect ship weapons, either a main or auxiliary gun. If not, an external launch device component would do." The woman lazily glanced at him, replying impatiently, "Everything's there. If we have it, we have it. If not, stop bothering me during my beauty sleep." From his ship docked in the distance, Song Chi's mouth twitched, silently critiquing, "Is this how you do business? No wonder the shop's empty." Yet, considering the potential wealth she might possess, he chose to remain silent. Song Chi continued, "How often do you restock?" He keenly sensed that this shopkeeper was no ordinary person. Although he couldn't detect any energy fluctuations from her, his intuition told him she was far from ordinary. The only explanation was that her guidance technique level exceeded his current LV8 perception range. At least a third-ear guidance technique, and likely not just at the entry level, possibly LV33 or higher. With this realization, Song Chi was on high alert. Even with his true self kilometers away, he felt little sense of security. A third-ear Ember Captain undoubtedly has unique, powerful trump cards. If she were to enforce a spatial lock, escaping with the Sky Song would be challenging even from a kilometer away. The woman casually replied, "Every 6 months. But the next restock isn't far off, come back in 2 months. And we might have the area effect main gun you want." Song Chi nodded internally, thinking that the timing was just right. According to his father and grandfather's plan, they could stay on the White Tower floating road for over 2 more months, which was perfect timing. Having confirmed this, Song Chi asked another question. "Besides the Bumblebee model, do you have any other types of drones? I need ones with good stealth, strong endurance, and minimal noise." After speaking, Song Chi focused all his attention on the woman behind the counter, anticipating her response. While the Bumblebee drone is the most widely used model in interstellar exploration, with decent performance, it primarily emphasizes endurance and protection to pave a safe path for Ember warships during exploration. However, this drone is relatively large, lacks stealth, and is quite noisy during operation. Song Chi's purpose for purchasing a new drone was to monitor the Bloodblade pirate group's base. His neural control system component had been upgraded to LV20, allowing a remarkable remote control range of 1 light-year. With such powerful capabilities, he intended to make full use of them. Using neural control not only avoids exposure but also allows him to monitor the Bloodblade pirate group's base for over 10 hours every 4 hours, practically tracking their every move, which is incredibly convenient. As long as the remotely controlled drone doesn't get detected by the Bloodblade star pirates, Song Chi's primary goal is to choose a model with superior stealth capabilities. The Hornet-class drone is clearly not an option. The woman behind the counter showed a flicker of interest in her eyes as she squinted at the cloak draped over the combat robot, then spoke. "I do have a top-tier drone, but it's not cheap." She reached under the counter, rummaged for a moment, and quickly retrieved a palm-sized, butterfly-shaped drone, placing it in front of Song Chi. While Song Chi examined it closely, the woman explained in detail, "This is the latest product from the Principality Research Institute, the Mystique Butterfly Drone. It comes equipped with a Dawn Type 3 energy battery, offering strong endurance and minimal noise. The surface of the drone is coated with a special stealth layer, and combined with its compact size, it boasts exceptional stealth performance." Song Chi requested a trial, and the woman agreed willingly. They headed out to the street to test this so-called latest model Mystique Butterfly Drone. 10 minutes later, Song Chi landed the drone, satisfied, and had to admit the woman wasn't exaggerating. The performance of this Mystique Butterfly Drone was indeed impressive, almost perfectly meeting his requirements. "What's the price? If it's reasonable, I'll take it," Song Chi asked cautiously, not wanting to commit outright. Given the woman's status, her mention of "not cheap" likely meant a hefty price. If it was too expensive, no matter how satisfied he was, Song Chi wouldn't make a hasty purchase. 500 strands of first-tier floating land essence. Hearing this exorbitant price, Song Chi gasped. This was equivalent to over 5,000 strands of zero-tier floating land essence, enough to buy 2 white-grade artifacts. For a consumable drone, it was outrageously expensive. To put it in perspective, a Hornet-class drone costs only a few dozen strands of zero-tier floating land essence, and even a first-tier combat robot is around 100 strands. This was 100 times more expensive, making it unacceptable for Song Chi. Seeing Song Chi hand the drone back without hesitation, careful not to damage it, a hint of amusement flickered in the woman's eyes. She quickly added, "If you think it's too expensive, I do have a compromise. If you agree, I can offer it at a 90 discount." Hearing this, Song Chi, from a kilometer away, grew wary. He didn't believe in getting something for nothing, and such a sudden discount surely had strings attached. "Are they after my kidney?" Song Chi pondered, but he didn't rush to leave. With the celestial market nearby, he could retreat into safety at any moment. Even if the woman was a level 30 or above guidemaster, the kilometer distance would give him enough reaction time. "What do you propose?" Song Chi asked cautiously. The woman didn't answer directly but scrutinized the cloak on the combat robot again before suddenly asking, a military-grade second-hand combat robot. Is this some special remote control method? Can you share the range of control? Song-Chi was startled, but quickly composed himself. It wasn't surprising that she could identify the combat robot up close, likely being a third-year flame captain. What puzzled him was her intent. Why reveal this now if she already knew? Could it be linked to the earlier discount offer? The woman soon clarified, I have an upcoming mission that requires remote control capabilities. If you're willing, before the mission starts, I'll find a chance to sell this Mystique butterfly drone to you at a 90 discount. Her eyes sparkled with anticipation, and her delicate features made it hard to refuse. However, Song-Chi wasn't swayed. With his 2 lifetimes of experience, he immediately withdrew the neural beacon attached to the combat robot, ignoring the changes in the expression of the woman in the black velvet dress. Under her lingering gaze, he quickly returned to the specialty goods section. A few minutes later, the cloaked combat robot exited the Morning Star multifunctional shop, now carrying 10 artifacts in its backpack, 3 blue, 7 white, totaling 30,000 strands of zero-tier floating land essence. These artifacts were part of Song-Chi's preparation for testing his previous idea of an artifact exchange shop. As for the woman's mission invitation, he declined without hesitation. Jokingly, the third-ear guidance technique implied that the other party must have a cruiser-class Starfire warship at their command. Song-Chi's instincts screamed danger. Dealing with such a presence was akin to negotiating with a tiger. He gazed at the stunningly beautiful woman before him, each smile exuding a deadly allure. Yet, the wisdom of his Chinese ancestors echoed in his mind. You may know a person's face, but not their heart. Song-Chi reminded himself not to be deceived by appearances. At that moment, her soft and sweet invitation reached him, but Song-Chi was acutely aware that once the real action commenced, under the shadow of her cruiser, his life would hang in the balance, subject to her whims. In the docking area of the Fortress starship, a squad of combat robots boarded the Celestial. Inside, Song-Chi was on edge, imagining the possibility of a third-tier Starfire captain secretly monitoring him. He wished he could immediately distance himself from this interstellar fortress. Fortunately, he had prepared in advance. While controlling the combat robot's departure from the Celestial, he had ensured that the Xi jump device components had completed a new round of buffering. Now, with the robots in place, the Celestial was ready to depart at any moment. However, Song-Chi did not set sail immediately. His wary gaze shifted to the anomaly state purifier. If the woman from the Morning Star multifunctional shop had ulterior motives, she might have left a tracking signal on the combat robots. Although this blue quality, second-tier component might not purify the tracking mark of a third-tier captain, it could at least provide a warning. Song-Chi held his breath in anticipation. If any anomaly was detected, he would not hesitate to abandon the combat robots and flee instantly. After several tens of seconds, Song-Chi finally exhaled in relief. The anomaly state purifier's aura remained inactive, suggesting his concerns were unfounded. Nevertheless, to be cautious, he piloted the Celestial swiftly into the air, disappearing from the starfield near the Guangyuan floating land in an instant. Shortly after the Celestial's departure, a tall figure emerged from the shadows of the docking area. It was the female proprietor of the Morning Star shop. She gazed in the direction of the Celestial's disappearance, her red lips parting slightly. To bypass my warship's purple quality superwave jamming device, it seems this little fellow's remote control components are quite something. And that layer of dark energy shield, at least purple quality. An interesting character has indeed arrived in this frontier starfield. Over 20 days later, in the vast starfield surrounding the White Tower floating land, the Celestial, an ethereal energy craft wrapped in pale gold armor, hovered silently. Today, its alien domain projection function had finally completed its buffering. With the function activated, a familiar sensation of weightlessness enveloped him. Moments later, amid intense spatial fluctuations, the Celestial vanished completely from this silent expanse of starry sky. That's all for today. Thank you so much for watching. I hope you guys enjoyed. If you wish to have another part of this recap, please give us at least 1,000 likes. Please don't forget to comment and subscribe to our channel for more content like this. Until next time.